inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauty's all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war cry. We are the bad guys, we'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, yeah. War cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us, here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. You're fanning the flame that's inside me, and I'ma let it consume me entirely. Got me feeling fearless, unbreakable spirit. You remember the wrath when I leave. I came too far to give up. I will never bow down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Let's go. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor, and I'm about to catch fire. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. Burn the roof down, let the flame breathe. This is my moment, gotta believe. It's a new day, it's a new me. Better make way, I'ma break free. I've been silencing the rage, trying to make peace. About to let it blaze, turn up the heat. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm
Nobody can stop this. Force of nature like a rocket launching into the orbit. Winners are forming, wind into I never throw no caution. Nobody can imitate this. What you see is greatness. It makes sense, it's what I came with. Are you speaking my language? I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature. See, prisoners I don't take. Under pressure I don't break. I will always find a way. That's why I win anytime I play. They go low and I go high. They say oh hi, I say goodbye. There's no discussion. I'm too fast for them to keep up with. I ain't taking prisoners. Call me the Inquisitor. Winning is my signature. Victory practitioner. Life without a limiter. I am the commissioner. Winning is my signature. Winning is my signature. Yeah, I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. I ain't taking prisoners. Winning is my signature.
Yeah. When that horn blows, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence.
All right, take two coming through. It's PAL 2020, the Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. And honestly, it only feels like a couple hours ago we just finished off with day number 9, but it's going to be day 10 coming at you. And if you missed out on yesterday's action, once again, we have a video to recap what went down and get you ready for today's matches.
It was a good flash, caught the tease. 789 still alive. How is this guy not dealt with yet? Another flash through. Now things are looking good. He's got to pull off a 4K this round in a 1v3.
Nines rushing through, and 789 just welcoming all of these kills.
John Olsen's got to clutch it, and he's already got 2. Knows the last player was over towards the van, and John, he's done it.
Three on one, Viva left alone. He's got the ult. He hits the first shot. Oh, don't. What is happening here? Where was this Viva earlier?
Up close, Leaf might get himself a kill. He does indeed, getting a little bit more done up close. And this is spiraling out of control with John Olsen on another double kill, and even finishing it off with a third.
Zolking stepping up and getting a double 4K. That's huge from Zolking. Just came out of nowhere. Jamyoung, one shot, second shot, falls on back, Molotov tossed in, smoke deployed as well. Huge round coming out from Jamyoung. Jamyoung from the pit, he's been such a hero, and he's gonna find another kill as well. 3K, he's been such a beast in the pit position. Jamyoung gets the triple kill, the 4K. Okay, that's out of nowhere. 4 big kills collected for Jamyoung. He's in behind them. The MP9 is going to find the bomb and nearly a follow-up kill, but Alan trades out to the AK. He's not done yet. He decided to go for overtime and do a little bit of extra work. He's sticking around. He's got 4 kills picked up.
Somebody looking to be rushed down, but he hits the first 2 shots, gets dinked, gets a 3rd kill, and a 4th. He's on just 10 HP. Dan King's gonna open things up, gets the first 2 more play. Oh my god, Dan King! The king of B!
Those beautiful shots he's pulled off the angle. The timing is terrible. But he takes the shot to Nuez. The fight successful. The nade didn't go near him, luckily, so he's good to find another and an ace for Dan King.
Slowly is going to be picking up everything by himself. 3 kills, and Tyloo will live to fight another round. Well, again, that scoreline 2-0 is very, very misleading in that match. Tyloo was throwing things away at Mirage, and we almost went to a third map where potentially Bren could have gotten the victory and taken themselves off the bottom of the table. But they're still looking to fight today here to have a chance. Bren, not Mazlai, my bad. But we're going to be hopping into day 10, and it's going to be Mitch, it's going to be Blend, it's going to be Dinko once again joining me. And Dinko, I do have to say, Mitch is looking much more handsome than you today. That scruffy look on his hair, I am loving it. And Blend, I'm loving seeing you again. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Slept well. Again, got some nice little bit of shut eye there. How are you doing, Jason? No one asked you
I'm
that.
surviving. I'm surviving. Nice
good.
17 hours of working yesterday. I love Mitch's smile after I said that too. It's like, oh, it's not very often I get compliments. You know what, Mitch? You need more of them today. I'll be nice. Or we have another day of matches. And yesterday it did almost break some of us. Maybe it did break 1 or 2 of us in that. But Tyloo, let's talk about that. That was such a weird showing out of them, Mitch.
Do we have to? Do we really have to?
We do. I'm bringing it back up.
Oh,
no.
Here we go. So yeah, 16-11 and 19-16, a series that we said Tyloo should have won 2-0, and I guess technically they did. If only we could leave it there, but man, they nearly lost that to Mazlai on both turns. And Mirage especially, that was a disaster, man. Some of the decision making that was coming through, I don't know if they were just completely switched off on autopilot, but I'm gonna hope they were, because if that's them on full force, then there's gonna be a new king in Asia soon.
Yeah, and you can see as well, Lucid Dream and Invictus. That almost went in favor of Lucid Dream. Vici, Divine Vendetta really duking it out towards the end. Look at that, 16-13, 16-14, and 19-16. They really want to pull through with that victory, and they almost did, really showing what they can do as a team. But then now taking a look at how the standings have progressed, we do have some teams finally locking through already into the playoffs. Tyloo, Vici, Beyond, and Invictus all safe coming into the playoff stage. But that now means Divine Vendetta, Tiger, D13, Mazlai, Lucid Dream, and Bren all fighting for survival. Some of them fighting a lot harder than the rest. Divine Vendetta seems pretty safe with a 3-3 if they just pick up one more victory. But Bren, Lucid Dream, Mazlai, all with only 1 win. What's going to happen here, Bleh? This could be like frustrating for these teams, realizing, yeah, for like Bren, if they just picked up one more game. Same for Lucid Dream, same for Mazlai, all coming close to beating some of these top teams.
Yeah, I think right now what's more interesting is the battle not to get eliminated, right? And yeah, you see Lucid Dream down there, you see Mazlai expected, but Brent, depending on how the first game of the day, transpires, we're gonna know whether Brent are gonna survive or maybe not. It's still teetering on a knife's edge there. Coming to the teams who have qualified, yeah, they're qualified, but remember the playoffs are single elimination. You don't want to face Tyloo in the first game or the second game. You don't want to face Vici. So I believe like these teams are still going to be fighting for placement points, because if you lose, you're out. There's no second chance. It's not double elimination, right? So I feel like there's still going to be these teams fighting to win their games. It's not going to be just just giving up and be like, yeah, we've qualified. Don't have to take it seriously.
Well, I mean, I hope they're going to be not just laying back and relaxing, because obviously seeding still can be a big factor. And just as you can see, 10 teams in the group and only 2 will be knocked out of this one. Dinko, by the way, you're actually rats in the pitch. What's your thoughts coming into this though for the standings overall? I mean, have we seen the full power of the top 4 teams already, or have they just been really relaxed?
I don't think we've seen the peak for any of the teams really. I think Tyloo are a team that we clearly haven't seen what they're capable of. I think Vici, coming into the event, I seen their first couple of matches. I knew they looked scrappy in the first one, but throughout the rest, they looked okay. And then yesterday, that completely changed my mind against Divine Vendetta. So I don't think any of the teams are looking clean and clinical right now. I think the best looking team who's played their own game is actually Beyond. But then again, they haven't really had any real tests yet. So that's going to happen today. We'll get to see what Beyond can get done. But I think the teams at the top, they've kind of just floated along a little bit. I think they've been dropping maps when they shouldn't have. They're not really on their A game, but they are still in the halfway through week 2, or at the end of week 2, should I say. And this is where we need to see the teams ramp it up when those placement points come in play.
Well, you said Beyond hasn't been tested. Let's take a look at today's game so you can see the matchup he is going to be talking about. That will be game number 2 up against Tai Lu, the battle of the top of the table. We'll be starting things off at D13 up against Bren and ending things off with Tiger against Vici. Mitch, wait, Bleh, which is your game to watch? I think I've already asked you this before, Mitch.
It has to be Tyler Beyond, right? I wanted to say Vici and Tiger, but I feel like both Beyond are playing at a very high level right now. But you got to remember, the teams have beaten so far is to get to face off against the Vicis and the Tylus if they can break that barrier. If they can finally break this barrier of not being able to beat the likes of Vici or Tyloo, that could be it. That could be a mental blockade getting broken and Beyond finally joining these top 3 Chinese teams and being a threat in the region altogether. So yeah, game number 2 for me, hands down.
Okay, well, I think there's a little bit of bias there since you were casting that one, so you're hoping it's the best match of the day. Let's take a look, though, at our first match in more depth. D13, a team that we have seen some really high highs out of, and unfortunately, it's not really, I don't actually know, not even unfortunately, there hasn't really been too many low lows. You got Annihilation, you got Score, you got Rate all mixed in there, and this team has shown us some great things. Now, the one thing that's been lacking with the team seems to be that strong leader for them, the one with the experience to show them how to play like mid-game and later on. It seems like once they dedicate themselves to a strategy, that's what they're going to commit to until they've either won the round or lost the round, Mitch.
I think it's fairly fair to say. And for D13, look, they've had some pretty good games. You said like Lucid Dream, Mazalai already shut down. That pretty much confirms that they won't be in playoffs so long as they can beat Bren. Or that they will be in playoffs. Not that they won't be. That's not what they're aiming for. They took a map off Beyond as well. This is definitely a team that we can look at to do a lot of damage in a series like this. You've got Annihilation on the AWP. Rate and Score have been insane riflers as well. I don't think this is going to be a too much of a challenge for them.
Oh, okay. I mean, obviously seeing them versus Divine Vendetta, I think we all kind of pitted D13 to win, but it didn't work out in their favor. But then looking out at their opponents, Bren, team at the bottom of the table, a much needed victory for them, considering if they lose this, they'll be even further into the hole and 1 foot deeper into the grave. That sounds really grim. But then we should start to talk about them. Papa Chulo, he's one that kind of stands out within the roster for me, Blah, and he kind of has to be because he seems to be their saving grace at times.
Yeah, I think he has to just maintain his level. I'd like to see Wits be a little bit more effective, I guess the word is what I'm going to use here. We know when he pops off, he can really kind of like seal everything away from anyone in the server. He can really be dominant. But I feel like Wits has underperformed a little bit. He's had a few moments here and there, but as a primary operator for team and looking at the way they try to work around him, as we've seen in some of these maps, he needs to really step on up. The thing for Bren, though, here's one thing I'll give them. But yeah, they're 1-2-3, 1-4 right now, but they've had to face the likes of Tyloo. They've faced off Beyond. They've faced off against Vici, and they even beat Tiger. So going forward, it's only going to get easy. Yeah, they haven't played Invictus, but we know how Invictus are looking very shaky at the moment. It's going to be easy games for Bren right now. So they should be feeling pretty confident. They've already had to face off the best in the group, all the best teams apart from Invictus. It's only going to get easier from here.
Yeah, that's a good point, because considering like the way Mazalai started and the way Bren started, Mazalai facing the easy teams and now facing up against the hardest teams in their last matches, Bren going with the hardest matches first and the easiest matches after. I guess that kind of, then puts pressure on Lucid Dream then to be the team to rise up beyond Mazalai. As we move into the veto shortly here, Dinko, is there any kind of predictions of how you think this is going to go or what maps you expect to be coming out to play?
I think I'd like to see Trin coming in for D13. I think that's a pretty good map for them. Bren are a weird one where I really haven't been inspired by too many of their maps, but Nuke, it could be in there. I feel like it's a map where both of these teams have shown willingness to play. But yeah, I think that should be interesting. I think a Mirage maybe, possibly, but we'll see what comes up. Because honestly, I think in this matchup, I'm going to have to favor D13. I think the issue I have for Bren is the fact that you just don't have a star player, really. I mean, Papachulo, we talk about him, but he's inconsistent as well. We've seen him not really do much in the first couple of games. So when you're going up against a team like D13 where they have Annihilation and Score and then sometimes Rate, well, there's 3 individuals you don't have anybody to match up against. So yeah, that's the issue I have with Bren here on any map we go to, really.
Yeah, so let's actually take a look at the vetoes then. I'm really looking forward to Annihilation Wits matchup because, again, they're completely different operas in my eyes. And what you said Inferno, actually, you said Nuke, and you said, I believe, Inferno. Well, Train going to be the last? I can't remember. I'm not going to lie.
I said Trent and Nuke could be in
Okay,
there.
I know it
Then I
was
said Mirage, but-
66% chance for me there, and I still messed it up somehow. But Inferno gonna be our first map done by Bren. Train D13, I think that's pretty expected, to be fair. And then Nuke to end things out on. Looking over their stats though, Ble, it's kind of one of their mid-tier maps for Bren. 40% win rate. However, they've looked decent on it throughout this tournament.
Yeah, they have. Still not too convinced. I feel like they should just play to their strengths. I feel like Mirage would have been pretty decent. I think it would have been a very viable pick for them. But then yeah, I get what Bren want to do here. They don't want they don't want to give the window of opportunity for a team like for these guys to really wake up where the players from from D13, talking about Annihilation, rate, and score, you know how they can really pop on off. And a map like Mirage, it can't spiral out of control, right? Dust 2, it can't spiral out of control. So I guess I understand where they're going with Inferno, but I feel like mentally they're approaching this with a very safer mindset. It feels like they know, they're themselves aware that individually they're not as good as some of the players on the side of D13, so just going to rely on how they play CS. And here's the thing with Brent, I like some of the ideas they have. I like how they approach the game at times. It's just that sometimes the firepower doesn't show up, and sometimes they seem to forget their playbook, or the playbook just gets tossed out. So as long as they stick to their game plan, I still feel it's going to be an exciting matchup. I feel they can take D13 all the way to the edge.
You know, it's kind of crazy for me because I'm looking at like a comparison between Annihilation and Wits, and their statistics are actually pretty similar. I mean, they have like a slightly different rating. This is just within the last month, so I'm trying to get just this event, and I'm too lazy to set up the whole thing specifically for this event. But you have like a slight rating difference, like of a 0.2, about 0.2. Or there we go. Never mind. Thanks, guys. That pretty much makes so I can actually give context to what I'm saying. But I even though the stats are close, I feel like they almost shouldn't be. I don't know, right? I feel like we've seen Annihilation have like these really flashy kind of plays and these like really consistent shots. Wits, I feel like he struggled to really get going on the AWP, but then maybe it's just some bias in my mind.
Well, I mean, based on what we've seen, definitely Annihilation's being the far better opper. In terms of how flashy he is, definitely you'll remember him a lot more for it. But Wits, to me, he doesn't have any depth to it. When it goes to the T side, he's not someone I look to take crazy aggressive peaks. In 1vx's, I don't rely on him too much. I think he's one of the players that relies on opponents making mistakes, whereas Annihilation makes his own ground. He finds his own opportunities. I really think this is somewhere that Bren will lack in this series. Probably the glaringly obvious one is in opping duels. And because of that, I like that they've gone to Inferno. I think that's somewhere that it makes it a little bit harder for Annihilation and a little bit less pressure on Wits to show up in the opping department. So hopefully then, and I say hopefully, that will be Bren picking up one map. And then they'll have a chance. Although I do think Train would just be super one-sided. And it also depends on the Bren. I mean, remember, like, they showed up, they almost beat Beyond on this map. They did really, it was in 1917 they lost. They took them to OT. But just before that, 3 days before that game, they lost to Vici 16-5. They got absolutely dominated by them. So, and then they almost beat Mazalai as well. And that doesn't really weigh up to the Beyond game. So I really don't know what Bren we're seeing today. I think that the consistency definitely hasn't been there.
Oh, sorry. I was watching Haka and I thought you wanted... Or Haka, wow, we're not even in here. Dinko here. I thought you wanted to say something. So I'm just going to brush over that. Let's just talk about predictions. Dinko, my man, my favorite guy here, the most handsome man
Whose
ever.
name he forgets.
Whose name I forget.
So I'm going to have to predict D13 2-1. I think because we've got the two oppers who have the most kills in the tournament and the highest op kills per round, I feel like it's going to be a 2-1. I think this should be a good battle.
Thank you very much, Haka. Bled, what's your thoughts?
I'm gonna have to stick with my co-caster. I mean, Hawk has been great to me. So yeah, it has to be 2-1 going the way of D13. I still see a world where Brent might win this, but D13.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll check in with you after the first map, and myself and Dean are going to be covering game number 1 here. Good. Throw everyone's names out there. I went with Blez, though, because I feel like if I did call him a different name, he would beat me up. Especially, yeah, that's the name I was going to go with, but I didn't say it. So, Blez, don't hate me. Didn't happen. We're going to see if that's not even close. D13 on the CT side, Bren on the T side. Ooh, another sick transition. I love these. Mitch. I'm sorry.
You know what I love, Jason? It's that those two are probably muted on the stream. You don't hear them on TeamSpeak. So for at least 30 seconds there, everybody thought you were having some sort of schizophrenic episode.
Thought I
think that's
was?
great. Well, I
Wait,
found out.
Do Blood and Dinko exist? I thought they were all in my head.
The Blind Hulk, you mean? No, they're imaginary.
I don't even know why I called him Hawkeye either. Like, I guess I had Hawk on the mind, which is even more weird because I've worked with him like once, but I wasn't even
Can't stop
working with
thinking
him.
about him ever since that day. That
Been
smile,
a wild
that damn
ride.
smile. Yeah, like you can see Brent are looking in towards the A site, and man, they have found a pretty open site. It's a 4-man stack on B. Tamirarita, aka Tamer, all by himself. He's gonna have to hit some sick headshots, and unfortunately, doesn't hit a damn thing. Can't even get a bullet out of the chamber, and the plant is already coming in for Bren.
Big gamble coming through. They do have a smoke for Mr. Cap, and they have the kit. They have to deal with the T's already set up inside the site, 2 in pit. They got 1 towards graveyard, 2 in sight. I don't see them retaking this unless they hit some ridiculous shots. Even a P250 for Derek to really play long range here. Smoke comes in again to block them off. They need to block the site on pit, and you see it's going to come down with the smoke. Gonna be looking to just spam away through this one. Score. He's going to be wrapping around towards short. It's all onto him, I think, and he's not going to spot the guy graveyard. Jaw's going to have an easy shot, and Jaw's going to get the goosh right off the bat. And that's it. That's going to be Bren taking the first round.
Couple
Love that.
exits.
I'm running away, but I'm going to stop and headshot one of you before I leave. Oh, no. Okay.
Taking the armor off them, right? It's worthwhile, I guess. We go 1-0, and honestly, I think if Bren can convert this round, because D13 seem to be going for a force buy right away, they could be in a really nice spot. I do like that there's a bit of debate around what to do in the second round. At this point, you know, sometimes teams are going to go for the force buy. I think a little bit less frequently they'll take the eco, but it is more so if you're on the T side and you get the bomb plant, you take the eco, you buy it up fully then coming into round number 3. I don't know, even then, sometimes they do force, right? Because they'll take like 2 AKs and try to beat off against the SMGs. I think you're in an interesting set. D13 can do a lot of damage when they've got Deagles in play.
He can do damage. They don't have to hit their shots. This is a commitment rate. Hey, he got 1 in the end. But that should be like a 1 and done spot now. Annihilation. Mir trying to hold on. Tamir falls immediately. Annihilation doesn't have a chance to shoot off a shot. At least a clean shot since the smokes have come down. Bren looking good to get this bomb planted and to defend it. And Mole D13, I mean, maybe they should look at saving some of these weapons. Retaking these difficult. Obviously, make it expensive for the other side if you can hit your shots by Annihilation. Miss out on the first. Gonna be rushed down. Pro cleans that up. And score. Last alive against 3. Again, damage would be nice, but that still would be the round nonetheless here for Bren. So far, not bad stuff, but I'm still focused on the gun rounds here, though, Mitch. Like, I want to see how D13 play things out and if Bren can battle it out when it comes to that. Because we know Wits likes to op on the T side, which is something you don't see too often, I feel like, these days on Inferno.
Certainly when you do see it, the level of success can be quite limited. I mean, it's just so hard to find those openings in a map that we always talk about as being so close range. There's all those little crevices to hide in. And for that reason, we might see D13 pulling out something spicy like a Zeus. Haven't seen too many of them in this tournament. I think the first day or two on the bottom of ramp on train, we had one. That was about it. I always wondered, maybe I just don't understand. See on the CT models, the way they've got headphones, and I mean in games like Escape from Tarkov, headphones increase the sound that you hear. How does that work? Is it like mics on the headphones that amplify noise or something?
Well, doesn't it involve, like, the bone in your ear?
I don't know.
Like, I could have sworn there's, like, earpieces that, like, work with the bone in your ear to, like, amplify or to push the sound into your head or to obviously your eardrums and your brain from that, where it doesn't make any sound beyond that. Vibrate. I don't know. I've seen some weird things in my day.
Enough. A lot of ear bones. Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty interesting. So then, technically, the CT should be able to hear better than the Ts. Should have a wider range to hear steps. Broken game. Valve, please fix.
Well, I mean, as I was talking before, the other day about like how cool it is in some VR games with the way they communicate in the game and like a different kind of depth it gives to you. You kind of have to come up with some like interesting ways to talk to each other without giving positions up. Obviously, it doesn't work in a game like CS or it's not being used in a game like CS, but that kind of like extra realism, you know, I think is like super interesting when it comes to like VR games in general. Or like makes things even more difficult. And at the same time, I mean, I guess I don't know why I'm going into straight up VR. There's even like some like cordless headsets, and I remember playing with one back at an event I was at where it was like, so imagine like laser tag, right?
Yeah.
But it was with these headsets on, and it was like in a fantasy world, and there was actually like real life boxes and everything. Like what you saw in game is kind of like what was around you. The structures were all lined up. I thought that was so sick. I think that can make for like a really cool like crossover between esports and the athleticism of a sport.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for sure. Like, I've seen some of the stuff at events where they're like full-sized rooms with VR headsets and like guns and stuff. It's pretty cool. I like the little pyramid. Oh, they're gonna rush him down as well. It's Wits with the AK up close. He should be running for the hills. If anything, the MAC-10 should be sticking around. Wits stayed. Papachulo ran away. Where's the communication there? He gets one, but now dropped, and this is already a great round for D13. They started out with just USPs, nothing invested. They've got an AK. The MAC-10 is probably not going to do anything, let's be real. With that armor, you don't stand a great chance, but still. Oh, you might even get that.
Yeah, you got a little afraid there. And I think you should just be saving this AK. All right. They had two players low, John, Derek, sub 30 HP.
Yeah, I mean that's not really any excuse. I don't know what the hell he was doing.
I'm trying to find some silver lining here, Mitch.
Yeah, trying to be nice, but
trying to be positive today.
I don't know what the hell he was thinking. I think you really got to go for a save in that situation. But all right.
But we're seeing the op coming out of him, and he's gonna be looking to, I guess, peek middle. Okay. Trying to change up the nades there. Yeah, he's going for the peek in towards mid. The flashbang again being thrown immediately, and look how fast they're taking banana control. I was maybe expecting D13 to get aggressive with the Molotovs, the smokes that we typically see. There's the Molly to come through. It kind of separates Jaw. A second smoke being committed. And look at the nade damage coming through. Maybe it is going to work out for them. They're going to hold aggressively for the retake rate. We are both picking up a kill apiece. And not a bad start here. The gun run is what I wanted to see. And so far, D13 have lived up to my expectations.
They're taking it nice and slowly now over on the brand side. After losing those players, they need to be a little bit careful as they push on through. Still a two-man stack on the B bomb site. Obviously, this is the situation where you can be very comfortable to just spread back into that initial round 3-2. Play quite passive. As you can see, Annihilation's just watching mid, but here they go, pushing on forward right into the two-man stack on the B bomb site. The spray, oh, that flashbang was so perfect, but I think it might have been a T-flash. Derek in with a second kill. Tamer through the smoke. He caught him just up on top of it. And now, still with those two players alive, they've got the bomb planted. And D13 have to retake B. They needed even just a one kill extra on that push.
Well, still scored Annihilation left. Mr. Cap as well. They both hold the same angle on the T side. Let's see, it's like Bro's just going to swivel around to watch towards CT. He gets the first shot. I don't know if he expects the player to be inside a pool, and Mr. Cap will jump over. That's the first. He charges straight into the second, but Derek gets the kill. A quad kill for him, actually. He's up to 7. He rescues the op, and Bren up 4-0. Really have to wonder what was going on for D13 in that round. They get the first 2 frags, and they end up losing it all. 5-on-3? I'd be frustrated.
Oh yeah, that was ridiculous. I mean, Derek's openings there. The fact that they're able to take the B side only losing one player is absolutely huge. And then he just kept on going. There was no stopping him once he got off to a start.
They just knifed their teammate.
They did. They left click pro on the way out of spawn. You put it on hard difficulty. Why not? Up against the pistols. They might even regret that a little bit later on.
I don't get why that happens so much.
I think because a lot of people play Face It and there's no team damage, so they just kind of swing their knife on the way out of spawn as a habit.
Yeah, it's like an OCD thing, I think. Like the clicking, because like for me, even though I have a full clip of ammo and I'm holding an angle, I will generally always hit my reload button just to like make sure
Yeah.
for some reason. And a little tick of mine, I guess.
But how often do you shoot like 5 bullets and reload right away? It's like you
I mean,
definitely
yeah,
don't need to.
you know, I need all of my bullets to get 1 kill. Okay, those 5 bullets that I already used, those are gonna be massive for my success. Quick A site take. Only lose out on Derek. Papachuli down to 6, but this could be another clean round. And Bren getting it started early, and I guess we kind of have to wonder like what kind of Bren will be showing up, as we heard before. You know, this team played some really hard matches already off the bat, and I can kind of run you through them once again. They get a 2-1 over Tiger, a 0-2 against Tai Lu, a 0-2 against Vici, a 0-2 against Beyond, a 1-2 against Mazalai. So they played 4 of basically the top 4 teams, and they've got what, Invictus, Lucid Dream, Divine Vendetta, and here D13. It's going to be easier, their path in towards their victories, but they need to secure the wins. And we saw just yesterday, 5-0 doesn't matter, 8-1 doesn't matter. For some reason the other team always bounces back. I'm curious how long will their streak go before D13 break it. That damn smile, Mitch, every time.
One of my favorite things actually about Tyloo is we must take a look at that when we get into the player picks next time. You know, where you see the whole team lined up. It's that from left to right, they get gradually less happy. Like Dan King's got a massive smile. You go all the way over to the right, and they look like they want to kill someone. It's fantastic.
You gotta have that mean mug face when you're matched up. You know, like in a like MMA or you know UFC. It always happen when they're doing like even boxing, like that posing picture. They have to have that mean mug.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we need.
And Dan King's just jolly on the left side, like I want to play some Counter Strike. Yay!
Yeah. Getting paid to live the dream.
Exactly. Well, can't complain, can you? Not when you're getting aces like that yesterday.
Oh yeah, that was beautiful on Inferno. This might be beautiful again for Bren. They do have, it looks like the commitment over towards A. I mean, still a lot of time left to go. They're watching their flank. No aggression out of D13 towards B. They're actually both peeking kind of at the same time. And Mr. Cat, well, he's got the smoke in hand, and he's probably going to need it. I'm assuming we're going to see a Molotov directly on top of him in pit. Score tucked away in sight, and Annihilation with the AWP over towards Library. Here we go. Molotov, smokes, flashes all being thrown in. Score completely blind, though, and Mr. Cap just gets rushed down. He doesn't even realize they pushed the smoke, and that's the first kill going Bren's way.
They've spotted Score out as well. They know he's there. The smoke goes down to try and get him out of there alive. The spams, the Molotovs. No. He is dead to rights. Hadn't got a single way out. The 3 versus 4. I mean, I don't know how Bren are turning up on this level so early on. I don't know what Papachulo was doing there, but still a 3v3 on the retake. It's going to be difficult. The AWP not getting any opportunities. And then in comes Wits, looking for his own, down to Annihilation. Perfect stuff with Tamer left alive. He didn't stand much of a chance. And with that, 6-0. And evidently a pretty good map pick for Bren. They've already got as many T rounds as they need. If D13 starts showing up and bring it all the way to 9-6, Bren can still be, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, happy. But obviously, considering a 6-0 start, they do definitely want to bring it up closer to 8 or 9 themselves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you go 6-0 and then you lose 9 rounds straight, I'd be definitely frustrated for them. I guarantee they pretty much would be as well. And considering they are up 6-0, again, money's not really that safe. Ooh, there we are again. Look at us. See, I like this. I like this little innovation. I would also like to see Droney McDroneface put me in there, but I don't think he has enough CPU power to handle the rendering of my nose. But this is don't laugh.
In 3D.
But this is, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be even more difficult for that. But it's gonna be, I'd still say, a tough battle for Bren, even though they are up 6-0. It's very misleading. We've had 8-1s. Like we've had teams go on these massive tears, and then when it comes down to it, they ended up losing the map before. So let's see if they continue this route, as D13 is just struggling to get their first round on the board.
Yeah, this should be a round that they take as well, right? Which means, if we've learned anything, this will be the round that D13 find. Exactly. I mean, it is Inferno, right? It's pistols on Inferno. These are always dangerous. So many, as we said, Krebs' cracks to just hide in and look to find those kills. Pro, I don't know how he gets away with that one. Wright wasn't even partially blind. Gorgeous full spray in the deagle. I respect it. They know there's another player here now because the smoke went down, and they might even think they're running into a stack.
Yeah, throw the AKs away. Be the smartest play here. Don't let Mir pick one up, and oh, not too bad. Gets a smoke down. Picks up the weapon. Don't tell me he's getting more than this. And as we said, it should be around for Bren. However, Tamir's making it very, very difficult. And Mr. Cap's actually pushed out a window. He's going to catch on the rotate in middle. They're not going to expect this. The first kill comes through and the second. And Mitch, I swear, we should play the lottery sometimes because this is looking now bad here for Bren.
Annihilation's got a deagle. One shot to the body is all he needed, and that is it. 6-1. D13 pick the round, and I told you. What did I say? It should be around Bren win, therefore D13 take it, and the logic prevails. I've learned. See, it's the opposite side of the world, right? So the logic is the opposite way around. It makes sense. I figured it out at long last. I mean, everything about that round was very poorly handled, though, for Bren. They find themselves in a position where they know there's pistols, and yet one of them goes back up to top banana. Sticks around. He's like, oh yeah, I'll try to kill him. Why? Why do you need to do that? Chuck the weapons off the map, they'd already secured them, and leave. Then, moving in towards the A site, they just run with their knives out. Not aware that, yes, you're against pistols. They're going to play wild. They're the kind of ones that are going to push up. You have to know that apartments, even balcony could have been open for that player to peek out of. And although the timing was quite unlikely to work out that well, you still have to be aware of it when you're versus pistols. Sprays through the smoke. Look at this. I mean, it's a 4-man stack towards the A side. There's not a whole lot they can do. When you're in a round like this and you want to full commit A, you got to go a little bit faster, because, or at least show banana presence. Because look at this. Rates just posted banana. He's got all the info he could possibly need.
There's got to be big kills coming through. It doesn't seem like it's going to be happening. Score. It's even the dink onto Derek down to 13 health. He goes for a peek into the op. He will fall. And Wits will not be able to clutch us out. And, well, it was 6-0. Now 6-2, and Bren have no money to buy. Like I said, these games can be very streaky just because they're up 6-0. It's misleading. It's not a stomp, even though it did kind of feel like it at some points. And now D13, they should have a third round. Gonna be extra careful. Looks like they might be up just against the Glocks only, but we're gonna see a timeout coming for Bren to discuss some things. Rough times indeed. Now they can be happy with 6, but with how that this map was going in this first half, you had to assume they were gonna get more.
Yeah, you did, really. You do still. You know, considering 6-2, I want to see them at least 8. Well, considering the 6-0, I want to see them at least on 8. And especially considering the manner that they lost that first round in, up against pistols. That's a big mistake. I mean, they've thrown away a great chance at the half. We know this map is quite CT-sided, though, so I guess for Bren, they don't have to be terribly worried. You can imagine that we've seen before, you know, they've got an okay CT side, but never versus really strong teams. Like Beyond, they 11 for them, but I don't really know what was going on with Beyond that day. They didn't look anywhere near on point. They almost lost the series. And you can make the argument that in the group stages, some of these teams weren't fully focused or aren't even still. But in this matchup in particular, D13, this is a big deal to them in terms of seeds and just guaranteeing that they make it to playoffs. And for Bren, again, to make sure that they can even come in with the possibility of making playoffs, they need to beat, I think it's Lucid Dream that they've got coming up. They've got Lucid Dream, and even then they're not guaranteed it. So they need to win versus either a D13 Invictus or Divine Vendetta. And I think probably D13 is going to be the best case scenario for them, because Divine Vendetta have been on fire this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like what I've learned so far casting this is that you can't really predict results. Just because they have their quote-unquote easier matches doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to win it. This is going to be a big push up towards B. Annihilation will eventually get that first shot off and get the kill. And well, the backup's here. No bomb plant. Glocks. Pistol's not going to work out. Tamira gets a nice little 3-piece. And D13 get a 3-piece with their third round now on the board. But here we go. Bren back on the buy. No up coming through. And this is, I guess, awkwardly enough, one of our, first gun rounds where D13 have everything they possibly could want, even rate on an op. So they're going to the double op setup on defense.
It's not too uncommon, but to see them invest so much money definitely exemplifies just how stacked their economy is right now. Winning those last couple of rounds cleanly and... That was a nice shot. It's not too often you can win an opening duel versus Annihilation, and even less so when he's holding an angle and you've got an AK. The pro does well. He got legged.
Yeah. I mean, he gets lucky.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you should have the kill once the Opera misses the shot, but he at least fakes out enough to only get, shot in the knee. At least it wasn't an arrow. I do have still Mr. Cap and Pit. Got score in sight. Even have Rate here to help out. They've rotated a player from B since they lost Annihilation. If they lose this round, like they lost 2 ops, they lost a chunk of money. They still have a decent amount to spend, so it's not like Bren's going to be breaking the bank anytime soon. Oh, counter flash coming through to stop the aggression around the side. Smoke's being thrown in, and they line up. Can't peek like that. And that might have shut down the hopes here for Bren to win the round. Utility's going to be almost completely gone. As Pro wraps around with the bomb. Score is going to spot him out, gets the first, and Score looking to be the immovable object. Wits misses the shot, but Derek won't. And they will have the sight in the 2-on-1.
Tamer with a pretty rough retake. Derek's tucked down in the pit. He's about to be peeked on through. Wits holding it with the AWP. And he just swung right into a double peek. Not a lot he could have done. 7-3. Even with the collateral, it's not enough. As Brian take another round and put themselves on 7. This has been a fantastic T-half for them so far. Look at this. Oh, you hate to see it. This shot was nice as well. Score just knowing his angles as he jumps up on top, but it gave away his position without any support there. It was quite an easy frag to refrag. Weaker weapons in play.
Oh, Rate.
He was
Completely
blind for, but he just stuck there. He just didn't retreat, even though he was full blind. Sort of respect it in a way, but taking a lot of damage. He's honestly looking to be alive.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Oh, he doesn't die from that. Must have been a good flash from a teammate, but to hold that angle for even longer. So the bomb is going to be planted. It's going to be a 3-on-2. We talked about, 8 rounds. After going 6-0, we should see them be able to lock down 8 at least. They'd be disappointed if they didn't, and we can see that they're already going to be saving on the CT side. Tamir and Rate going to make sure to use these weapons in the next round. And that will be an 8th round. Bren really showing up to play, and again, maybe warming up into the tournament. I talked about this multiple times. You don't want to peek into a tournament early on. You need to make sure that you can honestly keep getting better and better as the tournament progresses. Maybe this is them showing they can.
Well, I want to see a little bit more from D13 when we move to Train. That's where I expect them to dominate. But so at this point, I'd be surprised if we don't see the 3 maps. But I think Brenner's starting to inspire a little bit all of them. I know, look, Wits isn't having the greatest of times, and I guess you could say then coming over to Train, he'll struggle. But it's T-side hopping. I really don't. As I said, I don't. He doesn't strike me at the moment as a T-side operator. Very reminiscent of the likes of E-Store from Movistar Riders when he began. And he was the kind of guy that he could go at T-side with 2 kills, but then he'd show up on the CT. He was a very passive operator, didn't have that depth to it, but it's something that he learned over time playing against these higher level teams. I always give him big props because I was a big critic of his when he started. Said there was a lot he needed to improve on, but he's improved on it. Now he deserves that respect. I think Wits is in the same kind of position. That there's been inconsistencies there, 100%. There have been problems, but the fact that, he at least has the basics down of CT side hopping, I think when we move over to, 6 months' time, can check in again, see how he's doing, and hopefully the work will be there to back up the skill that's already in place.
Oh, this is very fast. Both players on top of Balka. There's nowhere to expect 2 here, Mitch. There should be no way in hell.
Brings
No
a lot
flash.
of value to just
Yeah.
a FMS, right? Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? What is that?
That's a quick round. That's what it is.
What? What? Okay, running out to try and jump to short, I get. Knife out? Nah, don't get so much. And then the second player runs into the team flash. Like, the flash needed to come over first, then the first guy goes out, then the second. I don't know, that was wild.
Oh, now they're going to be saving. Well, I guess forcing. Never mind. Wrong word came out of my mouth. And Annihilation goes for the aggressive peek. And he's able to get away, more importantly. It's a confidence building in the D13 side, and why wouldn't after that last round? But will Tamir expect Papachulo already here? Oh, he sees him. Some damage, but not the kill. Flashbang to go back into this, and again, the smoke's still there, so it's not like he can see anyone. And again, I think a little bit lucky on the T side. The flash comes through, Annihilation's forced back, Incendiary thrown on the ground. Poppy's left to himself, and Score can't quite get the spray at all. Eric returns the kill. The rotation towards CT. That's going to be Raid. That's a double out there pushing against. At least they have the smoke, but Raid, it doesn't seem to care. He gets one through it. D13 will get a 5th.
I mean, they're showing back up, right? That's what we want to see, but at this point, it's very difficult for D13. When they swap over sides, they will need to be convincing. Their T side has to be on point. They can't rely on a double op setup to come through. I mean, maybe they can, but it's going to be a bit crazy. The good thing is, everybody's showing up on the D13 side at this point. We've got a fairly even scoreboard. That was a nice little flick transition. Made down, peak, score. I think at this point you fall back, right? You stuck around a little bit too long. He saw 2 or 3 pistols rushing towards him second mid. And I think swinging wide on that is definitely the right call. The wrong call. No, not the right call. Don't do that.
You said it. You've done it.
People are going to die
Gone and done it,
because of me
Mitch.
now.
I'm gonna, queue up later on, and I'm just gonna hear people in chats or people in the game over voice saying, "Damn it, Mitch, I trusted you.
I peaked 4 pistols. You told me to." They've got an AK over on that T side. No armor though, so essentially that's a deagle, or should be. Miss that first shot. Gun kick's gonna make you pretty much useless. I see the player long. Fast rush afterwards. Oh, get out of there, right? As he got utility, he's got a smoke. No molly. They can just push on through that. There's a gap in it as well. He's panicked. You can see it. I think the T should get that sense as well. But they didn't. They took their time. If they really realized how poorly that smoke was thrown, I think they'd get a read pretty quickly that he's alone.
In that case, in any matchmaking game I've ever played, people must think I'm always alone at sites.
4-man stack. Ah, smokes.
Well, the AK's not really done much of anything, unfortunately, and well, it does nothing. Only 1 player job for D13. It looks like we're on the verge of having an 8-7.5 still in favor of Bren, but at least 8 rounds T side. Like, that's not bad. We can't really complain or argue with that. It's just more about how they started off so brilliantly, 6-0. And it all their downward spiral all started because they lost against pistols.
Yeah, it's all about context, Jason, isn't it? Like, you go 6-0 up, you lose a round of pistols, then you get a couple scrappy rounds here or there. Yes, we said we want to see them on 8 or 9, and they've already done that, right? So it should be good, but it's the clear potential for a 9th or 10th that's already been thrown away in those last couple rounds that is kind of upsetting. That's the critique that we make. That flash, nobody follows up. I think D13 know what they're up against. Leave 1 player banana, rotate over, 4-man stack A. Way too telegraphed by Bren. As they again slow it down outside of the A bomb site, they're going to run into a full stack. They're not doing themselves any favors.
I mean, I want to say they looked pretty flawless. Being so aggressive, being so fast-paced. When they were winning rounds with the guns, but then we think about the push they made out of balcony. No flashes, really, and they got demolished. And they'll score. He's still alive. Don't tell me he can get a 3rd kill here. He won't. At least gets the damage done for 2. At least rate in the 1-on-3. Guess the pace was picked up. It's looking like the 9-6 is going to be happening. Unless Ray can pull out something magical. Only 8 kills. He has Wits and Papachulo low, but I want to say a little bit lucky with that smoke, though. It's not as deep as he would like to have seen it. Rough towards pit. He's got the kit. He's got a smoke. He's got a flash. He could section off this part of the map, and well, Wits is going to peek directly into a bullet. Now the 1-on-2. Smoke comes in towards sight. He's going to wrap and he gets the one against Poppy, but Jaw will peek. That still came down too close for comfort. He gets a triple kill. And that 9-6 scoreline will indeed be happening here for Bren.
Well, I have to say, Wits didn't really show up, right? He finished that half with 3 kills. And T-set opping, yes, it's difficult. It's not ideal, but you got to be doing better than that.
Well, so one stat that kind of stood out when we saw the comparison between him and Annihilation, that Annihilation has a lot more headshots. So to me, that says Annihilation's better on the rifle than Wits is. And when you come into T side, you know, if Wits is going to be op and if they're going to want to get him that weapon, he might not have the same impact. It can be very, very, wow, very hit or miss sometimes. Annihilation's not going to miss.
And so far, with the way Bren have gone, they have to be happy with 9 rounds, 100%. I'm curious to see how these ones go, though. It's an opening for the T side. Look at that by Pro. They were watching it. How big are their brains? Man can't even make a play. Annihilation's P2 fitted Wits in the head, further cementing his role as the top opper on the server. Jazz only good for the single kill to bring over a 9-7 scoreline. D13 should be getting another as well. And with,
like I said, should.
man, gotta be careful. And you can see that they're going in for Deagles. They're going in for CZ on Bapichulo. Wits with the 5-7. 2 kinds of players. Oh, we didn't need to see that. That's a little bit awkward. Fire in the glove. I think after you fire the first 3 bullets, it's more or less just keep spamming left click. Keep the crosshair somewhere near his head and see who RNG chooses.
Oh, it's Amir. It'll be hard. Got 2 angles to cover. Doesn't expect Pro to be there. Doesn't bait any rotation, so he just trades 1 for 1. But again, it's just a Mac 10 being gifted over. It's not really that big of a deal. Oh, I still would almost have liked to have seen him still with his team. They get very nervous when we see these pistols bought up. And Wits, well, he'll get the 1 with the... Oh my, what? How does he get the 2nd?
Well, already a better second half for Wits. The retake now very much doable. As they look to move in towards the B site and take these fights, they do have to remember range disadvantage is definitely in play. Flash out. Oh no, that's a smoke, is it? Smoke for banana. Here's the flash coming over in a second from Derek. Doubled. Here they come. Barreling forward. Player up on top. Oh, he's dealt with by Derek. Where's the kills, T side? D13 taking way too long in the swing even. Gives him time to get over there. If he had a kit, that round would be theirs. What was that? That was a good 3-second fight with no kill for the AKs. That should never be happening.
I mean, the Mac 10 came back at them. He got the last kill in the end. I mean, Witch should never have that 2nd kill. He just kind of re-peeks within the smoke. Why is no one spraying down onto him? That's a very costly round. I mean, yes, the round is won. But still, I wouldn't necessarily feel too good about it. Another Mac 10 coming through for Mr. Cap. They're up against the pistols another time. This is more of a save than an investment. Again, lucky is what I want to say. A little bit sloppy, D13. Then again, you know, if that works out, if he rushes straight through, gets the 1st kill, potentially a 2nd, opens up CT, you know, we'd be saying what a great individual play.
We've already done good damage to Mr. Cap in this round. This is where D13 need to be very careful of going for individual fights. What, like, again and again they make these mistakes. The deagle out, not good for a kill, but... Oh, we need to see this come to an end. That's twice in a row on long versus pistols. They've just rushed out with a single player. And either been one... well, and being 1 for 1 traded, both times. I'll never expect 2 players to walk through the smoke. And they don't. That's a kill. No, the timing. Score happens to look at it just in time. And 9-9 we go. Okay, hopefully this is where D13 tighten up the ship. And start to actually play a much cleaner version of Counter-Strike. Play together, off of each other, don't peek individually. And one thing that annoyed me actually in one of the previous rounds, where the Mag-10 peeked long, I got shut down in the 1-for-1 trade, there was no flash over from a teammate. He just kind of went, I guess I'll peek it, and flung on out. And you've got utility in a round like that, in a round like this especially. You gotta try flush them out and avoid losing any players. Better to, waste 1k in utility than lose a Mag-10 armor and give them a kill.
Oh, Derek. Oh, Derek. He's up close. He gets the bomb. It leaps forward. It gets away from the team like it didn't want to be in the hands of D13. Papachula gets 2 as well. This round, very fast paced, but gets completely shut down. Annihilation. He's left alone against 4. I mean, I like the pickup of pace, but there was no flash towards short. There was no flash. I'm assuming there was a flash out of apartments, but that was a really questionable round here for D13. And again, if it worked out, we would be saying, what a great rush coming out of them. They get shut down, and Bren get themselves finally their first round on the board here on the CT side. Yeah, look at that. No flash.
Like exactly what we highlighted as a problem in the previous round. 1 by 1, they're taking fights. There's no trades possible. Where's the utility usage? They're giving Bren so little respect. It's definitely not warranted. For D13, that's a good name. Oh, what? What? Sorry, that did not hit him and blow up at his feet for 15 damage? What? This game is wild sometimes. I don't know. Let me just quote Valve real quick. We fixed the nades. No, he didn't. Absolutely not.
I kind of miss the days of 1.6 where it was just proximity to the nade, how close you were.
Yeah.
It didn't matter about like height differences or anything like that.
Yeah.
Then again, people abuse the hell out of that. Like Dust 2 on B site, that the wall
Yeah.
by car behind it, they would just nade into there to hit you in tunnel.
Oh, that's stupid, yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, Wits, talk about his op, 6 kills. He's gonna need some more. And well, unfortunately, he will be cleaned up, but still score coming through like the big 3 for D13. Score being one of them. Great again, having a slow start, only 12 kills. But let's see if they can hold on to this. It's a 2-on-2. Papachula, if he can win this duel, would be massive, and Score spots him out first. And that should do it, except Derek, he gets Tamir. It's 2-on-1. I'm not sure why anyone's peeking, and the flash through! He gets the kill on the Score. And Derek's gonna win the round. How do you lose the 2-on-1?
Oh, what an absolute beast. Derek is... Derek's just an animal. What the hell was that? Oh, around the fountain we go. I love it. That's another one for Bren. Okay, can you imagine the morale on that team right now? Derek winning that full blind through the smoke pre-fire. Easy kill. Yeah, that's on him. Oh, it's not that close. I thought because of the line it actually hit him, but that's not 15 damage. Come on. You know, the thing that confuses me about nades is that I feel like there's a very easy system now. I'm not a programmer. Technically, I aced programming at uni, but I absolutely didn't. My lecturer just liked me. I'm guessing it's hard to program or they would have done it, but who knows. Line of sight plus proximity. That's all it has to be. If you can see half your body, it does half damage of whatever the proximity damage is. If you can't see any of your body, and if there's a wall between you, there's 0 damage. And it seems like a pretty simple system.
Yeah, well, you go into potentially the spaghetti code that is CSGO. I remember League of Legends had massive spaghetti code. It's hard for them to change anything. Well, I don't like this push. Some smoke set up. Pro trying to get in towards Grave. He already gets flashed up. And he's going to be dinked. But he's still alive. What just happened? Pro was completely out of position. He has dinked right off the bat, but he still gets the kills. And he survives with 18 HP. What's going on, Mitch?
I'm scratching my head on these ones, honestly. I mean, this is... First of all, props to Pro. He's hitting the shots, you know? They've got a good setup on the site. Like, it's not that Brenner set up in a stupid way. Oh, jeez, it's just ridiculous. So you had support from Pit. Some of the players are worried about dealing with the Pit player. That was a massive performance from Pro, but what are Bren doing? Or what am Mazalai doing? Not Mazalai, D13. God, we're going to all the team names. I'm pulling the Jason in the start.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You were talking about Bren yesterday. This is Mazlai. You have
Just saying, that was today at the start of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was yesterday too. I don't remember. Yesterday was a long day. I was working for 17 hours.
But no, I don't know.
Calm down, Dean.
This is screw you. This is a very different D13 to what I'm used to seeing than what we've seen so far in this tournament. A real possibility for Bren to take this, and they're definitely looking like the cleaner team at the moment. There's no denying that, and I'm sitting here giving D13 the benefit of the doubt that they're gonna figure it out as rounds go on. Their executes will get better, but no, again, it's towards the A site that they look for. They're on their last legs in the economy. A boost up as they look for any peaks on short. Score moving up along the roof. He thinks he's playing Assassin's Creed right now.
Or Detroit Become Human.
Oh.
That's the only two games you ever talk about. That's gonna be a quick kill coming through. Score's gonna fall, and they have Jaw there. I mean, I will give Bren this, because I like how they are kind of like peeking off of each other, right? And they're like taking fights with teammates. You know, if one player's holding towards short and he's being shot at, you see another teammate come out of another angle to help them out, especially when they know they're safe from other positions. Like, they're playing, I'd say, better together as a team than what we've seen in the past. And D13, I'm honestly quite surprised. I mean, I understand this is the choice of Bren. The Bren are just looking better, especially their CT side. I have to give them props. Well, giving up 3 rounds, they've taken 4 now. They're up to 13. And might be up to 14. They're up against the pistols. They're rushing straight through and towards long. They're gonna get around, and they're actually gonna go back to the A site. They're gonna swing this, look for the plant, but Witz is gonna be waiting, and Witz is gonna get the first shot. Gets dinked up, has teammates here. He will eventually close out that kill and the bomb. And well, Tamir will get a kill, but he doesn't have the round. There's no chance. Bren now on 14.
As we move on into the next map, I think D13 are going to be very, very upset that it's managed to go this way. And we're never going to hear the end of it from Dinko that he got his prediction right. He sure does love when that happens. But that is if D13 take it 2-1. That's if they can find Train, which they should be able to do. I mean, I still have faith that when they swap to that map, they'll be pretty good on it. This is... I mean, you have to be realistic about Train. It's not a map... Inferno. Or it's not a map that you usually see D13 play. They played Beyond twice on it, beat them once, lost another. But Beyond on Inferno is not exactly a feat to overcome. They've looked pretty sloppy on this map in particular.
And then also, like, thinking to the future when we get to Train, I mean, I feel like Annihilation should have Witz's number in that every day of the week. At least just from... I mean, I feel so bad because we're being so harsh to Witz, but they're just going off results. Like, it's not even, you know, bias. It's just Witz has just not been hitting as many shots. He loses a lot of the up-close duels, as we saw there on the B site. Or sorry, the A site.
Oh, he got a 2K in the pistol round. He's on, what is it, 7 now?
I think maybe 8, maybe 9 now, because he got 2 last round.
Oh, yeah. And he's playing the A site, 10, okay. And he's playing the A site where they're pushing most of the time, so that's not, it's not the kind of performance you'd want. The AWP out, at least he's found a duel in this one, and D13 again fall behind. They've got a 3 versus 5 retake. Not even retake, just attack to make happen. They've got no progress, no map control. They haven't pushed a player off any angle. I guess they've pushed the CTs back to pit, but that's not any form of disadvantage. Annihilation known to be up close. He's going to walk out. He's running out of ammo as well. At this point, he'll go back for the reload in a sec. Pappy might have pressured him. They know now that he's up above. Derek with the kill. This should be nice and easy. Last player's 10 health, and goodbye score. Well, 15-9. No money over on the D13 side. Normally they would just take pistols, but it's the last round, so they've got to invest.
Pretty clean for Bren. We've been seeing a lot of teams struggle just to close out a map. I mean, there's some innovation. Nice little boost up you saw there. And at the rate they're going, I think they should be able to close this out with relative ease. I mean, this seems to be like an entirely different Bren than what we saw, you know, a few days back. I mean, I understand they did beat Tiger. Witz, so he's going to get away. The double nade comes through, it acts out his teammate. Incendiary as well to stop them from rushing through. And they got the stock here with 3 players. Wits will fall with the rush down, but Pro gets one. They're not going to expect Jaw to be here. Jaw, that should be at least one kill. The final, as well, is going to be towards Annihilation, sitting inside of the smoke. How do they even get the bomb down? The bomb is actually pushed in towards CT. Annihilation, this is not the angle you want to be at. He wants to get a kill before he can go back towards site. Tamir gets down Jaw. He's burning up down to 23.
Oh, God. That's a lot of damage done with just a Molotov. That's a lot of damage. And,
Wow.
I mean, there's only a minute left, right? The bomb has to cross back. It's smoked off. Surely they don't expect Annihilation now. The spam through from Poppy Chulo.
Oh,
Annihilation.
no.
He wants to... Oh, all right. Timer just shoots him through the smoke. Fair enough. That's that one shut down. And Derek's... He's confused. Where's the second player? Only one guy was spamming the smoke. No one's peeked from coffins. Molly to the backside. That should be a kill. He's watching right side run out for Tamer. Did he hear a step there? He seems very sure that Annihilation's in CT all of a sudden. Oh, man. Tamer misses the shots. And on low HP, it's an easy spray down. Bomb still has to be planted. He thinks it's A.
Oh, no, he doesn't. So he didn't hear him step. Or maybe he
Or
did,
he
but he thought he
did,
rushed. Yeah. Oh, no. I mean, he still can win this. He's got a nade. Annihilation's low. He's going to realize it's now towards B, and Annihilation's just going to play up close towards pool. This nade could come through. Close this out. Okay, it's actually going to go in towards site. Annihilation's got to hit this shot. I'm surprised Tamir didn't get it when Derek peeked in towards CT and wasn't looking. Might have cost them the map. It might have cost them much more in the grand scheme of things. And he still turns around though. He pulls the 180 and Derek gets the headshot. That's gonna be it. 16-9 here in our first game of the day.
Jason, I gotta say, that was a much cleaner brand than I expected. Even if I was thinking that they were gonna win this game, I did not expect it in this manner. I mean, 16-9, very convincing overall. We've seen lots of positive signs for them. The question in my mind is still, is Wit's going to be able to perform up against Annihilation on Train? But with Derek playing like an absolute animal, I mean, he went out some of the first rounds of the map all by himself. It was the 4K within those first couple of rounds. I don't know what D13 or what version of D13 we're seeing today. Score, he's doing his thing, I guess. Annihilation is up there, not quite in the way we normally see. Raid is asleep, and they need to wake up.
They need to. We need to wake up our other talent here working on this event. We got Blett and Dinko to come in to talk about that last match. I mean, D13 on paper should have been the better team, but Bren clearly showing they have a lot more to give here, Blett.
Yeah, again, comes down to the teams they've faced off in the past, right? Bren, yes, they have lost. Yeah, they have, of course, lost the number. Oh, there we go. I guess everyone could hear me, but except for you guys. Doesn't really matter, though. Yeah, I just wanted to mention how you got to, again, for Bren, they have a pretty bad win-loss ratio right now, but it's against the better teams, right? On the CD side, Inferno, it was a complete shutdown. Also helped out by the fact that, as you guys mentioned, too many individual deals being given by D13, not giving too much of respect to Bren. And Bren, just like everyone stepping up. Again, Wit's being a little bit of a problem, but when Derek and Ja and everyone else is going to have such a great game, it was going to be very hard. So, I still feel like, Train is still going to be favoring D13, but this was a great showing from the Filipino guys. Very good showing. And also, Inferno, the map pick, we're wondering why they probably went with this. And it's because as a map, it's a little bit more close quarters. It's a little bit more harder for the trade game to be on point if you don't play your game right. And that's what D13 did. They give too many individual duels, a lack of utility usage, and of course, some huge plays coming in from, especially from Derek in this game.
Yeah, Derek's super impressive. I called him in their X Factor the other day, and I mean, that was mainly because he was kind of the second player on the team, sometimes even the third. But in the last few games we've seen Bren play, he's been up there. So I want to see this continue. I want to see some consistency, and so far it's been pretty good from Derek. Big clutch towards the end. Was a little scared how that one was going to play out, but he manages to pull it off. And I feel like those are some of the important rounds. Derek was certainly getting a lot of multi-kills. I think moving forward onto Train, the issue I have for D13, yes, we know they're good on the map, but they only really rely on their individual ability. And Rit right now hasn't really been up there like we usually see from him. Maybe just a little bit uncomfortable here in Inferno, not as much space to work with. But we've got to see a huge step up in terms of the individual ability here for D13. We know we've seen signs of them showing up, but it wasn't really a whole lot. I mean, Annihilation's going 17-18 negative along with scores, so I mean, we want to see those guys step up going into Train and really hit their shots, because that's all they have to rely on, I feel. We see big rounds from Annihilation on that A bomb site with AWP. So yeah, we got to see just a huge individual showing from D13. I think that's all that's going to take them over the line against Bren here.
What was important to me as we're going to take a look at the MVP of that first map, and it kind of has to be none other than big man to clutch out the win for them. It's got to be Derek. But is how Bren was able to close out the map. Again, as I said, like during the game, I feel like we've seen so many teams struggle to just finish the match. We saw with Tiger kind of yesterday. I guess you can also talk about, or not Tiger, sorry, Tai Lu. I guess you can even say maybe Mazalai as they got to 14 rounds of Mirage. But they did it, and they did it so cleanly. They only gave up 3 rounds on that CT side, and they were able to close out 7 for themselves. It's really well done, and like we've been saying, Train might be a little bit of a different beast. I feel like actually, I don't know. I feel like Train. I find it hard to see Bren winning this one, Mitch, just based off of the opping alone, especially the double op potential.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying, right? Yeah, the thing is, Annihilation is just so damn good with that AWP, and now he'll be given the space and the ground that he feels comfortable on to really pull that across the line. Wits was very slow to start. As we said, T-side opping definitely not where he feels comfortable. Did start to warm up towards the end of the CT side. And maybe that's a good sign for something we can see. But really, I think we're probably looking at a very CT-sided map for D13 and a fairly convincing attack as well. This is a map they've already shown us they're quite good on.
Yeah, and we're going to find out after a short break as well if they can take it on Train and take us to our third and final map here of the first series of the day. This is PAL 2020, brought to you by PGL, the Asia Summer RMR event. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes time here for map 2.
Train 地图往事。错综复杂的六道和内外场， 将 Train 这张地图分割成了大大小小众多区域，是战术大师们所热衷的地图之一。2015年的 DreamHack， 大表哥 Kerrigan 围绕着 A 点，凭借冷静的操作，完成了一波令人叹为观止的1v5，天马行空的打法思路，证明 CS:GO 是靠脑子才能玩的游戏。A 包点头顶的3楼视野开阔，风险与机遇并存。Glaive 曾在这里利用地形优势，凭借一把 AK 以1敌4扭转乾坤。地点高低坡的地形给了双方充分的战术选择空间。2017年 PGL 克拉科夫梅者中就先有 ZN 平台前配合队友顺闪1v4刷屏。后有 Waylander 高坡下使用手枪完成1v4，立刻还以颜色，精彩瞬间层出不穷。
Oh my God, Waylander! 4 kills just like that with a single pistol.
战术向来为人津津乐道，本次亚洲的选手们又将上演怎样的龙争虎斗？让我们拭目以待。
As you can see, Train will be our next map here with an exciting conclusion potentially coming through between D13 and Bren. D13 just trying to get a 4th win on the board, which I think will guarantee them a position into the playoffs, whereas Bren is trying to fight to stay off the bottom. It's still Jason. He's still Mitch. Unfortunately, he's not Dean anymore. That would be a nice upgrade in terms of... I can't think of any way to get out of this. So, going to the next map here, Mitch. How are you feeling about this?
Worse now that you've started talking, but I think D13 are probably going to take this. We're most likely looking at a convincing enough T side from them, but the CT is where I think they're really going to thrive. Already, we're going to imagine Wits is going to turn up on the CT, right? He's going to start off well and be able to do a little bit of damage, but it's when they swap to attack that I see a lot of problems for them. And look, at least we're going to get to give a little bit of a pep talk to the guys as they come on out. They're right down there below us. Hey guys.
So I'm in Germany, but I'm American. I missed out on 4th of July. I missed out on hearing the fireworks, but at least I can hear the pop of all the bullets coming out. Maybe I can pretend they're fireworks.
There you go. And Dingo's microphone. We got a lot of different things to give that fireworks simulation. Hey, so look, I think it's no secret D13 are favorites in a series coming in, but Brand have shown us a lot. You know, they came in with confidence, and that's something that I really respect when you're a team that's not the favorite coming into a matchup, and you just go, no, we're going to win this, man. Maslai yesterday were the massive example of that. I mean, they were giving no respect to Tyler. They were just coming in and going for it from day one, from the first second of that of the maps all the way through, and it's what almost won them. Not even a map, but the series as well. So I think for Bren, if they can keep up the confidence, maybe they've got a shot. But just based on how we've seen D13 play Train and the Alping duels, should be theirs. Plus, we don't really see Bren play this much, right?
Yeah.
Although, I mean, that said, they've only got one game on it. This versus Tyloo 16-14 loss. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking, what kind of Tyloo was it? As we saw yesterday, we've seen a couple different versions of them. This was back actually 3 days ago. Funny enough. So I'm going to actually look at the stats of that to see what did happen. Derek top fragging with 32 kills.
And he's
16
already
of them being
showing
headshots. Yeah. And Wits kind of in the middle of the table at 19. On the other side, though, Dan King. Yeah, this is where Dan King kind of fell off. We were wondering, where the hell has he been? On a map like Train, playing as an Opper, he had the second least amount of frags at 18. So I don't know how to feel necessarily about the result, but then again, it's still Tyloo. It still almost pushed him into a victory for yourself, and we'll see how things will go here as we're about to kick off. There were some issues going on for one of the teams for comms. Looks like it has been sorted. We're going to drop straight back into, we're back into us and back into the game.
Now we're back into the game now, ready to go with the pistol round. TeamSpeak issues resolved. And for D13, They come in with a little bit of utility. You can see they're looking to make a bit of a play towards the B site with a lot of control of upper straight away. And Pro wants to contest them and get this map off to a flying start for Bren with an opening duel to Annihilation and immediate fallback. D13 look for the B site, but now it's that little bit harder without a full team.
My thing is, CT side, you want to pick up as many rounds as possible. Same for T side. Being denied pistol off the bat would be a major detriment for him. And a big boost, especially to Bren here. Such a clean round. Score left on 1 HP. And no, he can't. There's no way. If he clutched that out, I would probably vote for Kanye West. And I don't want to vote for Kanye West for president of 2020. So, thank God.
Coming in, pushing your political agendas, Jason. God
I mean,
damn.
Okay, I'm not gonna go into it, but
yeah.
You know, what has it turned into?
I know.
Is it gonna be a reality show? Netflix or something?
The winner gets to be president.
Who wants to be the next president?
Who wants to be a millionaire, but just they just ask you questions about pop culture and you're in. Well, you know, at this map, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be the best map. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be great.
You were saying.
Hope you get the reference. The good shot there. Papi Chulo goes down. The Deagle's already doing a little bit of damage, and this isn't even a proper force buy, right? For D13, they've only picked up a couple upgraded pistol. Two. There was one on the floor. God damn it, Tamer! Why'd you have to pick that up and embarrass me? But for such a weak investment,
yourself.
That's true. I do every day. So long as they can find 2 to 3 kills. I know, honestly, coming into this round, they don't need to find any kills. They've invested practically nothing. They've already done more than I would expect of them. Anything from this point forward is a bonus, because they'll put Bren down to having the rebuy already on 2 players, because Papi will need a drop, and he'll have to get armor. He'll have a weaker weapon as well. And then D13 come in with the ability to full buy in the next and do some serious damage, and possibly pull it back 2 to 2. It's a really smart investment.
You see Annihilation's just hoping someone's gonna... Oh, no. Oh, boy. That's 1 kill. Damage being done. Not able to get a second there, however. But Wits... Oh, it's a little bit lucky. The last bullet in the chamber takes down Mr. Cap. They will survive with 3, but that was extremely rough. But as you said, I mean, they have to buy up 2 players. They have all the money in the world to work with on the T side. Gonna have clearly the better buy going into round 3. They almost had that round. They almost went completely the way of D13, especially if Annihilation maybe could have hit another shot, or maybe Wits doesn't hit that last bullet. I mean, I think this is kind of a sign of how crazy Train can be in this matchup between these 2 teams.
This is where it all comes down to, Jason. If D13 can find this buy round with the AKs in their hands, Bren will be forced to an eco immediately, and that good start they had by winning the pistol will be completely discredited. Papi Chulo in with a double. They stacked up, boosted above the smoke, and took a kill on top of Trains. But boy, oh boy, did they pay the price for it. Now, ooh, they were falling behind, but Tamer's just opened up B. The smoke down and connector, they don't know. Is this a B hit? Do they rotate? Do they stay A and hope for the late push? They don't know what to do. Even as they get to the B side at this point, Tamer could be anywhere. There's a kill by Papi. Why is he there? That's exactly what Raid is wondering this late on in the game. But now he's got a flank. He's on the way up behind them and towards the showers. They don't know where Tamer is, as we were saying. And now they've spotted him. The bomb about to be planted as well, so that's all the info to play with now on the CT side. They know where both players are. Sneaky position by Derek. He gets a kill. They don't even know where he is. Eventually realizing, but it might be too late. Tamer's so low and just spraying at the angle. He eventually walks into it. Bren do pick up that round. They get some free upgrades to AK-47s as well. And even with the bomb plant, that is a poor start for D13.
And 3-0. Papi Chulo coming up big with the 3K. They rescue themselves 2 AKs as well. Yeah, where has this Bren been? Actually, a third K or AK gonna come through. Where has this Bren been? Maybe it's because they've been playing like the really difficult teams. We haven't been able to see them play more of a team in the middle of the pack. Dear Lord, this is not filling me with confidence for D13. I feel like, you know, I feel like the Mongolian team, they start off strong in the tournament. You can see them in their first match up against Lucid Dream. But maybe there's just been that downward spiral for them. You know, maybe they peaked early on in the tournament. We talk about, you know, score annihilation rate, and unfortunately rate just didn't appear on map 1. It was Inferno. They lost pretty heavily, so I can kind of understand how it'd be down there on the kill board. Train, like this is their go-to. This is their bread and butter, and they're gonna catch Pro completely off guard as they were straight down
Pop go the rifles as D13 come into the lead, and Wits falling right afterwards. I mean, Bren are definitely locked out of this one with the smokes in play. Up on top of the train, Annihilation looks for another victim, but it was Score to finish him off as the CT side lose out on the first round of D13 pull ahead at last. But the thing is, Bren, they don't get the bonus, right, over on D13. We mentioned in the previous round if they won it, that would be nice and easy. Eco for Bren, and they'd equalize 2-2. But Bren have got money. Now, not on every player, so it is going to be just a couple of pistols at best, really. And like, you could drop P250s if you're Ja and get a nice investment. Are they fully going? Just a P... Okay, there we go. Late buying up. A couple of pistols. Not as convincing as it could have been. They're obviously not very confident coming in with just pistols. That's understandable in a way, and it is Train, a very scope-centric map. You're looking for long-range duels consistently. So I get why they don't want to invest, and they'll save it up. What this does tell you, though, is that there's a real possibility for that double-up setup to actually come out very early on. Pro's got the money immediately, and Jack could potentially take a second.
Oh. Steam coming through. And actually, is Derek going to get aggressive towards Pop? I think it'd be massively unexpected. Look at this. They've all backed away. Now, Rate heading towards Ivy. I think they're trying to set up for some execute towards the outer bomb site. Rate maybe just trying to cause a distraction, which will pull one player back. But I also don't like this at the same time, because if he dies, that gives an AK over to the other side. And when they have a couple of pistols invested, it very well could happen. Fortunately for Wits, it won't. Smokes come through. Mr. Cap takes down Pro. The bomb will be planted here momentarily towards the outer bomb site. Poppy, though, maybe he can play spoiler. Maybe it's a chance to get a kill or two, or maybe, as I say, just maybe he can pull off that second kill. The D13, they bounce back. They get a second round. And Bren, I mean, you got Wits on 3,600. So why? Did he have a 5.7 or P250?
I'm not sure.
I guess it doesn't matter if he's going to be gifted over an op and he's going to be glass cannon.
The glass cannon I don't know about here. I would have much rather to FAMAS and my Opera to have the ability to take a shot without losing accuracy completely. He's also quite wide on that for a glass cannon play. She's getting so aggressive without any armor. Now, I know Ja had some utility to support him, but it doesn't help if he dies. And as we move on into the round, 120 left, you can see Wits has pulled all the way back, right? He's even rotating around to the A side to play in towards the connector. D13 holding outside of most of these angles, waiting for an opportunity of their own, hoping that Bren do get aggressive, but that's not the kind of Bren CT side that they deploy. Not coming into the buy rounds anyways. Eventually they're going to make a move, but they managed to secure Pop Dog. They're coming up Ivy as well. And here's the push out very early on by Score. He didn't have support from main. Luckily, it was just a peek on the flash to gather a little bit of information. What's Mr. Cap doing up above? Oh, he's picking up the bomb. Okay.
Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, Derek was the man to watch towards Ivy, except he was in towards Hell and didn't have the angle covered. Pro's gonna respawn, though. And again, man advantage now for Bren. Derek. Okay, well, he loses his teammate, then he misses the spray, and Rate gets the kill. Bomb gets planted. Now to equalize at 3 apiece, they have to hope that Pro or Wits can really connect the shots. Especially Wits, who hasn't been spot out. And there we go. Speaking of connecting, he gets the first. Where's going to be towards Pop, and Rate's going to be coming back in towards T Connector. Banner taking their time. No kick currently on them either, so they have to pick up the pace. 18 seconds left. 13 seconds left.
They've got to get on it. They've got to stick on that now for the next couple of seconds. Tamer's able to get one. He falls, and there we go. They don't have time, though. As we said, they had to stick on top of it, and it's gone.
I'm not sure why they didn't get on it quicker. Basically lost that round before they even were defusing. Yeah, I mean, they got on exactly the 10-second mark. And I'm not trying to put blame on anyone, but, you know, Derek isn't covering Papachulo there. Then again, there's a smoke down, but he's not even covering the smoke. He's assuming that the player won't push through it. And then he gets into the one-on-one against him when the enemy's not even looking at him. That should have been a round for Bren, 100%. That's just unfortunate that Derek had that little moment happen. He was so good on Inferno, so I guess he's allowed to have a mistake here or there, but that did cost him the round. Potentially 2 now.
Oh, no. Wits on the shoulder peak. He was so aggressive up close. He's just been completely caught off guard. And those are most of the weapons gone already. I mean, Jazz the only one, and he's taking a fight up above. Manages to find an AK for it. But no one else can get up there to retrieve that rifle with him, right? They're completely split off from upper B, and D13 are pumping the brakes. They're slowly moving in through the CT spawn. It looks like B is going to be where they hit eventually. If Raid's going to clear that out. Maybe not, actually. There's still a lot of the players moving in towards T main. Raid's sit behind them as well. Gonna catch a player off up on top of the train. Easy little one tap. He's being spotted. Unlucky Pro. Timing didn't quite work in his favor. Good damage done to Tamer nonetheless. Perhaps an opportunity for Ja to drop a couple of these rifles and make it a costly round for D13, but I think saving that AK is probably going to take priority.
Yeah, I mean, their money. Like, Wits on 1900. Are we going to need a drop in this? I mean, you have Tamir low, you have Score low. That was... Well, it's really nothing invested, right? It was just the weapon saved from the prior round. Oh, he's not going to save this. Score's just ready for it. Even a Zeus for him. Covering that off of a dead body, and that's going to be a 4th round in the lead here for D13. Okay, so it says 4800. Derek able to buy up the M4. Is What's going to go glass cannon again? I'm curious. Yeah, he will. Interesting. Oh, he didn't go glass cannon. Did he get... So he got dropped the op. Okay.
Yeah, so,
say.
this
Okay.
What? Okay. Score's gone through the smoke. Well, there should have been a wallbang as well, I think, but must have just caught the pixel that was open. And that's now a disappointing start for D13. I was going to even highlight the fact that Wits needed to show up this round. And if he doesn't, then D13 already pulled way ahead. And you can mention Derek doing well in that game versus Tyloo, but Danking wasn't playing. Once that AWP shows up on the other side, Derek's not going to be the one that can bridge the gap, really. It has to be your operator that steps it up to bring those fights and just make sure that Annihilation doesn't have the room he needs. Good smoke. Thrown from main, just outside it, all the way down to Ivy. That's going to allow Ray to creep up without worrying about a fight immediately. He's going to make his way to the right side after that. Flash goes through. Poppy Chulo being flanked out.
There's no way he's going to expect this either.
And his time is... Oh, he's managed... Oh, what is that? How does he manage to take him down? The spin around after the first kill, and Bren takes the round. That was absolutely filthy. I jumped in my seat. Like, he gets the first kill, I thought, oh, okay, that was pretty good. He's going to die, but at least he's gotten a frag for it. He just spins. Now, look at this.
I mean, that makes up for Derek earlier on, right? As he's playing towards hell, it cost him a round. That probably won the round for him. Chilo up to 8 kills. And credit to Wits to hit that first shot, albeit, you know, that's not seeing a single player there. Neither could he, as he just shoots completely through the smoke. Jaw's going to be overwhelmed. Push comes through at a score. He still hits the shot. The B site's open. There's no one else to defend. They picked up the pace. D13 are going to have control. And a long rotate coming out of Derek. Bro?
I mean, the trade's there at least. It's a very small consolation with score continuing to frag down towards Brown Train. It's all on to Derek. That flank couldn't even get halfway through before being the last player alive and spotted right afterwards. A disappointing round for Bren. I mean, they lose to just a straight B ramp rush by one player. No utility, nothing. Just a heads-up aim duel and the site's lost. And if you're the B player, you can't allow that. You can't allow that to happen.
I mean, that was a big kill by score. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah.
If he doesn't get that first kill, then they don't take the site. That Molotov would have blocked off any reinforcements.
Mm-hmm. The molly itself, though, is a little bit late.
Yeah.
I think when you're solo B like that, if you're gonna play up on the ramp spotting, you have to have the molly out. You have to be ready to just drop it. Like, look at that. It's only starting to bloom as score gets down. He escaped there with what, 40 HP? After the fight as well, that's not even damage done by the Molotov.
Trying to go for the spam annihilation. We haven't gotten to see him use the op just yet. On train. And we saw some brilliance out of him before. Which is going to be spotting it out here. He's looking to back away, then get the smoke down to watch any push. Jaws on the other side of this smoke. Mr. Cat. Oh, he's going to spot him. Oh, Jaw gets the shot, though. That's the 5-7. They don't rescue the weapon, but they at least equalize things at 4 apiece. As Witch does get picked off by the grenade. And Tamir's even coming through, you know, trying to check up on his teammate's body, his teammate's gun. And I think he even realizes, yeah, they're not going to have that weapon. If they head towards it, I mean, there is a chance here for Bren to win the round. Especially with Derek. A really delayed peek. He goes for the re-peek. Man advantage now for the side of Bren. Again, another weapon down, but another weapon they can't rescue as they look to push down in towards Papachula, getting some damage in. Does this take a hefty amount himself? Score. What is with these rounds sometimes?
Well, that right there was just amazing timing by Pro, but the earlier fights like Sajah, I just don't know. He's on his way as well. Flanking all the way around. They have no idea. Annihilation's in danger, running towards the site, being spotted. There's a second. They have the info to play with. The kill takes a while, but he gets there eventually. Now down to 12 seconds left. Has to plant the bomb, but it is a 1v1. Tries to bait Derek out into the open. Can't quite get it. Another fake. Derek faded completely in. And Wright catches him off. 6-4. If he was just a little quicker getting that kill on the bomb planter, that could have been it. But yeah, he whiffed it.
What looks so good, too. That would have been a massive bounce back in the rounds. That's gotta hurt. I mean, getting it close, that's obviously an upside, but that should have been theirs, shouldn't it, Mitch? Like, they should have been able to close it out, and yet, again, E13 pull it out. 6-4 on the T side. Annihilation, 11 HP as an A just comes in and rushes off to his side. Ooh, Poppy. Been big so far. Able to get a little bit of damage down. That at least denies them the pop control they were looking to bounce off of.
Yeah, I love casting Bren with you, Jason, because I think by the end of this tournament, I'm gonna have so many different clips of you going, "Oh, Poppy," it's gonna be great.
I could do better if you want. I mean, I can record something for you.
Well, if you don't mind. Hey,
Just feel bad for your girlfriend. Competing against me is not easy.
Not possible. For D13, they're already coming in. They're showing confidence. They're definitely performing on the T side with 6 rounds. Anything they get from now on is a bonus. And for Bren, oh, they're struggling. And that one, the turnaround by Rate. Derek falls and a 4 versus 3 emerges. Bren falling behind yet again, despite a good solid start. Wits only gets a tag there. Raid and Annihilation both low. That's a possibility for Pro. He looks for them, doesn't see the player on top. Look at this, 10 HP on absolutely everybody, but Ja hasn't got enough guns. He needed to shoot in 3 different directions. They were everywhere. 7-4, another for D13, and they survived with 2 players on 10 health. That is depressing, but it is by that small margin that they're pulling ahead by quite a lot.
Gotta go like full akimbo if you want to be able to shoot in 3 directions, and even then, it's not going to be too possible.
Full akimbo, 3,600 DPI.
Oh my god. You could just, like a breath of air, just moves your mouse in a full 360.
It's like you cough, just the air from that. You're spinning.
I've always been in that for, eternal battle of wanting to have my mouse sensitivity low enough that I could aim at long distances really easily, but high enough that I can turn around without knocking everything completely off my desk.
You just tidy your desk up, Jason. Not that I can say anything. I think I literally have space around my... How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 9 glasses around my mouse mat right now.
And I'm pretty sure you have wrappers.
Oh, yes.
From... Not candy bar, but from meals ordered.
Oh, yeah. Dude, there's boxes of just Subway beside me. Because we don't have time on these days to make food most of the time, right?
I mean, that's why you go shopping and, cook after the show. You do meal prep. I haven't, but I heard that. I heard people could do that.
Yeah, Subway's nice though. It's a nice little lunch.
Hashtag ad. Ooh, Wits. Eric's gonna respawn with 1 kill, but Score's gonna watch the aggression into Halls and Papachulo. Definitely slow down in this game as D13 has started to run away with it. 4 players left alive, and it might just end up with 4. However, Derek's got an AK. Oh, what a flick. Again, quickly shut down by Annihilation, and Bren, I feel like it's been quite a few rounds since I've been able to really do much here so far. Was it 4 rounds ago? And it looks so promising. And again, there was like some rounds that just, if it went their way, they could have broke the economy out of D13. They could have had maybe another streak. I am a little bit worried when they come onto their T side, just from pure opping power. Then again, Annihilation hasn't needed to really go the full dinko. Didn't have to go pop at all. Thing is, I don't think most people out there even understand what we're talking about.
No, but see, Dingo's mic only does it for us on TeamSpeak, not on the stream. They don't get to experience the glorious popping. Just imagine someone was talking to you on a good microphone with popcorn brewing in the background. Raw Tammer. He couldn't get out of the smoke because he was running right into Derek. Derek realized that first, getting the kill. Now Score left alone almost immediately. That was a very swift round for Bren. They stacked completely up on this bomb site, and it's paid off. Score quickly able to find one. He's dangerously close to that molly. Nade hits him.
Oh my.
Second Molotov. Oh, he's almost dead already. 23 health remaining. Nade through.
Oh my god.
Insult to injury. That's 4 pieces of utility. Another molly, but luckily hit the smoke. Otherwise, Score was definitely dead.
He's gonna have PTSD here.
Just bombarding him. Now as he runs out, they're watching him. The AWP sees him swing from main. Oh, it's Wits that takes him, but Pro is there as well. He was just about to swing and take him down, and that is an 8-5 scoreline. Look, Bren are coming back, but even if they find 7, it's going to be a really rough T side for them. I said before, I feel like D13's main merit is going to be on their defense. Purely because pound for pound, I don't think Wits can match up.
Just catching him, throwing utility out. Wits hitting a couple of shots as well. The thing is, I feel like a lot of these rounds have been actually close, like extremely close. But the unfortunate part is that sometimes rounds just won't go your way, and it's been that kind of spiral against them. If you think back to Inferno, 6-0 start, they lose, was it 3 rounds and they're completely bankrupt? Or was it 2 rounds and they were completely bankrupt?
It was 2.
They go for the challenge once again. This is a precarious position actually to go for the double stack. But they also have Derek pushed up towards Hall, so they expect the hit to come in towards this inner bomb site.
Yeah.
And it still might. I mean, it still could potentially be a fake. Mr. Cap's kind of looking for the AK pickup. He does get the weapon. He does lose his life, though, and Tamir tries to get in towards connector. He's going to be successful to do just that. But where's the bomb going? Okay, so we'll be coming outer, and Wits. Oh, he's got the angle. This would be a big play for him. Much needed kills. He's got to be careful, though. There's going to be a player rotating around. It's all on Tamir. Gets the first shot. And Poppy's been, well, Poppy hasn't spotted the player rotating. This could be bad. Wits could be completely caught off guard. This could easily turn into a 2-on-2, and there it goes. But still, getting the bomb down with 20 seconds left. Oh, Poppy, he's just playing it super safe. He wants to go for the anti-plant. There's the first kill. Spots out the second, and there we go. That will be another round picked up. And the money for D13 not going to be here in the final round.
He almost died to a Molotov on the way out there. Ended up on 2 HP, but saves the AK over nonetheless. Now, here we go. Let's not beat around the bush on this one. We gotta be real. D13 have already got a great T side. So Bren losing that last round or this one would be devastating. If you only get 6 rounds on your CT side, that's pretty bad. And so as we move into this, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say that's not the Molotov Wits was aiming for. Dan Marita picks off Poppy Chula. That's the only AK on the T side, already finding an opening duel and suffering very little damage for it. All things considered. Wits holding, oh, it's a good nade. Holding down towards Ivy. Nade didn't hit anybody? He's in danger. First of all, he's not holding the actual choke point anymore, so they can push out and trade pretty easily. There's 3 players coming up close with pistols. He's given up the angle completely now. They can come through CT. There's a massive gap in this defense. Pro gets dropped down by a Tech 9. That's another rifle picked up. Wits now has all those pistols to worry about. They know where he is, and it's an easy trade. And a very lackluster CT side. Final round from Bren. They have to rely on individuals to clutch this out. Tamer so low, the nade not quite going to go to sight. As he tries to force the fight. Oh, he actually got it as well. Jazz now in a good position. Does he check close left? No! So Score eliminates him, and Derek has to 1v2 to get a 4K. Good damage done there. The spray transfer not landing. And so D13 will finish with 9.
Another 9-6 to add in the series. Mr. Cap, Annihilation on 8. Mr. Cap on 4. And for Bren's side, Derek, 16 kills. Really put up a good performance. However, 6 rounds they were able to accomplish isn't really something left to be desired. It's going to make their T side even more difficult now going into this. And I do worry once D13 gets, 1-2 ops. I worry that Bren might not have an answer. Might not have a response for it. Maybe picking up the pace would be ideal. Taking the pistol round here would be massive, honestly. They got the pistol round on the CT side, and well, I'm not sure it's gonna go T side here. Score needs to help out his teammate. Mr. Cap gets another kill. 2-on-4. John Pro trying to get close, and they do get the first kill onto him, except they're gonna lose a player themselves, and Jaws left alone. Good little flick comes through, but now he's 1-on-2. He does have the bomb, so not too big of a disadvantage. And he might be gifted a 1v1. Oh no, Annihilation. Jaws not gonna hear it. Or does he?
He does. He's definitely heard it now, and a good shot to Annihilation. There's a USP upgrade for him, and back he goes towards the T-spawn. Ja playing the 300 IQ game. He thinks he's going to be flanked out, but not today. The ball is in Bren's court. Or Jazz more specifically. He's got to make a move. This pistol round is so valuable to them. For the T side, winning this most likely marks a force buy for their opponents in the next round. Then they can take an eco. They could be tied up 9-9 within no time. Ja around the corner, and they know where each other are. It's all down to the headshot. Whoever hits it first. Ja's quite low, swinging through, but he can't connect the shots. As Wright takes the pistol for D13. No bomb plan for Bren. And an eco to almost certainly come through from that T side. Without a bomb plant, you never really force buy it.
been so close. It was so close. Unfortunate, because that pistol round, I think, meant everything to them after being down 3 rounds at the end of the half. Annihilation on the scout. Gonna get a little bit of an idea of what he can pull off on train if you guys missed out on the earlier games. It's very okay. He gets aggressive. He falls. Score's gonna return with onto 1. Witch tries to hold his ground and fight, but they're being goosed up. They're being pressured. Score really wants these kills. It's gonna cost him his life. I'm not sure how I feel about this so far, Mitch.
Considering the investment, I think that this is definitely a massive downside of a round for D13. They shouldn't have lost 2 players, and the potential to still lose more is definitely there. You can see how passive they're approaching it as well, right? Their tails are firmly between their legs. And, I mean, really, even if they don't find anything else, I think they've already cut the mustard. Things are looking good. The MP9 for Papi Chulo marks a money-making opportunity. Making it towards that site's going to be difficult. For a moment, actually, that timing's worked out quite well. It's allowed the MP9 to post up, get some damage to Annihilation, but there's the scout tag, and now it's a very simple kill from long range. Mr. Cap makes up for a little bit of the economy lost. But you'll see here, look, Brand are going to get a full investment, AKs, all that sort of stuff. And with D13 having that early lead, they don't really get a grasp on their economy. With Score having to invest, and even still into utility, he'll be fairly light. Tamer has an MP9, but the utility and the armor has cost him all his money as well. And Mr. Cap even isn't that healthy. They'll only get 1,400 if they lose a round. So immediately, that'll be an eco. But Brent need this. Losing this round, I think you're probably just looking forward to the next map at that point.
Whoa, Rate. Only gets 1. He actually doesn't deke anyone else. Well, unfortunate for him. Such an aggressive play. They're already being flanked from behind. What? Here he gets the 1. Gets the bomb down, or at least spotted now. So it does get secured. He does somehow escape on top of his back down pop. Man advantage their way, even though the weapon... Well, the weaponry wasn't to their advantage. I'm so scared. He's going to come back up again. There's no way... Are they going to expect this? No! Wits falls too! This is a 12th run coming on the board here for D13 and Bren. Oh my god.
Come on.
Mitch. I got no answer.
Yeah, well, you know what, Jason? You're not the only one. Evidently, Bren don't either. And now we expect this of D13, right? Well, let me rephrase. We expect a good CT side from D13, but it's the manner in which they're doing it. And the method to their madness. Finding out those rounds with SMGs and avoiding really losing anybody in that one. I agree with the sentiment. And Brenner far, far behind at this point. And looking to take an eco in this one. 13-6 most likely on the board. I expect a change of pace from the T side. Probably a faster round. I hope a couple smokes are taken at least. Maybe just run it down B. I mean, it worked for D13. We'll see what they want. No utility. Derek's bought Kevlar and he's using the Glock. Yeah, okay, there we go. A little bit of sense made with the deagle drop to him.
Not really gonna matter though, will it?
That's dirty. I mean, he does not deserve that. He just wide swung versus, like, on an anti-eco. Just pushed Ivy with an AK. That is not a smart move. But, hey, you gotta commend the spray, I guess.
Yeah. I think this is going to a third map. I think we're going to see Nuke then at this rate.
Strong possibility. I mean, once they won that previous buy round, I thought, yeah, that's it. Once they get 12-6. D13 just too dominant, and we haven't even had Annihilation needing to step it up. He hasn't been given the opportunities, really. Now getting the op out on the CT side versus a full buy, this is where he starts to dominate. The AWP's in the hands of Ja over on the T side. What's up with that? Off spawn, actually. I think he's slightly further ahead. But he's also at an angle. I don't think it'll make that much of a difference. But we've seen Ja before. He takes secondary op on some maps. Definitely capable.
But I feel like we just seen too many holes in Bren's side to warrant a comeback, even on their defense. I mean, they got pushed Ivy a couple times. No one watching. Jaw, that's really peak Annihilation is going to be ready. Another manage here to D13. Manage, sorry. Managed. I know, slurred my words together. It's still early. And they get 2. When you're just seeing a completely different D13, the confidence is going to be there. I think on Inferno, like one of the problems we saw for D13 was that their mid-round calls. I think that's the way we've been kind of criticizing them these last few days. And a map like Train with how their T side went with Bren really kind of struggling, it alleviated that pressure of having to make too many of them, of having to like change things up middle of the round. It looks like they will go for a hit Bren on the inner bomb site. Rate's just waiting, watching the edge of the smoke. They have a flash of smoke to throw through, so gonna step a wall in front of them so they can get in towards the site. Or not, just flashbangs. Rate's completely blind. How has he not been checked? And he will drop to pro. So down to the 3-on-4. The bomb should be planted actually within the smoke. Kind of like this, changing up the angle you're gonna be playing from. Oh, after plant situation. And look at this, scores him behind. He fluffs the spray quite a bit. Papachulo though won't. Which needs to focus on staying alive. 22 HP. Annihilation with the op. Nade comes in. Wit's down to 6. Doesn't get the tag on to Mr. Cat. Makes things even more difficult now for Papachulo. He's looking to wrap around the train. 15 seconds left to go. They do have the kit on Mr. Cat. And they should know he's been able to back away. But the thing is, they know where it's planted from. It's in the smoke, but he's shooting the wrong angle. He does actually get the guy off the bomb. But he doesn't have time. Somehow Papachulo clutches it out. Oh, sorry. I thought, wow, okay.
Wrong bar. Wrong bar.
Yeah. I thought I saw Mr. Cap on it. Wait, what? Did Annihilation stick it?
I didn't notice who stuck it.
Because he didn't have a kit. Maybe he picked one up on site.
Had a kit for sure.
Okay, maybe he picked one up on site then.
Yeah, 14-6. This is pretty much it. Brenner. It was Annihilation. Okay. But Brenner in a position now where coming back into this is practically impossible. You know, T side 10 rounds in a row, 9 even just to guarantee an overtime. See him getting better, Jason. Oh, score not connecting that opening shot. He's solo B. Oh no, he's not. As I glanced, he was right above the player. So it's not as big a deal. Mr. Cappy loves pushing Ivy, but Brian loved giving it to him. I will say, although he's been successful, he's playing with half a deck on that one. Luckily, mostly aces. Versus those pistols was just such a wild play.
Half a deck of aces? Isn't that not a proper deck? That sounds little illegal. Yeah. I think you can play poker with that.
I don't think so. I mean, you could technically, right? You could play poker with a 6-card deck.
Wait.
No, wait, you couldn't. You need 5 down, right? You need like... If you got 10 cards, you can play poker.
How many people?
2.
Only 2.
Be very easy.
Well, no, you can't because you change your cards, don't you? Or is that Texas Hold'em?
No, that's Texas Hold'em is you got 2. The other...
Yeah, so poker you exchange cards. So you can't even play with 2.
Texas Hold'em is poker, though. It's a different kind of poker.
Yeah, but... Standard poker is you get 5 cards and then you change them out.
No, it's not.
Have the best hand.
No, it's not. Texas Hold'em standard poker. What are you talking about?
I gotta look this up in a minute. We're seeing Annihilation pull this back with 3 and 4 kills. We missed that entire hand talking about poker. And that was an insane couple of shots. That was Brent Esports opening things up. That was the round to win. But we talked about the flashy plays of Annihilation, and he does it yet again. Gets himself to 15.
Oh, yeah, Annihilation is just nuts. This is the one we were looking for, right? This is the Annihilation we were waiting to see, shot after shot. This is the first time we got off topic this map, I think. And of course, Annihilation pulls out a 1v4. Cheers, mate. Stuck at last round as well. It's 2 rounds he's pretty much responsible for winning, and 15-6. And we can pretty much count Bran out of this one.
Okay, I was right. Texas Hold'em, you get 2 cards. And you have to play the river.
Yeah.
But in regular poker, you're given 5, and you can exchange cards. So you can't play poker with 10 cards.
Well, conventional casino poker is Texas Hold'em. That's like what the pro leagues are. I don't know if there's a pro league for whatever that other one's called. I've never played it. Annihilation. Look, he's opening this one up. My God. 5 versus 4. Brent already at the disadvantage. They're looking at Totem Pole. Comes straight down on top of Tamer, though, so he gets the spray down. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. And Bren, well, they're yellow and leaking all over the place. It's 16-6 as that one comes to a conclusion. Oh my God, Jason. That was...
That's a convincing game that we expect at D13 on Train, to be fair.
Yeah, true.
Like, that's the D13 we saw on day 1, and we're seeing it yet again. That means we're going over to Nuke, and this, again, can be a semi-op heavy map, depending on, the outside positions, but I think it's going to be more, Inferno-based with the rifles, the run and gunning. Blett and Dinko, I'm sorry you didn't get as long as a break as maybe you're expecting there. I know you're really, worn out after being on camera for about 5 minutes in total today. But walk us through that game here. Let's start off with that 4K out of Annihilation. He started to play in the Annihilation way that we saw before.
Yeah. Yeah, go on.
You go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, I
Pretty
thought
good
you were
looking
on
guy.
for that.
Well, anyways, guys,
I'll take it over.
Youth for
So-
beauty, as I say.
I mean, we were talking about Annihilation on the A-bomb site and how impactful he was going to be coming into trade. It's an op-centric map. We talked about how difficult it was going to be for Bren to handle him. And what he pops off, I mean, he was relatively quiet, I think, through regulation. He was around 11 kills before he got that 4K. So, pretty impressive stuff. I have to say, Annihilation is one of the flashiest offers in this region. You remember Annihilation Flick, right? And that's the thing. This guy is definitely impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing him get consistent, though. I want to see him continue this in every single series they go up against. Because going up against the likes of Kaze and the other operators in the region, and Dan King when he's on form, obviously we've already seen them play against Tyloo, and Dan King wasn't exactly on his top level then, but it'd be interesting to see Annihilation go up against the best operators in the region time and time again.
Yeah, I pretty much, I think you nailed it for Annihilation, right? I also feel like the opponents where he performs well against to give him a little too much room to run around. Like, look at that, the 4K got an 8 bombs. Firstly, incredible shots, but again, like, you know how good he is. You don't want to give him an angle to peek where he can take a shot, fall back, re-peek out, or take a new position. You want to ensure that if he gets a kill, he immediately... I mean, look at these shots. These are not... That's... What was that on Wits?
What do you think my eyes move that fast?
I know, I'm not even able to, like, comprehend what I just witnessed there. And that's a scary thing about his player, and they're giving too many opportunities. But I feel like for Brent, 6 rounds on the CD side, it was never going to be enough, right? It is Train. Yes, you're now winning a few more rounds on the T side and whatnot, but I felt like they needed way more. But even if it got to 9 or 10 rounds, Jason, I feel like D13 would have run away with this. They were, like, playing so fearlessly, and especially once once they feel comfortable around the usual spots on the map, it's just going to be running away with it. Nuke, however, should be more interesting, though, at least.
Yeah, look, I think we all thought Train was definitely going to be going the way of D13. Nuke, I really don't know how I feel about that map going into it. Because again, Annihilation's hitting shots. Rate did start to step up a lot more when they needed it. He's been kind of one of the bottom fraggers of the Golden 3 that we've seen. I still feel weird saying that. I'm actually now thinking back to the Golden 5. But either way, it's frustrating for Bren. Again, they take the first map so convincingly. They lose the map so convincingly. And Nuke, I mean, that has to mean it's going to be a close map, I would assume, Mitch.
Yeah, you would guess so. I feel very weird making any sort of prediction in this series just because now that we see, obviously, no concrete evidence on how Brian can play Nuke, I don't know what I'm really going to expect from them. I think Operas are going to play a lesser role, obviously, than on Train, so maybe Annihilation can't get as much done, which is a risky thing to say. I'm hoping for a close map, but something about this tells me D13 are going to take it without even letting Brent on double digits.
Oh, okay, big words. We've been talking about Annihilation. We're talking about Wits quite a bit as well. We're going to look at a comparison between the two, I believe, from that last map. And yeah, as you said before, Annihilation getting the majority of his kills, or at least a good portion in that 1v4 that he was able to pull off. But, you know, ADR, a slight difference, and the op kills, it's actually not as one-sided as I thought it would have been, to be fair, Dinko.
No, I think Wits is just quietly okay. He's not going to be flashy like Annihilation. He's not going to be able to get those kind of highlight rounds, but as long as he's getting kills, and he is one of the top AWPers in the tournament in terms of AWP kills. So alongside Annihilation, so yeah, I think Wits is a little bit underrated in that respect. Like he definitely gets a lot of impact frags. It's just not going to be flashy. And if he can consistently get important kills, like one and run round and then go down, at least he's getting something, and you have to get value out of the AWP. It's the most expensive weapon purchased and that's in play, and so you can't really expect the player not to get kills with it. If that's the case, then obviously that player needs cut. So Woods is doing a good enough job in terms of getting the frags. I would just love to see him be a little bit more flashy and get involved and take the fight into his own hands. I think he has the skill set to do it. I don't really see him doing it often, though.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Like, see, the thing for Wits, though, he was negative on opening duels. He was bottom frag the server as well, with 12 for 17, lowest ADR as well. Like, I feel like that was just an atrocious map, considering it's Train. If it's like Inferno, if it's probably any other map, I'd be like, yeah, okay, you know, it's just a bad map, whatever. But it's Train. You really got to be performing better than that.
Well, but you kind of explained the situation there. Out of his 12 kills, 7 of them were op kills. And on a map like Train, when you can't afford to buy up the op, you need to have someone you can rely on to be able to use the rifle, which is something we talked about in map 1, with Annihilation having the better headshot rate compared to Wits there. So assuming Annihilation's been able to play the rifles a lot better, or maybe he's just hitting more headshots with AWP. Either way, we will be heading to a break. When we come back, we'll be breaking things down on Nuke, our third and final one here of the first series of the day.
Nuke 地图往事。Nuke 拥有多层结构，易守难攻，是 CS:GO 中经久不衰的地图之一。外场向来都是狙击手们对决的舞台。在2015年群星赛上 ，Simple 又一杆清狙，以一记匪夷所思的穿墙爆头，震惊了现场及屏幕前的每一位观众。铁板是 T 进攻 B 点的主要路径。在2020年 IEM 卡托维兹决赛上，效力于 Na'Vi 的 Flaming 正是在此处穿越1打4，彻底粉碎了 G2 的冠军梦。来到 B 区包点，这里4通8达，战斗往往在入口处就已经结束。K1是外场进入 B 区的路线 ，Forest 曾在这里以1敌5，凭借个人实力逐个击破，拯救了队伍。那一刻的他，是所有人心目中的英雄。当然，总有人能够突破过往。2018年 IEM 芝加哥的比赛里，九爷忍者附体，轻松躲过T方5人的搜索，成功潜入包点并拆包成功，兵不血刃地赢得了比赛，完成了另一种形式的1打5。这就是竞技，永远充满了奇迹。锁定我们的赛事，也许下一个传奇即将诞生。
Well, we're going to be going into the knife round now as we continue PAL 2020 the coverage brought to you by PGL, the Summer Asia RMR event. And we'll be finding out at the end of this game which team will be taking a victory, and a much needed victory technically for both teams.
Yeah, we know both teams can play it. I feel like this is going to be a potential mid-ground, but just based on the performance of D13, we know that their opping power definitely is miles ahead. I'm feeling like this is going to be their map. I want to see Bren do it. I mean, to be honest, if Bren win this, it makes the brackets a whole lot more interesting as well, because then there's a serious threat for D13 to potentially go out. I mean, let me go and check their upcoming games. They've got to play Tiger, Invictus, Vici. They lost to Divine Vendetta. But having beat Maslai and Lucid Dream, I think would probably keep them still in playoffs. But bottom seed would then be a potential. And you don't want to take bottom seed. It means you're playing probably against Tyloo. Nobody wants that. So as we come into the pistol round, which will be starting in just a moment, you can see D13 are going to be starting on the T side. That's a pretty significant disadvantage. I mean, the knife round does play a pretty pivotal role when it comes to Nuke. Bren get to start where they feel comfortable over on the CT side. Now, obviously, they've lost a player due to a small tech issue. He'll be coming back in just a moment. We won't make them start 4v5. Be a little bit unfair. But I do think that, getting to start in the CT side, we will get to see the pace set from the very beginning. If they come in and manage to find themselves the pistol, they get off to a significant enough lead of like 5-0 somewhere along that region, they're in a pretty good position to probably close this one out. I think you would again be looking at like a 9-6 in favor of the CT side. That's always, on most maps, that's like the benchmark, right? You don't want the T's to do all too well. You can throw it out the window a bit on Dust 2 or Mirage, but on these more significantly CT-sided maps, I think 9 rounds is where you should be looking for on the defense.
The thing is, it's been in this series, just going to kind of look to go over the scoreboards on Inferno. I mean, Derek finished off plus 11. On Train, Derek finished off plus 2. The only one actually finished positive within his team, and they only had 6 rounds. That really kind of shows how many kills he was getting. 93 ADR in that map, 93.8 ADR on Inferno. I'm a little bit worried if Derek doesn't perform, will the rest of his team be able to? I mean, he was clearly leaps and bounds beyond better than anyone on the team so far. Oh, hey, there we are.
Oh.
I didn't even realize my camera was still on. So I think I looked back at the stream there when I was looking at the stats. So yeah, if Derek doesn't have a strong performance, I'm a little bit worried. Wits went -10 so far in the series. He's -5 on both maps. Whereas Annihilation, he's actually +4. He's netted a positive result. But then again, you expect with a 16-6, probably going to have a little bit of inflated kills going your way.
By the way, I've had a lot of time sitting on Nuke waiting for games to start. I don't know what it is about this map in particular. What you notice, I notice it here more than any other map. I don't know if it's there on the likes of an Inferno Mirage. There's this like whistling wind in the background.
Yeah, it's windy.
Yeah,
You think wind doesn't exist?
Within CSGO, didn't think it needed to, but yeah, it's always
That's why my nades always miss. The wind the gust of wind blows the wrong direction.
Yep.
End up nading my teammates and getting kicked. Actually, there's a funny clip on Reddit I saw the other day of someone playing matchmaking. He throws a decoy over on Dust 2 on CT side at long.
Okay.
And apparently, like, his teammates all got each other like really low before the decoy was to explode, all stood on top of it, and he killed 4 people on his team and got banned from the game.
Oh
It was
my God.
hilarious, but obviously hope those 4 players did get punished for it.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I've seen a lot of bad stuff when it comes to matchmaking, people being kicked at like 15-13 or something. It's a lot of mean dudes out there. Yeah, it looks like Brenner's still having that tech issue, Jason. I mean, I hope this gives them a little bit of time to think about how they're going to approach this, but when it comes to CT pistol run, I guess there's not that much depth. If anything, it probably helps D13 a little bit.
Are you as curious as I am on how the monitor isn't connected to anything and yet it's powered?
See, some monitors have cables that go up through the stand, right?
Really?
So maybe that's it. Like mine, I've got.
So
one
what's in the box?
It's a good question. It's a good. I think these are just here for Blair to stand on when we do death segments.
I mean, you're one to talk. Let's be honest. I'll back up my boy.
Perfectly average height. That's all I'm saying.
You keep saying that, but it doesn't mean you're not short. It just means the average height is short.
And that
Doesn't make
no
any sense
Jason.
actually. Yeah, it
You're
really
making
makes
no
no
sense
sense
here.
at all. You know what? Half of what I said doesn't make sense. We still have more matches come up later on, obviously, for you guys who are tuning in. We still have Tyloo against Beyond, pretty much a battle of the top of the standings. Let's see how that one's going to break down. That should be the next match coming up. And then Tiger up against Vici. So honestly, some crazy games throughout the entire day. Probably some of the best days we have. We're going to wave goodbye to you guys. We hop straight in. I'm surprised Mitch didn't give a salute, knowing him stealing away what Blair likes to do.
Yeah, I don't want to get copyright infringement from Blah. Already got the cease and desist in the mail. Now here we go. The pistol round starting off as
Oh,
we
they
see...
lost. Okay. never
Oh
mind,
no,
sorry.
it's just the UI. This happened to us before, right? Oh, Jazz in danger. He's got to back on down through the ramp, being pushed by D13 quite quickly as they close in the distance and look for that fight. Ja with one headshot. Another kill would be great, but he can't manage it. D13 could be in for a bomb plant with another frag going their way. Pro is taken down, and although we've already got Derek down below in the vents, he knows there's a player up on the A side. Papi Chulo is on the way up behind, and they need this kill to pull it back to a 3v3, but Tamer, excuse me, don't know what that was, managed to actually find it. Now they've got vent control and everything going the way of D13.
But I want to call him the name he is in game.
Tamarita.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Poppy. Another clip to add to the collection for you.
Oh, Poppy.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, he had 3 players come out of vents. He hit a couple of good shots there. That could have been enough to pull it back in the favor, but D13 survived with 4. Only losing out against Tamir. And now Bren going to be on basically the full save. Oh. It's so clean. I wonder if they went through that like frame by frame to make that as like perfect as possible. A little transition.
Yeah, I think someone's put a lot of time into that.
I mean, coronavirus, people working from home, they have the time to give.
Just bored. Let's unload a camera. Yes. Well,
That was really good handwriting for a mouse. Oh my gosh. Did you notice
I'm quite
that?
impressed. Yeah, you should see my signatures in these contracts. It's horrendous. It's like a child's gotten sick on the page.
Or is he, or is he observing with, you know, the writing pens? I don't know. I can't remember what those are called.
Stylus.
Stylus, yeah.
Yeah.
That was really good handwriting. I'm like super impressed.
Better
Hopefully, I'll
than
be
my
more
handwriting
impressed
in real
though.
life.
Yeah. Every time I have to write, I'm sorry for the kindergarten scratch.
Yeah, they don't teach you much in the States, do they?
What, writing?
Yeah.
I mean, I learned cursive, but I've used it like never in my life. Oh, bro. Good shot coming through. Trying to get around to get sprayed down. The shot's going to connect. They're going to rush straight into this one, and I'm not sure why they're rushing when they're against the Deagles. Derek, another 2 kills.
Of all the places as well, Jason, straight through Squeaky. A small choke point where Deagles can just spam you to death. Peeking from above and the side, and I gotta say, that's a round D13 deserved to lose, really. Brad going to be over the moon to have so much damage done already, and presumably another Galil just about to be hand-delivered to them. Wits makes a little bit of damage, though. He's dropped down, but luckily Pro will survive. An AK retrieve for him, a Galil as well. They're not going to make it over to door, where I think there might have been another AK for them.
Massive round. Pro. Derek, again, I talked about Derek before. He's been their top fragger, their best player in this series, and he's continuing to do so here yet again. I feel like he's going to have to do it a 3rd time if you want to be able to take on Nuke. And after losing the pistol, well, now they're against the force bat at D13. To be amazing for them to win out. It'll set themselves up nicely for the T side, which I think, again, they might struggle. Are they gonna try to like rush straight down towards vent? I mean, it looks like they're gonna nade it down. And they have the crossfire with Pro and Papachulo. They're definitely taking their time. Like, are they? They're not really even watching outside. Actually, maybe Tamir's gonna be looking for outside play or an outside push. It's have come through. The door is destroyed, and Pro coming in towards main. They're being so careful about this. I think it's catching Brent off guard a bit. A little bit hesitant to go for any plays.
Despite that kill from Score, they just run right on into the SMG. If Papi Chulo is able to take a 3K, and with that, I mean, he should just tuck in. Peeking here is a little bit risky with 3 health. It doesn't seem to matter. They're just cleaning up. As Score's last alive, he takes down Wits. They know he's on ramp. With 24 seconds left, he's got to retrieve the bomb, which is down just outside the vents. Don't really see a whole lot of promise for them in this one.
No. This is a solid round. I mean, Papachulo getting a lot of money from this. In the force up before, they didn't have the best of buys here. I think that's why we saw D13 go for the force themselves. Just doesn't work out for them. At least they're going to save the 1 AK. Hopefully make a hero play happen from it. Oh, the wind.
Well, round number 4 is going to see just that AK saved over for Score, and you can see it's actually done a bit of damage to their economy, really saving that weapon. Because the rest of the team are going to be looking in for a buy in the next round. Their loss bonus building up. It'll be AK, small bit of utility. But Score can't. He can't afford it anymore. The rest of his team only have Glocks as well, so there's not a whole lot to really back him up. In order to make this worthwhile, he's going to have to do a lot of damage. And we've seen it before, right? I mean, he was the player that single-handedly opened up the B site with a 3K. So he's not one that you want to doubt or give too much space to. But he's also the only player with armor. So if he dies, it's not as simple as saying his teammates can pick it up and use it. They won't be very effective. There's a kill from at least. The AKF Pro challenged up close. Doesn't know there's a pistol right behind him, but he fades right past Annihilation, who's searching for him amidst the smoke, but can't seem to find him. The score has fallen in the meantime, and I don't know, what was that, up from ramp? He took him down either way.
Our scorer can't really even go for the AK either. He's going to be hurting on the buy just a tad bit. I mean, Brand, after losing pistol, have bounced back, and they bounced back pretty well. Getting wits on the op here in this round. I feel like that's a slightly dangerous move. However, buying up a rifle in that round instead would mean he wouldn't have the op for the round after. Unless a teammate was going to drop him over one. Looks like he might go for the, I was going to say the aircast play, but he doesn't have the smoke for it. Instead, he just gets the kill onto Tamir. So Wits, some confidence gaining for him, and not a bad sign. Jaw just completely random spray with the Galil. Gets down 2. He's going to fall, but that's still going to be a 4-on-2. 2-man advantage for Bren. And they have Wits waiting. Confidence. Wits starting to feel it. 3 kills in 2 rounds with AWP. Gonna be spotted out, and Derek's there to close it out. And Bren Esports, well done so far here on Nuke. I'm fairly impressed. They could have a 5th, especially since D13 don't really have the money.
It's a good start for Bren for sure. We mentioned the T side can always have these slow starts and still come back into it. It's not the end of the world for D13, but it does definitely hurt. They started it out with a little bit of promise of winning the pistol round, and quite convincingly at that, and then afterwards, well, they're coming in, just rushing the bomb into vents with everybody else on outside. Now the bomb is dropped, and quite difficult to retrieve. Pro, oh man, he loses that long-range fight to Glocks and a P250. That's a big yikes. Tamer's also so far up already. Oh, this can't be a round they win. Surely, Ja didn't even react. He didn't know what was happening when he got dinged.
Yeah, for them to bounce back second round with the next 3 after, then to lose to this. Oh my, it's gonna happen. The bomb's still gonna be down towards outside. It will be recovered. 2-on-3 now. Wits doesn't want to lose his AWP. Tamir, oh, he's gonna make him. This has just gone all pear-shaped. Now 1-on-2. Papa 2 is not gonna expect the player in towards main. Score closes it out. Score gets a triple kill. Tamir gets a double. Now Brandon gonna be left scratching their heads, wondering what's going on.
I mean, for D13 coming into that round, really you're expecting 1 or 2 kills. That's a good round for them. And then, I mean, they win the long-range duel. When you've only got pistols on outside, or when your opponents only have pistols on outside, you own it, right? That is the part of the map that you undoubtedly control. The range duels should always go in your favor, and yet they absolutely do not. You've got to be absolutely gutted if you're Bren losing that round. And we talked about, you know, they're getting off to a good start, and that was obviously on the basis and the presumption that they were going to be taking it 5-2 or 5-1, excuse me, at the time. They still have the potential to win this, but they've given D13 an unnecessary opportunity. As the T side looked for outside control early on, and they've not spotted anybody contesting there. They will move into main. Ja has completely pushed up. Having a UMP means he can take a couple of risks. And so he's tucked up close in radio, ready to make a move and do some damage if they do come this way. Steps are being heard. He knows there's at least 2 or 3 in T main at this point. Depending on if he's been able to distinguish the directions. And as the smokes and mollies come over, he starts his push. This is going to be a very early flank.
Gotta hit the shots, though. There's gonna trade 1-for-1. Spots up the 2 and towards Hut. Gets the kill, and again, backs away. He doesn't over-aggress. Want to keep the man advantage. Keep them guessing. Even smokes up as they try to rush straight in towards them. Flash comes through, and Jaw gets the first. Gets some damage onto Annihilation. Still the 3-on-2. Wits. Oh, that would have been a hell of a shot to hit. But imagine this should be the bomb planted. Unless Pro can do something about it. Smoke comes through. Papachulo actually gonna flash come straight through the smoke. Rate rushes towards the enemy side. Throws the bomb away. And Bren will get the round.
That was crazy. Ooh, that was a crazy decision. Also killing Annihilation after time. That one hurts them even more. For Bren, going through the smoke there, it was a bit wild, but I got to give props to Jad. That round was absolutely huge by him. The position he got himself in, as I said, when you've got a UMP, you can take a couple of risks to try to maximize the potential with it. He gets the kill, falls back, drops the smoke, and then plays super passive. So I want you to watch. Oh, we didn't see it, but he turned right so that the flashbang that he knew they would flash through the smoke, that it didn't connect, and he could then turn, take a kill, even does more damage onto another player. I mean, that was nearly a 300 damage round from him. You cannot complain about that kind of situation. Single-handedly saved the A site from being pushed in the first place.
Oh, they got the op back in the hands of Wits. D13 on the force another time. I mean, I'm not saying Brenner being gifted rounds here, but they're being gifted so many opportunities. And creating, obviously, so many opportunities for themselves to get such a massive lead on CT side. Back to the round before that. Got them round number 2 for D13. That's a round they should never been able to pull off. I think that was Pro who gets caught off in garage. Long range with pistols, gets dinged up almost immediately and then falls. The AK's been picked up and it's a downward spiral from here. From there. Jaw. Only good for 1. Derek only good for 1 too. Another 3-on-3. 2 weapons rescued and one of them's gonna be an op because Wits has fallen. Oh, Tamir. This was a 4-step, Mitch, and this is another 4-step that Brenner are gonna lose. Or I guess that D13 are gonna win.
Exactly. At this point, again, we're in a spot. I remember hearing Dinko and Blaz say it the other day, where it was like, they might as well just use Deagles at this point. They seem to just have a much higher success rate with them. With the exception of the round where they ran forward with the bomb by itself, although they still won that one. It was a very weird strategy, though. Throwing them off guard, I guess. They're going to come all the way up to secret. Poppy doesn't seem aware of this. He spots them first, but gives away his position. Running away, knife out. Looks like he's made it safely away. They do start to hunt him down, but time is on his side, and he'll survive. The M4 carried forward, but it doesn't really allow them to... Well, hold on. So Pro can buy up, what, a FAMAS and armor, no utility. Jack can do the same. Poppy could drop an M4, and they'll be super low on util. But they're going to go for it. Pro with a Mag 7. Now, we've seen a really high rate when people do buy shotguns, Jason, of Mag 7s instead of XMs. Whereas in Europe, it's majority XM. Ooh, Pro, you're not going to get to use that Mag 7, I don't think. Spam through the smoke for 80 damage. Yikes. This is another... Game. Like, realistically, Jason, this could have been deals again. And they just rushed A.
Yeah, it definitely could have been. I mean, we always have the hindsight of being able to see that was going to be a rush. Maybe Brenner were expecting a slower play out of D13. I'm not sure why they made the decision to do what cost them a round before. I think it was round 2, yeah. They lost the second round from it. But it pays off, and then, you know, it's still going to make me think back to the, just because it worked doesn't mean it was right. Doesn't mean it was good. Oh. Aw. I like to see the attempts, but they're just against the 5 USPs. This should be D13 equalizing. This also could have been like 7-2. Some of how these rounds gone, and unfortunately how they finished off against Bren. I mean, likewise, you also say maybe for D13. They could have a massive lead if they didn't lose the second round.
I mean, it's not out of the question for Bren to already be up on 7. They've just made a couple of those big mistakes. There's some damage at least for Jam. Maybe you can save this AK. They're gonna go plant on the B site. If I'm Ja at the moment, I'd probably just hunker down. Look to carry this weapon through. I mean, the economy damage he can do is basically non-existent. I'd also much rather him be up in heaven. I think where he's at right now, he can be peeked from way too many angles. They could come out of the door beside him, over in garage. They could come from outside, up above him. If you get into heaven, there's only 2 angles of approach, and from bomb site's pretty unlikely. So they'd have to boost up to hunt you. Or yeah, even spawn. Spawn is good too. Maybe a little bit more predictable. Luckily, though, they're clearing out the T-spawn, not CT, so he's good to bring that AK through to the next round. And on the back of that, he can actually... Oh, he doesn't have armor. I was going to say he could drop an op. I mean, technically he could, but I don't think that's the right call.
No, and I don't think necessarily D13 are playing away anymore for the op to be effective.
No.
At least on outside.
And even when they were on train, the op was not effective, so... You know, taking a glass cannon, or taking a, I don't know what you even call it, a no armor AK would just be reckless.
Oh wow, just a straight up aim battle coming in between Derek and Tamir. Or will be the one to be worse for wear. He's gonna be the one to back off. And Pro trying to be very careful of anyone coming towards outside. Looks like they will set up a wall of smokes. Yeah, I'm actually surprised to not see them go for like the set plays to get into secret as often. They've been really favoring the plays towards ramp or the plays towards the upper bomb site. And the smokes will come down. It's forced out maybe some rotations. As we can see, it's still going to be coming towards upper. Good incendiary, though, to buy some time. Smoke comes in to block it off. It doesn't really catch it fully, and they run through the fire. Really giving away a false sense of security. And Bren, maybe a little bit of luck there that smoke doesn't put the Molotov out.
Definitely. I mean, Annihilation and Mr. Cap were caught inside it. They were over in the corner of hut, but that molly was dead center, so it spread to them. Smoke doesn't cover it off. One dies, the other tries to get out, but gets sprayed. And Derek's been huge for Bren this series. He really deserves a massive shout out. Coming into this tournament, I think we were all looking towards the likes of Papi Chulo to do a lot of that damage. But for me, Derek has been the standout across the vast majority of their games. Is just one of the most consistent. Inferno, he dropped 25 kills. Train as well, 18. He was top fragging by quite a bit. And really, when you've got someone that's performing as consistently as Derek, it's what gives you a chance in a series like this. But at 6-5, they need to step it up at a level that can't just rely on one player. They've got to win the majority of these rounds to close it out. 9-6 is what they're aiming for. They started out well by only allowing D13 the pistol and then winning a streak of rounds afterwards. And failing to get that 9 on the board will be a huge disadvantage for the next half. Molly, oh, the flash was perfect. That was Raid's flash. Yikes.
Score got so far into the site, too. Not even being spotted out. Now Tamir's left against 3. Let's get the first, but Pro's going to shut him down. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they maybe even expected Score to get that far in, considering where the flashbang did catch him out on. If Flash wasn't there, I wonder if Score's able to get that first kill and turn it into an upper take. Unfortunate.
Very much a 50-50 fight, but the molly was burning up Papi Chulo as well, so probably more in Score's favor without that flash.
I'll back in for Wits. Annihilation's going to have an op as well. Maybe a slight battle towards the outside. Wits is already there, and I think Annihilation's slowly creeping his way up. Yeah, you can see them slowly looking for it. Trying to spot any aggression out of the CTs. And I think it's smart to do so, considering the CTs haven't really pushed outer. Wouldn't be surprised to see them do that in one of the rounds to look for a quick win. Wits will back off. We'll give up the ground. I mean, if Brent closes us out 10-5, I think an amazing CT side for them. There you go. The battle for the bottom bomb site will commence. And only, was it Derek, actually has even rotated, even remotely. Incendiary comes through. He's been flashed up. He's going to be completely blinded out as well. And he's going to be rushed down. The bomb site should be taken. No more smokes left, though, for D13. So I'm a little bit worried on how they actually get the bomb planted, especially when Ren already have multiple players who know how to deal with this.
All right. Making up for the flashbang in the previous round. Isn't he? 2 quick kills. Wits showing he's got the flick potential. And with Pappy finding another, they're going to commit to this. I'll go back in for the retake. Bombs just being planted. Question is, where are they going to go? Wits has given up a lot of the control on ramp, imagining they'll try to push up close and exploit the downside of the AWP, but although they've pushed up close, they're not going to push through! Tamer, what are you doing? Luckily, Wits for some reason took his knife out and came off the angle. And with that, they decided to save. I mean, that was potentially the round if he stayed scoped in a second longer.
Surprised to see the bomb go down there, though. Still no utility really. Have to defend it. Oh, Wits. Oh, good shot. So Tamir does eventually fall, just not in the position we thought so. It's 7-6 now. D13 on the verge of tying it up and potentially on the verge of taking the first half lead. You know, Mitch, if you were to look at how the game's played out now, would your prediction change for how this third and final map will go?
No, I think I'd still side with D13. I think they've looked better in the buy rounds. They obviously got off to a 4-1 start, which is never ideal. That's against you after winning the pistol round, but look at this. There's just so many rounds. Oh, well, Molly's not ideal. There's so many rounds that they come in and just completely dominate on an individual level. I mean, you can even put one of the buy rounds that Bren have down to that team flash by rate, those small mistakes, and yet still they bounce back and they just dominate. And it's not even strats, right? Like, what was that? Rush out on A, chuck a flash, let's go. And it works at every single turn. They're going through smokes in some instances, just hitting every single shot.
I mean, I won't lie, I've always been a big fan of rushes, of quicker play. Especially with how slow they've been playing, just switch up the pace against them. What's with the scout? I mean, this is not the buy-up you want to see for the CT side in the last round of the half. He's got a 6 skin to go with it, the blood in the water.
Fire in the sky.
What?
It's like smoke in the water.
Blood in the water.
Yeah, no, it was close, alright? It was close.
What?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, Jason. The reference didn't hit. It's all good. 1 round left. This is it. Bomb plant down, man disadvantage, but weaponry advantage. I guess we're getting close to even territory. As Brand look to push forward, they look to use their numbers to overwhelm the T's. Tamer able to get himself a double, and up comes Mr. Cap to do some damage. He's got another teammate with him. That's Annihilation around with the AWP. Try and find some more damage. Yeah, that defuse not being stuck. They've spotted that out. This should be about as clean as can be. These players are so low. Annihilation left alone. He's quite low himself. Having to reload the Tech 9. Time is quite low in the defuse. They weren't sticking it. They weren't able to.
No. So 8-7. Pretty good. I'm pretty proud of D13. Again, you see, first round they win, and they lose round 2, then lose the following 3 after. So lose 4 in a row. And then that one round we ended up seeing later on, I really wonder how that could have potentially changed how this map could have gone. When they had a force up and they win a battle against an AK long range, they get a flank on towards ramp, they win the round. Look at Wits. Credit to him. You know, we give him a lot of flack, but he's currently, you know, given the top ADR in the entire server. He's up to 11 kills. Pro is the one a little bit behind, currently on 5. And on the other side, Rate. Well, not even Rate. Mr. Cap, he's on 2. They're up 8-7, and well, D13 now with a strong pistol round. I think they could potentially run away with this game.
One of those 2 kills was the entry they found towards the A site in their second last buy round, so that was a fairly important one. But other than that, he's not been doing very good on entries. Is 1 out of 4 at the moment. And the entire D13 team, they've won a grand total of 4 opening duels that half, which is pretty atrocious. But still ending up on 8 rounds in the end of it, and my god, Raid and Tamer shredding this one apart. As the ramp rush is stalled pretty quickly. Derek left to 1v4 this one out. The worst part about it is he doesn't even have armor. That utility not going to help him out a whole bunch when it comes to straight up aim duels.
I mean, he's got time, but with 4 players to find, I don't believe. I'm not really a believer here. I mean, getting the bomb down would be big. Position's now been given up. Rotation's coming through, especially behind him. There's going to be 1 player, the second to come after. And Rate will close it out with a quad kill. Well done here in the pistol round. And again, Rate's even another player we've given some slack to, or flack to, because of kind of underperforming. But underperforming for him would be going like, you know, a 1 kill death ratio. From what we've seen that he can pull off, right? It's not really a bad thing for him underperforming. It just doesn't have the same impact that we've seen him be able to do.
We were only talking about Raid as well on the first map, where he found 13 kills. He was the bottom fragger. And was hoping he could step it up, and yet here we go. You know, coming into this series, he's definitely done exactly that. Or into this map, rather. The score gets a nice little triple outside. Still falls in the end, but as long as they don't lose another player, won't be terribly upset about that. All the SMG kills going their way. Scout tag, and somewhat greedy of Annihilation to take that after tagging him. Again, I would prefer that he just tucked in, allowed his teammates to come behind and finish them off with the SMG. Especially when you invest into 3. I really do not think, like, if you're in a position where you have to fight, like let's say, for example, your 1 M4 is on ramp, and they push ramp. Okay, well, he's obviously going to kill them. That's the kind of thing where you go, oh, right, well, there's nothing I can do. I got to survive this. But if you've got a chance like that where you choose to swing to take the kill rather than allow your SMG to build up the extra money, I think that's a really selfish play. And it's not just something we see at this level within Asian CS or anything like that. It's a thing that top 20 teams do. I've seen it so many times where like an SMG's coming around the corner and this guy's like, oh, well, I want an extra kill. That HLTV rating up. It's like, just chill out, bro. Let him have it.
Yeah, but reading.
Exactly, yeah. But I want to have the highest HLTV rating.
Well, I think you do here currently out of the 4 of us working the event.
Easy. With all my games probably played.
Oh. 2 on 2. A little bit of a bonus round for the CT side, and Annihilation still could clutch it out. He gets the first kill. Don't tell me he gets the second. Pro missing the shots. Bombs down. It's time still left for Pro to play with, but this is not looking good. Annihilation not wanting to reload the M4, doesn't want to give away any length that he's going to be going for, and Pro's going to just drop straight down.
See, this is the thing. Pro might not know that Annihilation has heard that, but he does. He thinks maybe he has. He's waiting for this player to drop on down, but Annihilation just tucks up close.
Oh, no.
Up goes Pro. No idea the player's waiting for him up close, and easy peasy for Annihilation. As D13 take another round. That was very, very close indeed, but the bonus round pays off for D13.
Smart play by Annihilation. Again, not reloading the M4. Doesn't want to give away any sound cue. And the Deagle's going to be enough. He's up to 11. And Bren. Where do they go from here? They have a couple of Tech 9s. They have some utility. I almost imagine this is going to be a crash down vent, but they're actually just going to back off for now. What did Derek go back for?
I'm not sure. Maybe a flash or something like that.
He went back like into spawn.
Hmm.
Maybe there was a deagle there for him, and he didn't realize it.
Could have just been buying up extra utility. I didn't spot if he had it already. These are the rounds we're talking about from D13, man. We saw it on train. You're up against an eco. Oh, let's push Ivy. Oh, up against an eco here. Push main. Let's go. Now, they haven't given away much, but a man advantage goes towards the T side. It's a strong little thing to play with. The utility's starting to fade away. And so this can come up to the heads-up aim duels. And in that case, the man advantage can make a huge difference to this T side. Because they can just play the numbers.
The angle's just one towards ramp. Oh, okay. Child's gonna get down. We're gonna push ramp at the same time, and it's pretty much the pistols against the M4 of Rate. Hasn't been hit a single time, and that's gonna be the round over. All right, so that man advantage didn't really matter. So Mr. Cap definitely has to be a little bit more careful. A lot more careful in the following rounds. The buyout comes back in for Bren. Witz goes straight to the op.
Yeah, look, it's not like Mr. Cap's feeling it either, right? It's not like he's popping off. He's got 3 kills. He's like, I'm gonna rush them. I guess let's chill out a little bit, just a little bit. And I wonder if that's maybe something to do with the psyche of having 3 kills. Like your team are winning.
Frustration play.
It just doesn't matter that you can have 0 kills here for all I care. Your team's winning. Who cares? Like you're not losing them rounds per se, except for that one with a big mistake. You don't need to then go, oh, I have to get to 10 kills or I'm a noob. Like, no. Like I said, the thing I always go back to, back when I was an NIP fan a couple of years back, there was a point where you'd watch games where Exist would have like 4 kills, but they'd win it 16-5. And it's like, but who cares? All the forums and stuff be like, oh, kick Exist, he's an idiot, he's a noob. It's like, no.
I mean, look at any game from Hunden.
Exactly. No, exactly, though. Like, what, breaching 10 kills is a good game for him sometimes, but it doesn't matter if they win 16-8. Who cares, you know? He can have 0 kills. 4 of them can have 0 kills at that point. You're doing something right.
Yeah, it's called having a cheater.
It's called spin botting. But yeah, no, if you get the point, though.
This could be a telling sign of how Bren want to go on this T side. Look how careful they're being around a lot of these angles. With the door blown up, they're scared there's going to be an op. Barrel down directly there. You can see already they'll score. Maybe in towards garage. Really holding a far back angle. As the rest of Bren looking to gain control down towards lower, but Rate playing towards the stairs takes him down. Score, catches Pro. Trying to get in towards main. And already, Bren gonna be down 3 players. Annihilation. Gets the tag onto Derek. Gets the finisher onto Derek. And even almost the kill onto his teammate. As Witz will get 1 and a second. He's lost too many players. 13-7. Now Bren. What, do they go for some pistols or do they force into this? I would imagine they're gonna force into that.
Yeah, I think they force in. They can afford the AK series.
That is a fast drone.
It is, isn't it? I mean, a lot of them are. They can go like 0 to 80 almost immediately. It's insane. Flashbang grenades used 9. The photographer is running in, telling people to smile. Well, he'll have a great game when they come up against Tyloo, the Dan King. He just looks like such a jolly guy. Like, you just feel like they could lose a game and he'll come out with a smile and go, good job, everyone. You know, you played well. We'll get them next time. Luckily, he never has to do that versus Vici.
Well, if Bren don't take a gun run here soon, I'm going to get very worried. I mean, obviously, 13 rounds against them. Not many gun rounds left. They lose. He's just going for the quick peeks towards ours. He rotates away. And Score now going to be playing from secret. And again, you see Bren being so cautious. Really being careful about any of the angles they take. I mean, you already saw the way Witz was holding towards Squeaky Door before. Smoke's going through. And Score, well, he's just going to be waiting for his moment to shine. or die.
Yeah, we're going for the ladder on that one. And the score is not going to be smiling after that one. No one said cheese for him this round. As Bren get control of outside and move down through secret. Oh no, they're moving into garage. Potentially walking right into annihilation. Depends how much patience he's got left. Is a flash going to come through? I don't think anyone has one in good position for flashing. Luckily he's pulled off the angle though. He's missed the shot. He's not going to go back out. Surely he's not. He is! Doesn't get the tag the second time. Unlike annihilation. Gets down there. Great movement. As he's immediately in hell.
Oh no. Oh no, if he times it well, annihilation, and he gets up, he gets, I think, a dink in there. I don't know how you dink with a 5-7.
Yeah, it looked like it, didn't it? There we go, 13-8. Brand keeping themselves alive. They're only 5 away. Like, this is definitely doable. If they win this round, D13 take an eco, then all of a sudden they're on double digits and 2 or 3 buy rounds away from at least an OT.
It's not going to be easy, though, to be honest.
No, it's possible. Not easy.
Okay. Like one of the first times we're going to see Op the Op in the series. And Witch just going to back away. I mean, he's been hurt too many times by Molotovs. I think I can let that first round we saw him on Inferno in the very first game. Ooh, little crossfire setup. What a shot! Annihilation again. Showing why he's so damn good. And Witz will get one. He'll get the second now. Trying to make a name for himself. Turns it back into a 2-on-2. However, the bomb's still going to be down out of their hands. And Derek's just hoping someone's going to push in towards lobby. But as we can see, both players don't be going for that. They won't be going that route.
Oh no, another shot for Witz. The 3K already. And Mr. Cap, he's managed to make it up to 6 kills. Well, he's going to have to make it 8 if he wants to win this round. Pushing towards outside, but Witz is holding it with the AWP. Quick shot by Mr. Cap, though. Back over to the AK. An even fight versus Derek, but Derek has been a beast so far. This map, maybe not so much, but in this series, 100%. He's going to go and get that bomb, and with 20 seconds, he either has to go the A side or probably vents. Either way, he'll be running right on into Mr. Cap. Derek has no idea where his opponent is. Smoke through the swing. Mr. Cap doesn't see him. Now should realize he's going down secret with this little time. But he's just waiting in case it's a late A push. Now he knows. Now he hears the steps. He's going to come down vents. He's there quite quickly as well, trying to pressure him out. 1 second left. He has to be sticking it out. He goes! But Mr. Cap not ready for it to be behind the site. And Derek happily spamming his body. 13-9. And an eco for D13.
Man, so close. I mean, these rounds are not really clean coming in for Bren. Like you said before, though, if they win this round, they're going to get their enemies onto just the Force or the pistol. I'm surprised Mr. Cap just decided to rush through. I mean, obviously stopping the plant would be big. But at the same time, I mean, it's 1-on-1. They knew that the last guy would be limited towards the site. And yeah, just pistol. Score's gonna fall. Trying to get information towards outer. And this should be 10. Again, I'm saying should be because we've been burned too many times in the past, Mitch.
Hey, Jason, I think D13 are going to win this round. I'm going to call it now. I'm going to play it safe. With the
Yeah, but now
pistol.
that you just did that.
Oh, there we go. It's the mind games, isn't it? No, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we'd seen a round like this pulled off, but you can see Brander being very cautious of it. They slowly move to outside, deal with the player garage, make sure they're double peeking a lot of these angles. And so realistically, we're looking at what will be a 13-10 scoreline. As we said, then it's only 2 or 3 buy rounds away from a guaranteed OT. And Bren have got to be feeling a little bit more confident as time goes on. The ding from Rate doesn't get them anything.
See, I believe in it. You jinxed it.
But that was actually a really good round for Bren. All jokes aside, they survived with all five players. I think it might be the first clean anti-eco we've seen. And with that, they're now in a position where they can find themselves losing a round, but they won't be giving D13 a free 15th, which is really important at this point. It gives them a massive chance, or a much higher chance, rather, of winning it in regulation rather than having to play for an overtime.
Make or break time now. D13, the lead they had, looking to close this game out. Looking to, again, get themselves guaranteed through into the playoffs, where Bren is just trying to fight to be off the bottom two, and somehow Pro has gotten extremely deep in towards the site. Mr. Cap's going to be overrun, but the teammates are going to be there. Look at those kills coming through. Tamir and Score. Even Annihilation in a quick two-piece.
Well, Jason,
there's also 14.
I think you see what I'm talking about there when I say Bren having the money to buy up again is a good thing. If they didn't win that previous round cleanly, if it came down like some of the many others have to like a 1v1, we'd be looking at a situation now where D13 are guaranteed 15. So at least they can fight for it now.
What's going on here? Such a wacky game sometimes. If anything, this has been more of the normalized Counter-Strike, as we were talking about in one of the breaks. But once again, can he come up big? He's on 20 kills. He's tied with Papachulo. Pro on 6, Mr. Cap on 7. To kind of talk about the highs and the lows, unfortunately. I think Pro and Mr. Cap can be a little bit angry with me. If they have any fans out there, they're going to be sending me some ugly messages. I feel like if you're Bren as well, like an aggressive play could catch him off guard, but at the same time, we saw last round, and you want to put your entire faith in just to a rush, which can, sometimes be a 50-50 at most. Coming down to who can even hit the shots. I wonder where Wits is gonna play from though. Are they gonna use him to open up a site, or are they gonna use him to just confirm kills? I mean, Ramp's been left alone for the most part. Smoke's going out towards outer yet again. Whether or not they commit to it's a different question. Papachulo's gonna be the one there, as it looks like maybe they will decide to head towards Ramp if Poppy continues to push up. Or maybe it's just gonna be a 5-man push. Oh, the cross is gonna be seeing Rate. With some early shots, he's going to back away, though. Again, trying to stay safe. Still time left to work with. 48 seconds left on the clock. And they're going to go down. Tamir be the hero for his team as they round this corner. Molotov's being thrown in towards the back of side. He gets the first kill. Second done for Rate, but that's still going to be 3 kills quickly responded with out of Bren. They now have themselves a 3-on-2.
Good man advantage in the post plant to play around. The Score moves down. That's a dirty little angle by Josh. Surely not checked. Oh, Score's too quick, though. He didn't expect the elevation. The flick was there. Annihilation catches Wits jumping out with no idea where he was. And Papachulo's got to do it all. 1 kill to Score. 1 more to go. Annihilation on the 8K. Not a chance with shots like that from Papachulo, saving the day with his 23rd kill on the board and an 11th round for Bren. Well, the slow round certainly seemed to work a little bit better for them, Jason, than what we saw before. Just the straight-up rushes.
Yeah. It was still close, though. Let's be fair to D13. That came down to the 1-on-1. It was after that second kill that comes in for Rate on the Pro. Papachulo, Wits, and Jaw all get a kill apiece. Phenomenal little read, and I'm not sure what Wits is going for necessarily. They're trying to reposition it, maybe expecting both players to come down event. But speaking about rushing, they've gone in towards the upper bomb site, and Mr. Cap, he's... What? Alright, well, Wits gets lucky.
Well, it's only 1 kill, right? With it's only 2 kills. It's only 2 kills, Jay. It's only 3 kills. It's only 3 kills, Jason. It's fine. I mean, still the arm of the it's only 4 kills because you know well, it's only a defuse. It's only 15-11. At the end of the day, that was a horrible round. My God,
Get the money.
Rates just absolutely shredded them, and it's what we talked about before, Jason. When they survive with all 5 players, okay, yeah, you're looking good, but now even with a bomb plant, they're not going to be able to pull out their AKs. That's a disgraceful round to lose for Bren. And it wasn't even to do with the pace. They didn't do something reckless like rushing out. They just lost every single duel to players that came in with that armor, that came in with just deagles, and it just destroyed them. Of all the ones to fall in, this just was not the one. Look at this. It's the deagles absolutely everywhere for Raid. He got a 3k on that deag.
You know, sometimes those rounds happen. We praise them, you know, about their slow play working out a lot better than their fast play. I mean, even with the round, how the round started, right? Witz rounds the corner and sees Mr. Cap, and he had a Molotov out. Well, I knew that was a precursor to how the round would go. A little bit of foreshadowing. And now with Bren on the force buy, throwing everything into this last round, potentially for him. They rush straight in towards the upper bomb site. Mr. Cap's only going to be good for 1, but Tamir's still going to be here. And advantage still going to be held on to, though, for Bren. The Molotov will come through. Wit's down to 4 HP. They're trying to set up some smokes, trying to set up some flashes. Nice little smoke to allow Rate to get through. Flashbang comes in, and he...
Oh, Rate, what are you doing? He just dove down to his death, head first into a meat grinder. Died to gravity. That's one way to go. They don't expect the second player, at least Papichulo didn't, but that's because he had support from further back, and this should be Bren's round, really. And D13 realized that and just going for the save. What the hell was that from Rate? It's like, watch this, guys. Just jumps down. Well, that's embarrassing.
I got nothing to say.
I don't blame you, Jason. I don't blame you at all. That was a very wild round. Luckily, it's not a high stakes one, right? For D13, they're still going to be able to come into this one with a full buy, with a double op setup. Rate hopefully not going to be taking any high dives anytime soon. So he completely missed the swimming pool. And a fast play towards ramp. Here's Rate with the AWP, but he can't make it around the corner. Headbutts the wall on the way. And that is going to be at least a trade back for Bren. As they move towards the B site, they'll find it open for now. Score is on his way around. This Mac-10 jumping through. Surely doesn't stand a chance. Spray control not able to follow up, but a man advantage nonetheless.
Bomb going down. Mir just pushes straight through the door. Mitch almost loses his mind. 3 on 2.
Doing? I mean, again, it works, but it just shouldn't. It just shouldn't. He ran through a smoke with a FAMAS, not even shift walking. Mr. Cap dropped, but they know exactly where Papichulo is. Another 1v1 for him. It's up against Annihilation with a Mac-10. He's looking for the headshot, and he finds it. Papichulo single-handedly holding on for Bren at this point. It feels like it's him against the world. 27 kills on the board. But what the hell was that? I mean, look, Tamer got 1 kill for it, but his strategy was legitimately, I'm going to get a FAMAS, run through the smoke onto the site. We'll see how that goes. Look at this 1v3. Absolutely gorgeous.
I'm at a loss. I thought that was it. I was about to write in my notebook 16-12. Papichulo's not done. 27 kills. We talked about him as being a pretty consistent player, pretty big standout player. Derek's been doing it the entire series, and Bobby's gonna pick up where his teammate left off. Now again, this should be a 14th round for Bren. Then we go into the final buy round. I mean, I think there's a legitimate chance we're going to see overtime.
Oh, there really, really is. From where we started, it wasn't looking all too likely. Poppy took a while to get that kill. He's on 40 health now. Giving up outside control. They'll look for ramp, move to B, and just take that bomb plant yet again. It's been a favorite. It's been the speciality of this side so far. Stammer pushes up on ramp. He's made way too much noise. They were so ready for that. His timing was poor as well. Yeah, I don't see a whole lot happening for D13 in this round, but it is very much all down to the next. Bren could be taking this to OT. Pappy takes another headshot, but still survives. He's a tank.
In before score 1v5 clutches. How's their wind on the lower bomb
Down
side?
here. Yeah, I know, right? There really shouldn't be a lot of airflow down here.
Guess it's the vents. Good old ventilation system. I mean, it's a nuclear reactor, right? They got to keep it cool. That's how you, you keep the rods.
I don't think you blow wind through it. I think that would probably cause more problems.
Probably.
It's on the way out. It's just a load of nuclear waste in the air. I think it's liquid cooled, right? It's water. That's why you get heavy water.
Now going to the last round of normal time. Utility is massively lacking for D13, though. They have one incendiary. A rush came through now out of Bren. That should be overtime. Instead, they're going to head towards outside, go for that early control. They're not up against an AWP. A lot of their smoke's being used. Get across. Leaving Derek and Pro with the only two remaining. Now the Molotov, okay. That was their own. It's Poppy for a little bit of HP, but Tamir, he's on stairs. Smoke's gonna come in, trying to stop their push in towards the lower bomb site, and he's actually gonna push up aggressively here. He's gonna go for the information play, and he gets caught out.
Look at the reinforcements. They don't have any really to get here quickly enough. Scores on the way down the vents, but he's mollied out. Has to stay above that and wait. They've got players on ramp at least at this stage. Walking out, Wright's able to get one, but only one. Score and Annihilation. Two big players still left in this game. And oh, nice shot by Annihilation. The bomb planter in danger here with the spray from Score connecting. It's down to a 1 versus 2. The trade back by Derek. He's also been nuts himself, and Wits stepping it up in these last couple rounds. Caught with a smoke out. Oh, Score. He had utility in his hand for 10 seconds. I mean, that's not a round you can really win if you're doing that. And so we do go to overtime. Train's going all the way.
31 kills for Papachulo. So, I mean, it's kind of like a pretty similar account for both teams. You have Pro on 7, Papachulo on 31. On the other side, you have Mr. Cap on 9. You have Score at 26. Again, credit to Wits. Catching a lot of flack from us, but look at him. I mean, 87 ADR. Second for his team. He's definitely stepped up when they needed it. And again, a victory for Bren. I mean, it doesn't guarantee themselves out of the bottom 2. But it puts them in a good position to stay out of being knocked out in the group stage. Derek. Yeah, a little bit of choke.
Oh, Jason. Here we are. In OT. Looking at the T side for Brand yet again. No AWP making an appearance. They're not big fans of it. I don't blame them with how they've been playing. It's often been centered down to the B bomb site. You just don't need an op for that. And with it being 10k OT, that investment is quite hard punished. If it was 16k, they'd probably take it out for the sake of it, but here, it's a risk they just don't need to take. Poppy loves running through that Molotov. He lost 12 health last round, 25 this time, 24.
Don't worry. know math with you hasn't been too strong.
I thought it said 75 though. Yeah, I mean, Brand have got control. All right, they've left the player lurking outside to make sure their back is secure. That's Derek up on top of Silo, I think. The flash doesn't connect to Annihilation. They're also late pushing on it. That's an easy kill. He's going up for more. Hits that one too. I didn't even see him hit that, honestly. I just had faith. He's just so damn good. He hurt my eyes with how quick he was. Oh man, this is falling apart for Bren in this round, that's for sure.
Yep. Rough times, D13. Didn't see a round like this out of them for quite a few. At least they're able to step up when it comes to overtime, and I don't want to imagine Bren losing 3 rounds on T side after, oh, honestly, an amazing performance out of them. There's the first. What I don't get is why he flicks after the shot with the mouse. You know what I mean? He hits the shot, but then he flicks it like even further away.
I don't know. I won't attempt to understand. I've never been anywhere near as good as Annihilation at nothing, so I can hold an angle and I click when they come around. That's all I can do.
I feel like me sometimes. Yeah, exactly. Again, bomb down. He's being flanked in from behind. Score. He had to cover him off. He was playing very safe angle. Mr. Cap, though, gets one. And another round that's going to be going the way of D13. Wit's left alone. He gets the initial shots on his score. His position's been given up. Doesn't even have the bomb either, and that should be indeed 17 for the Mongolians. Where was this D13? He's like, overtime comes around. They're like, all right, let's end this.
Yeah, I don't know, Jason. It's one of those things, right? OT brings a different pace to the game. You realize you got to focus up. You got to win this. We see it a lot where games go like 15-15, all the rounds really tight. And then once it gets to OT, it's like 19-16 immediately. The one thing that Brand can be very thankful for is the fact that they're coming in here, even without, they haven't got a bomb plant, right? In either of those 2 rounds. And yet they're in a position where they can still buy coming into this. When they're on the CT side, that's not possible. That's why I don't like 10k OT. I feel like it punishes the CT side way too much. Because you're obviously, if you buy even just all rifles twice, you get some pistols even coming into the 3rd round if you lose both. That's a little bit unfair. It's not the point of OT, right? Annihilation is 22 health. He's in a lot of danger with that up. This could be definitely around the Brand win. The early fights have gone their way. They haven't got the map control. Tamer on his way up. He's got the flick, and eventually. Okay. There's a man advantage, but it's traded back very, very quickly. Mr. Cap maintaining it, but then Annihilation falls. That's both players that were low HP dealt with. Now they've got to do it up against the full health guys, and they just can't manage it. Not even a single kill from that point. 18-15. 1 round for D13 on their T side, and they win this. And as long as they don't just go in for a rush towards Squeaky Door, they should be fine.
Did they get like only 3 or 4 kills in the entirety of their first half of overtime for Bren?
I'm not sure.
Really rough rounds, and like we're saying, going flawless now on the CT side. D13 just need that 1 round, and we saw they can be very aggressive towards the upper bond side. They've had success when running it before. Not sure it's going to happen when we have a lot of early utility for the CTs to use. Nade even coming through. Cindere's galore out of both teams. Look, wait, what? Score again?
Tamer?
He's done that before. And did he run through a Molotov here?
Tamer just ran through, I think, his own Molotov to go down to 4 health. We'll find out if he dies with the assist coming through. I mean, that's got to be you're dead, mate. Solo. There you go. I was pros molly. Okay. A little better, at least. Rate falls. I mean, it's 2v4. They shouldn't be around the D13 win. Bren should be able to bring it up now to 18-16 and try to get this flawless half for another overtime. Annihilation's got a 1v4 to win out, and Wits just gets it on the AWP from afar. 16 for Brent. We go a little bit further.
Yeah, Wits has been solid. We gotta give him credit here. 29 kills. 3k in that last round. And D13 back on the bye, obviously. Yeah, that's not the first time we've seen Scorer actually push through like that. He does the quick rush over towards main, and he, I mean, clearly wasn't expected. CT, running in behind, saying, wait, don't go in there. Let's see. Ace not going to be too much. Annihilation's going for the early shot, and he gets it. Pro. Going to be out of the round. Early man advantage, but Wits, he's pushed up aggressively. He's feeling confident. Jaw, he's going to be good for one. Wits gets one as well. Quickly traded out on, however. Spot out the bomb, and it's down to the 3-on-3 until they catch Derek pushing in Hut. Papachulo's still... Actually, that was over towards Squeaky Door. Papachulo's going to be now inside of Hut, though. And Tamir has the upper bomb site. Oh, Poppy, if they don't expect him here, or if Tamir doesn't clear this angle, this could be huge.
They realize he must be around this area. You can see Raid is just holding outside. There's the barrel spotted, and an easy little tap. There's a good position, but maybe they've got to read that Papichulo plays towards that site. Molotov out here. Wits has to push, and that's the end. 19-16. D13 take it in overtime on the third map. So definitely a much more difficult series than you maybe would have expected. But in the end, they do come out on top.
So this puts now D13 on 3-3. And Bren on 1-5. So we have 3 teams currently standing at 1-5. Mazlai, Lucid Dream, and Bren all fighting to keep their hopes alive, get out of the bottom 2, and get through into the playoffs. But with that map wrapping up, we get to bring in our lovely co-casters. We have Bleh, we've got Dinko to talk about the last game on Nuke. And with how it started out, it looked like Bren were going to come out swinging. Bleh, they had, what was it, like a first round loss, and they won the next 4 straight, up 4-1, and then it started to slip away from them.
Yeah, it looked like they were in firm control, but then D13, like you said, the individuals on his team, I don't know what to say. The way they're just exploding out of the bomb side, just winning all the deals. And Jason, you were right. It goes to overtime. You're still like, all right, Bren still have it, but Bren only got 4 kills in the first half of overtime. I don't know what really happened there. I mean, D13 just really woke up in overtime, just closing it on out, but that was what I was afraid of. For Bren, when it comes to Nuke, they haven't played anything in recent memory. I think they haven't played a single map of Nuke in the past 3 months, and it showed. They still showed good signs. I mean, taking the overtime is no mean feat at all. But the fact that, if you don't play too many officials, scrims don't really count. I mean, they do count to a certain degree, but officials are a whole different ball game. While when it comes to D13, they're playing Nuke against maybe a Vici, maybe even Tiger, and they might lose, but at least they're getting that particular experience, right? With a lot of pressure, and a lot of stake, and a lot on the line as well. So yeah, just unfortunate that it had to come down to Nuke, but then that's what happens. You don't really have much of a map pool. But my word, man, Derek and Poppy, these 2 guys are just absolute beasts.
Yeah, Derek is definitely impressive for me. I think we know what Papichulo can do. We've known that for a while. But Derek coming into this tournament has been such a surprise for me moving forward for Bren. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on this team. I really do feel like they need a couple more players that can deliver firepower. I just don't think they have enough. And right now in this sort of situation as well, they don't even have the tactical Counter-Strike to fall back on. So I think you've really just got to get an extra 2 players here, or 1 or 2 players that can frag a little bit better. Because there is a few pieces in here, but they're just not good enough yet. If you're getting beaten by the likes of D13 on a map like Nuke, then this is where these youngsters shouldn't really be able to compete as well. This is a map where it does require a bit of tactics, and that's something that we've talked about D13 not really having. It's most of the individuals for them. But they claw it back, they get the individuals popping off, and for Bren, it really does feel like they just have Papichulo being able to pull them out in the sticky situations. We've seen those clutches going his way, they even have a chance to pull it to overtime. But Bren, I feel like this team this isn't the Final Four.
No, I'd agree. I mean, even for Wits in particular, we dropped 30 kills at the end of that. It's taken him a long time to start to put up some big numbers. We're starting to see it now. I wonder if it's just going to be a little bit too late in the tournament, considering they need to desperately get a victory under their belt. You see Papachulo, 32 kills. So I think he had 0, unfortunately, in the 4 rounds of overtime that we did have. Wits on 30, Derek on 25. And on the other side, there's really not one big standout player. I mean, Tamir, I think it's one of the first times we've seen him top frag first team, annihilation score and rate, again, pretty much sticking together across as a 3. Let's take a look, though, at the MVP of this map. So I think this is going to be going the way of Tamir. Yeah, well deserved. 29 kills, 9 multi-kill rounds, 3 opening kills. And he had some pretty good control. Like, he wasn't like the first line of defense. He was more like the second line of defense. He kind of came to the rescue in a lot of these rounds, I felt like, when they were playing CT.
Yeah, and also, if I'm not wrong, I think he's the in-game leader as well. And we talk about rate, we talk about annihilation, and we talk about score, right? And I mean, these youngsters are absolute beasts. But Tamir, what impresses me is if he's the caller as well, the fact that he's able to have these big rounds, he might be second line of defense. Jason will notice at times in the smoke, he's the guy with the MP9 just pushing in, trying to kind of wreak some havoc, get a kill, get information for his team. Very sacrificial player, so to speak, which is why we don't see him on the top of the scoreboard. But it's cool to see that this team does have depth. Mr. Cap, a little, he didn't really show up today, I feel like, in the series, which is unfortunate. But D13, they're a very promising team. But I agree with you. I feel like both these teams we haven't really seen in final forms yet. I feel like for Bren especially, this lineup's been together for a while right now. Some fresh blood needs to come in from the Filipino side. And for D13, they can stick around for a bit more. I mean, they're looking pretty good. But maybe after this RMR, you never know. Like one change, or maybe, like I said, maybe Urcast and these guys teaming up, something special like that. That excites me. That excites me quite a bit.
Well, good to know what excites you, Bleh. What excites me is
You
the
excite me,
head-to-head
Jason.
that we're going to be looking at now. I'm glad I have that effect on you, Bleh. And I've been being told there's some interesting differences when it comes to this head-to-head we looked at before between Annihilation and Wits. And Wits definitely outperforming his opponent here. 18 kills with the op, and Annihilation only on 9. That's ridiculous.
Definitely, when we talk about Annihilation as a massive opper, it's surprising to see that he didn't actually show up that much on the AWP, but I wouldn't say he didn't show up because he was just rifling like an absolute madman. I think that's something that you brought up during the game, Jason, that when it comes down to Wits, he is solid with the op at times. There are some small inconsistencies, but on the rifle, you can't really rely on him. Whereas Annihilation, we saw multiple rounds where he stepped it up with an AK in his hands and showed us that he's not just an opper.
Yeah, good to see, honestly. And I feel bad because we have spent so many matches not bashing on him, but definitely calling him out as being a player that needs to step up within the team. He's been able to do it here. I'm curious if he's going to be able to do it yet again in their next match. We're going to be heading to a break here. And when we do come back, we're going to be coming back with our second game. It's going to be, honestly, an exciting one. It's Tyloo, and it's up against Beyond. We're going to have about a 10-minute break. I'm going to get out of here and maybe get some more coffee so I can learn to talk a little bit better. You guys go get something to drink, something to eat, maybe use some restrooms, but make sure you're back here in 10 minutes time here for game number 2.
Coming up next, Tyloo versus Beyond Esports.
Welcome back, everyone, to Perfect World Asia League 2020, the Asia Summer RMR event brought to you by PGL. And we are into day 10. This is the end of the second week with 3 weeks total of group play and then going into 3 days of playoffs. I'm Jason Kaplan, still joined by the lovely Mitch, the fantastic Bled, and the ever so handsome Dinko as we go into our second game of Tai Lu up against Beyond. Now, I know before we even fully talk about this game, it's been a very one-sided affair in favor of one team. 12 wins for Tyloo, 1 win for Beyond. I wanted to take a second there to think about how to say that, but there's no other way than just to be blunt here, Mitch.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fair to say coming in that we'd expect Tyloo to win this. But considering the performance that Beyond have put forward in this tournament alone, obviously having not played Tyloo, or indeed a lot of the high-level teams that Vici and Invictus still to play, I think they've got an okay chance. The loss to Tiger does make me a little bit worried, though.
Okay, well, let's actually, I guess, to start to dive into this. Wow, I need to slow down, take my breath here, and dive into Beyond. Let's talk about them first, because currently they are at the top of the table, 4-1 joint top with Tyloo. But this team has been performing so well, even on day one. This was the team that we saw as being the only one who seemed to know how to play well together, flashing each other in, being selfless, executing on towards sites, and they have a roster that's star-studded, Bled.
Yeah, if you look at the names, they've been around for quite a while, for the past 5 years when it comes to Asian CS. But I'm gonna kind of throw in a little caveat there to the statement, Jason. They are top of the leaderboard right now, top of the table alongside Tyloo. But who have they beaten, right? They beat Mazlai 2-0. Okay, not bad. They beat Bren 2-0. Decent performance. They beat Lucid, which you're gonna beat anytime anyway. They beat D13 2-1. They lost to Tiger 1-2. So yeah, I mean, it's not been very hard-fought wins. These are teams you expect Beyond to beat. Yet to play Tyloo is going to be happening right now. They have yet to play Vici, and I think that is going to be the real tell. They struggle. They haven't played Invictus either. They struggle against the Chinese teams. They struggle against the top teams in the region, even against Tiger. And I think that is a barrier they need to break. So for this win to come in today, if they somehow manage to beat Tyloo, or for that matter, even make it competitive, that could be a mental barrier which could maybe, potentially, allow Beyond to bloom beyond Southeast Asia and be a potential contender for the rest of the region.
So then if I were to ask you who needs to stand out in the match for Beyond up against...
Everyone.
Okay. Short, sweet, and simple. So let's then look at their opponents. Tyloo seeming to be the dominant force in China in the region. However, yesterday they didn't look so dominant. They looked very mortal, I have to say. And I'm going to throw this one over to you, Dinko, because that match up against Mazlai, I mean, there was the potential for Mazlai to win this. It was a 16-11 on Inferno, a 19-16 on Mirage being pushed into OT. I don't know if that was Tyloo not playing well. I don't know if that was Tyloo not really preparing too much for that match or what it was. Do you have any opinions on it, though?
Yesterday, Tyloo, I think, got a little bit complacent on the second map. I think the first map, Inferno, they looked brilliant. You know, Dan King definitely returning. And while it's good to see him actually show up, he hasn't really been there this entire tournament. But Tyloo definitely looked a little shaky yesterday at moments. Definitely could have probably seen a map being dropped there. But in the last 5 games that they've played, they've won all of their series, 4 of their series 2-0. So it's definitely been rough for Tyloo, but they're still winning 2-0 in most of their series. The last loss they took was against Invictus 2-0. But Tyloo, that's what we're talking about. This is how good this team is. The fact that we are saying so often how they're not looking as good as they can be. They're just limping through the series, but they're still winning 2-0 every single time. So I think people need to realize that's the class of Tyloo in this Asian region. They don't even have to really try or even reach that top level. They're still beating these teams 2-0. It's an incredible team, and they've just got so much skill that I just can't see a world in which Beyond are able to take them on today.
Well, let's then take a look at, I guess, the top kill leaders for both teams in the last 3 months, and then maybe that could be an idea of how they could get into it. And obviously, it's got to be Olivia. I mean, this man has stood out on the AWP. It doesn't matter what weapon you really give him. And then you look overall, I mean, he is technically performing better than Tyloo's top fragger. I mean, he's got, across the board, except maybe headshots, because obviously picking up the op for Olivia. But that doesn't really tell the signs of how things go between these two matchups. I wish we could almost have the stats of the top fragger from each team only in the head-to-head between these two, because I feel like that would be extremely skewed. Mitch.
Yeah, it definitely would. I mean, you take a look over there, you're seeing Olivia. He's a player we've highlighted again and again as a solid opper. He can do it when it comes to rifles as well. But The thing that was missing for Tyloo in a lot of those early games was danking, and in the last series he showed up spectacularly. He got front page Reddit out of that game, for God's sake. So when you look at now them coming up against Beyond, I think they're probably in a better spot. I'm glad that they didn't face them in the first week, because I think I would have been much more favored towards Beyond. But now the problem is when you look at that their opponents, you're relying on, as Bless said, pretty much everybody stepping it up. And that is not something that's going to happen every day. Whereas for Tyloo, if they come in on the form that we've seen them consistently show, even without Dan King dominating op duels, I think that they should take it fairly easily. As well as that, the best map, the one I think that you would want Beyond to pull out is Nuke, but that's going to be the insta-ban for Tyloo. So that immediately removes a massive advantage for Beyond, because Tyloo don't have to stray from their regular veto system.
Well, since we're talking about maps, why don't we just take a look at the veto then to see what maps will be played here in this series and see which team will come out ahead. And like you said, Nuke going to be banned away. Inferno, Mirahe, and Train and Bleh. That's not a good sign for a man who's been covering this region for years.
The Mirage pick from Tyloo. Now it can either be an incredible pick coming in from just a confidence pick, or it could allow Beyond a way into this game. That's what I feel like. I feel like Dust 2 would have been a better pick from Tyloo. They have a flawless win record, and no one's able to handle the firepower that Tyloo possesses on that map, especially somebody being this insane X factor and just being completely unpredictable. I would have expected Inferno, Mirage, and Dust 2 coming out. Inferno actually being the pick of Tyloo and Beyond picking Mirage. So if I'm Beyond right now, I'm feeling pretty happy. I'm like, okay, we can play Inferno. We know Tyloo's still probably better than us in all the 3 maps. We can play Inferno, and we definitely, like, Mirage is their best map. Again, Tyloo and Mirage, it's a tale as old as time, and the number of teams have taken on this particular map. I mean, it's a star-studded lineup, right? But there is a chance, there is a world where Beyond can 2-0 this if everything goes their way, if all the stars align. If it goes to Train, it's Tyloo.
So, Bled, do you think there legitimately could be a 2-0 then? Like, would you put your stakes on this?
No.
Okay.
It's Tyloo.
I mean, yeah, obviously, the history kind of repeating itself. I mean, 12 wins against the 1 loss to Beyond.
And that's one map. That's not a series one either. That's one map, and it was last July. So they haven't really done anything.
Well, obviously, let's get your predictions really quickly, Mitch, because we don't have that much time before we do hop into the first map. How do you think this is going to go?
I'll say 2-1 to Tyloo.
2-1 for Tyloo. You know what? I'm just going to go 2-0 for Tyloo. Actually, I don't know. I'm going to go 2-1 as well. I'm going to back you up on this. Beyond have looked good, and if everyone on the team plays like we've seen them do so far in the tournament, then I think we have the potential for an extremely exciting match. So let's see as we're going to hop into the first game. Blaine Dinko, why don't you take us in?
So I think I'm going to go with 2-0 Tyloo. I feel like I think
that.
Yeah, I'm just going to stick with it. I think Tyloo should have enough skill and have the sort of mental edge over Beyond coming into this. When you take a look at what they're doing in this series, Beyond have struggled mentally against Tyloo for so long. And what have Tyloo done into the series? Immediately picked Beyond's best map. So I think that's just kind of a confidence play. And that's definitely going to be playing in the back of the Beyond players' heads.
I like that from Tyloo, though. Now, I might have been like, I'm not sure about this, but at the same time, you're goddamn Tyloo, right? And you're supposed to come in, just swinging that big stick of yours and be like, come on, we're just gonna knock everyone out of the park. And that's what they used to do once upon a time. If you look at the match, if you look at history between Beyond or when they were known as back then Alpha Red and Tyloo, look at the way Tyloo were winning these games. They're not even getting to double digits where Alpha Red, aka Beyond, and that was how Tyloo was at one point. And it's just this force of pure, raw, unbridled skill and energy, which no one is able to contend against. And that Tyloo has been missing for a while. Oh, hi. This is a much better setup than my bedroom. I won't lie.
It is pretty good. I mean, I feel like I'm really zoomed in today, Blair. I feel like I've
you are
or something.
I can't even see your incredible hair. It's
You know what, I'll slide
you can
right
lower some.
down
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Nope, a little bit too low. It's because of the delay, so I can't actually see. There.
You got that.
There.
So,
There we go.
that is perfect. That is perfect framing, right?
Now this isn't comfortable whatsoever.
How's your spine feel?
It's feeling a little bit curved right now. But getting into this, I think Tyloo have the potential to break the spine of Beyond. I honestly do feel like if Tyloo play well today and they don't show up like they did against Mazalai or Mirage towards the end of the series, if they come in swinging and they keep that focus up for this entire series, I just see Tyloo walking away with this. They're good on Inferno. They're fantastic on Mirage as well when they decide to be. But yesterday, Dan King was just incredible on Inferno. The amount of kills he was getting, big clutches, he was incredible to watch. And the one issue for me coming into this is that Olivia is really good on those multi-kills. And I don't know if he's going to get as much opportunity against the likes of Tyloo to be able to deliver multi-kills round in, round out. And that's something that Beyond have been relying on.
Yeah, and someone should clear that table. You don't leave your drinks lying around like Mitch next to your computer. I think that's being very unhygienic.
He has spilled
but...
like 2-liter bottles of Fanta over his keyboard as well. He is
Oh God,
quite the special specimen.
Well, there you have it, Mitch, getting called out publicly. But anyway, right now though, we're going to be jumping in straight into the map. Inferno, the pick for Beyond. This is the surprise, right? I wouldn't have been surprised if Tyler just picked Inferno, but just the sheer cojones and Summer just crouch and just tap away, you know? Most players just take a shot and fall on back, and that is unreasonable. Come on! Come on! It just started! Jesus, what?
Well, Dan King didn't see anybody in that pistol round. He still
Did
gets 2
somebody
kills.
see anyone either?
I don't think so. I think that's just a bracket smoke setup from Beyond that just gets absolutely destroyed by Tyloo. Beyond used up a lot of utility just to try and get some control. You see Dan King just taking the first through the smoke. Mayrolls not really knowing what's going on, and he went back for more. He gets the kill, yeah, and somebody as well. Actually, it was I think it might be on the gap in the smoke because they didn't come up showing the indicator. But who knows? Didn't see from his perspective. QQ down and towards underpass is going to be taken away by Dan King. Triple mid peak coming in from Tyloo, and I think this is just a statement of confidence.
Yep. I like it. I like it. Like I said, for Beyond to win the series, it has to be 2-0. I don't see them winning this on train, right? Number one. Number two, you can't give that confidence to Tyloo. That's what Tyloo thrives on confidence. And here's the thing. Tyloo, are they over-aggressive? Do they kind of lose focus at times? Yes, they do. But one thing they do very, very well, and they can turn that on at any moment, better than almost any team in Asia, is that basic, fundamentally correct, simple Counter-Strike. What I'm talking about is the spacing, the trade game, and the communication, especially now that everyone's speaking the damn same language after 5 years. It's improved quite a bit. So you'll see like the synergy in like a 2v4, a 3v3 scenario. It's so on point. It's far away from the previous Tyloo where they had the individual skills. They used to have a set plays, but when there was chaos, they used to struggle because in the heat of the action, you know, your comms can fall apart. That's no longer the case here for Tyloo. They play simple Counter-Strike, but you know, for a team like this, of this caliber, I think that's going to be all they need. Summer running in through the smoke, finds one, danking with an AUG. He just hasn't died yet. Finally, he's going to get taken down, but it's Olivia left alone, Dinko, and I take his name, and he falls. I'm getting a bad vibe from the start of this particular map for Beyond.
Yeah, I feel like in this next round, it's not going to get much better, obviously, so we're up 4-0. And then we get into the gun round 4 Beyond, where they're going to have everything. They're going to have all the pieces to work with, the AWP if they decide to pull it out. But I feel like this felt like an eco. This felt like Tyloo were just going up against pistols. They destroyed the rifles like they didn't have them in their hands. And while Tyloo, this is a brilliant start. I feel like when they're playing against the better teams in the tournament, though, they just kind of show up to another level. I think Vici just got absolutely backhanded by Tyloo when we've seen them play. So I feel like when Tyloo go up against these teams, they probably give them a little bit more respect. And giving, or in Tyloo's strange way of giving them more respect, they give less respect, if that makes sense, Blair.
True, that actually makes sense.
They focus a lot more, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like, here's the thing, against Tyloo actually give respect, but it's also their particular style of respect, right? Where their way of respect is playing in your face,
exactly, yeah,
strong, aggressive Counter-Strike, and you're like, oh, they're not giving me respect. They are. That's the thing, and it's kind of topsy-turvy in Asia, and especially when it comes to Tyloo, nothing makes sense. But Inko, it's like an abusive relationship. I just can't get out of it. Plus, they gave me the really nice, you know, the Tyloo edition ice. Maybe I am corrupt.
Oh, that is definitely what I want. They look nice. Yeah.
Oh,
Zowie EC2A, right?
Yeah, the EC2A Tyloo edition with the Tyloo mousepad and also
a Tyloo jersey.
Yeah, I'm a little spoiled by that.
No biased commentators here at all.
Whatsoever. I'm biased? I have no bias. I imagine they give me these goodies, and yet I'm probably the one guy who every week, I haven't tweeted about, you know, something bad about Tyloo today. Need to tweet it out. Right now, though, they're looking very good. Look at this.
Look, they're down middle already. How? They're down middle faster than the T site can get in banana. Somebody is just down in middle, waiting around the corner. They've got 3 players peeking mid again. This
Oh, they
time,
won't expect
somebody is walking around the back of Banana. Surely they think, okay, it's a gun round. Surely they don't be expecting a push through the smokes in Banana. Somebody's right behind him. There's another smoke that keeps him alive at the moment. It comes down to timing. He'll walk right back into somebody. He's going to whiff the spray. He only gets 1 kill. A-Rolls gets rid of him in reply. STK with the kill of his own, and now we're a 4 versus 3. Beyond somehow clawing their way back into this one, but slowly getting a double, and Dan King shuts down Olivia. STK goes down in the apartments, and Beyond, I think they've quickly realized there's no hope in playing their own game.
Oh, this is just, I don't know. Like, these are the 2 teams who are on top of the leaderboard right now, and everyone's like, yeah, Beyond, they're finally gonna break out. This is their moment. They're finally gonna break the curse of not being able to really beat a Chinese team, and they come in all guns blazing. They pick Inferno, one of Tyler's better maps, and they're like, you know what, we're gonna take you on your home ground, homie. They walk on in, and Tyler just smacked them left, right, and down mid as well. Yeah. This is brutal to watch. And it's still very early, and Tyloo can pretty much choke and just give it the next 10 rounds in his half. But for now, this is looking scary, Dinko.
We can enjoy it while it lasts. All right, that's what we got to do here. It's a good outlook on life, and while Mayrol's getting a spray down, gets 1. It's slowly coming back in though with a double kill. 3 versus 3. Summer, oh, he's in middle again. They just can't expect this. They're trying to take apartments, but Summer's just walking down middle, and now Olivia, he's stuck with a bomb. Gets away. And that Molotov actually will prevent the CTs from chasing, so he has a bit of an opportunity to get up in towards this bomb site. An attacker repositioning behind the coffins. He's done this well. Good repositioning, good positioning overall, and a great double kill for a 6th round on Tyloo's board. Yeah, this is rough from Beyond.
What do you do? What do you do when the CTs are in T-spawn with, with T-slope, T-ramp, with, just like 10 seconds into the round?
Have we been in this game for like 4 or 5 minutes and we're already 6 rounds deep?
This has to be one of the fastest starts to a game I've ever seen. And, this is what I want to see from Tyloo. I mean, no disrespect to... Yeah, average HP left of that round, and I think that pretty much sums everything. that is
average 0.71.
Yeah, that's a yikes right there. I feel for Beyond... they need to have some mental strength here, right? Now, they know Tyloo not going to give respect, and they know how Tyloo is playing at the moment, so play your defaults, right? Fine, he's struggling to take mid, it's fine. Hold the angles, Tyloo are going to over-aggress. I mean, you have somebody and Danking, of course they're going to push on down a little bit further. The problem is, the crossfires from Tyloo, they can hold on to the, they might push down mid, but they have such good crossfires and such good individual players that it's very hard to contend against. This is much better. Early smoke, top mid, walking on up, they're gonna maybe pop the way through, and I think Summer smells this. I think Summer is aware that there might be an explode push out, and there we go. Smoke comes out, Danking, just gonna hold, not gonna take a shot.
Yeah. I like this though. Repositioning so he can deal with further players. Now he goes aggressive again. Mayrolls gets 1. Missed shot from Dan King. He tries to pull the deagle, but he was in a good position. I don't really like the re-aggression coming in from Dan King there, but I guess you live and die by the sword, and well, kills come through for the T side. Can get a bomb plant here. This is the most competitive round we've seen from Beyond so far. And hilariously, it's one of the rounds where Tyloo actually slowed it down a little bit. And I think that's the right decision, obviously. They get a good read of the economy. They know they're going up against pistols, but it's the round that they lose. Beyond take it.
Yeah, doesn't make sense, does it? But I like that from Beyond. They had just the pistols, right? They had the Tech 9s, they had the Deagles. Nice shots and a great round from QQ there, 3K, mind you. And they knew that Tyloo, that they have the guns, they're going to give no respect. So what do? They take the fight to Tyloo. They aggress out, and then again, Tyloo, that the mistakes being made there. Why was Danking playing up close with the AWP? It wasn't worth it. I know he's trying to get a kill, but it's not worth it when there might be 2 people facing you. He didn't have time to take out a Deagle the moment he misses AWP shot, right? Mistakes being made. Some are running out there from short with his knife out or something, or a grenade out, but Beyond doing a good job punishing it. So Tyloo, it's a little bit of a, I wouldn't say a slap, but a little bit of a tap, saying that, hey guys, come on, like a little bit of restraint. Like, we're not going to go down without a fight. So that's a little bit of a good sign from Beyond. So hopefully think we're not going to be seeing a complete full stompage. I don't know if that's a real word though. Stompage. I know it's stomp.
Yeah, it works. It works.
Sounds good though. Stompage. Google it.
Huh? Dan King. He's up here on top of the half wall. Good kill. Comes off it as well. Now repositioning further back. Try and stay alive so it's not just a one and done. He hits the shot through the wall into QQ, but he has to get back in towards the coffins. Now somebody has arrived, and there's 2 ops on this B bomb site. 50 seconds, and Beyond, after losing that one player, Dan King does a really good job at holding them off. So now Beyond, they can't really capitalize on that, and instead run back to middle. And they're going to see what they can do, re-aggressing in towards the A bomb site. The time, there's still 35 seconds, but that will start to run dry very quickly. And Summer is getting aggressive, trying to catch out some info. Maybe potentially take down a player as well, but he's going to turn his back at the wrong time. And that's going to give them an advantage back into a 4 versus 4. 22 seconds, Attacker locked in the bomb site, slowly arriving as well. They have the information. The Beyond are going to be committing towards the A bomb site slowly. His position is so good, and a double kill out of it as well. Attacker, well, his position just going to be so difficult to deal with, and this job done. 7-1. As soon as they lose the bomb there, the round's done anyway. And Beyond, I feel like they tried to go towards B early on, but as soon as Dan King kind of stops that from being a possibility, they got left with no other option to go back to A. And they run the time down a little too long. So, yeah, that's a bit unfortunate for Beyond.
Yeah, and the moment they got Summer as well, I think it was like 25 seconds remaining. So for them to head over from there, from the apartments area all the way towards B, they had to run, right? And once the CTs didn't hear a single footstep, they're like, all right, they're going to be continuing towards A. And you saw Attacker with the preemptive smoke coming in. Slowly becoming a very favorite, one of my favorite players to watch. He's not mad or insane like somebody. He's not flashy or like this crazy player like Mr. Dan King. He's not as incredibly, sharp like Attacker, but he's so very solid, as how he approaches the game. He's a Mr. Reliable of this team. And I feel like he tends to get overshadowed by some of the more illustrious players, but this I'm not a fan of. I take the name, and that I'm not a big fan of, but he's still going to find one. I would have really liked him if he had fallen back instead of just holding an off angle and hoping to get a spray down. And that's going to leave an opening Beyond into this round. But Summer is an absolute madman. Just pushes in Attacker with a brilliant flash. But they found the A bomb site empty, and it's going to be a 2v2 nonetheless.
Bomb planted. Good round opportunity here for Beyond. They desperately need rounds at the start of Inferno. None of them really going their way. Oh, the pistol round. So Attacker and Summer. 1 smoke left and a kit available for Attacker. Smoke used up. Olivia alongside STK have a pretty strong crossfire. Olivia back in the site and STK positioned in towards Big Pit. And with the time ticking now, Tyler's chances of winning this round do slip out of their hands. Olivia with a double kill, cleans it up. 2 rounds on the board for Beyond. Finally a first gun round to win as well.
Yeah, gonna be pretty happy with that. And despite that start from Tyloo, the money is not looking ideal right now. They're still gonna have the double off. This boost working out wonderfully. Oh, QQ just spots out a little bit of a silhouette there. Dan King going for the repeat, going for the hero shot through the smoke and getting punished for it. And that's the thing. The 2 rounds that Beyond have won have been basically Tyler getting punished for making small little mistakes. And ooh, he usually hits those. Double scoped in. Commit nearby. Be falling on back. Yeah, doesn't want to stick around too much towards top of brackets, especially with no backup nearby, no one nearby to immediately trade. But they're not giving up bracket control yet. They still have 2 players up there. We have Summer just with the Deagle, the M4 in the hands of Attacker. Very, very powerful position for him to be in. And looks like they're going to be wasting any time. They're going to be going for the A hit, but then Nate is going to do absolutely no damage. I don't understand this game sometimes.
They fixed it though, Blood, don't worry. And while Attacker and Summer taking 2 kills down with them. Good start for Tyloo on this hold, and a good finish it seems as well, unless Olivia can pull off a huge clutch. And well, okay. 1 versus 1 for Olivia now. He is the clutch leader in this tournament. This will bring him up to 11. Back to middle. This is such a smart play. Back towards B he goes. Somebody left, just staring down the A bomb site. The AWP with no kit, no utility. This is a good chance for Olivia to pull off this incredible clutch. Goes back towards the B bomb site. Plenty of time to get that bomb down and reposition into a solid post plant. And somebody still thinks it's A. He has no kit play. This pretty much loses the round now, surely. He has to save at this point. Unless he finds a kit, yeah, that could be something.
No time.
Yeah, he can't do it anymore. No way he can win this. What a clutch from Olivia.
That's insane. 1v4. And it wins the 1v1
get
without
all
even
the
having
kills.
to fight. Yeah, that's literally what I thought as well. This is genius play from Olivia, and you said it. We all said it. And there's players who need to step up. Everyone needs to step up. But even amongst STK, Kantizi, Meryl's, QQ, the one player who's going to have to go above and beyond has to be this man. And that I still don't know how he won that. I still don't know how he won that round. That was just insane composure and aim.
Yeah, they did get the opportunities given to him by Tyloo, but taking those opportunities wasn't so easy. He just stayed calm under pressure. We've seen him just take this one kill. There's the peak. They kind of give him 1v1 fights, and obviously that does help him out winning the round, but nonetheless, it still takes a lot of skill to be able to find those 3 kills.
I would have found 0. But yeah, beyond finally, they put a stop to that streak of Tyloo's. It was looking very scary. Somebody, Soul AWP, and he, well, just...
Lucky, but what's he doing now? Pushing right down middle with AWP. He is the only player with a weapon of value in play, so he kind of has that pressure on him to try and get something done here, and he's running right up Banana Mayrolls. Oh my god, somebody! If he pulled that off, I would have just died. And well, Mayrolls gets rid of him, KTC shuts down slowly, and now it's just Attacker, Summer, and Dan King. They've only got a Deagle in play here, and it's gone as well. Round picked up here for Beyond. This is straight up rush B.
Well, sometimes it's all you need. Quick hit towards B. And yeah, that was so strange for somebody. Like, I would have liked him to try and keep that AWP alive. The money's still not that great. Summer, Zeus and Ann. AWP, I think that has been picked up by Olivia. I don't think Olivia had an AWP coming into this one. And Summer gets spotted out and decides he really doesn't want to go for this. And I like this from Beyond. They keep all 5 players alive. They don't go for the unnecessary hunt. And there you have it. Not a single player having the money for the AWP. And that's the AWP is something which Tyloo clearly wants to have on a CT side. So I'm going to question the decision from somebody to just go all by his lonesome there. I'd rather have Tyloo attempted that retake, as unlikely as it was, playing around the AWP, keeping it on the back lines, and potentially trying to save it. Instead, he'll lose it, they hand it over to Olivia, and now they just have the rifles to work.
Yeah, just a reminder, this was 6-0 for Tyloo, now 7-4. And we talk about it, you know, we're not really ever going to expect Tyloo just to clean it up like that over and over again. Eventually, Beyond are going to figure something out. They initially went into this round, this map, should I say, with a game plan of wanting to play their own Counter-Strike. Tyloo, they came into it not letting them do that. They were getting aggressive, pushing them all over the map. And when I say all over the map, I literally mean down middle, Banana, A. Generally, the CT side, you'll see aggression towards one side of the map, and the other will play more passive, so you can have those quick rotations. You don't lose too many players. But for Tyloo, it's just getting aggressive everywhere. But now they're into a much more passive setup, and so passive as well. 2 players playing on the back of the B-bomb site. Dan King has started in the pit, and I think this is in part due to the fact that Tyloo literally have no utility.
In part, number 1, and number 2, also the fact that they don't, even if they win this round, they want to keep as many guns alive as possible, where a crossfire setup gives them high survivability chances compared to, you know, playing a little bit more aggressive, where they might get traded. Number though, pushing on out. He's gathering information. I like that. I like the re-aggress in 30 seconds on the clock. They don't see anyone, and someone's going to peel away from A. He's going to be heading towards the B-bomb side, where, remember, we saw Attacker and Slowly. Just the 2 of them. Slowly boosted above. Attacker has a flashbang, 20 seconds. And with mid clear, that's been cleared by somebody. The flash can be deployed right now. Attacker, throw the flash. And he's going to be tossing it in. That's a perfectly timed flash, but the STK is still going to find Summer. Slowly. Is he going to mow a couple down? Nothing. He just finds nothing. But Attacker is going to find 4. What an absolute god! Attacker! Holy, I don't even know how he got that. That was a full spray, Dinko.
Attacker has some of the most ridiculous spray control in this game. That is unbelievable from Attacker. 8th round picked up for Tyloo, and we get to see it again. We have to. He's holding on. From second orange, you expect maybe 1 or 2 kills here, but everything? Definitely not. He just continues to spray, and that transfer up to Mayroll is just tracking him so easily. That is not easy to do at all.
Alright, that's the way for Tyloo to kind of bounce back in here. I think Beyond did a great job there. Didn't make much noise, and even with Tyloo, figuring out that it's going to be a B hit, even though the rotation was on, even though the CDs are ready. I think Beyond did a great job getting the first 2 kills, but then what do you do when attacker happens, right?
Well, now, Beyond trying to slow things down a little bit and try and recover mentally from that. Tyloo again, very passive, complete flip reverse from what we've seen at the start of this map. I think that's fantastic though from Tyloo. This playstyle is very interesting. They have complete polar opposite styles of play. They initially have the idea of getting aggressive and just keep pushing, get these opening rounds. You build yourself such a buffer up. You just wait for Beyond to stop you before you actually go into the passive setups. DanKing goes down early on into this round. Summer nearly goes down as well. They're really hard checking this. I don't think Summer's going to get much down here at all. Beyond find the 2 opening picks, and that might just be the round now. There's only Attacker left over towards this A bomb site. He's got to go huge. Got a good position in the pit. Dealing with multiple players is not going to be so easy, but it's Attacker. Oh my god, 3 kills on the spray down. STK finally gets rid of him, but he's put his team in a winnable position, almost a favorable position. Look at the HP left in STK and KTZ. Moving forward, somebody looking to cut through. He gets 1, but it's actually slowly that'll walk away with them. That's ridiculous from Attacker yet again.
Wow.
7 kills, Blair, in 2 rounds from spray downs.
Wow. Like, I have nothing to add to that. Look at this. They were all full health. They all had health. Okay, except one of the players was kind of low, but fine. The third one, fair enough, but he still did a damage. It wasn't like there was no assist there. Insane.
Oh.
Even the game can't take it. Even the
game's had enough. Yeah, the server's out of here. But Attacker, Mr. Swift dies. Unbelievable stuff from him. 7 headshots, 29 body shots. Total bullet shot, 160. Is that a fantastic showing here as he sprints down in towards middle. Attacker's feeling it. He's confident. Back to the quick place, and Tyloo, DanKing shuts down QQ, and an advantage. Pulled in play. Look at Attacker. Instead of he looks away at the wrong time. I thought for sure he was going to get a double there. Right, trying to turn his attentions back, wary of the T stairs. Now it's just Olivia. Attacker does go down after 1, but it doesn't really matter. The 4 teammates step up, and that's a good round from DanKing. 10-4, Tyloo. Well, it's already a pretty convincing half, and with the current economy for Beyond, it's hard to see a world in which Tyloo don't get more than the 10 rounds.
Well, I mean, yeah, man, like everyone waking up from the side of Tyloo. And for Beyond, it's kind of unfortunate. They won 4, Dinko. They were grinding it back. It is their map pick after all. But then somehow Attacker being the catalyst and DanKing, of course. This is what I wanted to see from DanKing all this while. Also,
yeah.
it feels like his play style, it doesn't really help survivability.
It's kind of a one-and-done guy. I think Kaze is kind of like that sometimes, though. Because Kaze, in this tournament at least, has some of the most deaths.
Okay, Summer.
Attacker double kill again, 3k. All right, that's a brilliant half from Attacker. 11-4 on the board. This is kind of ridiculous.
10 of those kills came in 3 rounds. Like this one, the 3k with the AK-47 and the 4k over there. He was just almost bottom frag. Somebody hasn't done anything. Inferno is a map where he's just this beast, and he's like, guys, like, where are my frags?
I really don't know how Beyond are feeling right now. If there was a mental block in Blair, we were hoping they would get over it. No. It's just there's another one being added right on top of that one.
You're gonna need therapy after this.
Oh.
Again, we're talking about how Beyond, they're gonna beat Tai Lu, maybe take a map, and they're gonna be like, guys, we can do it. We can take Tai Lu down, and next we can take out Vici. Well, no, that doesn't look like
Doesn't
it,
work
guys.
like
I'm
that, no.
sorry.
I mean, I never said that, but I think Tyloo is just one of those teams where, in the matches that matter, essentially, when you're playing against the teams like Beyond, Vici, this is where Tyloo are not going to underperform.
I agree. I feel like it's in the like you said, it's in their mentality where they probably, I wouldn't say they come in prepared, but they come in tuned in. If that makes sense, right? They're like, all right, we're gonna play
We have to try today.
What to do. Yeah, we have to try today. And when they try, it can be scary. But MTB bomb site is what Tyler we're gonna find. Danking is taking a bit of damage. You can hear so much noise. Oh, they find one.
Oh, he jumps.
No. That's smart.
Yeah, that's brilliant from QQ. I feel like QQ has some of the best movement. He just jumps everywhere. And what, he's going to jump over the top of the car. It takes down slowly. Finally, somebody getting something done. Oh my god, somebody. The round looked done. Beyond looked like they had it in their back pocket, but somebody sends it back into a winnable position. And look who it is. Attacker. First headshot picked up. Just one more. And KTZ, he's got the kit. A little bit of time to play with, but Attacker playing with his food. Oh, he's just dancing around at this point with so much time. There's enough time for the defuse, though, and KTZ finally gets the kill in. He has a kit, right? So he's got it. There we go.
It was close.
It was very close. And, well, Attacker nearly does enough. Just one more dance around the box would have been enough.
Dancing around. Yeah, you're right. There's somebody, I think, is like, all right, time to get my double digits in with the 3K. He does find it. Oh, if he got the fourth one, that would have been absolute filth.
The fact that a round can be so convincing. QQ just cutting through the banana area, running up. Oh my god, that's like us when we were trying to talk at the same time during the analyst segments. I feel like a round that was looking so good for Beyond at the start of this, of the pistol round, should I say, somehow, just one player in banana, somebody decides to turn it all around. Well, who's still going to lose the pistol though, so Beyond have an opportunity coming into the second half. Although, look at Tylu's buy. Galeals and AKs. Or AK, should I say. Well, QQ. Oh, somehow doesn't get that opening kill.
Well, still, Olivia, timing is everything. You're just crossing over.
Oh, KTZ's going to be under pressure. Has got an M4 in the pit, though. Good cover. Attacker jumps into the opening and gets shut down. Somebody will pull it back onto Mayrose. Ball planted already. Tyloo now into a 3 versus 3 post plant. They still got the AK in play as well. Olivia, though, shuts down slowly. Somebody gone as well now, just Danking. So be incredible if he can make it work, and it's a second kill. He can win this. 1 versus 1, and nearly. But KTZ from the graveyard delivers death to Danking. That's going to be a round picked up for Beyond, but not a clean one. Not easy at all. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if we see Tyloo invest in this next one. I kind of think that's the good idea right now. Buy a couple of Max 10s, force an AK, get a Galil in play. Look at the money for the CT side.
That was actually so well played by KNTZ. I mean, Danking obviously almost pulling off that clutch, but KNTZ played it so very smart, right? He gets to kill, tosses in the Molotov to make sure that Tyloo don't feel comfortable in the bomb side. The postmans would have been almost impossible in some of those positions, which you would usually want to take. And then uses a smoke, plays around it. When the retake time comes in, he comes up, creeping out towards graveyard. He played it to perfection, KNTZ. And in the end, him staying alive at the end also ensured that they do. Ooh, that's brilliant.
That's a good Molotov.
Double molly.
How do you feel about this buy from Tyloo? Because it kind of feels like some of them are fully in and some are half in.
Danking, it seems like it's 0 or 100 for him, right?
I mean, he had 3K in the bike. Could have afforded the AWP going in this next round. He doesn't care. T-side Inferno, I guess. Unfortunately, though, he is the player that's invested the most and the player that's taken the most damage at the start of a round. Kind of feel like maybe tossing that Galil to someone else kind of sounds like a better idea. Let's send him in first. Go on, Danking. Go around the corner. STK is going to take you down. Easy. He gets dropped by Slowly and replying, of course. Tyloo find the 2 kills. The MAC-10s cutting through the B-bomb site defense. Now KTC Olivia alongside QQ making the rotation, but the bomb has already been planted. They do get a kill back though. It's KTC that's looking fantastic, but eventually he will fall to attackers MAC-10. Now it's Somebody and Summer looking for the final 2 kills. Just QQ left standing as Somebody punctures Olivia with the MAC-10. QQ trades out to the AK-47. Oh, that was through the coffin and the smoke. QQ just shutting down Somebody. Oh, that's disgusting. And now just Summer left alone. He's got a good position and the time is ticking. As QQ only has a few more seconds left to try and win this round. He'll fully commit to the banana angle. And Summer with the fantastic repositioning back towards CT. QQ was just not expecting that.
I don't think somebody was expecting that from QQ, though. What was that?
That was disgusting. It's kind of one of those little random flicks in that general direction, you know, try and spam through the smoke, but the fact that he hits the headshot so cleanly through the coffin and the smoke as well, oh, that is so good to see.
I feel like that's a terrifying thing. When you're playing against Tyloo, when you're playing like the position of a sandbags, for example, right? You're like, all right, they're going to be sending a player in, a couple of players in. Instead, oh, okay, hold on.
I mean,
Complete slaughter. Yeah,
these rounds are quick. I
like
think
that.
That's the exciting thing, but we get all these boring rounds out of the way. We get into the meaty ones. We get the guns out as often as possible.
Respect. I like that. Thank you, Beyond. But yeah, like, can you imagine what was going on through the mind of the players on top of sandbags? Danking walks in, and then you get the kill, and you're all right, I'll drop off now. Maybe it's another player I can find. Then attacker, Summer, Slowly, and Somebody swing wide with Magnet. Like,
the spacing for Tyloo is just better than pretty much any other team.
100%. That's what it's talking about, right? It's simple Counter-Strike, but they play good simple Counter-Strike when they want to. Sometimes they don't want to, which kills me.
It's kind of like, maybe not today.
Oh.
Dan King. QQ's here.
Molly.
Yeah. Every time he pulls out a bit of utility or trades weapon, you'll see now he knows there's 2 players there. No! Shoots his own teammate, but he still finds 1 kill. KTZ replies. That's so unfortunate. Attacker getting May rolls, but he's going to go down over towards B. A 3 versus 3. KTZ barely alive. 2 health points. Oh, that's the important frag. As soon as STK goes down, that's round done pretty much.
Somebody, man, at this rate, needs to go to hospital. The amount of time he sticks around in a smoke. And Olivia knows. There's a smoke. I wonder where somebody could be on this map. And, of course, they're going to go for the save. And I feel that's a smart call. Tyler's going to get a 14-6. And they have absolutely no money but the bomb. Oh, my lord. That was terrifying. Run, Summer. Wait. Okay.
He is still shift walking. That buys a lot of time now for the CT side, but he gets around the half wall. Why is he still shift walking? Oh, well, this round suddenly winnable for Beyond. Summer's looking down into his banana. The front man is 2 HP, and he's still got the bomb on his back. Get into the site, please. There we go. Gets the bomb down, luckily. Slowly still aware of CT, but it's going to be checking now down the corner. He's low himself, so he can't peek. 2 players low now on Tyloo. Olivia, he's going to have the health advantage, but he's alone in a 1 versus 2 as he cuts through. Summer with the double, recovers the round after scaring us a little bit, Blair. But it's 14-6.
Why? My question is why? Like, the bomb is dropped, okay? You're walking on up, you don't want to give any information, but why stick around? Like,
why is he still shift walking top enemies around the half wall? Like, I don't get this bit. You have Slowly down in CT, and you're still shift walking to the B bomb site. You don't even go onto the site itself. Did they clear the site? Did they fully clear the site?
I don't know that. I guess they're assuming that, but if they didn't clear the site, he did get the bomb done without even checking back the site, right? Or oranges, or ninja, or doc, whatever you want to call it. So I assume that they cleared the site. It's just one of those rounds where nothing makes sense, but somehow in the end, it's a headshot that just fly, and Tyler just wins the round. That is such a confusing round.
Well, it's done. And Tyloo want to try and end this map. They have a real good opportunity if they win this round. Look at the buy from Beyond. Everything on the table, Blair. They haven't brought a whole lot. Oh. Well, I'll see if they can do anything with the lower tier buy. STK just around the corner of the half wall, slowly cutting through. Oh my god, that's such a quick shot. Attacker as well following up. And Tyloo are here to play. It's just KTZ, Olivia, and QQ. Left alone. An MP9, a UMP, and an XM.
They've all rotated over, Dinko. Might as well. This is almost going to be a Hail Mary play. The thing is, somebody's still all the way towards second mid. Is spotting for any CT. He's going to be trying to flank around from mid, which was Banana. Pretty far from somebody, but QQ still finds a kill. Not a big fan of Attacker going for a spam battle in the smoke, considering how low he is. And ooh, danking, they're saved by Attacker, but he's aware someone else might be around the corner, and they're all dead. 15-6, map point for Tyler. Good trades.
That's good stuff. I mean, they still commit to the B idea. They like it. They get those 2 initial kills. Good stuff. And they win the round. Now this should be Inferno done with. It's going to be another force buy from Beyond. It's not going to be a good one. It's pretty much identical to the previous round. So we should be looking at Mirage coming up. And I actually have this weird thought in my head. Okay, Beyond have actually picked this map, but I feel like they're going to look better on Mirage than they do right now.
I still feel, though, that the Mirage pick... I'm still going to stick by what I picked, that the Mirage pick is a... How... That's like the 3rd or 4th insane spray transfer I've seen so far today. And that for every different play. We saw danking towards short. We saw it slowly right now. We saw Attacker earlier. It's ridiculous how good these players are. But the auto shoddy, Dinko. Always a fan. And KNTZ, he brings it out for a second time. And this time around, connects and he upgrades to an AK-47. Attacker. That would be a big kill if he found SDK.
Well, that's a round that's looking good now for Beyond. QQ taking down Attacker, but danking replies. Now they have to check first oranges. STK doesn't get a kill. Now it's a 2 versus 2 and a round that Tyloo can certainly win. This could be it. Inferno could be done. Somebody looking towards Banana. Stay in front of the CT smoke. Danking with the aggressive angle is going to be blinded. Good flashbang. Fantastic flashbang, in fact, from QQ. Now, Olivia, he gets 1, but the spray from KTC. Not a big fan of somebody's positioning there, but because of the bomb plant, he can't really play anywhere else. He can't fall back to Banana. The only position he could go towards is Grill. He's trying to catch them off for the surprise position there. It doesn't really work out. And Beyond, well, they don't die yet, Blood. They're still alive.
Alive. I'm actually not going to fault the initial positioning from somebody there in the smoke, because he gathered information, right? He heard both the CTs rotating in. But I agree with you that he maybe wanted to rotate back towards Banana, right? Because there was still time remaining on the smoke. And obviously for Beyond, they were going to wait the smoke out. They're going to wait for the smoke to get to dissipate before they went for the play.
The only issue is the bomb. Where it was planted, you can't play post-plant from there. So it would have been very difficult from Banana. So maybe even Grill. Maybe go towards Barbecue.
Maybe Grill. Yeah. But anyway, lose a round, but they still have 8 map points. And this map pick from Beyond has... It's gone pretty bad for them. Put it mildly.
Yeah, so far. And Tyloo just need 1 more round. Beyond will be fighting on. I really do feel like KTZ has been pretty impressive. Olivia as well. It's had his moments. So, I mean, it's not all bad here for Beyond. I think they're just getting outclassed by how many players Tyloo have that can pop off. It's everyone. Danking gets rid of May rolls. An advantage picked up for Tyloo. They'll be slowing things down a little bit now. Still a full minute to play.
Summer and somebody trying to draw out another player from the B bomb, so they're making a bit of noise towards A. But Beyond, they're not budging. In fact, they seem to have just completely entrenched themselves in this B bomb site. Olivia's going to find somebody in the meantime. That was a lurker. And with that, Yuki's actually peeling away. Olivia, flashbang, he peers on mid, doesn't find anyone, and with that, now QQ's going to be coming on back. Problem here right now, Dinko, is that apart from the 1 smoke in the hands of STK, the CDs have no more utility remaining. STK, there was a time for you to use smoke, it is now. But you need to use it right now. Instead, he is going to go for the fight, and he's going to come out on top. Finally, he's going to use the smoke to kind of make his escape from first oranges, and it's all down to danking. 1v3. AWP in hand. He knows where STK is. Fastco comes in. He's going to use a smoke to, in fact, get the bomb done, using his enemy's utility for him. And it's KNTZ and Olivia, the 2 players who have stepped up so far in the series against the king of B. That is Mr. Danking, and he misses a shot. They know where he is now. Slowly creeping into his position, but Danking. Oh, nice shot, Olivia. Spots on KNTZ. That should be it, Danking. He's going to peek again, isn't he? Knife comes out. KNTZ has a kid. He's still waiting patiently, walking on up, trying to find Danking. Danking knows where he is. KNTZ making a lot of noise. He's got to go for the kill, and Danking's toying with his food. No scope comes out, actually the fast scope. Brilliantly played by Danking. The 1v3 and a quad kill to finish off the map. My word. This guy is so fun to watch.
Another big play from Danking on Inferno on that B-bomb site. Really, really impressive stuff from him. I'm excited now that we've got Danking showing up for Tyloo. They're such a fun team to watch when they're like this. So I kind of feel scared for Beyond. And I'm sure I wasn't the only one that found that exciting. We've got Jason and Mitchell watching the game behind the scenes. What are your thoughts on this matchup so far?
Go ahead, Jason.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, usually you take the lead, Jason. It's all right. I'll put on the big boy boots for once. I think everything there went as we expected, really, didn't it? I mean, we mentioned that this was maybe a little bit of a shaky pick. We had Tyloo, Danking. We knew he was going to be solid. That last round certainly proved it and throughout the game. But most impressively, man, Attacker. So many rounds. Those 2 in a row. 7 kills in 2 rounds, each with a beautiful spray down. He didn't even let go of Mouse 1. It was absolutely gorgeous watching this game for Tyloo. This is the team that we expected to see on week 1. And as we said, very happy that Beyond didn't face them back then, because they very well may have taken the series then.
Yeah, maybe we're seeing Tyloo come into the game with more of a serious face, right? We're kind of wondering, as Tyloo played against Mazalai yesterday and really struggled to close out the game, especially going into overtime on Mirage. Maybe it's them with their tryhard pants on, and well, with a scoreline like that, I wouldn't be too surprised. And looking on the side of Beyond, we pointed out Olivia, the top fragger for the team the last 3 months. He finished off with 11 kills. My rolls on 5. I'm not sure what was necessarily going on in their camp, but they struggled to really get going. And when Olivia's struggling for the team, they had to have someone else pick up the slack for him. And KNTZ tried. He had over 19 kills. He really put forward a good effort. But Danking. That's all I was going to say. But Danking, how do you clutch us out in a 1-on-3? I mean, there was even a flashbang for KNTZ on this final push through. I thought he was going to use it to flash him out to go for the kill. Instead, he ends up dying. Maybe he wants to just put Inferno in the past and move on to the second map. And you can see there, 23 kills, 113 ADR for him. Ridiculous stuff. And why wouldn't he have MVP as well, especially with that last clutch coming through?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think obviously this one's quite hard to call, but Danking getting the MVP here, 7 multi-kill rounds, 7 opening kills, pretty impressive stuff, I have to say, from Danking. And I feel like this is hard to call for one reason. Attacker could have very easily picked up this as well. He's a top fragger on the server. He, for me personally, won the most important rounds for Tyloo. It's when they started off well, they got the 6 rounds on the board, then they started to struggle a little bit. And Attacker's the player that turned that around before any momentum could get built up for Beyond. He was just taking them down, 4 kills in one round, 3 in the next, and that just broke the back of Beyond. So I feel like Attacker definitely had some big showings there as well.
And what's crazy to me is looking at Tyloo on their attacking half. In the rounds they lost, they got the bomb planted. Like they got, even in the last round you saw when they did finish it off. But for the 3 rounds they lost, they forced every team to go for the retake. They were able to get in towards the sites and able to defend it relatively well. But it was really a hard effort for Beyond to somehow close out the round. And going over to Mirage next, I know a couple of us said 2-1 as a potential come through. Mitch, I just want to ask you before we head to break, are you sticking to the 2-1 or are you going to change your mind?
I think I'm going to stick with the 2-1. Look, there were definitely a couple of mistakes from Beyond. We didn't see all the players of Mayrolls especially stepping up, but I think that Mirage it is the opening in the series for Beyond to get into it. If they're going to take a map from the start, we said it was going to be Mirage, so I'll keep the faith.
Okay, well, you're sticking to your guns. I can respect that. I'm going to change both, though, and go for the 2-0 for Tyloo. So I'm sorry,
Smart
Mitch.
man, Jason.
Yeah, I don't have that constitution you got. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a break. And when we come back, we're going to Mirage. It's the second game, the second map of the second game of our 10th day here at PAL 2020. We'll see you soon.
Mirage 地图往事。Mirage 作为一张热门的竞技地图，其合理的地图分布以及远近兼顾的交火距离，都给人留下了非常深刻的印象。A1是双方的主要交火点之一，当时仍效力于 Liquid 战队的 Simple 在这里上演了一招天外飞仙，乌克兰剑圣的名号就此得来。穿过 A1 来到 A 区，作为常规的爆弹点，这里通常会上演投掷物的交互博弈。当年 Team 在对阵 Cloud9 的比赛中，就凭借着灵性火焰，完成了一波出其不意的3杀。
Triple spray runs through the smoke into CBL, and that shatters the defense. Cloud9 in a 2-on-4.
中路作为连接 B 区和 A 区的重要通道，也是双方抢夺的重要战略区域。波黑天才 Nico 曾在此处凭借一把 AK 完成了单人灭队的壮举。
может выйти. Как же бандит этот Ника. Бомба, напоминаю, стоит. Бэм подставляется. Ника, это минус 5. Это раунд. Это эйс от Ника. Минус 5, 6-1.
当然 ，Mirage 地图最为人津津乐道的操作，当属冷神在白车的跳狙。2016年哥伦布 Major 半决赛时 ，Cold 凭借一杆跳狙，奇迹般的完成4杀，强行将比赛拖入加时后翻盘，4次封神，也在 B 区面包车旁留下了专属彩蛋。本次比赛，期待各位亚洲的选手们能带来更多惊喜。
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That one was a quick affair, so we actually get right back into things. Tyloo dominating on the first map. Coming to the second, it is Mirage. This is Tyloo's map pick, but it's a map we often say Beyond are one of the best teams in Asia on. So this should be a battle on the second map, a way back in for Beyond.
Yeah, it should
Perhaps.
be a way back in. I
so.
believe. I think so. I think so. I think Beyond are going to bounce back on Mirage. I think they have what it takes. Will it be easy? No. Tyloo love Mirage. That's a map where historically different iterations of this team they've beaten. I've lost track. Like it's a star-studded lineup of top-tier teams, not just in Asia. I'm talking about like in Europe, from NA, who have fallen, even South American teams who have fallen to Tyloo on this particular map. They know what to do. They are going to be in your face. If they're going to play the way they did on Inferno, that CD side, but just giving no respect, Beyond are going to be struggling. The set strats are not going to be working out that easy. They're going to be very paranoid, playing the defaults, waiting for an aggression from Tyloo, which may or may not even happen, right? And when all 5 players in Tyloo are stepping up, and somebody is the quiet player, that's scary. Like, somebody's the guy who's going to be in the midst of the action. And somebody had, 10 kills, I feel like? And the remaining players, Attacker, you have Danking, you have Summer, you have even slowly everyone stepping up on a map like Mirage where it can favor these heavy fraggers. I do worry for Beyond, but I also believe that Beyond can at least put up a respectable score.
No, I'm definitely expecting a respectable scoreline. I just don't think they'll be able to take the win here, especially if Tyloo get off to a start like they did on Inferno. And I feel like that'll be difficult to replicate as we go into a second map, though, because it felt like that was just something Tyloo had planned. We're just going to run down their throats at the start of this map. We're going to get those first rounds on the board. And you can see immediately after they get those first 6 rounds and Beyond actually figure them out, Tyloo slow it down again. They go into a passive setup. So I feel like that's kind of a one and done approach to a map. You can't really replicate that straight out of the gate play again. But it's Tyloo, so they might. That's the crazy thing. Most part, you shouldn't really be expecting that, but Tyloo might try it again here.
They could, and it's going to come down again to the... I feel like a map like Mirage lends itself to being a little bit more individualistic, so to speak, like where, players can go for individual plays and whatnot. But if Beyond try to do that, I just fear for them, because Tyloo, even if you try and catch them off guard, they just have individually pound for pound the better players. I'm sorry, it's just a fact. I think Olivia is the one standout player for the side of Beyond. KNTZ had his moments as well, but everyone needs to show up. Like STK, we saw him really pop off in that Mirage game against Was it Invictus or someone I forget, right? Where he put up a showing with the Deagle, bringing them back into the game. But we need everyone is stepping up right now. It is their map. They know what to do. But Tyloo picking it against Beyond, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what the hell they're thinking, picking Mirage against Beyond. Is it a statement of purpose? Or is it Tyloo just not caring? Like, Mirage, we have just pick it. Just pick it. We don't care. It could be that as well.
I feel like Tyloo probably don't even really think about their opponent's strengths. It's just what a Tyloo feel like doing today. And I think when you take a look at what happened over at Inferno and pointing out the individuals we always talk about for this Beyond team, we talk about Olivia being probably the player that has the potential to be world class or go on to do good things in the international scene. And we take a look at what he's got, and he's got 11 kills, 19 deaths on Inferno. And 3 of those kills came from that 1v4 that he pulled off. So for the most part, he wasn't really doing much across the board on Inferno. So that's kind of a scary sign.
That is a scary sign. And, well, I mean, for Beyond, they've been in this spot so many times, Dinko. And, oh, hi. There we are.
We're back again. The buses.
This is such a desolate, like, landscape, right? Like, I like the Inferno and the Dust 2 one. It seems more cozy and nice, got flowers and everything. And here it's like,
well, I feel like Blow, we are not really in our position yet. This is kind of, we just got off the bus with all our stuff. We'll eventually be put in position, and then we can see what's going on. But I don't feel like the bus has any air conditioning. It doesn't look like it will have any AC, so we might actually die, Blah. Well, you'd be more used to it. I'd die for sure.
Wait, it has been a little cool for me today. It was like 23 Celsius in the morning.
I think it's like 11 degrees here. Let me have a look.
Jesus, isn't it like July, like the middle of summer or something right now?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I remember like whenever I do any events with Vince, and it's anything over 17, he's just angry. He's like, this is too hot for me to handle. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, and he's like, in Newcastle, if it's like 12 degrees is 13, that's summer for them. And I'm like, that's just mad.
Yep.
This is madness.
It is currently 12 degrees and raining in July, so that's what we love to see. And when we get into things, we interrupt this weather segment to get into map number 2, Mirage underway. It's Tyloo taking on Beyond, and Tyloo, well, initially going towards B quite quickly, but they slow it down, they play contact. Mayroll's going to be jumping, spots the head of somebody, but now the quick play from Tyloo comes through, looking to deliver a couple of shots as they run in towards this B-bomb site. It's somebody, they'll take the first victim.
Somebody looking for more. USB picked up, and of course he's going to find QQ slowly. Woo, KNTZ replies back, a little bit of aggression from the CTs, but he will be found at Maryland 3 HP. Not gonna happen. Danking picking up a double there, and fast and furious round from Tyloo. The pain train continues, Dinko. They're not stopping anytime soon.
The thing is with Tyloo, they're good at pistol rounds, and that's something that Vici aren't good at. We seen that yesterday. They were really struggling. I think they lost every single pistol in a best of 3 series. They won all 3 maps. So that's not a good sign, being the main rival of Tyloo and really being unable to win pistol rounds.
Didn't who won the game yesterday? The second game.
Vici.
Just lost track.
2-1.
Vici. 2-1. Did Vici win or lose all the pistol rounds? It was one game where
they lost all the pistol rounds. Yeah, that's right.
And yet they won 2-1, right? Yeah. Sorry, my mind is failing me, Dinko. Like yesterday, kind of broke me a bit.
Yeah, Divine Vendetta, heartbreaking times for them yesterday. Definitely could have taken down Vici.
Imagine if they won that. Like just a sheer confidence boost, right?
Well, now it's time for Beyond to make the reverse sweep happen against Tyloo. Now that does seem pretty ridiculous and far-fetched. Well, right now, Tyloo, 3 players out towards middle. They are playing it quite slow this time. They've kind of slowed the pace down a little bit. And 1 player up in the palace. KNTZ here with the MP9. But now Tyloo, slowly but surely, walking towards their positions. Majority in towards mid, but Summer looks to extend from Palace. He's being watched by Olivia, right? No, he's not. Olivia's looking at ramp. KNTZ, a little slow to react, but eventually shuts down Summer in reply. Now the spray comes through, a double kill. KNTZ has been pretty impressive so far across Inferno. A decent start into Mirage here as well. Mayroll is now the last remaining player with the MP9. 1 versus 3, just not going to happen. Tyloo, they play this one slowly. They limit the mistakes. They only lose 2 players. Mayroll's, well, he's been somewhat triple peaked. He's using the cover of the connector to try and give himself an advantage into these fights, and that's actually going to work out for him. Somebody goes down, but Dan King replies to the top of the ticket box. 2-0 for Tyloo. They lose 3 players, nearly more than that, so not too bad from Beyond. They'll be happy enough with a little bit of damage being sprinkled out, but they don't win the round. So that should be Tyloo up to 3.
It is a little expensive, though. They lose a Galil and they lose an AK. If it's just like 2 or 3 SMGs, they're being much better, but yeah, a little bit of hurt on the economy of Tyloo. Look at
I like this. I like it though, because look at what Beyond have. It's nothing. So this is, we talked about the damage that's been done. Now Tyloo can recover that damage immediately.
Ooh. Okay. That was much better. Like I said, I like that. Like, slowly didn't buy anything. And now they've built up the bank. Whatever players, whatever couple of rifles they lost in round number 2 has been recovered with that investment coming in from them. Fast hit towards A. It was a stack, actually, from Beyond the USPs, but yeah, getting nothing done. But the buy is going to be coming out now, Dinka. Now is the real test of Beyond. Inferno, distant memory, you have the AWP in the hands of Mr. Olivia, you got SDK, QQ, Merrills, KNTZ, everything bought up a pretty decent chunk of utility. A couple of plays without a helmet, but that should be fine, and they have a kit in the hands of SDK. What can they do, though? Because Tyloo going to still stick with the MAC-10 in the hands of Summer, and Galil on somebody's pretty good hands.
It's a great Molotov. They wanted to go quickly in towards this B-bomb side, but that Molotov held them back for a little bit. It allows stronger positions to be taken by May Rawls, but his teammate's gone. STK picked off, and now May Rawls, he needs to step up. Whoa, there we go. Eventually gets the kill into Attacker, but that is way too long-winded. Now Olivia waiting for the player to jump through the smoke. I love how he has to wait for that. They've lost this round. That's unbelievable.
Just a round at B, 2 rounds back-to-back to the A bomb side, and then now, and again, like you said, the Molotov stopped them, right? Like you mentioned, but second it gets extinguished, they don't waste any time. Just like 2-3 players jumping out from window, and the player who was towards short, he could do nothing. He was getting like triple peaked over there, and then of course the one player, I think it was SDK, was it Merrills towards truck. He gets the Attacker completely blinded with the bomb, but by then. Tyloo keeping it very simple. That B take was just simple. You know, they had the smokes in the right places, and they knew the economy for Beyond is going to be hurting if they lose a round. They knew once they get control of the bomb side, the retake is going to be quite questionable for Beyond. So, Tyloo looking good. They're making the right decisions. They're making good economic decisions. That is even more surprising for me. And they're winning the rounds very, very convincingly. Trying to show us why they picked Mirage. It was a little bit of a surprise for all of us, I won't lie.
Well, Olivia, hits the shot onto somebody, but no kill, unfortunately. I do feel like we've been kind of deprived of Olivia on the CT side of. We haven't really got to see it come through yet. And this is where he does do his best work. He's got this op on the defensive side.
All players still alive for Beyond, and I feel like this has been the best opportunity, the best scenario we've seen for them so far in this particular map. I'm not a big fan of this B-hold, I think.
I can't see the B-hold right now, so...
Yeah, it's completely lagged out for me as well. Oh, we're back.
We're back.
Hey,
and now the flashes going up. We did get to see it for quite some time, and now the push goes through. It slowly gets rid of QQ. Mayroll standing. Oh, it's a good double, and that's the bomb gone. And now the round probably going in favor of Beyond, unless slowly gets this follow-up, and he won't. Mayroll does a good job at recovering this round for themselves. And somebody dives into the bomb site, quick shot, looks out to the left, nearly hits, well, he hits that one, but no kill, unfortunately, for it. And that's going to be 4-1. Finally, Beyond get a round win.
Finally. Yeah, go on.
I'm feeling immediately that we should be seeing... if Beyond are going to have any chance of winning rounds in this game, I'm seeing immediately they're going to have to get these opening kills. I don't think if they'll be able to recover after Tyloo get an opening pick.
Oh yeah, I agree with you, 100%. I feel like, well, you say it, it doesn't work out, does it? Slowly, having the best spawn for mid. And he's there before Olivia's even able to rattle off a shot. At least QQ will retrieve the the AWP, but look at Tyloo just running on out. Perfect flashbang though, but it's going to be KNTZ. Great double kill. I feel like an attacker with a double of his own. Suddenly, it's looking a little good, but Meryl's and SDK 2v2, very, very winnable for the CTs. As the bomb's going to get planted, Nade's going to sail in. Slowly knows where one player is. Nade does quite a bit of damage and is slowly down to 48 HP. A little bit more damage, but in all the chaos, Attacker has escaped, Dinko.
Attacker has indeed. Now slowly stuck in the site, but Attacker towards Sandwich. The timing. STK looks away now. It's a 1 versus 1. Attacker goes down. STK winning out the round for Beyond. But it is not close. Sorry, it is not easy, shall I say. Anything but.
Not even close. Toxic.
Yeah. Well, 4-2. And I feel at this point, that's actually a good recovery. They get that opening kill on towards Olivia. I'm thinking, okay, now this looks a little bit rough. But overall, I'm not a fan of what Tyloo did. I don't like this push through the ramp. I mean, KTZ was completely ready for it. Didn't really neutralize him at all. He gets a free kill. There's absolutely no reason as to why Tyloo even had to commit behind and through the smoke as well. They had so much time. They had a man advantage. I just don't get it.
Usually, when I see Tyloo with a buy like this, I have my head in my hands, but this makes total sense, right? Money low.
Oh, May rolls. I mean, oh, there we go. I say he had to be checked because the previous round, he stood in that exact position and was able to dish out 3 kills. But Tyloo ready for it this time. And they just swing and take his head right off Blair. And now again, this B-bomb site, it is weak. And the low buy from Tyloo works out.
They're ruthless.
It's unbelievable.
Absolutely no quarter given. KNTZ just sitting there pondering life, wondering how it all gone wrong. They're broke, Dinko. They're completely broke.
Just wondering how it's got to this point in life. KNTZ is like, I'm doing everything. I'm playing good against Tyloo and everybody else is not.
QQ has 0 kills. I mean, I don't usually point this out, but he really hasn't had an opening. And even, did you see the way they got a second kill on the player on the bomb site? The way they just double peeked him, one player jumping above and one just walking across. They knew where he was. Look at that. Yeah. They knew exactly where he was.
I was saying that because Mayrolls has played that exact position when the attack beat the last time. He didn't change it up. He just stayed in the same spot.
I feel like they thought he might have been towards benches, but I believe there was one of the players from Tyloo that like scoped in or like, you know, his aim train onto the bench. And once he didn't find Mayrolls there, they basically played a game of elimination and they're like, all right, house we're on a site, and there we have it. Tyloo give it, and Tyloo take it away, leaving KNTZ the sole rifle. 5-7, good work from SDK, but immediate trade from Summer. Now, I was going to do the smart things, just holding on. He's aware there's potential of the flank coming in from Palace, but he's going to try and sell something here. If he gets taken down, though, Dinko, that's 2 rifles given away towards the CTs, and that could be worrisome. P250 for Meryl's, though. He's all alone. And he's going to get checked. But this is not going to be easy for him to hold on to if they do opt to head in this direction slowly. Creeping on up. Meryl's, so many angles to check. Those is a player nearby as well, and the P250, unfortunately, doesn't land a single bullet. Somebody's going to find him, and that should be the round. They will retrieve the AK-47 for QQ, but that's about it.
Well, the bomb plant coming in, and there's absolutely no way they get back over here. They're completely far removed. It's all about saving what they've got. Olivia has nothing. There's an AK for QQ, AUG for KNTZ, and a 6th round for Tyloo. Pretty good start into Mirage. Pretty similar to Inferno, where they just get off to a really hot start, and we've seen how that went. Beyond didn't really get into it at all.
There was a moment there, though, Dinko, in Inferno, where we were like, all right, Beyond's waking up. Okay, not bad.
I feel like it was when Olivia got that big clutch as well. That was a good turning point for them. And then Attacker just said no.
I gotta just like point out, like, Attacker, he's really been taking care of his health. I've noticed like how he's like super slimmed down and everything. Again, not fat shaming anyone, but He seems to be really like, not just putting in the work in game, but outside as well. Good on him.
Yeah, it's just positive all around.
I think we need more positivity these dark days, Dinko.
Oh, we do. Everything's negative.
Ugh. And Tyloo playing like this, it's a positive thing.
It is indeed. From our perspective and from a neutral perspective that loves watching good Counter-Strike. But if you're a fan of Beyond or Beyond themselves, this ain't so good. And slowly it's going to make it worse. Takes down KTZ, a player that has been fragging for them, a player that has been able to take the fight to Tyloo. He's gone, out of here immediately.
And these opening kills, what is it right now, Dinko? Like 7-2 or something? Opening kills going the way of Tyloo?
I can have a look for you.
Oh, I'm taking a look as well. Yeah. It's a little delayed though. Because
it's a little delayed, but yeah, I think it is something around that. At least in the previous round, they didn't have an opening.
It's actually 7-1, I think.
Yeah, less. It's even worse. They've only got one opening kill. Oh, that's grim.
On a CD side. On a CD side. Like, Mirage is a map where, for the T's, it's about, you want to have, obviously it depends on which teams are playing and, what the players you have on your lineup are, but you kind of sometimes rely on, that's rough to live, yeah. You kind of rely on some of the star players in the team to, like, open up bomb sites, right? To kind of be the game changer, so to speak. But it's usually the CTs who will always get an opening kill, and then the Ts have to get the trade right, then they have to take off the bomb side, and it's kind of like a 3v3 post plan or 2v2, whatever, depending on the bomb side or whatever. It's Tyloo just running around and just getting kills at will. No trade possible, barely any damage getting taken. It's not good enough.
And they're on the hunt, trying to get rid of every weapon that Beyond do hold in their hands. And well, that's a nice name from Attacker, and just STK, and he will save it over. 4 kills picked up, pads the stats, gets an AWP as well. That's not bad. STK actually walks away with that in a pretty good position. He can throw that out over to Olivia. Got enough money to buy now. So yeah, pretty good find there from STK.
A little lucky in a final kill as well. The player dropping straight into his spray. Yeah, that's you don't go for the boost that late. You don't go for.
Wonder
the
how
boost,
many
especially
opening
with a
kills
flash.
Slowly has.
Let's find that out right now.
Yeah. It's definitely more than one. We've seen him peek in towards middle and find one on Olivia. We've seen, I think, 3 at least in towards that mid position.
Maybe he keeps getting the second kill, perhaps. Maybe that's why.
Maybe that's it.
What's a little sad right now for Beyond is like, well, they're getting some sporadic kills here and there, Dinko, but it's just not. It's not just good enough right now. So we do have a little bit of an issue for one of the players on the side of Beyond Esports. Hopefully, I think it's Olivia should be coming back. QQ. It's a 007, Dinko. Oh no, the memes.
To Twitch chat, I love it. Well, I was actually kind of looking forward to seeing the new GM spawn this year. Got delayed, of course, as did everything.
Isn't that the last movie with Daniel Craig?
Yep.
I like him. I really like him as a Bond. I feel like when Casino Royale came out, I remember right before it was about to come out, actually, when they announced him as the new Bond. Everyone was like, I can't believe a blonde is going to play Bond. And everyone was raging, but everyone shut up once they saw the movie. It was intense.
Yeah, it was good. And Skyfall as well. That was one of the best James Bonds. Well, anyway, back into the action. We'll see if we can see 007 disappear. Maybe 107. That would be incredible. Or somebody. He'll be shot down to 17 HP early on. Summer as well. A lot of damage being done to Tyloo. And finally, an opening kill.
There we go. This is broken. Oh, perfectly timed kills there. STK and Candies. I think that was those kills were a nanosecond apart. It's all an attacker again. Somebody's still alive, but barely. 17 HP. This round should be done. Attacker just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Who's gonna see who is a question. This is a very solid round, Dinko.
Ooh. Okay, attacker's gonna get one. He's still alive, so I do still see a chance here for Tyloo. Albeit very small. Minute left in the clock. Kane to Z doesn't spot attacker. That Molotov's gonna hold him back for the meantime. There's still a full minute in play. The issue for me becomes somebody's on 17 HP as well, so a lot of the heavy lifting has to be done by attacker if they're even gonna get close to getting into this round.
One thing we know of Mr. Attacker is he is capable of that heavy lifting. He's walking up Palace right now. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be aware or ready for QQ's position. There we go, QQ. Finds a kill, bomb down, and the jig is up. Somebody needs to do something here. I think he's just going to try and maybe get a consolation frag, maybe. Gonna try and take away a gun here. He knows the money's not that good, but Meryl's is going to clothesline him with the FAMAS, upgrading up towards an AK-47 as well. Solid round for Beyond. One of the cleaner rounds we've seen from them. The only casualty being SDK. But for Tyloo, Dinko, despite being 7-3, the money's not that great either. You know, they did have to go for a few force buys, trying to break the economy for Beyond. So, Op's going to come out for Danking. Attacker with an AK. There we go. There's an AK lying on the ground. So yeah, weaponry-wise, pretty even Stevens. This might be one of the more equal rounds I've seen so far. Beyond having to go for these half-buys or pistols or lack of utility most of the rounds. Let's see what they have in store for us here. It is going to be a little bit of B presence, but look at the aggression from QQ. Top mid. He's alone, though.
Oh, nice. Danking doesn't take the shot in the first attempt, but goes back, and Olivia re-faces in towards the waiting arms. Attacker's gone, though. QQ is actually starting to wake up in these last few rounds. We're picked off by Slowly. May rolls. Good positioning behind the bench. Danking still hasn't overextended, and while good recovery from Beyond. Man advantage back in their hands.
A bomb site completely given up by Tyloo. Always crafted. This could be interesting. Now Summer running on back. What are they thinking? Okay, he's going to be using his smoke. Smoke's going to be for top of connector. Are they going to try and go back towards... Outside of shadow slowly though, but STK, he's going to just step back in the nick of time. Summer going for the trade, which he will find. Is unaware. There's still a player towards B, and Meryl should find a free kill here, but Summer, he runs on pass, but Meryl's, he's landed a kill here. His backup has arrived as well, and he makes it look pretty easy at the end there. AWP will be retrieved as well. 4 rounds to Beyond. It's still quite a way to go before they're going to feel comfortable with this first half. That was a little strange from Tyloo, that 2v3. Weird decisions being made there.
Yeah, they kind of looked a little flat in these last couple of rounds. I mean, getting kills, obviously, but Beyond pulling them back, and that's something they haven't had to deal with just yet in this series. And now Olivia, he's got space, a little bit of confidence, perhaps, in a build in this round up against the Pistols. Another one for Olivia. Should be 5 rounds, absolutely no problem. Attacker's going to try his best. He's got 1 on the deagle. Damage down on the stairs player as well. Olivia needs to be careful he doesn't go down here. And Attacker's just going to jump up, takes him away. Nearly goes back for the 3rd kill, but QQ will say no. Now it's just somebody with the P250. Really expecting too much from him here.
Yes, somebody wasn't expecting like 3 players looking this direction, but yeah, Beyond, they have managed to put up a better half, I feel like, than if you look at Inferno. I think, was it 11-4 on Inferno?
Yep.
Yeah.
It was 11-4.
Already
it's
5
already a
rounds
much
up.
better showing.
Yeah. And the money isn't great yet, but in no danger of having to eco immediately. And with just 3 rounds remaining in this half, yeah, they can potentially get into the lead. Tyloo, money, not great. Of course, a buy will be coming in now, though.
I love it from Attacker. He will not get the follow-up, but his teammate will get the trade. I love that setup from Tyloo, really handling that ramp progression well. Slowly gets the kill onto STK, and now we've just got ourselves a 2 versus 4. A 2-man advantage in favor of Tyloo. Danking. Just chill at the bottom of the connector. Will make his way up. Olivia with the kill. Dan King picked off. And now a 3 versus 2.
Line coming in from slowly. It's biding his time. You have to take this one. Oh, okay. I gave that for a bit, but it's
Yeah,
back
so
now.
did mine, so it's all good.
No. Flags.
Oh,
I don't know what's going on.
There we
he gets
go.
a kill. Woo!
He does indeed, and while somebody fights back from the ramp, Olivia gone, and now 1 versus 1. Mayrolls has crossed to the site. Oh, he could have got behind triple. Somebody wouldn't have seen it, but he sees it just go around the back of the boxes. And that's perfect timing for somebody. The 9th round that's going to go in favor of Tai Lu that probably should have been a little more convincing after that start. They get the effective trading down in towards the A ramp. But they do win the round nonetheless. Beyond fight back, but it's not enough. And now we go into some of the last rounds of this first half. And I feel like this is going to be a last solid buy from Beyond if they lose this round. So, important times ahead.
Alu just ensuring that they're going to be... Oh, the fast hit towards A. Olivia gets taken down. Attacker trying to go for the wild spray, but it is a trades going the way. Again, Tai Lu, they're so good with the openings and the trade game, Dinko. They get the bomb down, but STK finally replies back, danking. Maybe overextending a little bit. STK down to 22 HP, meaning it's going to come down to Mr. Mayrolls. Bomb down, Molotov for somebody, and I like this from Summer and somebody both sticking together. The smoke, though, Dinko, that is going to be the deciding factor. Where are they going to use it? Are they going to hold on to it? If they do, they have a chance here.
Well, Smoke goes onto the bomb. Oh, the Sprite. It's going to be good up towards Mayrolls, and now he's off the bomb. STK, 22 HP versus 2 players. It's just not going to work. Runs right into the waiting arms and the spray of Summer. A 9th round for Tai Lu. And the money gone for Beyond. This is looking like 10 rounds at the half for Tai Lu.
It's the same. It's Inferno all over again, isn't it? Tai Lu have a great start. Beyond bounce back. They win 4 rounds in Inferno. I mean, this time around they win 5. And then Tai Lu, they close out the half by winning all the remaining rounds. It's pretty much the same recreation of what we witnessed on Inferno, except a different map. And, well, Hail Mary bye, Dinko. MP9s, 5 MP9s. I don't think even Mitch can be mad about 5 MP9s because they just don't have the money.
Trying to drop players as well. Lost Mayrolls. Anges here on the corner. It's aggressive stance of QQ. Somebody got a spray, but it's KTZ with a headshot. Now 4 versus 3. Good kill from Summer. STK now the last remaining player. And that's going to be 10 rounds on the board for Tai Lu on their map pick. A map we always talk about Beyond being very solid on. A map that Mitch said was the only way back in for them. And so far, not so good.
Probably the best team on Mirage when everyone's showing up is Beyond Esports. I've seen them, like, their Mirage games have always been super fun to watch. They know what to do, but yeah, for some reason, they're just not able to show up against the big boys, the final bosses that is Tai Lu and VG Gaming. Let's take a look at their... you know what? I'm going to take a look at the Mirage record. They have a 75% win rate on Mirage out of the 12 maps played, so number of maps being played there. Okay, they've lost 3 games. 1 to Sigma, again, a domestic matchup. They've lost twice to Tiger. And apart from that, the teams have beaten. They've beaten Lucid Dream, they've beaten Bren, Marzalai, Invictus, BTRG, Lucid Dream again, team called Gigadude from Thailand, and then D13 as well. And some of those wins have been very convincing, right? They have never, ever played it against BG, nor have they played it against Tai Lu, at least this year. So, yeah, it's all about context, isn't it? You look at the win record, you're like, that's pretty good for them. Then you realize they never played it against the top 2 Chinese teams, so... It's rough, man. And funnily, Tai Lu lost to D13 and BTRG on Mirage. It doesn't make any sense.
No,
anyway,
it's just you got to accept every game as they come. You can't really see any consistencies there. Well, attack here and Dan King, they do fight back. Tai Lu have been pretty good on these pistol rounds, but it's not looking so good right now. 1 versus 1. Suddenly, somebody with a chance to pull it back for Tai Lu. Bomb, I hear it being planted. I hear the footsteps, and now I see it. Somebody moves forward. KTC is going to go down, and somebody will find it. 11-5. Tai Lu will win the pistol round, and Mayrolls, he is going to be so pissed.
That was just like what? How many trades took place? They're like, Tyler get one, Beyond gets one. Tyler gets another, Beyond gets another. Then Myrals is stepping it up. Good trades, but in the end, Tyler was so quick on the rotation. It was so very quick. But the bomb's not even able to cross on over before the final CT is already pushing out through jungle. There we go. Summer. Again, the opening kills from Tyler this particular map is ridiculous. Summer finds one, Danking finds one, Attacker finds one. And could have been a team ace there if not for, I think it was Slowly he couldn't get a kill. But anyway, 11-5, Tyloo. I think they've so far won all the pistol rounds as well. And well, the Pain Train, we'll say, continues. Attacker Summer teaming up together. There's a player nearby towards Connector. Meryl's gonna find a kill. Olivia, he knows where Summer is. Summer's very low. He needs to make his escape. But Olivia might spot him out. Oh. Oh. What do you say to that, Denko? How does he know? Did he see him? There's no way he saw him there. Just no way.
I don't think he did. And I mean, just Tyloo things really. 12-5, 4 away from victory. I think that's just the way we gotta summarize stuff that just doesn't make sense. Well, 12-5, 4 away from taking the series. The crazy part is we talk about how Beyond have actually managed to make this a closer half, but it could end even more convincingly than it did on Inferno.
If Tyloo closes out 16-5, it will be the most dominant game we've seen so far in PAL 2020 at the end of 2 weeks. I think the previous one was Tiger dismantling Lucid Dream 16-7 on 2 maps. I think that was one.
Yeah,
and I haven't seen any other
right,
game apart from that. Yeah.
Yeah, we never really see teams in the Asian region close.
Oh, QQ.
He hears the footsteps. He knows he hears the footsteps. Oh well, you're just riling Twitch chat up now, Bly. You're just riling them up.
Leaf, is that you? But wait, you know what? There's Leaf that was playing in Lucid Dream. So
Oh, this is 13-5 now, Blah. This is feeling just like Tyloo. They win this round, probably done.
I just feel like if you look at, so I'm just gonna open up the overall standings right now in the event, right? And right now, Tyloo and Beyond are the top 2. Tyloo's actually on top. Tyloo's 1, Vici second, Beyond a third. They're all tied on 12 points. Tyloo's on top because of the round difference, at least on HLTV.
And as it stands, top by quite a bit now.
Yeah, this is just a statement, isn't it? They're like, oh, Beyond, you're top 3, tied with points, but we'll show you who's the king of Asia. And they're just dismantling them. At least something goes Beyond's way this time. But I say that, and somebody alone pushes up, underpass, finds the apartments clear, and that's gonna be the call for Summer and Danking to push on up. That's such a weird decision. You have the information, you can just camp at A bomb site, send a rotation over, make it work. Danking. Ooh. He's still alive, Dinko. Can he find anything? No, we can't. KDZ is gonna get the kill, and finally, we might see a round going the way of Beyond, but somebody is still alive, and he is gonna have the bomb right in front of him. Unfortunately, the nade comes out at the worst time. Pause on Meryl. It's like a nutcase just comes running out through the smoke. Somebody, for a change, getting a taste of his own medicine. Someone running out through the smoke and killing him.
Nice to see. And well, Summer is the utility file. 51 grenades used. That's impressive.
Yeah. Wait,
13 Molotovs, 12 smokes, 21 flashbangs.
Wait, it can't be on this map alone, is it?
21 flashes thrown.
No. Well, likes flashing, that's for sure. Good for him. Yeah, it's only on this map. Okay. Wow.
Impressive stuff. Shows that they've got the support elements alongside the firepower as well, Blair. Very simple Counter-Strike, but effective.
Somebody, he does everything, Denko. He hides and smokes, he lurks, he also throws all the supporting grenades. 53. Oh, ooh. That, oh. What? How does he get 2? How does Danking get 2? How is that allowed? Yawn. Can't let that happen.
Really don't know.
The flash wasn't good enough. Was he playing anti-flash? I'm not sure. How is he not blind?
No one down king. He's probably fast enough to look away from the flash and come back and still find 2 kills. Well, 4v3, thanks to Dan King putting them in this position. He is traded back by Olivia. But now 40 seconds in play. Much slower round from Beyond. They've got one player out on the A bomb site. That's QQ just running past him, while Attacker needs to be careful here. He should be aware that this could be a possibility, but QQ's gone towards CT. This could be interesting to see if QQ can get into this position. They aren't really aware of this. They're not looking here. No one's got tabs on QQ's position. Somebody's going back in towards the market. Here goes QQ. He's going to find one. The first kill on the summer. Looks back at somebody. He's going to be around this corner. And QQ must have heard the scope. And, well, it doesn't matter. Somebody charges right through the fire, takes him down, and now is available to help on this A-bomb site. Will Attacker even need help? Probably not. He takes down KTZ and the time is gone. Olivia, he will fall as well. And it's 14-6. Tyloo, 2 rounds away from victory. And Beyond, when they attempted their flank, I think it came a little bit too late. They had to come in quickly. There was only 30 seconds when QQ actually started making its way through the A-bomb site. So at that point, you've immediately got to try and find a site.
I don't know if they even had time to get the bomb. I mean, they might just barely have, but that's assuming there was no one on that that connector or A-bomb site area, right? Of course, Attacker spotting his time, waiting patiently, and I think this is it, Dinka. And this is B-bomb site. Rush works out with the Tech 9s. Somebody whiffs all his shots, and slowly is not able to do anything. At this, I think this should be map and match point, and somebody, nice shot to open it up, looking for more. Gonna find a second kill, should be taken down, but slowly, the savior for his teammate. And Nestige does reply back with 2 quick kills, but slowly is there to deny any chances they had of potentially winning an unwinnable round. 15-6. And Tyloo 1 round away, Dinko, from winning the most one-sided game we've seen so far here against Beyond, nonetheless.
No, I think slowly is like the 58 grenade shoots now for Summer. This is impressive. In the one map, 23 flashbangs.
How many rounds so far? It's 15-6, right? That's 21 rounds.
Yeah.
56? That's nuts.
Yeah. So I have actually, every time I see Tyloo play now, I think slowly is like the perfect player for this roster. He doesn't make mistakes. He isn't crazy like the rest. He's just consistently good.
I like how the difference is that he's not crazy like the rest. I agree. I completely agree with you. He's that rock, right? He's that semblance of stability they have, the danking. Oh, that Molotov. They're going to come running on out and danking. He doesn't miss those. Nestige replies back, though. Danking, bomb at his feet.
Yeah, but Attacker taking down STK. Somebody wrecking, snapping the neck of KTZ. Now it's Mayrolls and QQ, 2 versus 3 in total. Well, QQ's starting to fight back. He's a player that couldn't get a kill in the first half, but suddenly pops off, and Mayrolls with the double. I thought that was over, Blair. I'm not going to lie.
That should have been done. What a round from Mayrolls. Just jumping up, and he's like, okay, you know what? We're done hiding and trying to get the bomb down. We're just going to jump on over. I hope to see that Mayrolls POV as he just flew over Sandwich and got his 2 kills. Tyloo were not expecting that, and yeah, we should see it now. Finds 2. What? Okay, that was a sick transfer from Mayrolls. Wait. Wait. When? How did Danking kill Mayrolls? Where did he die? Did a round just start? Jeez.
Oh, STK. He gets rid of Dan King, at least in reply. And now Summer, coming in with a CZ. It's going to be STK going down now. 4 versus 3. Man advantage in play now for the CT side. Tyloo looking to try to end things. Summer on the bomb site. QQ gets rid of him with a headshot. Now 3 versus 3. It's not like Tyloo have the best of weapons here, but they're still making it work. Attacker with the kill slowly on the deagle. It's just KTZ, and he's going to try and make it work. Tries to be the hero, and now just one more. It's Attacker. He's being so good for Tyloo in this series. And KTZ thinks better of taking the fight from Palace. He realizes just under a minute left in play. There's so much time for me to try and win this. So he goes back over towards T-spawn. Might try and reapproach A via the underpass, or it could just run to B.
I seems to have to read though. Usually in these sort of scenarios, I like it when the CT just commits to a site. right? Like, you either 100% win the round, or at least you can go for the retake instead of just kind of being caught in the middle when you're undecided which side the bomb is. Dagger doesn't really know, and now, okay, now he does. He knows it's towards B. That's allowed KNTZ an opportunity to get himself to a good, comfortable position. And we've seen the big clutch coming out here, Dinko. I don't know. Attacker being very methodical. He doesn't have a kit though, so doesn't have too much time to just clear out all the close angles. But KNTZ might be looking the wrong way. An attacker. Oh, that is such heartbreak. Does he have time though? I think it does. Yeah, there we go.
I mean,
Tyloo's going to win it. Confirmed.
that answers your question.
16-7.
A very impressive scoreline, equaled actually to the convincing win from Tiger. So Tyloo, I guess this is just the showing you expect from them when they play against the top teams, when they play against the teams they have to beat. And I'm impressed. I think this is such an exciting team to watch. And I don't know if you agree, Jason.
Because when I cast them playing against Mazzalai, they ended up taking forever to finish them off and going into overtime. But I think something you said was maybe they're just like, all right, we're tied in ranking currently in the group, but we're not tied in skill. And they just completely washed over them. And again, another map where Olivia's towards the bottom of the scoreboard. I feel like they did such a great job of disabling him when he's such a major factor usually within the team.
Yeah, you could definitely see that Tyler were approaching this game, I think, very differently to when we looked at them versus Maslai. Everything down to how they were using the utility, the actual setups they had. They weren't just randomly pushing in and giving opportunities for 1vx's. We don't even need to talk about Attacker. I mean, that was just a once in a lifetime performance from him across both maps. But the thing is, I noticed some mistakes from Beyond, even in those last couple of rounds when they're just really trying to keep a stronghold on that top spot. Like when they're pushing out onto the site, you saw in that second last round, yes, they ended up winning it, but they went in for, I think the first 3 duels were all 1v1s. There were no flashes going over. Like Tyloo had setups and crossfires where they were just easily able to pick them off. Olivia was the first player in and had no chance. And it was a good 5 seconds before anybody on ramp or connector was able to get back up to the side after that. That's a big problem if that's you in desperation. You need to bring up your number one, your best performance to keep that top spot in the groups. And that's what you're going to pull out. That's a little bit questionable from Beyond. And I think they've had some good performances, but as we were saying this whole time, now's crunch time. They play against the best teams in it, and evidently they don't have what it takes, not even a third map out of them.
It reminds me of, actually, go ahead and I'll tell my little story.
So Tyloo, I just want to touch on this point. So we always talk about the individuals. They're who we talk about, the big players that always get the kills. Production just confirmed in my ear because we were keeping track of Summer and his utility usage. He used 66 grenades on Mirage. Now that's just impressive. Now that's something we just never see in the Asian region. We always talk about the lack of flashbangs, the lack of flash assists, but Summer's using all the nades and setting up Tyloo for success.
No,
well, something that... Sorry, Jason.
No, go ahead. I'm just the host. I just sit here and listen. It's cool.
Fair enough. I just want to say about Beyond, when you mentioned about all that utility being used up over on Tyloo, that entire game, I felt like this was very tangible. They only found 1 flash assist. That is insanely low. And up against the best team in Asia, you can't come in and just go, hey, let's win in heads-up aim deals. You got to pull everything out of the bag. And unfortunately, they weren't even pulling flashbangs out of the bag. They were leaving them in there all around.
I mean, Dan King 7-0 in opening duels, somebody 3-0 in opening duels. And on the other side, you had 0-4, 1-1, 1-6, 1-3, 2-4, clearly not having a strong time or a good time. But what I was going to say was thinking back to, the Netflix documentary about Michael Jordan. He starts talking about how just like the littlest thing can set off that competitive drive within him and make him want to destroy you on the court. Here, maybe it was the fact that they were tied up on the leaderboard and Tyloo's like, we're done playing games. We're done messing around. I mean, Attacker 103 ADR. You can see, well, Dan King on 18 kills. He was consistent. I mean, pretty much everyone on their team was playing pretty damn consistent. On the other side, again, Olivia, I don't know what it is. My rules was, I think, the bottom fragger in the first map. This time he's the top fragger. But this is the first time we've seen, more importantly, Olivia be consistently on the bottom. I'm not sure exactly what's going on within the team, or if it was just Tyloo specifically countering him. And that stat you brought up, Mitch, about the 1 flash assist coming through. Beyond was the team, when we first saw them, we were saying, oh my God, finally a team that flashes each other's in, or, flashes each other to look for kills, that actually makes these opportunities. And then they go up against Tyloo, and maybe it's the Vici problem. They just can't seem to figure out how to beat him.
Yeah, and you can't make that excuse that, oh, well, they were flashing people to pull them off the angles and all that sort of stuff. Dankin got 7 opening duels with 0, as you said. And not only that, but who was it, somebody 3 for 0?
Yeah.
you're clearly not doing a great job of using that kind of utility in any way. And it's not just down to that. It was down to their spacing, their inability to even push into a bomb. Okay, let's say you're not flashing. Let's say these guys are going to be able to see you as you come out. Well, the minimum thing you're going to be able to do then is to trade. But they weren't doing that either. They were just pushing out, giving away individual frags. And it was like Tyler were consistently on, oh, thank you for the advantage in this round. Now let's play. And it's like a sacrifice to the emperor or whatever, the head of the region. It's,
the dragon.
Exactly, yeah. Keep it at bay. It's like, we'll give you a kill and then we'll try to kill you. So yeah, it's a little bit upsetting, I think, honestly, because I was expecting a lot from Beyond, at least a third map, and no, that wasn't the team I was hoping for. Certainly not the one we got hyped for on day one.
Yeah, well, we got the 2-0 and Tyler do come out. Wasn't that every game now they played has been 2-0? I remember us talking about that before.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just keeping consistent themselves. We're going to be heading to a break. It's about 10 minutes of time. When we come back, we'll be going to our final game of the day. It's going to be Tiger up against Vici. You're not going to want to miss this. We'll see you soon.
Coming up next, Tiger versus Vici Gaming.
Girls, you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Perfect World Asia League 2020 Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL as we now move into our last game of week 2. It's day 10. Days have flown by, the games all blending together, just like I would love to see a picture of Mitch, Dinko, and Blair all blended together as well. It would definitely be a very handsome
No.
man until Mitch gets added to the pool. So now looking at our final game of the day, Vici up against Tiger. And the question always has to come, what Tiger's going to show up today? And I think that's going to determine how this game is going to go pretty much here. Mitch Blitch?
Glitch.
Could have
You
been, it
blended
could have
it
been
all
worse.
together
It could
yourself,
have just
Jason.
been the B word or the B letter off of Bleh and everything but the M
Itch.
for Mitch.
Yeah, well, I don't know how to take that one, but
Can you
I
two
think
cast
you're right.
together so I can come up with a name for you?
No.
You
no.
know what? I think I can live with that. I think Blitch can work.
Okay.
I don't think he'll add the
Or
L
Blitch
in
Man.
to our team name.
Blitch man. There we go.
So yeah, Tiger. What one is it going to be? Is it going to be jumping on stakes on faces, or is it going to just be purring away in the corner? That's the question that Jason often poses. And I think coming into this one, they've got to show their A game, right? They're against Vici. There's no way you come into this kind of game and say, oh, well, it's only group stage, whatever. This is a statement. And if Tiger can manage to take this one down, it'll be a big scalp. But considering their struggles recently versus Lucid Dream, Divine Vendetta, even losing to Bren, I don't know if I'm going to believe in them. Certainly not as favorites.
Well, I mean, okay, we'll say this for them. Their last match we did get to cast was pretty one-sided. 16-7, 16-7. Pretty much the exact same game we just saw with Tyloo up against Beyond. But the thing is, we haven't seen that Tiger up until that point throughout this tournament. So maybe it's the same thing for them. They realize, okay, we're like over halfway through. Maybe it's time to show up. And well, let's just start with you, Blay. If you looked at a person to show up here against Vici for Tiger, it's probably going to be Dobu or Aircast, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think the usual two, right? Jobu and Orcas performing, but I feel like against Vici, you need to have everyone being a little bit more consistent. It looks so nice there. It's a nice zoom in into the gameplay.
That's what you'd look like if you were more handsome and probably 30 years younger.
25, but yeah, close enough. The thing with obviously with Urcast, he's been showing up, of course, and Dobu has been showing glimpses of his past. But I feel like, especially in that Lucid Dream game, that was brilliant from the entire team. But I want everyone else to show up, right? You're talking about some of the veterans in the lineup. We've seen how they have been showing glimpses of what they can do as well. They're going to need it. Vici are a team who usually, apart from Tyloo, they're going to be putting up a fight here. They have the deepest map pool as well. So I think the big question here is which Tiger is going to show up. I think that's a running theme of this matchup. Vici, we know who's going to show up. Vici is going to be showing up who's not going to be playing against Tyloo. They're going to be trying to take the series 2-0. But at least based off the recent results we've seen so far, this, I'm sorry to say, gentlemen, at least for your mental health, it's going to be 3-mapper. It's going to be one of those games.
Well, that means it's going to be a 2-mapper, so thank you very much for that, Bleb. I appreciate it. And then obviously, as we were talking about Tiger and who's going to be the one to stand out, Dinko, are you kind of going to agree for Tiger? And then your thoughts on Vici?
Yeah, I agree with Tiger. I think Ocas and Dobu, the two clear stars of the team. 9 can be impressive sometimes, but a little bit inconsistent. But over here, I think it's pretty obvious. It's the man right in the center of the screen, Kaze. He's been really showing up in this tournament, one of the top-rated players. I think he is the top-rated player, but that might have changed after today's matchup for Tyloo. But you take a look at the rest of the team, and Jam Young is so good to watch. He was so good yesterday, even against Divine Vendetta when Vici looked so rough. This is a team that we always say should be consistently beating everybody easily. This the system where Vici, they beat everybody except Tyloo, but they didn't really look so convincing against Divine Vendetta yesterday. So a few weaknesses potentially here for Vici. If a couple of rounds went Divine Vendetta's way, some important rounds or some pistol rounds didn't go Vici's way, that could have been a 2-0 even, or at least a 2-1 for the Divine Vendetta side. So Vici were not looking great yesterday in comparison to what we've seen from them before. But the thing is with Vici, we don't really see them play bad for that long, so we should be seeing them bounce back today against Tiger.
Let's actually take a look at our entry fraggers for both teams in our head-to-head, and we obviously talked about Dobu. He's been a little bit of a struggle, though. I think he's had his glimmers in the last matches. We definitely saw him fly out the gates quite heavily. But joking, I feel like he's been having more of the rough time if we kind of compare them head to head. I can't even think about many of the matches he's had where he was like towards the top of his team. Obviously, he's an entry fragger, not really expected to be. But you can see the stats. I mean, it's heavily skewed towards Dobu here, Blah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, I think you just touched upon, you gave the answer yourself, Jason. Zoking is the entry fragger. He's the guy, even when not entering, he's the guy who's going to go for the high risk plays, provide information for his team, push through a smoke based on whatever admin tells him to do. I would love to have a player like Zoking. He just is such a sacrificial player. And not to forget, like, he's got that crazy aim of his, just moving his arm so fast. I sometimes worry that it's going to dislocate his arm. And then for Dobu, though, he is the star player alongside Urkas. Before Urkas came into this team, before it was called August, when he used to play with, I think Dobu and Cabal used to play with Xiao Sage. It was kind of like a mixed 5-power lineup. Dobu was a star. He was the best player in Mongolia before Urkas came back from Australia. So Dobu needs to step it up a little bit more. He's been looking solid so far, but I feel like he's still not there yet. He needs to contend against the likes of a Jamyang and a Kaze. And if he doesn't show up, I feel like Vici are going to just run all over them.
Well, obviously, maps are going to play a big part in how this series is going to go. So let's take a look at the video of what maps will be played and what maps, of course, were banned out. And we're going to see Dust 2 taken away. I think that's pretty damn common for Vici. It actually surprises me when teams are like this, where they specifically have that one map they don't play. I feel like that should be a map they secretly practice. So then that one time they don't ban it, they can surprise you, or maybe it can play some mind games with you and not practice it and still don't ban it to force the other team to wonder what the hell's going on. But anyways, Nuke, Mirage, and Inferno going to be picked up here to be played. Nuke, that's going to be a little bit of an interesting one for me because Vici do have a 100% win rate on this.
Yeah, when you look at Nuke for Vici, I think it's a pretty glaringly, obviously strong map. In the game they had versus Invictus, if you think back a couple of days, 4 days ago, it was a 16-5 win. I mean, that's the hella dominant. So I think they're going to be definitely favorites to take a Nuke. Mirage, though, I think Tiger can put up a pretty decent fight. It all depends on how many moving parts are working for them. I mean, if you think about it, you've got Kaze, Jamyang, Alman. These guys have been fragging like crazy all tournament long. So there definitely needs to be players stepping up on Tiger. And as we're talking about Dobu, Cabal was really strong in a couple of those games as well. So I think they have the firepower. It just depends on whether they show up with that or not.
And even looking at Mirage, it's just it's all bad here. Lost versus Divine Vendetta, lost versus Invictus, lost versus Tyloo. They beat Lucid Dream, lost versus Tyloo, lost versus Invictus, lost versus Tyloo. They just seem to really struggle when it comes to this map, and I guess that's why we're seeing only a 29% win rate on it. So if we were to look at predictions then across the board, Mitch, you said you think it's actually, was it Blair or Mitch that said it's gonna be a 3-mapper? I think it's Blair.
I said 3-mapper.
So Mitch, you think it's gonna be a 3-mapper as well?
I think so. I mean, Tiger have beaten them 2 out of 2 times, I believe, in the last 3 months that they've played Vici on Mirage. So I think we're probably going to Inferno.
And Dinko, you're going to be the standout, aren't you?
No, I think Tiger looked better coming into the last few days, so I think they'll be able to take a map here.
Oh, you think? Okay, so you think Tiger's going to lose 1-2?
Yeah, I think Vici are going to take this 2-1, and that's my final statement.
Well, you know what? I'm going to be the devil's advocate. I think Vici are going to take it 2-0. I'm not going to be a sheep. Not going to be a part of your herd. And the last time I did choose Divine Vendetta to win, they almost did it. What's up, Ble?
Nothing. Vici, 2-1. It's going to go to Inferno. It's going to be messy. It's going to be ugly on Inferno. But I feel like I agree with Mitch and Dinka when it comes to the fact that both of them are going to win their own map picks. And Jason, I want to see some egg on your face.
Well, that is unfortunate for you because I only have 1 egg left in my apartment and it's hard-boiled. And because I live in Germany, everything's closed on Sunday. Maybe we can work that out when I get over onto our next week coming up on Wednesday. So we start at the same time, 7 a.m. CEST. Okay, so then we obviously have our predictions. And I want to hear maybe some standout players. Who's the player you think is going to be the one to carry? I mean, obviously I heard you talk about Dobu, talk about Ericast, talk about Jamyang and Kaze. But in reality, with now the maps we have, do you think that's slightly going to change at all? Because I think Jamyang did underperform on Nuke last time when they played against Divine Vendetta.
Yeah, I think Jamyang's going to step up. He's going to be on top of the fragging department. I think Kazi is going to step up as well. That thing with Vici, when it comes to playing against the likes of an Invictus, against the likes of a Tiger, when everyone needs to play at the peak of their ability. These are the games that admin's been waiting for, right? The Tigers, the Tylus, and whatnot. So I feel like Jamyang is going to be really putting in the pain here today for Tiger. And unless Urkas and Dobu bring their A game, it's going to be quite painful. Okay, well, gentlemen, we'll be checking up with you guys a little bit later on once the first map does finish, obviously. And Mitch, as we look to dive into this first game, Tiger's still looking to even qualify or guarantee themselves a place through into the group or into the playoffs. Whereas Vici's already there. So for me, it's also like Vici, the pressure's off. They don't really need to win this game technically. But it was the same boat for Tyloo and Beyond. And Tyloo absolutely destroyed Beyond in that last game.
Yeah, so Tiger, I feel like there's a world we have to acknowledge where they do win this series. If Vici come in on the same form as yesterday, it's definitely a possibility. Tiger can win Nuke. I don't think they will. They played Vici once before though. We're going back a little under a month, a little over a month, sorry, and it was 16-13. So it was a pretty close one overall. And obviously they both play at actually exactly the same amount. Win rates are the only thing that differ. And pretty much every game Tyloo has, I think the most one-sided game they've had was 16-12 against them. Other than that, it's always been like close to 30 maps. They definitely know how to play this map. They're definitely comfortable. And if we don't see a big show up by Vici, they could lose it 2-0. The reality is there. I think this is where they come in 100% focused because they know that this is not a team they can underestimate.
I do have to correct myself. I thought it was Jam Young that underperformed on Nuke when they played against Divine Vendetta. He actually was plus 19. It must have been another game that I had within my memory for him. I know in the first game on Mirage he was -1, which isn't that crazy, but he was also 4th overall with his KD difference. So a little bit unfortunate for him in that game. But again, we had massive step ups. I mean, was it Alman had some ridiculous plays? He was 31-23 when it came down to Nuke, and obviously went into overtime. But I think this is gonna be a tough one. Like Tyre again, I think they struggle with a lot of consistency problems. I hope that doesn't necessarily carry over into a match like this, since this would be a big victory for them. I think 4 wins is what they're looking for to be like guaranteed through into the playoffs. But then seeding is gonna be becoming a major factor, especially for Vici. I think this is a game you can't take your foot off of the gas, right? You don't want to play against Tiger in your first game potentially, and they get knocked out early on the playoffs when everyone's fighting for that one slot into the major.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 100%. Yeah. For Tiger, I don't think they'll be going down to the relegation. I just want to check actually their matches. So they've got D13 and Mazalai to play. They would have to lose to Mazalai and D13 to be in with a chance of going down, plus the results for Bren and Mazalai and Lucid Dreams would have to be positive as well, because they'd each have to get to 3 wins, which I don't think is even possible at this point unless they're beating Tyloo and stuff, which just realistically won't happen.
Mazalai almost did it.
It's true, but the fact they've already lost, I think that pretty much guarantees us that we'll end up with Tiger at worst case scenario like 6th or 7th, but that's a real possibility that they end up down there, and they don't want to, because that means that they'll have to have a rematch versus Vici or a Tyloo or maybe even a Divine Vendetta if the day is right, if the seeding works correctly. That and obviously the rest of the games for Divine Vendetta work out, and those are not games they want to be taking. I mean, Tiger are in a spot where they need top 3 really to guarantee themselves to move forward. Remember, this is the team currently leading the region for RMR points. But as we said, the winner of this gets 2K. The winner of the next season, of the fall season, gets 2.5K points. That's far more. Tiger only have 1,600 at the moment. So the ante really gets upped closer to the major, which I also really like. I think that's a great system, because a team could be really good a couple months back, like at the start of Road to Rio. They could be sick, they could get really good placement, they could win, and they could fall off over the next 6 months and end up qualifying to the major because they got a lot of points back then if it was all even, you know, and they wouldn't deserve this spot. So I think the fact that the closer to the major we get, the more points that you're actually going to earn for those wins in the tournaments, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I mean, I obviously like the idea. Like, you don't want to see a team. I mean, I think it's obviously based on the fact that the next major was so delayed because of coronavirus. I'm curious to see how they adapt. I know we talked about this before, like kind of adapt the strategy later on into next year if this is what they want to keep, which I do kind of hope so. But let's see, in the pistol round, some early ramp control going to the way of Vici as they're trying to make their way down towards Lauren Cabal. Is going to lose that duel up against Joking, living up to that entry fragger roll. And Advent does spot the player towards the right hand side as he closes the door in NCL's face, but they'll get the bomb down.
They will indeed. Bomb planted, shots landing for Tiger though as they pull it back into a 4-on-3 with low HP for Zoking. That should be a fairly easy kill to clean up. Look at that grouping up together. Tiger will push out, but 9. He was a little bit slow on the swing, meaning that he goes down without the trade. Dobu eventually able to follow up though. And as they now sit down in the 1 versus 3, the bomb's already been defused. He's got to swing and take the shot. That's actually quite sad. Alman was right on his head, but missed. And so we're going to end up on the 1-0 as Tiger land themselves the opening. But the thing is, they gave the bomb plant over. Jason, we know what that means.
Yeah, it should be a bye for Vici. We do see Tiger going straight for the M4s. FAMAS 9. It's on 2900. We'll go FAMAS as well. So I think they're already thinking ahead, obviously. Thinking ahead to round 3. Kaze is going to go for the scout towards outside, maybe looking for a shot. But he's not going to be gifted. There's no scout. It's just going to be Aircast playing with the M4, trying to help out NCL as he's going to be sitting towards the second vent. Joking just walking his way forward. Aircast being very cautious about this too, waiting for a sound cue, waiting maybe for smokes to be thrown in. But I feel like Aircast has such a pivotal point, because if he falls, they're going to be in such a tough spot to defend.
Well, luckily enough, he's not even taken a lick of damage in that first fight. But he does have to be careful of his back. The player already flanking around in garage. He sees one up on top of red. And with how free that player is seeming to jump up, I guess something started to tick away. He started to get suspicious. It doesn't matter about whether he thought that a player was in garage or not, though, because he's lost his head. Kaze quick on the shot with the scout. And the outside control goes over towards Vici. Another shot for Kaze. A double opening now with that scout, but his teammates have been traded back. I think he's also tagged up Cabal. This is a huge round for the scout. A quick headshot that doesn't actually follow through on the kill. But Cabal is caught on the way back by none other than Kaze. Seems like we're just going to keep on saying his name this round. He's already got a 3K. He's single-handedly trying to win this round for Vici. As Advent goes down to plant this bomb, Kaze with the smoke for single door to give cover. They need to worry about the double, where Dobu swings it open and manages to take the hero down. Advent now has to lead himself to victory in this 1v2.
Here's the glass being broken as he does turn his attention over towards double doors, and NCL will get the kill. Still a costly round, but it's going to be a round loss, but the bomb also planted yet again. So costly for both teams, and I would almost assume now we should be having a 4-step out of Vici another time. Keep the pressure onto their opponents. And they rescue the one M4. I was imagining they would go get the one Aircast had. I think NCL is just quickly in hot pursuit of that. I think he will secure it as well. And yeah, look at that. Kaze's first shot. We talked about how good he is on the AWP, but the scout here really like showing his scout prowess.
See, the thing is, a strong AWPer is actually really dangerous on the scout because, okay, they might just go for tags a lot of the time. Like, obviously, hitting the head's quite difficult, but it's about the versatility of that weapon. You can be in and out of an angle in a second, having already fired a shot perfectly accurately. You just need to strafe in. You've got basically full movement speed when you've got that out. And so Kaze can just swing around a corner, take a shot, disappear, and all of a sudden you're either 30 HP or he's headshot you and you're dead. Quite rare that he misses the shot. Whereas if you then contrast that with the AWP, he's got to swing out, and you're much more, you're kind of like walking in mud, right? When you go in for those peaks, much more lumbersome. So you got to swing around, post up, wait for the accuracy to set in, take the shot. The scout provides much more fast gameplay, I suppose. And for someone like Kaze, who's very well versed in the more aggressive play with the scope, you just don't want to be against it. They've actually come in here with quite a decent buy, the benefit of the double bomb plant. So they've got their loss bonus up to round 3, a bomb plant as well, and so smokes, a little bit of utility. I mean, they've used up a lot of it already, but even still, the fact they've got deagles and pistols alongside it with some armor, it's a pretty huge start for them.
Well, ball's going to fade away towards ramp. They're actually going to flash in. So ground will be gained, but the bomb still going to be back towards, I believe, T lobby. Yeah, we're towards our entrance. They kind of feint the ramp control, looking to bust into the upper bomb site. They have a smoke and a flash left on Advent. Hoping to get a bomb plant here, maybe prevent those 2 MP9s from cleaning up kills and also leaving Almond. Anyone flanking back from ramp or maybe looking at pushing from behind. And they're walking out squeaky door. They haven't been spotted. Dobu, though, he's going to go for the first point of contact. He gets the initial kill. He's going to follow thereafter, and NCL has to stay alive here. They could lose out on quite a few guns. Just have support up towards heaven now.
Here's the flash for the peak. That flash didn't look like it was going to land, but it did. Oh, Almond's up above. Easy kill. Now they've got to be very, very worried. 9. What a great spray control. sprays it down, takes that vent low, and that's it. But still, 2 kills is good for Vici. Their investment was relatively low, and they got it off the back of their bomb plans. Now they get to go in with rifles, and the reinvestment from Tiger is going to at least cost them something.
I think if they got a 3rd kill, that would have been even better. Because there's, what, 2 players with MP9s? So they just were going to rebuy up anyways.
I think there's probably a pretty decent chance they didn't rebuy, that they just took them as a bonus.
Really?
But
Full bonus again?
yeah, I think we've seen that a couple of times, right? But no, definitely. Now the thing is, they come in with a better chance of winning the round, right? Just because they don't get to play out a bonus doesn't mean that's a bad thing necessarily. So in a way, that might just allow Tiger to go up to, 4 or 5-0 then off the back of it.
Nice flash. Aircast gets 1, and hey, he might be able to upgrade this straight to the AK. You can see that he wants it. He's gonna get it. No chance to protect it. Kaze just gets double nated, but then again, it's only 17 HP. Tiger off to a pretty good start.
That could have been very awkward on the ramp as well originally. You see the way they ran into each other. If you imagine Vici were stacked up on the smoke, they flash through, they run in. The 2 of these guys are just running into each other like, oh, you go first. No, after you, after you. It'd be very, very awkward. But luckily, they'll stay away from Reddit for now. "40 seconds. Vici man disadvantage. Very little map control. I mean, Zokin getting down towards the vents is the only real advantage that they have. The problem is Tiger know that they've given that up, right? So they're going for a passive B hole towards the back. This ramp split has to work out. But 9 is able to find 1 kill, back off. Now he knows there's a player's sight, so he's going to stay on the ramp itself. And Kaze's not even looking the right way.
So the trade will come through. That's going to be an op now down. Very expensive. Could be recovered though. Open the door and spam down. Alma gets extremely low. The bomb won't be planted, and now there's no time left. He's going to run away back towards ramp, and Tiger swarm the site. They get the kills, they rescue the op, and they get double AKs. 4-0 now for Tiger. But I still get very cautious when we see scorelines like this, even as dominant as they have been. We saw, what, just a 6-0 earlier on. And that didn't really amount to much, unfortunately. As it ended up, I think, 8-7 at the half.
So here's the thing, Jason, right? So you come into round number 3. Round number 2, let's say. You go in with your deagles and stuff, and you kill the players. You kill 2 guys. Get rid of those SMGs. Those guys have to reinvest. They'll probably get dropped down 4. So you're going to have 3 to 4 players on no money on the CT side. The problem is, you actually make that round harder for... Oh, hold on. They're rushing out with pistols. They're getting some success already. Zoking, Jam Young, able to kill each. Now the bomb plan can come in. It's a 4v3. That point's going to have to wait till later, because Tiger on the verge of losing this round versus the worst buy for Vici so far.
Ooh, Cabal. He wants to get out. They're waiting for the smoke to dissipate. They still have kits. Ooh. Just gets a little haircut there for Cabal, which is going to help during quarantine. Nine now has an opportunity to push in, but again, they don't really want to lose the op. The money's not so great. Aircash protects off his teammate, so they can get up in towards the site. But Kazi's going to take down 9. That's the op now gone. They have to worry about a player in towards heaven. They have a lot of U2 left for in the hands of Aircash, but he's not throwing any of it down. Michi Gaming will overrun them on the site. They take the round. They rescue the op in 2 AKs, and just like that, again, Vici bounced back. Just like I was saying before, it doesn't matter 4-0.
So Tiger had the money there. You can't allow them. I mean, if you're not watching for the main run out, you've got to have your mollies in play. More frequently, you have to just have somebody watching for it up in heaven. It was a very loose round from Tiger on the CT side, and every gap they left got exploited. What I was going to say was round 2, if you do damage on the T side, right? Same situation beat you're in. You kill 2 or 3 people. And the problem is, if you kill those players, they're going to reinvest, and they'll get M4s now instead of having SMGs. So you make the round right away, round number 3, you make it harder for yourself, but if you win it, that's round number 4, wouldn't it be? But if you win it, then you set them off to an eco, and so you get a second round for free. But then the problem is, if you don't win it, the impact of the previous round is practically non-existent. But then Vici, I mean, that was the point I was going to make, right? So that therefore Tiger get off to the really strong start. They get a 5-0, blah, blah, blah. But Vici, they just rushed A with pistols. I really don't know how they got away with that. Or rather, I don't know how Tiger left that big of a gap for them to get away with it. As we move into the final minute of this round, it's been a man advantage we saw seized early by Kaze on outside. And Vici moved down through secret. Now, Dobu seems to have a little bit of a suspicion about this. He's sitting right at the doors. He's scaring me a little bit on what he's going to go for. That smoke gives away his position. He's going to allow them to open it potentially and then swing around, use it as a early detection system.
Well, the detection system might not matter. Jokin's able to pick off his entire team. He loses out on 2, and Dobu gets at least 1. Still 3 on 2. You gotta favor Vici in this situation. Time's taken away, but you can already hear the bomb being planted. And NCL gets caught on the rotate back out. Dobu just needs to save the op. Here, Vici. Screw that. Don't let him. And he's dead. Oh, that was... I stopped for a second there, thinking I might have just sabotaged him. Just cursed him.
You could see the no-scope. But no. Unfortunately, we won't see it on our screens, only in our mind's eye. As 4-2 we go. And Vici, like the current position they're in, it's not terrible at all. Matter of fact, it should be a lot worse. They can be pretty happy with where they're at. The question I have is, do they find the next buy route? Because if they do, I think Tiger are going to start to get a little bit upset. Remember, we mentioned that coming into this series, Tiger obviously not expected to take Nuke. It's more so on a Mirage that they could do it. But last time it was 16-13 between these teams. So even these smallest of mistakes, giving away rounds like that pistol we saw, like that previous one there as well, could be what ends up costing them this series. I mean, I expect Tiger, both of these teams in fact, to be completely switched on the whole way through.
Thing is, we were obviously talking about each team winning their own map pick, most likely, and going to a third map. It was a good start by Tiger, but as you said, something just switching on for Vici, and well, we need to see Tiger respawn. We need to have him, I guess, get a closer round here, because it's been quite one-sided in the last few, in my opinion. You have the M4s, 9. Probably gonna go into, I guess, a FAMAS because he needs some utility. Okay, well, he goes M4 instead. They have 2 incendiaries, which isn't going to be ideal considering Vici have already rushed the upper bomb site before. Then again, it's pistols, so probably not happening this round. And Ericast has sneaked his way in towards garage. Not sure they're going to expect this. He has to watch Dobu's back. And again,
by that flash.
this spot does give you a quick rotate if they do go down secret.
Yeah, no, it does. Thing is, oh no, Aircast. Well, now they know exactly where he is, so they won't be caught off guard by a rotate. He can't really watch for main because if he sticks around here, he'll just be isolated. They'll smoke main, smoke cross for heaven, go on into garage and take him down. Dobu trying to combat the map control they've lost. He's thinking about pushing through single. If he does this, he's already gone through, in fact, in the smoke, the swing, and it caught Jam Young a little bit off guard, but he's still able to hit that shot. And a quick flick over. A 5v4. Vici taking this round very slowly, very methodical. They went outside, they faked the presence, they pushed the player back so he's not able to get free info. In fact, he's a little scared to even peek, knowing that there's a strong possibility of even an off watching him. Then they go back into main, they find the push from Dobu. Now he's getting the info that there were at least 2, I think maybe even 3 players moving from outside back into main. That's why Urcast changed his position up a little bit more. Got more aggressive in towards the A side itself. And now he's going right on through, but the molly just ticked him. They will have heard that. They know that he was in the Molotov close to the vent. Kaze's ready for that. He knows a single lord push is possible. Surely he should know that. But it looks like he'll be unpunished as he quickly makes his way towards the ramp.
Now he needs to get a few. Or they need to save. It's a 2-on-4. It's already being flashed up. He's being forced out of his position. Almond has an inkling that he's going to be in this direction. And that's going to be Aircast to already go for the save himself. Nine's going to back away. And that's going to be things all tied up now at 4 apiece. really rough times in these last rounds. I feel like they've had only a handful, if anything, in what seems like the last 3. At least they keep the 2 M4s, but in reality, are the M4s going to be enough to win the round? I know we've seen just Eagles win rounds. We've seen, hell, even one AK win a round. But it's the disturbing lack of utility that really kind of is scaring me here, Mitch.
Mm-hmm. Now, well, you've already said it a couple times, right? We saw the faster play from them earlier on, and if Vici were to go in for that, Tiger don't really have anything except for heads-up aim duels to combat that. But luckily, doesn't seem like they're going to go all too aggressive. But in a round like this, with the so little utility, this is somewhere that Kaze can absolutely excel. Any opportunity that, any peek the Tigers take is a gamble, that they're not running into the scope of Kaze. You can see they're aware of that. They're not really taking any risks at the moment. The double stack towards the ramp as well. They're just trying to fake out a bit of heavier A presence with the smokes. Did they double smoke that? That must be a bit of miscommunication. Outside control as well, and you can see that all the while Jam Young is just watching for the ramp push, hoping that all the utility they're using up on the other side of the map drags those ramp players into a more aggressive stance because of the buy they're on. But in fact, they just go for a passive rotate in through the CT spawn up towards heaven, and so Cabal's left to solo hold that in towards the ramp with a 5-7. I like that. I think they kind of realize there's a chance they're being baited in.
Just hoping, please don't come this way, please don't come this way, please don't come this way. And they're gonna rush in, get down towards vent. Very successfully, not a single point of damage being taken. They have to worry about at least one M4 coming from ramp. The other one, or you're gonna pick up a kill on the Kaze. Bomb will go down though. And Ericus, he's gotta be a big playmaker. Him and Nine together have to really shine as, well, maybe it's not just him. The ball comes in, gets a kill. It's gonna be down to the 2-on-2, just like that. It was only the 2 M4s in the round here for Tiger, and yet they're so close to closing this round out. Advent's gonna fall now. The smoke goes down. Jokin's gonna be on site. We talked about him before. It's getting insane aim and for some insane plays. The bomb's planted to his left-hand side. Aircast, he has no kit. He's not even sticking it. Jokin's just gonna go for the full peek. He goes completely out behind the silo. The round's won, but he wants the kill. Ichi Gaming, that was still all too close, and he, wow, survives. I thought he would take way more damage there. It's a spot I gotta use next time I play.
Jason, let's be real. You don't survive till after the bomb explodes.
I do, if I'm saving.
Fair point, fair point. The other point that you have to bring up as well is that for Tiger, you know, the round history here is that they got 4 straight rounds. They were 4-0 up. And not only that, they won... So this is the funny thing, Jason. They won the pistol round. They won the force buy, the eco, the full buy, and then they lost to the eco and haven't won a round since. Oh, just smacked my mic. I don't know if you heard that. But that's quite odd that you win the first buy round. That should be 5-0 pretty much every single time. But they did all the groundwork, all the difficult rounds they got under their belt, and then they threw it away the last time.
Well, getting back down towards the lower bomb site. Better weaponry this time, though, for Tiger. See Nine trying to push in from ramp here, but he's not really being gifted too much. As of course I say that. There's an angle. Doba's gonna take down Kaze, so they lose their opper. But likewise, Nine's gonna fall to Almond. And Almond's coming from ramp. What a shot. What an angle as well from him. Even all into the last 2 players out of Tiger. And they're just gonna have to save again. The money is just not being there for Tiger. And this is another round straight for Vici. I mean, they're really showing why they have a 100% win rate on Nuke. 5 rounds straight. 6 rounds straight, I should say.
Ha! Nice maths, Jason. Yeah, no, definitely. You're looking at a fairly dominant T side, and the problem is we haven't really seen anything from Tiger, right? That one buy round they won was they played as a bonus. Urkas got pretty aggressive on the ramp, caught them off guard a little bit with the early fights. You can't rely on that consistently. Or more so, it doesn't build faith that when they come into these future rounds where now it's not a case of them winning one by round, right? I'm not questioning that they can do that, but they have to win pretty much every round from this point forward. Anything over the next 5 rounds is a bonus for Vici, and they've got so much money. There's no point over the next 4 rounds where you'll see Vici eco. So Tiger don't just need to win a gun round. They don't need to get a fluky, you know, they rushed through and I sprayed them down, something like that. They need to find a strategy that's working. They need to figure out Vici. And that's not easy. And as well as that, pretty much every buy they get is with like no utility. So I actually really like the investment they're making now so that they can get a proper buy. Because they haven't had one so far. It's always been like, we've got M4s, but we've got 2 smokes.
I mean, I said another round, like I think it was 9. He buys up an M4, a smoke, and a flash. I thought he was going to FAMAS just to have the extra utility. Oh, boo. That's unfortunate.
Could have been huge.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Just fighting for scraps here. Tiger trying to get a weapon, trying to get a kill, at least in this round. The ball, I mean, he may be able to catch Jamyoung here. But you can't really expect too much more after that. You have Joking. Actually, he's on low HP, so maybe a double kill could happen. The patience out of Jamyoung. The stand-up between him and Cabal. 50 seconds left, and Ichi will slowly start to make their way in towards the site.
Well, he said slowly, but unfortunately that doesn't correlate with caution, as Cabal is able to take down 2 of them quite quickly and put Vici into a position where a 3v2, it's not how it should have been from the beginning. The AWP in the hands of 9 can make up for the lack of armor, but he's got to 1v3 it. He knows there's a player in towards radio, but Alman's not coming towards him. And the problem is he doesn't know that, so that's just going to cost him so much time. And eventually he'll go for the save. I think he's making the right call, even if he didn't know where Alman was, even if his teammate had died on the B site. As soon as it's a 1v3, it's not worth going for. Did he escape? Yeah, okay, he did. I think Alman was like a millisecond away from spotting him.
Still might. I mean, technically I'm right. He spotted him. There you go. Make it expensive, but when Advent has 15k, well, everyone has 12k or more except Joking. It's not really gonna do all too much. And Tiger now losing 7 rounds straight to Vici. Again, Mitch, I feel like I've said this every match we've casted. Just this game has just turned into streaky kind of halves, where a team will, you know, put up 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds, and then the other team will do pretty much exactly the same. Look at the pace being picked up yet again, and Advent immediately getting Cabal down to 5 HP. Kaze just jumping, finishes off the kill, Assassin's Creed like. That's the ball site taken yet again.
Both of them were in midair. That's probably the first time I've seen that.
Like some anime.
Like Dragon Ball Z. Flying up in the sky. Fine. Smoke down. Urkas is cut off. They will have heard him, right? Getting hit by the Molotov. He's just bailing on this one. Doesn't look like they want anything to do with that anymore. 9 leaving with the AWP. NCL trying the same. I don't know if he's going to get out of here. They're looking to peek. They're looking to get aggressive. They've seen him retreating. They know it's a save. And they're going quickly after him. Look at this. A mini stampede. NCL's not getting out of here for free. I think that smoke's probably secured him. It'd be crazy to push through that. Look, there's no way you preempt that angle. He's easily got you. They realized it's just not worth it. 8-4.
Yeah, do they really care when we have this kind of score line?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? By the way, Jason, you've just show me a really cool thing. We might as well share it with the people. If you're watching right now, if you're listening, if you're out there, you're looking for some great CS:GO content, and I mean this. They didn't even tell us to say this. Head over to the PGL Twitter. It's PGL Esports on Twitter. They just posted a really sick video, one of the edits from a train game earlier on. They've been pumping out really cool content on Twitter like every day. The post-day match frags and stuff. It's absolutely nuts. So yeah, you'll enjoy that. I guarantee it.
Not much guarantee. Can't argue with that.
There you go.
Good old Hans Zimmer making an appearance in CS. So we're into the bomb plant. We're into the after plant. 8 rounds straight for Vici, and Tigers looking to finally stop this. Jam Young down to 15 health. And he will be finished off, but look at this. Advent still pushed up and very aggressive. NCL's gonna be coming in from behind as well. Kaze's gonna fall. Advent's gonna be here in the 2-on-2. He's looking for the next kill. It's onto the Opper, but NCL's gonna drop down ramp. Almond, the last alive. Gonna be Molotoved off, but he should have a line on the diffuser. The bomb's being ticked away, and he does get the kill, and he tries to get around the corner in time. He has it, just barely.
There we go. 5 on the board for Tiger. Only problem is, if they want to avoid being made into rugs, they've got to come back with a little bit more of a bite. Their T side's already going to have to be impressive. Everybody on the panel is suggesting it's going to be a 2-1 or 2-0 for Vici, but Vici was the consistent factor. We mentioned it's possible that Tiger win, but very much relies on the next map going their way, and I really want to see them take Nuke, honestly, if they're going to win. I think Inferno's pretty damn Vici-sided. So it's either 2-0 for Tiger or Vici win the game. One way or another. It's a good start at least. Oh, it's a very good start. Cabal got very greedy for that map control. Almost lost the AWP and one of the man advantages they've got just to lob the volley in, but hell, it worked. It stopped them pushing ramp, and they stay back afterwards as well. Now, knowing a player could have rotated in from heaven, that could be a second op on the angle. So instead, they're going to look for the A site, running right on through Secret. Dope has pulled off the angle, so they've got clear access to vent.
Well, 9. Not able to take down Jam Young, but again, doing enough damage. They should be able to close out this round. And this is what blows my mind, is what is it about what just happened in the round before? Was it confidence being gained? It was 8 rounds straight for Vici. And now they're struggling just to even get 2 kills in a round.
Oh yeah, it's very unusual. I guess in a way, like Tiger are getting more confident, right? They're grabbing those opening duels. They're not trading back afterwards. You saw this early push. Look at that. You're talking about confidence. He's just pushing straight through the smoke on Squeaky in the first 10 seconds of the round. That's confidence if ever I've seen it. Oh, 9. That was nasty. But, yeah, when you've got that sort of stuff happening, Cabal, double op. Double pick with the op, I should say. Got one ramp and then one later on the bottom of ramp. You've been picking up rounds, understandably. But let's be real. 8-7. It's not great for Tiger. They wanted to win out the CT side somewhat convincingly. Not necessarily because their T side is bad, but just because that's what you need to do. Gotta do the work.
I mean, it would be a nice bounce back after losing 8 rounds straight. Finish off, you know, with 7. But, oh, wow, okay, 9. Someone's kind of hit his groove. And Almond's all of a sudden just left alone against 3. Bombs down. Minute of time left to go, and he's trying to play around the flag. Awkward.
Well, you know, if you look at this contextually to their last game, again, their last game was on the 7th of May versus Vici. And it was 16-13 that they lost the game. But they started on the T side, and they found 9 rounds T side, but only 4 out of 14 on the CT. So, look, if they can come in with the same terror side performance, I mean, technically, based on the last game, we saw this is a better Tiger, right? They've done better CT side than they did last time by almost double. So they can still come in with a chance.
I don't think we can count them out. I don't think we can count either of these teams out when it comes to different maps. Even though Vici have 100% win rate here. I mean, you're bound to lose eventually, right? Just the law of averages.
People thought NIP would never lose. Was it 86 maps straight?
Yeah, that was dominating.
Zoking's in danger. He's seen 2 players towards the back of the site. Does he suspect NCL? He seems to have an inkling of it. You can see him though. And this is where things could go terribly wrong. Dobu only good for 1, but NCL answers back eventually. Kaze's low. He got the jump on Zoking from this back corner. And now he looks at the final, but Zoking, or Kaze, excuse me, it was Zoking that got dropped. Oh man, he even gets the kid and lands it afterwards.
He actually could have stuck it right away and been fine. A little bit too close for comfort there, to be honest, for me. Kaze still will win the round either way, but the T's, Tiger, they get the bomb planted. Zoking right here.
Wow, yeah.
That was huge. I mean, that takes away so much control from the Tiger side. Again, that was a 3-piece for him.
You see the swing out by NCL, perfectly timed to trade his teammate. And when Zoking went down, I thought, oh, that's it. And Kaze so low, just 2 shots to the body, he's done. Only 1 of them found.
I mean, we're gonna see the force.
Been...
What's up? A pistol?
A pistol would have been huge for Tiger, just to get that start off on the T side.
I mean, it's still not really a bound around here for them either. They're up again. Okay, well, they're having an XM on Vici side. Okay, never mind. This is the roughest timeline here for Tiger. I mean, they have the 2 AKs. I mean, if they win here, they could technically... Actually, no, I can't say they will tie things up necessarily. Because I almost expect Vici to force up again, since I think they're going to have to double save. I mean, either way. Jamyang, a little bit of a later smoke to delay. I think Tiger almost hoping there's some aggression somewhere, but they're starting to move towards ramp. Jamyang's on the other side of this. I think Aircast is setting up a flash.
He still has a molly. Jamyang. There it is. 35 seconds left. He could have delayed that slightly. I think he didn't need to bounce it off the wall because he got down so early, but I respect it. He's playing it safe behind the site, but now they've seen him. Here's the flank from Zoking. They don't expect it. They don't think that those steps are from an enemy. They thought it was a teammate, and so they take a lot of damage. Cabal falls, but low HP on a couple others as Jamyang tears them apart. That was a jump scare and a half for the T side, who managed to still pull into it a little bit until Alman and Advent shut that down. 10-7. Vici hit double digits and Tiger in trouble. They're in rough water at the moment, 3 behind and forced to an eco because they didn't get a bomb plant in that last round. They will have pretty much nothing.
They only recover the 1 AK though. I was kind of hoping for them to get a little bit more out of that. Just so they would be able to build up a stable economy. I mean, that's obviously... We're looking for Vici to win. For Tiger, yeah, second round's not going to work out, so the pistol round loss is unfortunate. Even because Alman had like no HP left, or was it Kaze? Or last player was in that pistol round. Yeah, he had no health. He gets tagged down to like 10 HP when he was like at 27. It's like one more bullet would have been enough to finish him off, and that maybe could have changed how this game's gone now. You got a deagle at P250, another deagle. This is starting to go towards Vici's way, and I mean, 8 rounds T side in a row. Can't even begin to wonder how their CT side could go for him. And Jamyang again playing safe. Gonna get tagged up and Sinderi to buy more time. There's no rotations towards him actually. It's kind of Kaze who's eventually gonna make his way over there. It's over towards Hell. He's gonna smoke it up for Jamyang. He's gonna sit onto his flash. Teaser change things up. They hit towards upper. And, well, that's a pretty clean round. We're losing one.
Did the rifle fall down? No. Or did Advent have an SMG as well up above? I think they did. Because they only had the AK going in, right?
Yeah, only one. And they had a FAMAS, though. Maybe it's FAMAS they lost.
Yeah, it would have been. So he pulls back further wide here. I wonder if the weapon fell down when he died. Oh, no, it stayed there. Kaze could have ran and got it. Just, obviously, amidst the chaos, didn't really think of it. It happens. Here's a flash over. Zoking going to get aggressive yet again with the SMG. He got caught by it a little bit, I think. Now the AK is waiting for him, but he still wins the duel somehow. That's a disaster for 9. He shouldn't be losing that.
They're still on the scout. Such a big bonus round for them. And I think it's really going to frustrate Tiger. They can't close this round out. What, 2 SMGs and a scout? And they're up against 2 rifles?
Mm-hmm. I mean, they've been 1-for-1 traded at the start with just a straight SMG push. The flash basically played no role in that duel, right? It was just heads up aim, and Soaking won it with an MP9. Now crossing over. Kaze is hoping he finds an angle, but no, they're fast pushing down the secret. Brave versus all these weaker weapons. Smoke balloons. The spray is good for Alman. Pre-fired it on the corner. He won't pick that AK up just yet. They're spamming as if he was, though, and he was on the right line of sight. I'm surprised he stuck around so long. I mean, you could clearly tell they were spraying it, right? And he stood right behind the AK. Like a deer in headlights. But that's the damage the SMGs have managed to accrue early on. They have still got to go up against those 2 rifles and the scout.
Oh, one of those rifles is going to be right here on Jamyoung. This is going to be scary the second they walk out this door. Dobu's got the bomb, and I think Dobu might be the first to fall. No, he gets inside of the smoke. Jamyoung's just going to hold the angle. He goes for the spray down. He gets the kill, but it's still just the 1-for-1 trade. Ball and aircast now. It's Kaze going to lose his head, leaving it all onto Jamyoung. The smoke's going to fade. He has Incendiary, he has a grenade, but he needs one of these kills, and there it is. It comes through. Cabal peeks a little bit too wide. Incendiary now popped down. He's going to hold this defuse. Aircast's going to have to push through the smoke. Oh, no, the Molotov! Oh, bitch. Oh, I literally just heard from countries away Bless slap his forehead of what is happening. I mean, he obviously has to go for it, right? They want to win the round, but then to completely whip the shots and then to die to the fire, and that still was a bonus round for Vici. That hurts.
It most definitely does. Like, okay, Jamyoung finding that kill, that's cool, but Urcast. Oh, no. Well, it's 12-7. 5 rounds between the teams as Tiger struggled to get another on the board. Matter of fact, Urcast struggled to keep his feet. I think he just fell off the silo. We'll be back up there in a second. Kaze in a nice little early aggressive position. He caught Urcast coming down. Another there with the Molotov. They're just running through it. Oh man, Soaking had to hit them like once because they were so damaged up by the molly. Now it's a 5v2, and how quickly Tiger lose these rounds is the second most impressive thing. Most impressive is how they continuously go for these duels individually. Genuinely, I mean, there was an attempt. There was at least an attempt at trading in towards main, but that was through a Molotov. So it's like you get points for trying, I guess. Oh. The peak main, Kaze's there. You go out, you peek Squeaky, Kaze's there. He's just everywhere.
All-encompassing Kaze. Oh, it's weird. I found it weird that we haven't really seen many Malaysian players, now that I think about it. I think Blim might be able to, like, correct me on this. I'm actually going to look it up right now. I mean, he's the only one that really stands out. I don't know. Can you think of any other ones?
No.
Yeah. I think I'm Malaysian. I mean, it's just Kaze pretty much. Kind of surprising with how humid Especially during monsoon season, you would think there'd be a lot of people sitting inside playing games.
Maybe there are, and they're just not very good at it. Who knows?
I mean, that's why I look towards Sweden as having a lot of strong players.
Yeah, sure, makes
Especially
sense.
during like during the winter season when it's obviously cold outside, but then it's night half the time when you're up
No
towards the north.
PCs in the sauna.
That's
problem.
Finland.
I'm surprised. Why does Finland have lots of saunas, but Sweden doesn't? Just a random cultural mutation?
Yeah, I don't know. Every Finnish person I've ever talked to in my entire existence has always talked about going to the sauna. Like,
I mean, it's not like half of them have them in their houses.
it's like
close
you
to
know,
that.
healthcare. Like everyone has it.
Yeah.
Universal
you're from,
healthcare,
that's
universal
not.
saunas.
But yeah, no, it is. Honestly,
I was definitely like skeptic of saunas until I went to one, and I was like, okay, I can see why this is nice.
It's gorgeous, man. You go to the gym and then you go there. There's 2 million saunas in Finland.
You just looked that up?
Yeah, for a
Good Lord.
population of 5.3 million people, 2 million saunas.
Oh my god. So for like every like 2.5 people, you have your own sauna.
Yeah. That's mad.
Big rush here though to the upper bomb site. Like definitely picking up the pace and crashing. They do have to close it out. Jamyoung down to 5, 23 for Kaze. I think this might just be the save. Keep this round up. Don't lose too many weapons, especially the AKs. Almond. Maybe not getting the memo. I'm gonna say kill 2 would be nice, but finally Tigers gonna get their first round. Our first round of the half for them on the T side. And just like what we saw with Vici, they lost the first 4 and then they won the next 8. Could be a big streak of rounds now for Tiger, finally, which is desperately needed.
Now, Jason, I'm going to update that stat because I found another one. That's from 2013.
Oh,
It
God.
says there's 3.3 million. So I don't know. There's a lot of saunas. That's all we know. Pretty much everyone has access to a sauna.
And like, what is it? Okay, are we talking
In
like
Finland.
singular room saunas? Or are we talking like the saunas that can fit multiple people?
I'd imagine you at least like 3 or 4, right? I've never seen like one person sauna. That's just called like a shower or something.
It's like they're preparing for the future of Finland, you know, for kids. Get that infrastructure set up.
Just win. If ever like they're ready for Game of Thrones, like the long night, just forever winter. They're no problem. Winter's coming though. I got my sauna, mate. Don't worry. Good to go. There's also a Finnish tradition, which is everybody stays inside at one night or something, I think it is, or maybe it's you just choose to do it, and you stay in, you wear nothing but your underwear, and you just drink. That's it. That's like a holiday, or I don't know,
I'm
something.
listening.
I'm interested.
And then
No
go in the
sauna involved in
sauna
that
and
one.
drink. Oh no,
Probably.
that's dangerous.
That's a different holiday. It's the day after.
Oh, this aggression towards Radio Room. Kazi's gonna hold this angle. And if Cabal rounds this corner, there should be a kill. The problem is, Tiger actually pushing in towards outside. They're leaving 2 back towards lobby, 3 towards secret. I don't know what these 2 players back here are gonna do. Are they gonna hit towards upper? Are they a delayed push? Jamyoung. So he comes around this corner, maybe hits the shot. It's going to be very difficult to do so, but this is going to buy a lot of time. 30 seconds left to go. He actually pulls away as they're faking the upper push. That's what it's for. Get the 3 players down secret and around. And look at that. Cabal just goes straight down the vent. Catches him completely off guard. Where was Kaze with the up? What happened to the ramp hold?
That's a disaster. That's a really, really bad situation to allow him straight down vent like that without the communication that he can be down. Like, that player needs to be so aware of that as soon as it can happen.
Oh no, if he goes... Planter.
Yeah, they've just gone wild though. Going through the smoke for that, plus the kill elsewhere leaves Advent in a 1v3. He picks up the first, moving in towards more, but like the positions they're in right now, the bait from the double doors and the player close left, surely he doesn't check it. And no, he doesn't. Good bait in by NCL. Urcast finishing him, saving over the AWP and putting it 13-9. That's Tiger now 4 away. I mean, they're not in the worst position. They can definitely get back on into this. Back into the driver's seat.
I really wonder what happened. Maybe Cabal rotated. sorry, not Cabal, Kaze. Maybe he rotated off the angle in radio. Like he would have seen them setting up Molotovs, or at least rushing to get in towards vent. He had to have rotated away, right? It had to have. I didn't hear a shot go off. Looks like a timeout's going to be coming through as they decide what they're going to do with the remaining funds. The Stormtrooper. I like that one. I like that one. Please tell me you get that, Mitch. You're not that young.
Something to do with, was it that movie Spaceballs? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta comb the desert.
I remember that. I remember.
Believe in the Schwartz.
I think that's like, no, well, it wouldn't be older, but that one's definitely more so before my time.
I like how that for that 1 second you thought that came out before Star Wars, but it's a comedy based off Star Wars. Oh, so that's where they got the idea of Star Wars from.
No, it's just far before my time for sure. Where Star Wars, I guess, is stuck around more prominently to be absolutely butchered by Disney. Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys. Have you? Whoops. That was unfortunate for Kaz. They just got spammed in from main. He didn't even know what was going on. He was trying to run away as well.
What were you gonna ask me?
I was gonna say there's a good meme which is like Disney reading the Marvel comics before making the movies, and it's like they're intently reading. And it's like Disney before making Star Wars, and they're just like throwing the comics behind them. It's a good meme.
Be careful. Disney owns like everything.
That's true. That's true. I love the new Star Wars. They're amazing. Favorite movies of all time.
I haven't even seen the new one. I'm a little sad. Just like I think Leech are gonna be sad on this push. Losing 3 players for a trading out 1 Almond. He's gonna die as well. And again, just like that, just 1 round sparks an entire switch in rounds here. As Tiger are gonna take themselves up to 10. Jam Young last alive. He's just gonna save the M4. I don't know what it is about this game. Is that once they finally win that one, it's not like Vici didn't have the money anymore. It's not like they didn't have the economy to buy up. But something flips internally within Tiger's side, and now they're 3 away from tying things up.
And we mentioned that their T side is definitely strong from what we saw the last time they played Vici. I'm not sure if it's that, more so than Vici's CT side being a little bit shaky. You can see at the moment, I mean, you mentioned they're 3 away from tying it. Really, they should be 2. Like, there's the 1 M4 saved, but the rest of the players should just be eco. Man, you're laughing if you get that kill, Zercast. Advent not aware of what was going on. Dobu double opening. I mean, the thing is, it's not like that round there was anything particularly atrocious by Vici. Kaze trying the early openings, I don't mind. He's already had success from those positions as well, but not to the point that it's predictable. The push from outside, I guess, not having Kaze having to pull a player in towards the site from there, you're giving up that map control. The double opening by Dobu is exceptional. It won't happen every single round. It is something that obviously Vici should have been able to combat. But then Urkas just runs through the smoke, completely catches the player in main off guard. And on the back of that, you've got the round win already. It was a very quick, very heads-up round of Counter-Strike that completely worked out. And I think without that opening duel to Kaze, it probably doesn't go nearly as well. And that was just, I mean, a good spam for sure. But at the end of the day, it's luck that it landed.
Looking into round 24, I'm going to be obviously watching Jam Young. This has to be the one that has a chance for them to win the round. Only 15 kills at the moment. Was definitely the big player on Nuke last time. I think he just barely spots that one, and there it is. And the spray onto the second. Oh my god, 9 on 1 HP. 1 more bullet. That would have been such a massive advantage. Potentially some guns to be picked up. And Akaze, ooh, he gets the M4. He's denying him any sort of access towards hell. And again, the one bullet hits. Spray pattern gets completely messed up. At least the aim. I know Advent looking to maybe come out here and pick up the F4. It's kind of like Gladiator going on.
I mean, with 9-1 HP, I'm surprised he's even going for a peek. Look, he's actually looking towards the CT spawn. And that's why I'm surprised. It's a quick little flick by Advent. Didn't even have to be the headshot. Just connect onto him absolutely anywhere, and the kill's already yours. So another player lost for a T side that don't necessarily have a lot of money built up. Certainly not after the already present reinvestment that has to take place in the next round. There's even more for Zoking. The spray not quite landing over onto the second player. That could have been the round in the bag, but now it's all down to Alman to make it work. Cabal's one hit to this Deagle. So there is a chance. Cabal's the only one protecting the bomb as well. Alman swings out, but he can't land it. And so we go 13-11, but 3 kills is very good for Vici.
Mm-hmm. And now they can buy back up. A little bit of a closer round than Tiger was definitely expecting, especially since the last rounds were so one-sided. Yeah, Jam Young kind of in the middle of the pack for his team. Dobu as well, as we kind of compared Joking and Dobu in the beginning. Joking's actually on like 21 kills. I think he's on 22 now. Again, Kaze trying to get aggressive with the op. It feels like Vici are just trying to force something almost. Like jamming in the last round, I understand with that round because he only has the one rifle for the team, so he has to look for kills. This time, Kaze goes for a quick peek towards outer. And Tigers continue just to wait. They have no outside presence in this round. But at the same time, they're looking to hold any sort of aggression out of Vici.
Yeah, it's a very passive hold by Dobu. You can see he's towards the T-spawn. Late on, they'll smoke the cross, go out here and try to do something. The molly down is for Secret. That's being heard by Alman. Communicating that over. Kaze's ready. Finger on the trigger, but they're not going to give him the chance. They'll smoke that off. Smokes in on the cross. Flash over as well. They're easily going to get a player over towards Secret. And Kaze retreats to just watch main. He's making sure that that angle's completely clear. And that's especially needed because they have to send a player down to keep an eye on the B side. Dobu's even making a lot of noise. He can quickly come up the vents or just retreat back to outside because Tiger at the moment are looking to take the A site. Oh, Kaze! He spots it with the knife, gets away with his life. Knows there's 3 players there and that they're going down the ramp at this point. Player on the site, Jam Young's good for 1. Only the 1, but he did damage to Cabal and delayed them. With 12 seconds left, that might just be enough. Dobu! Advent made a big mistake going down the vents like that, slowly giving Dobu the angle and the time to take him down. I feel like he could have waited for Alman, but at the same time, I suppose he wanted to be down there just in case something happened on the bottom of the ramp. Soaking, oh no, he's giving away his position. The shot hit eventually to 9, but it's a 2v1. And a perfectly winnable one at that with Alman being so low. He has to be very cautious. Never mind, Kaze just wall bangs him to death. That's a defuse. A round win for Vici as they put it on 14. But a very close one as well, Jason.
Yeah, very.
And if Kaze doesn't find those picks with the AWP, that initial pick, you could very well see that go to Tiger.
I was even looking at if Cabal if he peeked towards ramp a little bit earlier on when his teammate was playing ring around the rosy within the smoke towards ramp. Obviously, the kind of situation he was in, he had to watch out for himself. Didn't know where the rest of the players were going to be, but if for some reason he did peek, gets the kill. So then quickly at 2-on-2, and that's definitely going to be holdable. I am worried, though, if we see 15 hit for Vici, what money will Tiger have? They've been on a massive tear. The loss bonus is completely gone. Almost everything thrown into this round. You can see Cabal on 3,400, NCL on 39. I love me some XM.
It's a beautiful weapon, isn't it? It's a nice skin he's got as well. We'll see what kind of damage Advent can do with it. As he holds up post, the players look to come around the corner. 1 with the XM, but he swaps off. looked to throw a nade in. Unfortunately, wasn't ready for the big swing. And with that, NCL and 9 find 2 duels that go their way. Jam Young tries his best to answer back, but has to be quite cautious. There's no support now towards the site. Almond smoked off, and so too is Up in Heaven. But Jam Young, he doesn't give a damn. He just goes straight out. They're not expecting it. 1 kill, the damage done for the second, but he doesn't follow up. Urkas somehow still alive, and Mikaze having the op, that damage might not matter a whole bunch. He has to hit this, and he can't. Oh, that's a really, really bad spot. I mean, Jam Young should have had 2 on that, especially with the HP of NCL in the end.
Oh man, again, just like one little change in that round, one little thing going differently. And that could have been the map. Now what do they have to spend? Just pistols. I mean, I'm not going to count them out. If it was Tyloo, I'd say, well, this is going to be 15th round for them. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't expect Nuke to necessarily be this close with like the win record Vici has on this. Kaze's already going to be Molotov'd also. He can't really go for a peek towards outside. Joking. He's just waiting for his moment to pounce. He'll be blocked in the meantime. That smoke will fade. And actually, they're just going to mostly back off. Actually, no, maybe they're just re-smoking. Yeah, re-smoking in. And Cabal is looking for any aggression in towards T lobby. They're taking their time to get around this corner. Aircat's just making sure to clear this out. Again, they know they're against pistols here, so they're trying to make sure this is going to be clean. A lot of information being gathered just from sound cues alone, but no damage. Okay.
He's got a good spot player in towards hell that can bait for him as well. He's hearing these players run all around him. They most likely don't suspect him to be here. He starts to make a move coming up behind them, but he's spotted straight away by the sentinel they left towards outside of Dobu. With that, around is under heavy threat. I mean, the players are unpredictable angles that are just being pre-aimed as they come on around. And Alman's left is last alive. Opens the door, they know where he is, and easy peasy done. 14-13. And the question coming into this half was, were Vici going to be able to perform better than they did last time? Obviously, as we mentioned, Tiger had a pretty decent T side, 9 out of 15 rounds last time they played Vici here on Nuke. And so the question was, well, would Vici be able to do better on the defense this time? And so far, the answer has been a resounding no.
Well, if we imagine we go over to Mirage with Tiger being up 1-0.
Yep.
Could this be a 2-0? Could they close it out on the next map?
It's
Could
very
they finally
likely
pick up a victory against Vici and break that 100% win streak? I think they played it 9 times. It's not like they've only played it like, you know, once or twice and have a 100% win rate. Yeah, they played it 8 times. This is their 9th. And Tiger played it 8 times and have a 50% win rate. This would honestly be a massive win and a massive blow to Vici. And set up some smokes. Thing is, in that last round alone too, they left Cabal back watching T lobby for anyone to push out in towards T spawn, right? And
yeah,
with all the noise they were making, I swear it was just to get Cabal set up. So when they did execute through main in towards the site, he was ready to go too. And then they just collapsed. And then you saw him get a kill and they just overran the site completely. Obviously, Dobu did save the round a bit by spotting out Kaze, who could have flanked. It was a methodical round. I think it was smart.
This one here is going to be much more pointed. I mean, they have no control in towards the B side. Jam Young's playing quite passive. He's got no utility to flush them back off these angles, though, so he has to win these fights as they come, and he can't. NCL goes down low. Cabal finding another frag, and with that, the side has fallen, and Vici might just save. They haven't got a lot of money. Kaze's already pulled back from ramp, and you see Advent and Alman start to back off. That's it. 14-14. The buy in the next round not going to be pretty either. And that's if they save all 3 of these weapons. There's a strong likelihood Tiger go out to hunt them because they've got plenty of money on that T side. Now they know where the op is.
This is all going down a hill, Mitch. Vici getting 8. Oh, that freaked me out. I thought someone just disconnected as they're walking into spawn. They switched points of view. This is, yeah, 8 rounds straight on the T side after losing 4. Now as they swap over, it's been quite bad as well. They take themselves the first 5. And end up losing the last 4, and then winning a round. And then losing 2 in a row. Sorry, 3 in a row.
Here comes Droney McDroneface, as Dinko has very originally named it. The photographer of Zoking, 12 flashbangs used. Considering all the rounds played, I don't think that's the most, but I mean, he is the entry, so you got to give him a bit of credit for still playing support at times. Maybe even for himself sometimes. I presume that's 12 flashbangs like used efficiently, right? Yeah, like actually hitting those players.
I always wondered how people go up and down a ladder with no hands.
It's interesting, isn't it?
I mean, it makes sense that you have massive inaccuracy when on a ladder because you obviously have to hold on with one hand. That makes sense. Though the model doesn't show it.
I don't understand how people in real life go up a ladder with one hand. I'm always like really slow, really scared I'm gonna fall. Like holding onto the sides really tight.
Pause it. Dobu gets in.
Oh no.
Is he gonna be expected? He's inside of a smoke. He's inside of a smoke they threw down. Are they gonna expect this? There should be no way. Not giving another angle to attack with onto the side. He hasn't cleared on top of Hut, however, that's Joking gonna be up there. I think gonna spot him out, but he's still gonna lose out in the fight, and Jum Young comes in. And Vici, where have they been with this? 2 on 5 now. And they're about to get to map point. They're trying to rush back towards ramp. 30 seconds to go. This should be an insane pullback somehow. Tigers can win this, but there shouldn't be a way. There's so much utility left. They have so many weapons. They're playing the safe. They don't need to stop the bomb plant because they're going to have money anyways for the next round. And they find the first 1v1, but Aircast wins the trade.
Yeah, with 22 health remaining, though, so it's a very easy kill for Jam Young to clean up, and 9 has to do it all. A 1v4. He's being shot from above, below, and just about everywhere. That is going to be another round for Vici unless they forget to defuse for 20 seconds. They're no G2, though. So 15 to 14 we go. And Vici, they're in a good spot. They're at least guaranteed an overtime at worst. The problem is, it's not like they forced Tiger to an eco, is it? Thanks to winning all those rounds in a row and somewhat cleanly at times, they've got plenty of money. At least for this one round. Yeah, and that was odd, right? Zoking just got so much space. Dobu was focused on the Heaven play. And it was almost the second he pulled off of Heaven and looked towards the hut that a player came up. So, you know, he spent a lot of time dedicated on that angle for nothing. 9! Oh no! That was so close. Props to him for if he hit that shot. But a man advantage for Vici early. And a very brave play, Jason. At the start of such an important round to just rush outside.
I don't think Vici won overtime. I mean, 9, you try to make to be that big playmaker as well. Aircast at least was going to respawn with the kill back to Kaze, so they keep things equal, 4 apiece. Oh, Almond and Seal's holding the angle. It's a tense moment in this round, but Jam Young's still here. He hasn't been cleared out. He hasn't backed fully waiting towards ramp until after getting the kill on Aircast. With only 3 players left for Tiger. And 50 seconds, they have a lot of work to do. Just throw this into overtime.
It's almost an insurmountable task, really. With Vici in a 4v3 and 40 seconds remaining, no map control, Tiger have got to go. I say no map control, actually. NCL's pushed up on ramp. He's managed to take down Alman. Went under their radar, but Jam Young eventually spots him and takes him down in the trade. Dobu with another, but 1-for-1s yet again. Cabal should have an easy kill here. Look, 2 HP, quick headshot as well. He doesn't know where Jam Young is. He was last spotted on ramp. So Heaven should be the first place he's thinking of. Maybe the flank as well through main, but no, he's looking Heaven. He wants this, a 1v1 for overtime. Tiger need this map, and the shot connected by Cabal. We are going to OT as Vici failed to close it out despite a pretty decent T side. They can't get it done.
Not bad, Tiger. Again, a switch just gets flipped. They get absolutely wrecked the first few rounds on their T side, and then out of nowhere, they pick up the pace. They start to get very explosive when they enter towards these sites. They start to get these rounds, and coming down to the 1v1, well done. And now Vici, their 100% win rate, really at risk. And for Tiger, if they pull this back, if they win this map, there's that real potential for the 2-0 as we go over onto Mirage next. Double op investment for Vici. Jam Young, one of the first times we're going to see him on the op in this series. Tiger in the driving seat.
Tiger definitely not taking their hands off the wheel, that's for sure, but Vici are wrestling them forward. That double up setup can do a lot of damage. And considering the fact that, well, I mean, Tiger, look, they've gone for no outside control immediately, but they have plenty of utility left. They've been baited into using none of it, really, with the exception of NCL's set. Just a flash to allow their cross. It's a shame, actually. Kaze's angle that he was on would have allowed him to see the cross without being blinded, but obviously... Oh, excuse me. Obviously no way for him to know that. Smokes go down, not in time. An early peek by Urcast that cost him his life. Another flashbang. Great utility usage by Tiger, although a little bit early going outside initially. Other than that, though, 20 seconds left. They've got to go B. They've got to go fast.
They got to hope no one's going to take down their planter. Ball's low. Nine's going to be tagged up a bit. NCO as well. Cabal does get in towards the site first. Does get the Molotov to force Jam Young off the angle. It's actually really well done. And they get the smoke down as well. Bomb plant can be thrown in. And there we go. After plant situation. 3 against 4. Kaze has traded over to the AK. As another Molotov comes through, really limiting the angles that Vici can hit the side with. They're actually going to charge straight forward into them. Cabal, even with the help of the flashbang out of Almond, isn't able to do enough. Oh, 9. Oh, his position's been given up. He tries to flank run from behind. He's the last alive. And this has to be Vici's round. There you go. I mean, good on Tiger to get the bomb down, but they couldn't hold the retake.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes there. It started with Urcast. Obviously, this shot here. Look, smoke goes down, but it's not yet bloomed. And a very easy shot for Kaze. Gets more opportunities later on. Actually, Jam Young with that no-scope was really nice to Gabal. And the push on forward. It was fun in all of those. 16 to 15. 1 out of 3 rounds in the overtime go to Vici. We'll see if they can get any more. Remember, it's 1st and 19. Swap sides after 3 rounds. So the CT side has been uncomfortable for Vici so far. But at least having that one on the board makes you feel relatively confident, because remember, they dominated the T side buy rounds.
What?
Oh, he was lost. Oh, God.
All he has to do is hold, like, to the right. He moved forward. Why would you move forward? What?
Major panic.
No, I don't. What is that? Why would you move forward ever? It's not like he's trying to get around a corner. He needs to move forward. He literally just holds D. That's weird. That's real. Okay, maybe he thought he was too far out of the corner and he was visible, so he tried to move. I don't know. No, I have no reasoning for that. That was weird, Mitch.
It definitely was. I'm not sure I can explain it either, but either way, I think he was pretty screwed. In either scenario, the difference was he maybe came out with a kill if he took it in the corner. Maybe.
Ooh,
either way, it's been traded back again and again, right? Like, there's been nothing significant.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. I was building up to that being the huge difference in the round, but NCL's definitely calming that. And they're just going to ignore it. They know that Vici think they're gone outside, so they'll just take ramp. Free real estate, really, isn't it?
15 seconds, though. They have to rush. They have the info, but they need to hit the shots. Each now man advantage, the fall down, and that's going to be it. Joking. Control, 29 kills, gets the 3K. And Vici get number 17 on the board. And you already said before, they dominated on the T side when it came to buy rounds. But with 2 rounds under their belt, CT side, they have to be able to pull off 2 on T.
The other side of it is, right, although Vici did really well, especially in those early buy rounds, how many times did we see Tiger play without even a Molotov, where they had like 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and that was it, because they kept investing as soon as they could. So, I don't know how well Vici will get on, but look, if they find this round here, I think it's almost definitely over. I don't think Tiger will be able to match that performance. So this is a very, very important one.
Still the double ops being maintained. Not running out of funds here. Aircast, though, takes down Advent. That was through a wall. I think that was through Hut. And Jam Young, oh, don't stop looking at this angle. They're about to round the corner on you. Except Joking pushes out. He actually takes down Dobo. I think that was towards Squeaky, so they get the bomb now down. Get that information, delay the round even further. 45 seconds, and in the 2 rounds more time we've had for Tiger, they've been so slow to actually go for the engagements. They go for the push. I think it was 20 seconds left in the first round. Last round it was about 15. Jam Young, he's looking to buy more time. He has a smoke, he has a nade, he's gonna block off one of the angles. Kaze's there as well, and I think that's gonna be it. That's gonna be 18 for Vici.
Yeah, NCL's got 20 seconds to go down, pick up the bomb, and plant it. Everybody's rotated to B, or at least is in heavy. Sorry, people are in good positions to rotate down to B. They haven't actually completely. I misread the X-ray for a second. 2 down events. Oh, up he goes, NCL. He had to go fast there. There was no way he could take the fight to Kaze and still plant. But it was a very brave zoom up the ladder. Didn't work, sadly. Kaze's too quick. 18-15. 1 round left for Vici. Almost. You know, it takes the UI a second to swap. I was like, wait, Tiger won those rounds? Am I going crazy? That's unfortunate, Jason, really, isn't it? I was hoping that this would be a close game, at least a close OT, right? You don't want to see a team make it all the way, like grind to get to overtime and then just flop. We mentioned it before. It's something we've seen a couple of times.
I mean, it is frustrating. It's also exhausting. Trying to remember what happened in all the rounds and trying to use that, especially when you do swap back over after playing out 18 rounds on one of the sides. Almond, he's gonna die. Aircast around the corner. He hit the first 2 frags. Got a double up set up for them too. Cabal and 9. And out of it, he's been able to get down. He gets the first kill onto 9. That's the Opera now out. Tries to take this control, even trying to take the fight to the ramp side. He gets down Aircast. So a 3-on-5, now down to the 3-on-3. The bomb's still trying to make its way in towards ramp. The ball has so many angles to watch. I would not want to be him in this position. He'd be flanked from behind, which seems to be exactly what's happening out of Advent. He's not even looking the right way. First kill comes through and almost hits the second. I feel like they were almost even lined up. 50 seconds.
They've got time. They've got time to play, but they don't have map control. Oh, Dobu! The biggest whiff we've seen. A whole mag going into Jam Young. Well, past Jam Young. Only some of it into him. That's the problem. He's got 10 HP left now as they move in towards the A side. A plant almost certain. Jam Young, be very careful on your way down. Let's not see a repeat of earlier. Kaze is able to find himself the kill. Looking for more, and they've got it. And that wouldn't have happened if Dobu had have hit the shot. As in the one more shot that was needed. 19-15 we go, and an impressive showing by Vici in overtime. Shame they couldn't do that in regulation.
Yeah, like you said, frustrating to fight that hard to get into overtime and then lose 4 rounds straight. But then again, obviously it's going to be the choice of Vici, and Vici will maintain the 100% win rate now across the 9 times they played Nuke in the last 3 months. Bleh and Dinko, did you, obviously you guys had it as a 3 mapper. Did you expect Nuke to come down to being this close, first of all, Bleh?
No, not at all. Especially if you look at Tiger, somehow, how many rounds did they win in the end there? Like 5 rounds or something to take it to overtime. Credit to them, but I feel like we saw this from Vici recently as well, right? We saw them against the Divine Vendetta, how labored that win was, and this doesn't really give me that much of confidence. One thing we keep harping on about Vici is the fact that when it comes to any team not called Tai Lu, they win convincingly. This wasn't convincing. And here's the thing, Tiger, they have looked so very shaky. That win against Lucid Dream, I'm not even going to count that because it's, for crying out loud, it's Lucid Dream. This should have been a much more cleaner affair from Vici. So, I don't know. It's kind of disappointing. Tiger, though, gotta give them credit. It's a map where Vici are the kings in Asia, and they almost brought it down to a win there. Unfortunately, overtime kind of fell apart.
Yeah, Vici have been looking rough in the past 2 days now on Nuke. This isn't looking like their home ground where they're comfortable, at least against Divine Vendetta and Tiger, which are two teams you'd be expecting them to beat rather easily here on Nuke. So I'm a little scared for Vici moving forward. I think they've been on a little bit of a downturn in their last few matches now. And I'm going to be interested in keeping a close eye on how they perform into this next map, because right now this isn't the Vici we're used to. They're choking big leads. They had a huge chance to take this over the line convincingly. But Tiger, they just kept fighting back at this T side, and Vici couldn't do anything about it. So at least the positive sign is that, you know, Jam Young's still playing well, but it's Zilking that was most impressive for me. A lot of these entry kills coming in, he was getting involved in a lot of the early fights, and, you know, he lost a few of them, but he was still getting involved in those early fights. So exactly what you want to see. So at least Zilking, for the most part, is doing a good job.
It looked like he wasn't lacking confidence at all. Going to the last round, he had 31 kills as well. I mean, Jam Young too, 29. Kaze, I think around 20. I think it's one more in this. HLTV is a little bit behind we were currently cast. And on the other side, it's not that big of a split. I mean, 9 was leading the way at 25, and their bottom frag was NCL at 16. So it's not like really anyone was underperforming. I did like how they turned to this explosive play where they would somehow sneak through in towards Sacred. Not necessarily sneak through, but kind of keep their presence unnoticed, and then just burst in towards the lower site and catch, you know, Vici off guard quite a few times. You can see it there. Really not a big spread on Tiger's side. Jam Young, 30 kills. So he finished off at that. 2 players, 61 kills combined is ridiculous out of Vici. But then again, that is 2 of the players we looked for to have this kind of performance. I do wonder who the MVP would be between the two. And I'm going to flip a coin, and I'm going to say it's Jam Young.
It's okay. Yeah.
Suck it, bud. I'm just kidding. A multi-kill round, 4 opening kills. I mean, deserving. And Jam Young, I mean, he was the top fragger when they played Nuke yesterday as well.
Yeah, he was. The reason I wanted to bring up Zilking as well, obviously, you know, the MVP is an MVP, but Zilking, he's the opening duel taker mainly, right? He's the guy, he's the entry, he's the guy who goes for all the hard rolls, and for him to drop that many kills, to survive and win so many clutch rounds for his team, I think deserves a little bit more extra credit. Again, great work from Jam Young, Kaze doing what he does best with the AWP, but Zilking, an unsung hero at times. A guy, when you look at his stats, you're like, what's he doing in this lineup? But the numbers do lie at times, and I feel like today he really did show up. Quite a fair from Almond. Again, like, you know, when you're fragging it the same as your in-game leader, whose name is Advent, you know, you need to step it up a little bit more. Hopefully we see that, yeah, at least in the rest of the series.
Well, he might not have gotten the MVP, but we're going to take a little bit of a closer look to Zilking, the entry fragger for Vici, up against Ericast. And yeah, I mean, as you see there, a lot more kills, like 7 more kills overall. Headshots pretty much the same. First kills as well. I mean, I think, you know, minus the kills overall, I think they're pretty evenly matched. Just the first kill stat alone for me really kind of stands out as, yeah, even Aircast having slightly better game.
I mean, the thing is, Zilking, even on the CT side, he was playing entry outside with an MP9, at least 3 of the rounds I spotted, and did that successfully for a minimum of the 1-for-1 trade, which, you know, normally is bad for the CT side, but if you've only got an MP9 against an AK, I think that's a pretty good outcome for you, especially because the players were never flashed. It was only to get him up close to the smoke in the first place. Even sealing out, if I remember, was it 14-14 that he just rushed on out and took it. So yeah, I think Zilking definitely earned a lot of respect in that game. And like Bled was saying, it's easy to look sometimes at an entry fragger in a game, especially if it's a close game. I know in this one it was close and he still dominated, which is why it's so impressive. But a lot of the time it's easy to look at them and go, oh, look, this guy's trash. He's getting barely any kills. He's dying a lot. But that's why I always say I really want to see a statistic. We have the KAST, killed, assisted, survived, or traded. But I just want to see a T, just to trade it. So I think that will obviously help the entry fraggers a lot. If you see everybody's got like a 40% and they're 90, means they're pretty good at their job, even if they are dying 20 times.
Well, it's good to know you're more of a T kind of guy, Mitch. I have always wondered, but we're going to be heading to a break and we're going to be going to Mirage next here in our final game of day 10. This is PAL 2020, the Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Mirage 地图往事。Mirage 作为一张热门的竞技地图，其合理的地图分布以及远近兼顾的交火距离，都给人留下了非常深刻的印象。A1 是双方的主要交火点之一。当时仍效力于 Liquid 战队的 Simple 在这里上演了一招天外飞仙，乌克兰剑圣的名号就此得来。穿过 A1 来到 A 区，作为常规的爆弹点，这里通常会上演投掷物的交互博弈。当年 Team 在对阵 Cloud9 的比赛中，就凭借着灵性火焰，完成了一波出其不意的3杀。中路作为连接 B 区和 A 区的重要通道，也是双方抢夺的重要战略区域。火黑天才 Nico 曾在此处凭借一把 AK 完成了单人灭队的壮举。
может выйти. Как же бандит этот Ника? Бомба, напоминаю, стоит. Бэр подставляется. Ника, это этот раунд. Это Эйс от Ника. -5, 6-1.
当然 Mirage 地图最为人津津乐道的操作，当属冷神在白车的跳狙。2016年哥伦布 Major 半决赛时 ，Colt 凭借一杆跳狙，奇迹般的完成4杀，强行将比赛拖入加时后翻盘，4次封神，也在 B 区面包车旁留下了专属彩蛋。本次比赛，期待各位亚洲的选手们能带来更多惊喜。
And we're back. Quick little break coming through as we get the second map loaded and ready to go and get everyone on the server. However, we're thinking this could be a long one. We could be seeing a third map going all the way to Inferno between Vici and Tiger, as Vici have secured themselves a 1-map lead. I'm Jason, he's Mitch, and we're ready to get underway here with the pistol round in our second map.
Yeah, our second map looks quite good for Tiger, all in all. I think they've got a pretty good chance of closing this one out. We've seen these guys play before, and Vici lost 16-11 and 16-7. So that speaks pretty well to Tiger's ability when it comes to Mirage. And we said this is probably, it's a pretty solid pick from them, something that was expected, but perhaps something that Vici will have expected as well. You never know.
29% win rate in the 14 times they played it. 78% win rate for Tiger in the 9 maps they played it. And for Vici, oh man, this list is pretty long. So dating back to May, Lucid Dream, Tiger, Lucid Dream, Tyloo, Paper, Rex, Tyloo, Invictus, Tyloo, Lucid Dream, Tyloo, Invictus, Divine Vendetta. And they've won 4 times. And in most of the losses they have, 16-13, 16-13, 16-7, they've been able to get like double digits pretty consistently, I have to say. But it seems to just really not be their map. And on Tiger's side, yeah, I mean, same teams from the region. They've already beat Vici on this map twice. This was back in May 7th and May 21st, one for the Road to Rio and one for the Weibo Cup Asian Championship. I would say this has to be a third map. I think all stats kind of lean towards that direction, but then again, maybe Vici after that very close match have been kind of kicked up the behind and told, hey, come on, you can do this. Close this out quickly. We saw Tyloo just absolutely destroy the #1 team. We want to be like Tyloo, we got to be able to do it as well.
I think that's fair to say. Look, for Vici, this is definitely a game that they need to win to get those better seedings. Jam Young's showing us some excellent practice he's putting in. Hopefully he's not playing towards window. Yeah, for Vici, they do desperately want to be winning this one. Ooh, that was clean. Tiger are favored to take it. I think it's fair to say on Mirage. It's why we all expected a 2-1.
Didn't know we were coming on camera. I was gonna go get a quick drink while you were talking away, but you know what? I'll have one of no, there's no one here. No one likes me. I won't be able to get someone to get me a drink. I'll have to do it myself a little bit later on. Yeah, so Mirage, I really can't see this going any other way than Tiger. Obviously, we saw Joking have a really good game. Jam Young as well. I think that's kind of 2 pieces to the puzzle they need. Obviously, unlocking Kaze as well might prove to be a little bit difficult for 9 if we do see the op battles kick off in towards middle. But I did, in general, kind of like... I want to say Vici's T-style better on Train. They were like super aggressive on Train, on Nuke. They were super aggressive at some points, and we didn't really see Tiger rush too often in any of these rounds. But we'll see here. This round's gonna be kicking off. They will be starting off on the CT side for Vici and T side for Tiger.
Yeah, well, here we go. Tiger attacking with lots of utility. They've got 2 sets of smokes and flashbangs. Looking in towards that B site. They take over the control and start this round out. Urkast picks up Alman. Do they expect Jam Young to be close? They haven't checked him. He gets the opportunity for one. A second. Dobu completely confused. And it's pulled back into a 3-on-3. At this point, I think Vici kind of got to play retake. But in a pistol round, you never want your opponents to get that bomb plant. Advent making sure that doesn't happen, at least not easily. Over his dead body, he says. As Kase goes through the smoke, Advent's not there to help him. He needs to push back through and give that assistance. But they're winning every single duel. NCL got to find all 3 kills. He sees them. He knows exactly where the players are, but that's not enough. He had to hit the shots and couldn't manage it as 1-0 goes in favor of Vici. That's the start they really needed coming into the pistol round.
It looked good from the beginning for Tiger. And you saw him just rushing in towards the site. But Jam Young, you can't forget about this guy. You can't sleep on him. You cannot afford to not check angles that he's just going to sit at. And of course, Joking coming in from behind on the quick rotate. Seems like they had a really good read into the way Tiger were going to play out that pistol round. Now they get to play with the advantage. However, Tiger obviously invested into his 4 Tech 9s and a Deagle. I don't hate this buy. I really don't, Mitch. A little bit of run and gun action. Hopefully for them can close the distance, close that gap. And you already see Jamming waiting with the nade in hand to just punish them. However, there's no Molotov to stop them from rushing towards B.
I guess that's what the SMGs are for most of the time. Let them in and take him down. Alman from afar, an easy little crossfire with his teammate towards the bench. They'll maintain this control and stop the plant from coming down as reinforcements make their way through. Alman's already got himself a 3K, a 4K, and almost the ace, but Zoking, he came in and took it away. Why would you do that? How cruel.
I wonder what it feels like to get an ace. Actually, so I stopped casting Counter-Strike for a while. I moved on to start doing some Overwatch. And after not playing for like what seemed like, I'm pretty sure it was like 2 years, in the very first game I play, in the very first pistol round, I pulled off an ace. I should just stop there because the rest of the game went downhill.
Finished on 6 kills.
6? I was on 5. GG, yep. Also, a respectable answer would have been cool story, bro.
A little too long to write. Well, this is not going according to plan for Tiger at all, is it? They've just been absolutely shredded. 1 kill onto Advent. See if they can get another. But they're giving over lots of SMG money, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? Advent got the 2 kills in the UMP.
Isn't that what life's about? Making money?
Exactly.
No, Mitch. That's not what life's about.
What's it about, Jason?
It's
Educate
about
me.
It's about leaving the world in a better place than you were born into it.
Nah, screw that. It's about money.
I mean, you could do that with money. Hell, if
There
I
you
was
go.
Bill Gates and I had, you know, $80 bazillion, I would give you a little bit, Mitch.
Thank you, Jason.
I'd buy you a Subway.
Oh, hell yeah. Now we're talking. It's the way to my heart.
Food or Subway?
Either.
Okay, because if you said Subway, I would call you Happy Gilmore. You could be easily the spokesperson for it in Counter-Strike.
I'm happy with that. I'll take it. I'll take that job. Paid in Subways.
You know, I think it's so sick looking at Denmark. What is it, McDonald's? Supporting
Yeah.
Astralis? Like, that's so cool.
It was NIP as well, I think. In Sweden, they had the NIP burgers.
Isn't that just crazy? Like, that's how ingrained esports and not even esports. Like, people know the games. Like, everyone's played games in their life at some point. But to have a brand, an organization with an esports be represented like that, that's so sick.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Now I just
The
need the
times we're
Jason
in.
Kaplan Big Mac and J Cap Mac, J Big Cap. I don't know, the Big Cap. Ooh, I like it. It took me a while. See, it sells itself. I'd eat that.
Don't think anyone else would, Jason.
It would just be 8 patties with cheese on 2 slices of bread.
Oh, here we go. Zoking. He's shot in the back from Palace. Good little push out by Urkaz, and a difficult retake for Vichy. Kaze has to do a lot in for CT. Look at the damage done. Dobu and 9 are both 4 and 2 HP. But Kaze doesn't know that. He has no way to know. Going with his Tech 9 out, he might get the kill to 9. If he does, I think he probably goes for this. 9 not showing himself, though. Looks like Kaze will get away safely. Oh, man, that's heartbreaking.
I mean, I was talking about burgers because I thought this round was pretty much done with how it started off. Well done by Tiger, though. But again, this is kind of what we're going to expect, right? Mirage should be a map that Tiger going to win. Whether in that fashion, obviously, still is yet to be decided. Just like on Nuke, you can't really count Tiger out at any point in these rounds. At least there's still money for Vichy, right? They get 3 cleanly. They get a lot of kills before, like you mentioned over on the SMGs, especially in the bonus round. So they're going to be able to reforce in. It's just about whether Tiger can pull this off a second time. Why was Advent turning? Was there a flashbang?
I'm guessing he expected one. Not sure. It was a clean enough push by Tiger. Remember, we talked about Mirage before, and we always say the rules don't necessarily apply here. The same as Dust 2. If you find yourself 8-7 at the half, regardless of which team you are, you'll be relatively happy. Kaze's been taken down to start this round off, though, and no one's going to be happy about that. I will say it's dangerous. Which went straight out for the peaks, right? He wasn't flashed. You're still able to see. They just got the best of him this time. And that's not necessarily always going to happen.
Damn Young, he just wants the shot. He's getting very lucky. No one's pushing behind him, however. Actually gonna back away. Looks like they want to regroup and execute towards the A site. However, they only have 2 smokes. So they're gonna leave CT open and they have to worry about Advent. I mean, him pushed up into Palace. It's just the one-on-one against Aircast. It's gonna be a big kill if Aircast can pull it off. Yeah, Advent's not gonna miss out on that one. Nice little off angle as well. Now this is hard for the T's to get in here properly because they have to worry about being attacked from multiple angles. They do have the player of NCL who pushed up connectors, so they can save their smokes a little bit longer. Joking. Oh, does he want to stop the plant? He comes around the corner, and he doesn't expect to be so far around. That ends up costing him his life. Not before Dobu gets knocked down to 11 HP, down to the 3-on-3 now. Very winnable. The defensive hold, sorry, 3-on-4. Felt like a 3-on-3 since Dobu had no HP, and now it will be. Petroswam going to be spotted out. 9 peeks very wide to get the kill, and Advent now has pushed into Palace. And Jamyeon can't provide any support here with Op. This has to be a save. Yeah, I was going to say, it has to be a save. And Tiger again will pick up another round. Kabbalah has yet to get on the board, though, Mitch.
It's definitely not ideal having Cabal trail behind a little bit, but on the T side, it's more acceptable. What I'm surprised about is that opening duel to Kaze really isn't going to be something you can repeat again and again. He should be getting the op this time, and oh, it was through the smoke. That explains it. That's nasty. I thought it was the player he was actually peeking. I was thinking that was a very quick headshot. And that's that play kind of removed. Once you get punished for it, yeah, the players obviously aren't that likely to take it out again. For a while anyways. So the aggressive short should be safe. Jam Young with the AWP takes the safe route over. Posts on the left side. Problem with him going safe is that he doesn't know. So that smoke could have been used for them to cross over mid. Because he wasn't there in time to stop them. So he'll spend a lot of this round paranoid. They use a Molotov, or he does, to clear it out. Now they know no one's top mid, right? So they start to rotate. It's in towards the B site where the utility's being used up. But as they're about to find out, this is all just a big ruse. The op firing off, and then the push onto A. Oh, Advent. So close.
Oh! 1 HP for Aircast. Maybe what, you throw the pistols in, you save the op. Ichi have been saving for quite a few of these rounds. Definitely a big struggle. The retakes seem to be a little bit too hard to pull off. Almond, yeah. I mean, who was going to expect an op to be in T-spawn like that? Really watching the flanks. Maybe Kaze wants to challenge out with this. King with the 5-7 and the Mac-10. Maybe they're just holding for anyone to get aggressive yet. Spawn, and they're gonna even leave. What's that, an AK? Did Aircast drop his AK behind him? He wanted to push up for information.
I don't know.
Oh, awkward there.
I will say Kaze played a great bait there. He was in towards the window, just shooting down on the player below him, bottom mid. And that allowed Zoking to then come up underpass and take the Mac-10 down. It ends up getting saved, and it's in the hands of Alman at the moment. He's got the ability to buy an M4 and a very light set of utility, but it looks like he is going to keep the SMG. Underpass push, straight off. Yeah, looks like it. No. He's playing support for mid. Okay. I like that. Usually you look at the Mac-10 and think that's going to be the aggressive player, but it makes sense for him to sit back and support.
But I mean, how is he supposed to make this gun work now? Where is he gonna play to be able to use the Mac 10 efficiently?
It's just to try to force close range fights. Eventually, I mean, 17 health here for Zoking. I think he's... I don't even know what he can do here. Taking the AWP away from Kaze is never going to be a good idea. Taking the Mac 10, he'll do nothing with it. I guess he just tries to use it. No, he is going to do the Bogdan Law. He's going to take the AWP, even on the 17 health, taking it away from Kaze, which is the more surprising thing here.
Big
We
shoes
know
to
Kaze
fill.
is capable with an M4 even.
It seems like as well Tiger, like even thinking back to Nuke, they play so slow. Really dragging out the time. 30 seconds left and they're starting to finally make their way in towards B. They still have a smoke. They have 2 incendiaries. However, Jamyoung, he's going to have one of his own. And if he holds this angle, if he doesn't get forced to turn around at the perfect time. Oh, this is frustrating. Jamyoung's got to be mauling right now as they're going to take the site. Even look to pick up all of these kills. They can't save a single time now in this round. I guess here's one. The round's already done, but it's all about these kills. Ugh. That's frustrating for Vici.
Every single one dropped. No, it's definitely going to be something that tilts them a little bit. And overall, I mean, these last couple of rounds have been really good for Tiger. There's a whole lot of damage being done. And it's been buy round after buy round for Vici. That level of consistency is going to get them pretty far. I did mention they've played here before, right? On Mirage, like, obviously both teams have played quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But they had head-to-heads. And Tiger 2 times back in May, the 7th and the 21st. They beat Vici 16-7 and then 16-11 the next time. Each one was with a 9-6 CT side. So that's a pretty consistent factor. And then their T side was 7 rounds, but 7-1 or 7-5, depending. So we know they've got a good T side when it comes to after the pistol anyways. Which we're already seeing here that their buy rounds are solid. And if you're estimating them to get 9 rounds CT side based on the last 2 games where they did that both times, well, Tiger are already pretty close to getting the win conditions out for the Terra side. They just need 3 more rounds and they'll be, based on previous performances, pretty likely to take it.
A little bit of a tech pause coming through, as you can see on the timer. Hopefully those issues will be sorted quickly. I was gonna say swiftly, and then for some reason decided to change last second. Cabal on the Krieg, by the way. I think it's not the first time we've seen him use it, but interesting to see. And he's bringing out this weapon that's kind of been retired. Did you use
by Vici?
What's up?
Even by Vici, they've not been using the Krieg. Like Cabal, I don't think I've seen him take it out. On with the exception of this series, I don't think I've seen him take it out.
Mm. Did you use the Krieg a bunch when it was mainstream?
Oh yeah, I mean, I was using the Krieg for a fair bit before it. Halka always used it. I mean, I'm pretty convinced he knew someone at Valve who they changed it just for him, because he would invest into it every single round, and then it became the meta, and he just looked like a genius when he predicted it.
But was he ever getting kills with it?
A few per game.
What's a few?
Like 3.
Out of how many?
Out of a game.
How many did he get in the game? 3 total kills?
Oh yeah. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, probably 3 Krieg kills out of 5 kills total.
Okay.
Something like that. We used to play with Hulk, and we'd have this thing where we would say, we'd set a goal for him at the start of the game, and it was just to get 10 kills. It was all we wanted, just get 10 kills. He met it most of the time. Now he's very good. In fairness, I'll give Hulk one thing. He perseveres. He's gotten much better at Rocket League. He's gotten much better at CS as well. He's a good gamer.
I gotta ask this: Dinko v Haka 1v1 CS. Who's winning?
Probably Hawka, I think. I don't know 100%, but based on Dinko's HLTV rating of 0.7, I'd imagine Hawka would maul him. I was waiting for Dinko to rebuttal.
I think he probably forgot to unmute his microphone. Yeah, on a Dinko.
Did a Dinko. This is a mouse problem for Kaze. Hopefully not too serious, like a sensor or something like that.
If you're a pro player and you don't have a second mouse,
dude,
wherever you're playing, that's your fault, I think.
Do you remember Woxic at the Face It Minor where he like punched his mouse and snapped it in half, and then he had to borrow like Bardolph's or something because he didn't have one?
Yeah.
It's like, how are you traveling to a minor without a spare mouse, and why are you punching it and breaking?
Well, the same problem of players in any sport losing their gear because their baggage is lost. Like,
yeah,
you bring your carry-on. You bring it in your carry-on.
Yeah. Well, yeah. When I go away, I have a gaming laptop I bring. I've got a mouse. It's all in my backpack because I don't trust airlines to, never mind to lose it, but even just to not break it. I feel like there's a decent chance, even with the right packaging. Like, I remember when I was over in Egypt on the way back, these dudes were literally shut up, Jason. There were boxes with Fragile on them, big, not cardboard boxes, but big kind of hard case boxes with Fragile taped all over them, and they were just chucking them at the conveyor belt. They're falling off, and they'd pick them up and chuck them again. Saw the same thing in England, like cases with Fragile written on it. Chuck that up there. Probably like a load of fine china in it. It's just dust by the time it arrives. So yeah, I don't know who puts their laptop and all that sort of stuff in the check-in. I wouldn't trust it.
Oh no, definitely not. I don't know why. Yeah, because if it breaks, I mean, everyone's seen their luggage when it comes out. Like I've had a brand new piece of luggage that I bought for traveling, and then after my first flight, half of it's caved in, and I'm like, cheers, thanks for that.
Yeah,
and we even get to travel in our own cases. You can see here we get put back in the lovely PGL cases for transferring, for flying. And for safety. And we're going to be heading to a break because we're going to have our own safety in our own mind here in case we start going extremely off topic while Kaze hopefully fixes his mouse. And we'll be back with you guys in a few minutes. Cross the fingers with me here, Mitch.
Gotcha. I got you.
I wanted both, but thanks. Looks like all the issues have been sorted out. It looks like Kaze has found another mouse. And hopefully he's found one that kind of works for him too, because he's only on 2 kills out of the first 7 rounds. Going into the 8th round, maybe that's why he was having the issues. He's like, wait a minute, I only have 2 kills. There's got to be something wrong with my mouse. And they charge straight through underpass. Dobu has no chance. He's completely blinded up. NCL and Cabal will swiftly shut that down.
Well handled afterwards, at least. They've lost a player already. Good shot by Jam Young. And with low HP on Urcast, NCL as well. Okay, he's 2 hits to a deagle, but still, unless it's a headshot, obviously. This could spiral out of control pretty quickly. Jam Young's picked up an AK. Notice he doesn't swap to it immediately. He waits till he's up close and has cover. Now pushing up on the ramp. NCL caught off guard. Good shot, but Jam Young, how is he still alive? Molly down. Player's going to push him. And oh, he might die to it. He does indeed. It's the 1-hit Urcast. 14 health. Advent, not the player you look to clutch these out. But with Urcast so low, it's just one big flick to the body that he needs. 45 seconds left. He's moving to the ramp. He's not looking the right way. And Urcast will win it. But Vici made that a very costly round for the T side.
The most unfortunate part about it is, look at their money. Make it costly, yes, but you're not going to see any immediate return in that. If they start to win rounds now, and you definitely would have an extra round like taken off the top from Tiger that they're able to afford. Yeah, a little unfortunate to not expect Aircast into Palace. That would have been a massive victory for them. And they've lost the last 5 rounds straight. Double op. Seems like a desperation play almost out of Ichi here.
Well, at this stage, I wouldn't be surprised, Jason. I mean, they're already behind by quite a bit. And we mentioned that both times Tiger have played versus Vici, they got 9 rounds on the CT side. So there's a pretty decent chance that if they make it to 7, that this game goes their way and we end up on a 3rd map.
I mean, we should already know what's going into a 3rd map. It's you and me casting. You know, Blood and Dinko definitely earned their day rate today with their 2 16-7s.
Well,
wonder what they got paid per word.
At least €2. Maybe 10 cents. Who knows?
It's quite a discrepancy between 10 cents and €2. Well, the double up, the big investment. If they lose this round, then I would imagine they're not going to return into it. You see Tiger keeping a few players back towards the top and middle, expecting Vici maybe to get aggressive again because they were caught off last round. Look at this like crossfire, this heavy investment of players out of Vici. Kaze is going to have to hit his shot here if Cabal comes around the corner looking for the flash. Not going to catch out. The shot's going to miss. Joking turns around and gets the first. But not onto Dobu, and well, that's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade favoring the T side.
Yeah, they managed to thin out the defense, right? The map's the same size, but there's the same number of players to defend it. There's less net players to defend it, obviously. They just makes it much easier for these remaining Ts to get a push on and hopefully find a weaker defense waiting for them. Dobu's going up through mid. Already cleared out connector and short. And it looks like he wants to fake a little bit, considering his presence in con. They're going to be moving towards the B side, but 25 seconds left. I mean, he's going to make a move quickly. And no longer seeming like it's going to be a fake. Instead, the big flank. This post by Jam Young. He's got it. Oh, he misses the shot. Molly through. 13 seconds left. They've got to push through it. The smoke goes down on top of it. They lose a little bit of HP on the way out. Very, very little on NCL, actually.
He had a smoke.
Bomb's going to go down.
Could have maybe have delayed that further, so they're pushing through, but doesn't get any single shot off. NCL with the kill and the plant. Tiger now in the 3-on-3, and the 3 players left for Vici coming from the same position here, Mitch. This is going to be so tough to retake. The utility, it's not there either. Kaze is going to have to be gifted a shot. As long as Tiger plays safe, they should have a 6th.
Well, Nine's able to take down Elman. Advent falls by the wayside, and Kaze can't even get out alive. That is a tragic ending for Vici as they give a 6th to Tiger and lose all their money in the process. they can't afford to invest in this. Should be pistols and armor. And we're likely seeing Tiger up on 7. At this point, it becomes very hard to argue against their probability of winning this map. Seems very, very likely.
It's just whether or not Tiger can close it out quick, or if they'll give Vici that chance. I mean, it was 8 rounds straight for Vici on Nuke. Can't forget about that. They can chain together rounds. Narcos is just waiting for them around this corner. It's going to be 2 players. Hopefully for his sake, he's not going to peek into it. Joking did get the better of him before. But he's prepared this time. Just straight to the head. Just a snap to the dome. You know, it's weird. It feels like Tiger play better against better teams, and they play worse against lower tier teams. But I also feel like that's not a phenomenon unique to them.
Yeah, well, it's exactly what we were talking about with Blair, right? About people playing to the level of their opponents, and that's certainly what's been going on. Well, I mean, you mentioned Tiger playing slow T-side rounds. I think this one is a perfect example. But this is a perfect example of why you should, up against these Deagles. You never want to give them the opportunity. The problem is, with the clock so low and them having to wait out that Molotov, they're in a lot of trouble. The time means they have to play much sloppier as they push on out, but they win every duel. One player on site shouldn't get away with a whole lot. And it's closed out immediately. They don't even get to plant the bomb.
Still so many players with so much cash. Third cast 9, we're on 12K. And really building up the funds. And that little shot at Aircast is like, fool me once, shame on you, and well, fool me twice isn't gonna happen. Clean, and it's clinical. If we do get to Inferno, I know I'm like jumping the gun a little bit. I mean, Vici have a massive win record, 12 maps, 92% win rate. They've lost it once, and that was to Tai Lu, and they always seem to lose to Tai Lu. Well, as I say that, I noticed they lost once out of the 4 times they played him on Inferno. Beat him the other 3 times. Even a 16-5 versus Bren and a 16-8 versus Invictus. So if Tiger wanted to win, I feel like it probably just had to have been... It had to have been with Nuke. It had to be at least started off there.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. That early peak was not worth it. Nine's lost 93 HP, and had he have stood still to take a shot on somebody, if he'd actually seen someone, the best he would have gotten away with was a 1-for-1 trade. It's a bit of a crazy early round strat. I'm surprised Zoking is staying in that position. Okay, he was just waiting to make sure the spam didn't come back in, bailing back out of connector. As far as Vici know, they haven't done any damage, or very, very little. 9 in the molly isn't really predictable, and this A push will be coming in soon with only 2 players in position, both on angles that will be smoked off. Question for me is, does Zoking push through it to try and get an aggressive angle on them? And I doubt it, simply because he's so low, can't afford to fade through his smoke to look for a fight. Oh my, okay. He's gonna get up right up close and personal. Kaze's got a flashbang, but most importantly, the AWP. Oh, maybe most importantly, the flashbang. It's on its way through just as the smoke fades. Zoking with the swing, doesn't spot anybody. Re-smokes it. The players coming out of Palace. Oh, they catch Kaze with his nade out, maybe. Certainly not hitting the shot anyways, as it goes into a 4v3. Low HP on 9 still, he's not dealt with. And Vici have to contemplate a save. Not anymore. They've retaken the site. Urcast is down. Bomb planting is so low. And as the smoke fades, it's an easy kill for Jam Young. A 1v2 now, with Dobu being the last alive. A big performer for Tiger, but he hasn't got the time to do it. That is going to be another round for Vici. At long last, they're back on the board.
Definitely at long last. It's taken him so many rounds. And even then, it came down to just individual plays. How many has it been so far? Yeah, they won the first 3. That was their first round in 8 rounds. But now I wonder, right? I talked about on Nuke. There was like a flipping point, like a switch. It's all of a sudden flicked for Vici when they were down 4-0 and they won 8 straight. And they find that switch yet again here on the CT side and close out the last 4 rounds of the half. Nine's already gotten very far up in Palace. I'm not sure if Joe King will expect him to already be here. No one's going to be holding window. So I don't think Nine's going to really have an angle for now. Oh my god. The second he turns away, Mitch. The second he looks towards stairs.
That's just the way this is going, Jason. You have to accept it's a game of timing, really, isn't it? The molly through to 9 pushes him back. At least giving them an opportunity there for Vici. And Jam Young tucked in the apartments is all by his lonesome. Evidently, Tiger have been a bit too predictable on these A pushes, but maybe they know that. Because they start to make noise, they smoke over, they show presence, and then they rotate back towards the T-spawn, where the bomb currently is, and it's moving in towards the apartments to that site, which only has Jam Young by his lonesome. Dobu ready to cut off the rotates. And this could be very, very dangerous. Especially, yeah, so once Dobu finds that, so long as he doesn't die now, they've got short control. They know that it can't be retaken. So pushing forward, it's a very two-dimensional push that they need to make happen.
It's actually going to go into window now. And NCL is going to be the one holding connector. But Jam Young, 3 kills is what's required. Let's the first go. Oh, that's the bomb and the double kill. Jam Young. I just won the round. 17 seconds left. They have to get up there. NCL. Got to deal with the man on site. Time just needs to be bought. And maybe it won't. Kaze gets the kill on Adobe. Now he has to pick up the bomb and go for the plant, and there's no time left. NCL, he'll get the kill to at least make it expensive. But Vici's going to pick up another round. Oh.
Well, that was very much needed. Otherwise, NCL was in for no money in the next round. A beautiful shot to secure the AWP.
Gonna go change my underwear.
That was gorgeous, though. I mean, things started out so well for Tiger. It was all down to this play by Jam Young, letting a player past him and then swinging afterwards. It's exactly what he needed. He bought just enough time for them to win that one out. Look at that. Gorgeous.
Now they get aggressive. That's 2 rounds back to back. Aircast is waiting for it. Oh my.
Again and again.
He's
got his back turned. He's got his back turned. Oh, they've seen him.
I'm frustrated.
Imagine how frustrated they'll be when they watch this demo back.
It's really just a game of seconds, and that's what's so frustrating now. Again, just this map alone, we've seen so many times now. You hold an angle a second longer, and that's probably a kill, and that can determine how the round actually goes. We're gonna rotate back towards B, but Joking's gonna spot them out and spawn. He gets the kill. He retreats away to make sure to maintain an advantage, and Jam Young again. Gonna fall into him and Kaze, and Kaze's got the scalp, and 9 in the meantime over towards Connector, gets the first kill. Gets dinked up and almost hits the flick. And they've changed the pace. Heading towards the A site, Joking. Trying to look for something. He gets flanked around towards the back, and he's good for 1. It'll still be the 3-on-2, and Kaze will hit the scout. Doesn't look like Vici won the last round, but I can guarantee you they have.
It's true. And the sad thing about that is that they're not able to really do anything there. Like 9, if he got rushed down by Jam Young on that MP9, that's the easiest kill of his life. But it's the scout that goes in for the kill, so the 1 HP, the 3 HP he survives with will most likely give them that op carried forward to the next round. It definitely gives them the round win. It's pretty devastating, but that's the way it goes. 8-5, Vici really not showing up here on Mirage. Jam Young wants to find an exit. He goes to mid, and that's a free kill. Bit of extra cash, and maybe even that AWP for him. Maybe. He's going to be peeked from window, and he does. He's at least taking it away from the T side. Better than nothing.
Good cover. Really good cover, and he even shoots around his teammate. The guaranteed first half for Tiger. And Vici, well, yeah, they won the first map. But I really wonder what it is about Mirage that they seem to struggle on. I mean, they have a strong opera with Kaze. They have Jam Young, who can easily be that lurk. They have Joking, who can entry. And it's a very puggy map, so I'm really not sure why this is such a tough one for him.
Well, Tiger is certainly working the opening picks very well, but when you notice in those situations like 9 just surviving on 3 HP, if he dies, they may well win that round. He was the one that then opened up the A site, allowed them to get so close to take down Zoking on the bomb site itself, finished off Kaze to put the 2v3 to rest. If you actually remove that, if one more shot was hit onto him and he was taken down, if the player he was fighting at an AK, there's a whole lot of scenarios. Man, even if he had a deagle, that would have been a completely different round. Survivability, definitely something that Tiger will be thankful for. What's most surprising to me is the fact that they're pushing bomb sites so late. I mean, 30 seconds, 40 is probably the most we've seen left on a clock when Tiger decided to push towards an actual bomb site and dedicate for the plant. And that's causing problems. Even in this round alone, look, Jam Young's up behind them. They're only just now leaving ramp, and he is basically a few meters behind, lagging about 5 seconds in the past. He's going to come around this corner. The bomb's planted. If he was there 2 seconds earlier, he could almost win the round for them. And that's okay. No, they didn't get punished for it. But what have we said so far, Jason? Just because it works doesn't mean it's good.
Yep. Still a game of timing. 9-5. Money's still going to be a little bit rough for Vici because they did go on a 2-round streak. I mean, the upside is that even if Vici loses round, as mentioned before, or not loses round, loses map, they have a really good win rate on Inferno. So at least have that as a backup plan. The Tiger, I hope it was on 12K. Like, this is insane. It's not very often we see, you know, teams get up to these kind of banks to play with. I mean, what was it? A team was up 6-0. I understand it's like a different part of the game, like it's in the early phase, but it's up 6-0. Those 2 rounds and they're bankrupt. Kind of testament to how clean the rounds have been for Tiger. To the double off, and it didn't work the last time they used it. Ramen is just spraying through. He needs to get tagged up with the last shot out of Aircast. Pretty even trade.
I think with Aircast being 12 HP, though, I mean, that helps the CTs a lot. They haven't got much utility left. One is a nade on Zoking. It's unlikely he gets to really use that properly or use it to take down Aircast, but when they come up to these heads-up duels, that's where they can now... They all basically have ops up against him. Oh, the peeks out. Those head peeks are very dangerous to play against. Zoking's not going to flash. Advent doesn't either. They need help from another side of the map. Instead, it's dry peeks and the trades going their way. Urcast can't afford to push out really wide, but he's going to have to because he's all alone in a 1v3. A 12 health Opper with a lot of work to do. And for now, Vici aren't peeking him. Almost the second he looks away, they went to top stairs, but decided better of it. Just tucked in, waiting for him to go for that bomb. He has to. They know it, and they're not going to throw away an opportunity to close out this half on 9-6. A scoreline that they want better than, but I mean, they desperately need at a minimum.
Well, there you go. That's the end of the first half. Cabal having a, I want to say like a rough game, but then again, I mean, they still have the lead in the end. Kaze, 3 kills. That really stands out. I mean, he was 100% a player, him and Jam Young, that needed to perform to win against Tiger on this match, and with only 3.5, seems like super uncharacteristic of him. Obviously, switching over sides, we'll see if he can maybe change things up. Because they're really not down that many rounds. If they win the pistol, it's really not that far of an advantage for Tiger.
It's true. Vici do get a lot if they win the pistol, especially on the T side. You can see they're looking in towards the A site. They want to bring this one in fast, bring it home. As the flashes go over, Urcast is still able to find that opening to Zoking, and he just bails back. They're playing retake A, and so he does exactly that. Plays for the retake. Waiting for the players to get aggressive over on that T side and give him an opportunity, and if not, he'll just go once his teammates group up.
The smoke coming down. Oh, this is perfect. Oh, Jam Young, though, needs to get away. How many angles he can play from? He's getting spammed through the smoke. Even going for the boost up. They're coming all over the top 4 from CT. Kaze now. Oh, he had such an opportunity to pull that off. And Alman, there's no way. 1v5. The bomb's being stuck with a kit. Tiger, the retake successful. They only lose 1 player on a retake. That's ridiculous. And Aircast now is up to 20 kills.
Well, with that pistol win under their belt, it's looking quite likely. Well, no, ordinarily it would look quite likely we'd reach another map, but you got to remember, Vici, they've got that bomb plant, right? So they'll be able to get a decent investment with that second round loss bonus you get for losing out the pistol. Here's where they've got the opportunity, 4 rounds between them. How do they invest? They can take an eco, take AKs out in the next.
A little bit jealous of Dinko. He's got like a ability to stand up while casting. I don't know what he was using, but he's got the whole mix for it. And these are long hours, Mitch. Sitting down all day for 10 hours each. I'm gonna try to give it a little bit of a stand and a lean to the microphone.
Yeah, I've just realized I can do the same. I can actually stand because I've got a big mic arm and
there you go.
Big arm on the monitor too. So easy peasy. This is much better. Okay, so we're coming into round number 17. As we said, Vici able to get the force buy up. They've gone for it. They've got Galils, 3 of them to work with. A couple Deagles as well. And for Tiger, I love this investment. 4 M4s, an MP9. Can't be angry with that lack of SMGs. This should be a round that they win because of that. But even despite the advantage being in the CT's favor, they don't win the opening duel. In fact, it's 9 that's dropped. That leaves an M4 to be retrieved, and that's exactly what Alman wants to do. Get in there and pick that up. Look for a couple more scalps as he goes. And CL's up close. The smoke through, excuse me. And he leaves the position. Whoops, so does Alman into a Molotov for 50 health. That's a little bit awkward. Spray here from Urcast. Oh, they're lined up. No! Double before he falls, and he's lit up Jam Young as well. That's Tiger right back into the round.
I mean, I think that's Tiger winning the round. NCL up close in sight with the SMG, trying to fight long range. Jam Young gets that kill. Now it's the 1-on-2 for Dobu. He gets the first, gets the second. Tiger. There you go. Get themselves the round. And Vici, I'm assuming we're going to see some pistols coming through. Rough times. Aircast just saving them there. He's up to 22 kills. And look at that. Almost lining up perfectly for the spray down. He runs out of bullets.
With Tiger winning that round, I think Vici have got to be desperately upset. This will be 12 rounds unless they lose to the forced up pistols. Only a couple upgraded. No, actually, it's only 1 Glock with P250s and a Deagle and 2 Deagles. Bit of utility. Armor on Zoking. There's not a whole lot for Vici. This round should play out as a formality. We'll see if that's the case. The molly late towards Palace allows them down to the site. They're looking for the bomb plant, but the sprays are just too powerful. And towards the triple box, it's going to be attempted. Jam Young already touching it down to the floor. And it looks like he's got it. Okay. How much damage can he do outside of it? Nothing. So just one kill in the bomb plant. But again, considering investments, that's a pretty good outcome.
We see the op coming out of Kaze. Still on 3 kills, FY. End of the half on 3, and he still has yet to get a kill. I mean, we're only a couple rounds in, so understandable, just 3. Avicii now down 6 rounds. If they're going to start winning, if they want to take this in 2, they need to start picking up rounds ASAP. They need that switch to just flick. Nine's got the op. He's looking fairly confident as well. Hyper Beast skin, so clearly he's going to hit every shot he shoots in mid. Michi just going to spread out. They're going to leave Jam Young over towards Palace. Aggression out of Tiger. Going to be punished. Now, Vici, for me, you got to be able to win this round. You're up 5-4. Aircast is on an SMG. You have to be able to take this.
It is a necessity. We'll see if they're able to muster the might. For Vici, they've been really struggling on this map so far. And the previous times they played at the SMG, got an angle around the smoke for a second, but Urkcast not able to spot Alman creeping in towards the connector. Now in position and looking for some victims. Nothing offered up just yet. The rest of the team move in towards the B site. There's nobody here to defend it after the kill they found. It was full rotates to A. Alman's creeping in towards the jungle. Jam Young still waiting for more. And, ooh. The bomb's on its way. I mean, it was an underpass. They were thinking about going back to the A side potentially. That maybe the rotates had already happened. But they've realized now that's not the case. So it's going to be a nice clean plant. And that's when Jam Young can find these rotates. These players shouldn't really be looking towards Palace at this stage. Off they go. And here we go. Jam Young with the opportunity. They're waiting, though, very patiently. And he only gets damage. They've got a man advantage going in for this retake. And maybe the jump's going to be had by Urkcast as he cut. Never mind.
They got to keep this clean. Vici, they need to not lose out on any more players. I mean, if this is going to be their start to climb up this mountain of rounds they're behind, they need to build up the economy. You look at Tiger, they're playing this smart, not trying to go for the retake. Their money's not the best. You can keep the SOP, keep the AK and the M4. You can obviously drop over Cabal and Aircast can buy himself. Here's the player we're looking at. Okay. That's insane again. 53 grenades used in this map. 13 Molotovs. Like, that's so much money spent if you think about it. With all that utility. And obviously means, you know, you're not really able to buy up his guns as often as the rest of your team.
Yeah, definitely. The molly investments are going to be pretty significant.
All the utility as well.
Yeah, when you look to Tiger, though, they've had a lot of money for most of this game, so it's no surprise that they get that much to invest. The timing there was almost great for Urkcast, close to hitting the shots. Avicii are moving in towards this site. They're at a man disadvantage and looking to gain some ground. The bomb plant can go down towards triple, but Dobu answers with yet another and a double on that. 3 in total in the round before he falls. And Vici, they've just allowed so much to come through from one man on a site, completely separated from his teammates. Alman. Oh no, he crept past Urkcast. Cabal took him down from over on short. Another for Cabal, 13-7. And Jason, it's hard to really imagine this going the way of Vici at this point, isn't it? I mean, they're 6 rounds behind on their T side. There's been no real signs of life from them. And considering a round like that, they pushed towards the A site. They had their execute, they had their smokes down, but What's most surprising is that it didn't even seem like map knowledge specifically. More so, they weren't on the same page. You've players pushing connector, jungle. They haven't even cleared side out yet. Nobody's watching for Dobu pushing through that smoke, and he finds 3 kills before he's dealt with. That should never happen.
That's what confused me. It's like just kind of basics, right? It's not the map that seems to be causing Vici problems right now. It's just like pretty standard things of, you know, holding angles until the bomb goes down. Maybe they got a little bit overconfident, expected no one to push through the smoke, but a smoke is not a wall. It's not an immovable object. It's not something that's impassable. And Dobu punishes them for it. And they get themselves the round, and look what Vici have. An ump, a Galil, utility, really not much. Super tough times for them. But Almond, this is sneaky. I'm not sure if he's fully been spotted out. They're going to need his flank. Ball going to get a little bit further pushed. I think Advent might get spotted here. He's holding the angle. Good Molotov comes through to buy some time, and the player's up close, and the ball gets the kill. Joakim will get one before he falls, but must have been dinked up by NCL there.
A nice deep nade. Didn't actually land anything. Thought that would have done some alright damage. You can see Vici on their way around to the A site. They're starting to heavy rotate. Alman's going to be able to come through underpass and do a little bit of damage there. Or is he already up on shore?
He's at house.
Yeah, okay. So he's on ladder. He'll be able to come on through then. Assist him. I thought for a second he was in underpass. But was like, why is he looking that way? He's looking at a wall then. That makes sense. A super passive hold by Tiger. I mean, they're not even positioned with anybody in window. Evidently quite scared of Alman if they spotted him earlier, or scared of anybody having boosted up, realizing at this point they could very easily have come underpass and silently boosted a player in towards the window. That's not somewhere I expect Dobu to actually make a move towards, and yet he predictably goes towards CT. Now there's 2 players here. They can try to stop the bomb plant, but they're already too late. It's time to... Oh, they're trying to bait in. I like the setup. Dobu would be there. You know, 9 finds the shot, pulls back, and then Dobu trades. He's made noise already, though. They know he's close, but it still works out.
Dobu going for the op here. Okay. I was about to say, go back to the AK. Seems more fitting on the retake. Kazi can't hit the shot. It's only 1 kill for him in this entire second half. Down to the 2-on-2, and I think it was Advent. Almond, they know where he was. He's now in towards jungle. The bomb's being stuck, comes around the corner, and Cabal hits the shot again. That's 3 for him. Tiger now on to 14. Vici with the plant are going to be able to buy up again. This is looking so good for Tiger. I would have thought that was going to be a B push. Having Almond that aggressive in towards house. But a good read by Cabal. I mean, why would Almond peek from short with an AK burst data if he tries to close the gap? And Kaze will be able to pick up another, his 5th now in this whole game. And that's just more of Tiger getting cocky. Getting a little bit too confident. Well, NCL still going to be holding this position. There's a lot of T's coming his way, and Aircast is actually pushed up middle. He's going to get in behind them. This is so much information given. Jam Young trying to pull off alert, catch him on the rotate. Been punished from that before, and with NCL unfortunately going down, the rotation of Aircast is going to be a little bit too slow. But Cabal gets one. Molotov thrown in. Tom looking to go down. There's going to be Kaze there to watch the back, except he turns away from the angle. Aircast pushes through. He's going to have this first kill. But he wants more. And Kaze, he's going to be in for a very disturbing surprise. A nade comes in, and Joking gets extremely low by Cabal before. If he gets legged up or gets tagged through a wall. Pulls off the double, and now Cabal is left alone. He gets the first with the USP. Oh my god, he can stick this. Jam Young, he's not here. Incendiary's going to come in, but Cabal has full HP. He's just going to stick it, and he's going to hold it. And Tiger will get up to 15. What's going on, Mitch?
Jeez, I mean, this is ridiculous. The amount of space he had on that one. The flash over from short timed terribly. His teammate had just fallen, and so Cabal realizes, oh, this dude's mid? No problem. That's an easy defuse for me. Oh boy. We are not going to be going the distance on this map, but it looks like we'll go all the way. Over to, what's up next, Inferno?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As I said, yeah, Inferno looks pretty one-sided for Vici. I mean, they beat them 16-13 last time there as well, but Tiger just don't play it enough. I don't believe they'll have the depth to beat Vici. Considering this map, maybe there is a possibility. Urcast doing well, goes, oh, come on! Straight backwards into Kaze, and he misses the shot. That's a double for Urcast, still not punished after missing his own op shot. And well, this is GG on that, isn't it? Elman in a 1v5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much gonna call it. I think I'm confident in saying so. Only one round picked up for Vici on the T side, and Alman. Hey, if you pull this off, I'll wax my armpit. I'm not confident.
Oh, please 1v5 this.
Ain't gonna happen.
I think we can all agree, including Valve, to allow him to spin bot right now, just for the armpit waxing. Oh.
There we go. Not a chance. And Tiger get the win, 16-7. Bouncing back from Nuke, where they were struggling. But the thing is, they threw it into overtime on Nuke against Vici, who has a 100% win rate. And they push Vici now on Inferno, where they have a 92% win rate. This is going to be tough times. And obviously, Aircast really stepping up there quite heavily. For me, though, it was more about Kaze. I think he only had like 5 kills at the end of this. And we're going to bring in Bleh and Dinko to obviously talk about that. Kaze was one of the players that we talked about of having to get the kills. He's needed for them to pick up the victory, and I don't think he was on the server. Maybe the mouse really affected him.
No, I think I'm not a fan of how Kaze plays Mirage. I was talking about that yesterday. He's just so stale. He stays in the same position. He never really gets involved. He's not dynamic. I want to see Kaze all over the place. I want to see him get involved. I think he's such an important player for this Vici team, the most important player in terms of fragging ability, but he's never in a spot to do the damage. Instead, this map, we usually see Jamyoung or Alman step up. And I want to see Kaze get involved a bit more. You can get an Opera showing up on the CT side of Mirage, so I'm not sure why they just have him in that one position. He never really gets anything done. And because Tiger were quite good at taking this B bomb site, Kaze was always kind of left in these retake scenarios where he'd already lost his entire team. So you can't really expect him to do much in these late rounds. And Vici just were flat on Mirage. I'm not really a fan of how they play this map.
Yeah, I completely agree with Dinko. We were watching this game yesterday. I mean, not this game. We were watching them play Mirage, and we were like, all right, they're not getting punished enough for how static some of their setups are on the CT side. And, well, Tiger's exploiting it. And then the second half, just kind of running away with it. Vici didn't really seem to have an answer. And also the individuals, like, we talk about how when it comes to the players on the side of Tiger, how we have Urcast and Dobu, but no one really stepping up, so to speak. But NCL, it's like NCL, Cabal, 9, everyone, no one is really missing any shots. NCL with an AWP, geez Louise. Like, there's so many moments you're like, all right, he's not going to hit this, but he's just hitting his consistent shots. Cabal was looking very good as well. And yeah, it looked like Vici were never in this map. And what's worrying is there was no semblance of a fight being put up as well. Mirage is a map that they can play. It's not like they're basically pushovers on this map. It's disappointing, but Tiger, this is good. This is a great showing. They're looking confident. Urcast popping off. I don't even know how we win some of these deals, to be honest. A little bit of luck going their way as well. But even apart from that, even apart from some of the clutch rounds that came in from a few of their players, I feel like they would have won this very, very quickly.
You know, I'm not going to lie. It felt like Vici was very one-dimensional on their T side, too. It was kind of, let's head towards B. Let's try to execute while Jamyoung lurks over towards Palace. And you saw, like, as the game went on, Tiger wised up to it, and they actually killed him off. And we're expecting even a leaving player there looking directly at him. But you can see Aircast, I mean, he's going to be the MVP. I have no doubt in my mind. 27 kills, 118 ADR. Ball, only like 50-ish ADR, but he really didn't need to perform because he had so many other teammates popping off at the same time. 10 multi-kill rounds, 6 opening kills. What actually was he in opening duels? I want to check that out on my side. He was 6-0. 6-0 in opening duels.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say he deserved that MVP at the end of the day. And not only that, the whole team of Tiger, they were winning so many clutches. I know like their 1vx's were fairly low, but their actual clutches like 2v3s, 2v4s that they were able to constantly claw back. It's not just like Vici came in with a stale setups and were exploited. It was also whenever they were going in for pushes. Think back to the round where Dobu pushed through the smoke and CT. What the hell were they doing? One person's going for the plants, someone's pushing jungle, someone else is pushing in towards connector, and there's Palace and Ramp just tucked away doing nothing. And this guy sat there planting the bomb and just gets pushed up on site by a smoke the CTs had thrown aggressively to allow him through. No one's covering. I mean, covering the bomb planter is something you learn at a very basic level of Counter-Strike, and if Vici are throwing that out the window and then coming into this a map they already didn't feel comfortable on and ignoring the fundamentals of Counter-Strike, I mean, it's no wonder that they lost so convincingly.
Well, we will head to a break, give the players a chance to recoup, I guess more importantly for the Vici camp, as well as maybe us here, for you and I, Mitch, as we'll be heading into map 3 after a short 3-minute break.
Inferno 地图小故事。Inferno 因其出色的平衡性，成为职业赛场上最受选手欢迎的地图之一。随着地图重置 ，T 的进攻性不断加强 ，A2 楼、香蕉道等都成为了控制地图、获取信息的重要区域。A2 楼总有出乎意料的故事上演 ，Nifty 就曾端着大局开镜联票，精准爆头。离开 A2 楼，来到 A 大坑，在2017年克拉科夫 Major 上 ，Dosia 投出了那颗举世闻名的 IQ 300雷，打碎了对方双人宝枪的美梦。这波操作也在小镇里留下了著名的手捧雷彩蛋。A 连接和书房作为重要的 CT 回防通道，来往的人群也是络绎不绝。2018年伦敦 Major，XCC 头顶烟破坏了风连接的烟位。随后依靠个人实力，围绕书房和连接游刃有余，拿到5杀。
No, he isn't. Oh, that's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting from Xcura.
而香蕉道就更是著名的网红打卡点了。 Shokes 自行驾驭。
Changing things up. They're gonna flash their way through the smoke, and now it's gonna come down to Shoxy. He's gonna get caught in the corner though. Gets a running shot on a Neo. Gets a second one. Shoxy's making it happen. A third one. Shoxy. The fourth. Shoxy is a god. The ace. What did we just witness? Furnace Pro get a flip.
第一点出道口 Happy B 的杀鹰灭队。 这些精彩操作都给玩家留下了深刻印象。期待本次比赛中，亚洲的选手们能带来更多惊喜哦。
One thing I can tell you, we will be done with the second week after this third and final map of the series. I don't know what it is, Mitch. I swear, it's like you and I have a curse against each other. We go 3 maps, we get an overtime. It's like maybe, okay, no, the curse is me because the same thing happens whenever I cast with Tom Biz. I don't know what's going on, but at least hopefully for this sake, we're going to have a close match here, a close affair, right? We were saying this during the break, we would rather have a really close game with some like high level skill coming in from both teams than some of the awkward plays we've been seeing so far in the series. But Inferno, I mean, this should be Vichi's map, a 92% win rate on it. The one thing we have to talk about is the Kaze. And Blend did inform us over the break is that was Kaze's worst map in 5 years, where he's playing with a Malaysian team, if I'm not mistaken, up against Tai Lu. And that's with the HLTV 1.0 rating. That's pretty crazy.
It is. It is. To see Kaze, who we've been praising all tournament long, coming into even the first map, we were saying he was playing well, and then he just drops off like that on Mirage. And I don't think it's a surprise, obviously, that he had such a bad map in a way. But the fact that Tiger came in, they knew what was going on. They knew how Vici were playing. They identified the stagnant plays, the slow CT sides, rather than the slow CT sides, but the lack of diversity that they were bringing to the table, and just punished the hell out of them. Slow rounds, dragging rotates with late. I mean, how many times we see them fake a site with 40 seconds left? You can't fall for that every single time, but Vici did. And I gotta say, Tiger played Mirage really damn well. That's why they ended up here. It was a slow series that they got here. Now, when did we start this? We started this game at 11:30 my time. It's currently 2:30. So we've been here for 3 hours over 2 maps. Close to. These players have got to be getting tired. I mean, it's tiring casting, it's tiring watching for that long. Can you imagine playing? Especially in such a high-octane, really important game. It's got to be stressful. There's the knife round going down right in front of your eyes. And you can see Tiger win it. So they get to choose which side they want to start on. Even more of an advantage coming in off that big win.
Thing is, what side do they want to choose? And I couldn't tell you. I mean, T side's gonna be frustrating. I would guess CT. No, well, yeah. I guess wrong apparently.
Ooh, okay. So it's very rare that teams pick the T side on Inferno. I remember talking with Finn from Gambit Youngsters about this, and he said that the majority of the time, if they get a chance to, they'll pick the T side. You get to set the pace, get in. Now, this is a CIS team, remember, but set the pace, get in your opponent's face if you want, and if you can crush somebody on the CT side, they're never going to be able to say, hey, it's okay, we're going to T side now. It's like you get the hardest part out of the way, and you know what you need to do then coming into the easier side. That's how they'll approach a Dust 2. Sometimes even the likes of a Nuke, but a Mirage definitely overpass from time to time. Inferno is one of the maps he said that they never do it on, really. You're going to want to start in the CT side because it's a map that allows you to lock out your opponents. If you play this side right, you can get a very dominant scoreline up. And yes, 11-4 might be a misleading scoreline, but your opponents won't be thinking, hey, I bet we'll come back into it. It's always going to put a little bit of doubt in their mind. So Tiger have taken a very brave play by taking this, and you can see they've got direction coming into this round with 2 sets of utility and full banana control for them to start it off.
Nate comes in, doesn't really connect. And Tiger, they get the full wipe on the two players there. Advent will still be here, however. The smoke has come in to maybe repel this attack, but as we can see, it's still going to keep coming. Flashbang's thrown in, and Advent completely flashed out. He's going to back away. Gonna play with the retake with his teammates. They're going to be up against the 4 players of Tiger, and it's already hard enough to retake the side alone, but to retake it with a man disadvantage. Jose's going to throw in a smoke very deep here. Trying to use the cover. Kind of snake across in towards the site. Joking, just waiting for his chance to push up. There's actually no one towards Banana. If anything, I think they're going to push in towards construction. Except 3 players towards Cop inside. Aircast just trying to stay alive. And, well, yeah, with the kills coming through, Joking not able to respawn. Tiger will get the round. NCL get the quad kill. And they'll only lose 1 player, and that was onto the initial entry.
Not too bad, is it? I mean, they lost that player for banana control, swinging up around that wall. I mean, you expect to lose more than that, really. And there you go. The trades came back immediately. NCL off to a flying start. Got himself, what, a 3K to close that? Did he find the last? Oh, he did. Fantastic. 1-0 with lots of money stacked up on NCL. He takes the Mac 10 to start off. I'm guessing he dropped over the AK to his teammate, considering the money he would have had. Would have been the stacked one. And straight down the bottom of middle they go. But unfortunately, straight down is exactly the description used for the players that ran down there. And as they're either dying or very close to dead immediately. Very little return for NCL and Urcast below 50 HP. But when the push comes through to the A bomb site, there's going to be a lot of pressure in towards Jam Young and Kaze. Kaze, remember, coming off the worst map in literally 5 years. It might sound like an exaggeration, but his worst map played in 5 years since they played against Tyloo way back then.
I mean, that's kind of his fault for playing so consistently well for 5 years at a time, right? You always play bad, you know. You'll never have a stat like that come out.
That's your strat, isn't it?
You know, more like that was his highest rating he's ever had in 5 years. Now that's my jam. Speaking of Jam Young, he tries to get the reload in time. Gets the 1 kill, but it's still going all the way of Tiger. This is gonna be still yet another clean round for them. Joking just gonna save the Kevlar and helmet. And the 5-7, Tiger will get their first 2-0 start here. 2 kills coming in on the SMG 9, some money being built up. But I am happy to see that we're not seeing Tiger slow things down to a crawling pace like what happened on Mirage.
Yeah, those 20-second left pushes were a little bit wild. And the thing is, you see those a lot. Well, maybe you don't see them a lot, but when you do see them, teams often get punished for it because they're going in last second. They make a lot of mistakes. They end up having to take one too many fights. The bomb can't get planted. And yet Tiger were just so clean every single time they went for it. Matter of fact, I know it happened on Nuke, but on Mirage, I'm struggling to remember a round where they lost because they didn't have time to plant. Did that happen at all? I don't think so. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but
I don't know. We've had a lot of rounds today.
Well, true.
I'm not gonna lie. We did have a 3-mapper with D13 against Bren, and we even had an overtime on Nuke.
Yeah, it's true. Hard to remember at that stage.
Glenn Dinko must be just exhausted.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't worry. We'll get them next week. Well, a little bit of a scary moment there. Molotov's thrown in to clear out the angles. Again, being very cautious about this. I mean, with 2 SMGs, send them in first. No real No chance to get the economy stable, and that double nade onto Jam Young. Doesn't even see it coming. I like the plays. We haven't really seen those, like too many double nades, actually. I saw a ton of those in Road to Rio.
Man, I remember a half on the CT side of Inferno by Big and Road to Rio. They did 1,400 damage in a half. With nades, sorry. With nades alone. Like, that's insane. I love the utility damage. They got so many. I think they got 10 kills with nades or somewhere close to that. It's just ridiculous. I mean, that's 14 kills worth of 100 to 0. It's full dead by a frag. And it was Banana mostly where they were pulling that through, but you know, high-level utility usage isn't something I've come to expect in this region. I don't think there's been any team. Beyond were the only ones that kind of looked like it was possible. Looked like they were going to be the saviors when it came down to the util, but they proved in the previous series that maybe that was just a fluke.
Opt for Kaze. Hasn't bounced back from the last map just yet at 0-3, but this is going to be the first gun round coming in. The bonus round going for Tiger. Dobu and I going to keep the Mac 10s. I wouldn't be surprised to see some quick play. And Vici actually going for a timeout here in the last few seconds. The freeze time. I wonder if they will rush somewhere. Or if they'll just play more of a support role for the team in this round. Really get a lot of extra bucks piled up. Kind of a shame. You know, I talked before about on Nuke when Vici, they were down, was it like 4-0, then they won 7 rounds straight? Or was it 8 rounds? My memory's going. It's been a long week. But the fact is, they were able to just, you know, flip something over, flip something internally within them. And just pick up round after round after round. I wonder if they're going to have that effect when it comes to Inferno. I mean, with 92% win rate, they should. They should be the team to beat. Should easily be the favorites. Don't send me any death threats, people.
Yeah, no, look, Vici should have been the favorites in this series. I think things have definitely flipped into Tiger's favor. With Kaze's poor performance, to say the least. I like that. It'll boost up into apartments so you don't need to make noise running across. That is smart. You do not see that every day. Now they've managed to sneak into Boiler. Soaking. He's ready for it. He's seen the nades come out. 1, 2. Maybe even a third for him. Yes! That was Jam Young that took it. Stole it away. But either way, I think you're going to be pretty happy with that. A 3 versus 1. Urkast heard the steps up close. He knows that Alman's at that wall, but he's missed the shot through the smoke, and that might cost him his life. As the smoke is thrown out, they know where he is. Kaze coming through the smoke, shift walking. What are we doing? Throwing it away! Oh man, why? One at a time through a smoke? Are you mad? I mean, the guy that was on the left side had 22 health left. Alman almost died there. If that was just a quick spray transfer to the left, the round was over. That was so just stupid, really. Why would you do that? And look at this when we get to it. So Alman, 22 health. He manages to sit on the edge of the smoke successfully, but literally 1 bullet. It's all that was needed. 1 quick flick to the left after that second kill, and Urkast won a 1v3 because Vici decided, hey, there's barely any time. There's like 40 seconds left. He hasn't got bombed. Let me just rush through the smoke at him. I don't know. That's not the round win that you need to really show that you're gonna win. Win this map.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how many more times are you gonna do that and get away with it?
Doesn't spark much confidence.
No, definitely not.
What do you think of this, though? Advent left to his own. Towards B. A deep molly coming through. You can have a nade to follow up with momentarily, I would imagine. He's pretty much the utility file coming in for Vici in this round. Just hoping they don't go in this direction. And hey, it might have worked out for him, actually. He start to back off, and he still has a smoke in hand. Just going to continue to shoulder peek. And in the meantime, Tar going to head towards the A site. Kaze going to go for the peek in towards middle. He gets the kill, his first of the game. However, Jam Young's going to fall. And we talked about Kaze being so fixed in his positions on Mirage. He switched things up. They're losing players 1 by 1 over towards the site. Kaze gets dinked. Still has a safety, still has the AWP. He doesn't have a teammate.
That's going to be difficult. Like, spamming through the box even takes him down. And so Advent's now in a 1v3, and, well, we know how Advent feels about going for clutches. I mean, you can see it here. He ain't doing it. Yeah, I was doing some work for, some analyst work for one of the teams in EU, and we were looking at Inferno, and it was really shocking to see how frequently both their opponents and they themselves took those kind of holds. Solo holding CT, or even worse than that, was holding. You see when you push up Banana to the car, right? And usually people will either jump spot the wall or shoulder peek that corner. So you can play there, right? Or you can go slightly more passive and play on the first corner. So just below where Advent currently is on the radar, that little corner. You can shoulder peek that with a Molotov in hand, wait for them to come, and as soon as you spot them, drop the molly, run away. What was surprising is some players even play in the middle ground of that. So you don't see them until they come around the corner, at which point they will trade you, and you're solo, so you will not have any reinforcements, and you'll lose B, and you get 1-for-1 trade. It's like, that's pretty much the only way that should go, unless they make huge mistakes on your opponent's side. And often they'll even flash around the corner, so you're doubly screwed, because you probably won't even get a kill. But the percentage, once you play passive solo, the chances of you winning the round if they do go B are insanely low. Because that player, 99% of the time, is either going to get no kills or 1 kill. The chances of, unless it's maybe attacker, chances of them getting like 2-3 kills from that position are very low. And it will only happen if they make mistakes. And look, if you're the type of team that wants to rely on your opponents having terrible spacing, not flashing in, stuff like that, good luck to you. You're never going to make top 30. So these are the kind of things that you see consistently being pulled out by some players. I just don't understand how, because they've surely done it enough times to realize, hey, more often than not, if they do push B, this hold doesn't work. So why are you still doing it?
I think Tiger gonna be happy about it though.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Hey, give us rounds, give us more.
I mean, the sad thing is they had the one-man B hold and they still lost A. So that's an even worse sign in a way.
Thing is though, for Vici, they are already qualified to the playoffs, so this isn't as important of a match as it is for Tiger. And Tiger still, they should be safe. They just have to pick up like what, 1 more win over the course of all their matches. I think seeding is going to be a major factor, even for Vici. You want to avoid Tai Lu. I don't think Vici's going to fall to 8th rank. But you want to stay on the opposite side of Tai Lu, if it's possible. Because they always seem to be your kryptonite. Okay, sorry. I thought that was Dobu who got that kill, just randomly spraying through a smoke.
Yeah, I think we would have had to ban him for that, but luckily it was not. So there's only a couple pistols left.
Uh-oh. Kaze.
That should be a kill.
Go to the site. Okay, never mind. They're still watching it. Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped the gun a little bit.
15 seconds left anyways. Oh, there's an AWP for him at least. He can just tuck in sandbags and save it, right? Even with that armor, he should be all right. They're going to come hunt him. Yeah, they're already on their way. First around the corner already. Good shot by Kaze. Holding for a little bit more. 1 second left. He can't hit the shot. Cabal shuts him down. Now he's done good damage, okay? But not being able to save the AWP definitely hurts. What's even worse is that that's 2 kills he's found on the back of exits, right? So in terms of actual impact on rounds, considering they've been A stacked, I'm not looking at Advent. I know he's got 0 kills. He's been holding B, often solo holding B. Can't really trash talk him, but in a buy round that they lost, those players on A didn't perform, that's for sure. They got absolutely torn apart. And this is another chance for them to redeem themselves. Kaze's gone for the heavy investment into the AWP. The rest of the team on M4's a super passive hold in towards Banana. And it's understandable in a round like this. They have got very limited utility. They didn't have a molly to stop any early pushes, so they would have had to rely on heads-up aim deals, which, considering how important B is, it's definitely not worth risking that. And with Advent, obviously, being there as well, it's not like... I don't say that in a heavily insulting way. I just mean that if you're IGL, and it's not a fragging IGL, is securing a map, a part of the map like B, you're not going to play as aggressive as, let's say, if it was, 2 very strong riflers that were over towards that side of the map. Or if you go to Tyloo, like a Dan King and an attacker, if they're playing B, oh, they're going to go aggressive. They're going to take that control. They're going to make you fight for it. But Alman and Advent, I think they're more like Advent plays support on the side. Alman tries to get some get the kills as they push.
I wonder if
More-
this is
more
gonna
defensive.
like continue to hurt the region in general, because we don't see any fragging in-game leaders really. I'll get back to the point in a second. As Advent, in the meantime, does pick himself up 2 kills. They run through a smoke, not checking all the angles, and Alman's gonna close out the second. Actually, it's Advent to get the last. 9's left alone against 5, and he's just gonna run away to save. They're not really stable in money. Aircast and Cabal over 9k, but 9 on 1600. So back to the point of, I wonder if we're ever going to see that transition, because I think we've seen that already happen in Europe and North America. And look at Complexity, blame F. He basically does it all. He tops the kill board, he in-games leads. And we don't really see too often teams be satisfied with having that in-game leader just consistently bottom fragging. I mean, you were saying before, when NIP were on their 86-game win streak, Exist would be on the bottom of the table or 5th Laren or whatever. But it wouldn't be a big deal because they were still winning games. That doesn't seem to be the go-to anymore.
It's like the evolution of Counter-Strike, right? You end up in a spot where more and more is going to be expected. It happens in every sport. Now that I'm trying to think of it, I can't think of any examples, but there's definitely, you know, historically roles that you wouldn't be expected to perform that now you are. I mean, even look at the 100-meter sprints. You know, the times for those has gone up massively in recent memory. Like, the record stayed pretty much the same for 100 years, or like it got changed by fractions of seconds. Same thing with the quality of like
Oh, the
soccer
science
players
around
or
it.
anything. Exactly, yeah. They started to actually get very much more strategic about it. Dova's just coming through with 2 openings on short, and we didn't see that, but it was Jam Young that shut down. Urkast through the smoke. Oh my god! Fades through to get Kaze, sprays back for Zoking, and a 1v3. Advent's, well, 1v4, I guess, but he's already dealt with Urkast. Advent's probably not going to be going for this. Doesn't strike me as the kind of player that usually hits these, and with an op on the floor, he's definitely saving.
Got another individual moment. Aircast gets 2. He's only up to 8, but 2's enough for them to win the round. And Jam Young, like when thinking about Vici on this map, one thing I always think about is how well he plays the pit position. It's not always him getting kills. It's not like Brolin where, you know, he's this immovable object. It's more of he's just so good at staying alive and just keeping that threat. You know, keeping the pressure of him being in that position that you have to either clear him out multiple players, but he has rotations coming in to help him from his team anyways. Or he just delays even further. And then on the retake, he really shines, but more of an aggressive hold out of him this time. And you can see Aircast just the turnaround, the 180. This was more of a 90-degree angle switch. I'm a little bit worried though, if Vici can't stop losing rounds, they're going to switch up to a double op setup. And the pace that Tiger might be playing at, I don't know if that's necessarily going to work.
Oh, I mean, we saw it just earlier on Inferno, right? CT side double up setups, but definitely with the way Tiger are playing, this slow start, then explosive attacks, that's not going to help out if you've got a double up, unless you use it very, very aggressively in these first, like, 40, 50 seconds of the round. Tiger already giving up control towards Banana after losing the opening duel to Alman. Now fully focusing towards the A side, I was going to say. I thought NCL was rotating through second mid to bring that bomb to the A players, but he's actually staying passive down on the bottom of the ramp. So there's a decent chance that they actually do still go towards the B side, just very much delayed, trying to fake out A for now. But a flash over Banana's being heard by that side player, so there's no way they'll rotate.
Oh my gosh, Dobu really wants to clear those angles out. I think though with Tiger already losing one player, this is definitely going to drag up the time as long as they possibly can. Deep smoke in towards library while looking to come out of apartments, but he's still going to have to deal with Jam Young and Pit. Even joking inside a site. Not to mention Kaze with the op, and yeah, not looking in the right position. Joking playing this perfectly. This is as clean as it gets. 9 the last up. 19 seconds left. He's just going to save the WP. So Tiger, you know, a round loss, a round win, a round loss. Starting to bounce back and forth. And we're not seeing as many streaky rounds like I was talking about in some of our earlier maps.
Well, the last time these guys played on this map, we're talking 2 months ago at this stage, or close to a month and a half. Tiger only found 5 rounds on the CT side. So a good T side is very much expected of them. They'll need to bring it up to probably double digits before we can feel decent about their ability from what we saw before. And, you know, it did play out very much the same on Mirage. When it came down to second half, their CT side was solid. The flash over mid, the communication was a little bit delayed there, but Kaze will get it eventually. Alman. Second round in a row, they try for that banana aggression. It's just not working. AWP picking him off this time. With Vici on the man disadvantage, it's only Advent towards the B site. I'm surprised. They should know at this point that it's Advent there. And so I would expect a much faster push in from them. Chances they stacking around like this are quite low. And Advent is always on B. And he's also saved, what, twice so far when they hit the A site. So you know he's the anchor. And nothing against Advent, but he's typically not the top fragger for Vici.
You just wait, Mitch. You just wait.
Here's the ace.
Flashed up. A couple of shots right off towards Dark. I don't know if they actually spotted him out.
They did, yeah.
Okay. Well, doesn't matter. He gets the 1 kill at least. Dobu getting low on HP, down to 12. I'm gonna go down. Jokey now, looking on the retake, gets the kill on a Dobu, and he creates another avenue to hit with. Their angle. Tiger to have to hold as the other 2 players are gonna come in from CT. NCL. Gonna get down towards pool as Siri gonna be thrown in towards new box. Flashbang over. NCL, is he actually gonna push into this? Or is he gonna try to catch him? Are they trying to come through the smoke and wrap around? Joking. He gets around the side. He's gonna drop though to Cabal and NCL. He does get that first kill on a Jam Young. And Kaze left alone against 2. He's just gotta run. He needs to save. And Tiger now gonna be able to put up a 7th. Uh-oh, Cabal. Oh, itch. Oh, it hurts.
We talk about it a lot. That's how it works. By the way, I don't know if you saw that Big are in the final of CS Summit over in the other RMR. Managed to make it there versus Vitality. Pretty impressive stuff. They've had just an absolutely wacky time recently.
I didn't really get to see any of those games. I'm a little bit too busy this week. Plus, I love sleep.
Yeah. I've watched back a couple. Been playing pretty damn well.
Is that when you were playing Detroit Become Human at the same time?
No, I was playing. No, I can't say what I was playing. I was playing a different game.
Is it some like? Never mind. Yeah, let's just move on. I'm scared. I'm scared. Doki Doki or something.
Oh God, no! What's wrong with you?
I know you're deep down a weed.
No, Jesus. All I've love a bit of Avatar though. Last Airbender. Yeah, 5 versus 3. Tiger moving in towards the B site. They're gonna be able to get that bomb down pretty much for free. Doba's doing a really good job with the Mag 10, grabbing the opening towards the A site, drag the rotates. Advent's now locked out of his own bomb site, and evidently he feels locked out because he's just gonna go for the save. Waiting for the next round to get back into things, and we said Tiger needed to hit up 9 or 10 rounds. Well, they're already pretty damn close.
Yeah, they're 1 away. Or 2 away. I mean, they're forcing Vici to save so often. I feel like it's a relatively low kill game, actually. Because we've seen so many saves, you know? For an 8-3 scoreline. For their top fragger to have, you know, around 10 kills, maybe just slightly under. And HLTV is going to be delayed to what we're seeing. That's pretty ridiculous. It's like because they keep going towards B, they haven't really had the opportunity for Vici to play or that retake.
Well, son of Jay, you ready for what's coming into the 12th round? We're going to be looking at Vici on a nice little pistol buy around those rifles. A timeout called. I hope they're not considering full investments. Advent, Zoking, drop over FAMAS each. Alman maybe buys an M4. Utility would be all right. Zoking stopped buying util at 2.2k, so they're definitely discussing the FAMAS buy. I wonder. On a map like Inferno, as we said before, force buys happen quite a lot. They find success quite a lot. So many little crevices to hide in. Take your fights. Just close range map in general. Lots of positions to set up crossfires, but I think they've made the right call. I'd rather wait. Pull out the AWP. Like, conceding a 9th round sucks. But sometimes it's essential.
Kazu's only got 5 kills.
Yeah. That's CT side opping as well. Like, it's T side opping on this map is not fun.
Like, I'd understand same for the op if he was being that important, getting that many kills, but
yeah,
it's been a rough series for Kaze. Well, I guess the rough 2 maps. And again, heading back towards the B site. Even Cabal to watch any sort of aggression from alt mid. And smokes being thrown in, Molotovs, flashes. They might not expect Advent boosted up, and there's a chance we're going to get quite a few kills. Or get absolutely nothing against the MAC-10. Now they start to back away. Rotations have come through, so it's a 2-2 split. Keeping Vici really on their toes now. And all they lost was a MAC-10, so it's really not that big of a deal. Oh. Oh. Is he going to push it?
Should be a flash over. Oh no, Jamyung doesn't have one. I don't know if that was a wise decision. Jamyung, he's going to go out. He's got one with the deagle. Here's the player up close as well. No, Zerkas is around. We spotted him. Nesby definitely does know, but not hitting the shot. I don't know if that was a wise choice to stand in the smoke. Maybe if you've got a pistol, sure, try a risky play like that. But one of the only rifles? Seems like you're throwing it away. Maybe he was asking for a flash and then didn't realize his teammate didn't have one or something like that. But
I think maybe it's also maybe hoping they push past him.
True, true.
But you can't really depend on it. I mean, you're expecting an enemy team to push a smoke. I mean, again, if it works, he's a genius. If it fails, we're just like, what were you doing? But this is still going to be 9 rounds for Tiger. At 9 on 9 kills, or sorry, 10 kills. All on 9. Nobu's only on 4. So he's yet to really be unlocked when it comes to this map, and yet they're still winning 9-3. So it's all really coming down to, I guess, 9 on his op. Aircast on 9 kills. I'm a little bit scared for when Dobu starts to step up on the CT side.
It's not me, it's the mouse. 85.6% of wasted bullets. All right. I like that. I like that. New sensitivity. Yeah, I mean, look, when you're on the T side, lots of spamming goes down, so it's acceptable. When you look towards Vici at the moment, 3 rounds on the board's not good enough. Man, even 5 rounds. It's just not going to cut it, is it?
Mm-mm.
The Tiger is showing up right now. Urcast is on fire. The whole team, though, really performing here on Inferno. And if that's the case, you can imagine the result will be better than what we saw last time these two teams faced, which, as I said, we found a pretty good scoreline for Tiger when it came down to the T side of 8, but their CT only had 5 rounds. And look, if they finish on double digits, that's already enough to guarantee an OT. And you'd imagine they will play even better because they're playing even better.
Yes, that does make sense. It would go even better because they are playing even better. I
There we
concur.
go. 300 IQ.
Well, again, Tiger taking us down to the last seconds. A little bit of fake trying to be sold by Dobu over towards A. So it's going to keep at least Vici honest with the 3 players there. Or Advent and Almond, they're like, oh, B again? Guys, there's another bomb site, please. Folks come in, she's going to keep tapping through. Next on to NCL, and Advent's just going to fall immediately. Dobu gets the kill. And they're going to take this entire site.
And look, NCL and Dobu are so damn low. This could definitely work out for the CTs. On the retake, spam down. 9's on 26 HP as well. If Vici commit to this, they could find a very easy retake with just a few well-placed shots. There's one. Zoking taking down Dobu. Time's low, though. 15 seconds. They've got to go for it. 9 from the back. Able to get some damage done. And they know exactly where he is. He's so low, but he just runs down that clock. And there you... Do they have it? Oh, they don't think so. I think they might have.
They barely had it.
I think they had it by
get to the
0.1 of
timer.
a second. Oh, man. That's... I don't know if this is possible. I might be asking too much. But if we can get a replay of that, or just like a screenshot of the time left on the diffuser, because we had it down to obviously 0.000, but they moved so fast it's hard to see. But it looked to me like they were 0.1 or a little bit ahead at least. Damn.
Into 3. But he can't really knock the way Tiger. Oh, Advent's gonna push through. And he's gonna die. I don't think he even got a single point of damage done. So it'll be a 1-for-1 trade, and they're actually gonna go for the stack. Kaze's gonna be here to try to play the op. Smoke does fade. Aircast gonna be waiting with the op in his hands, and he gets the connection. It's the headshot. That's Almond. Will they expect Kaze to be here? And I would assume so, considering how aggressive they're being towards Banana. Now with the flash being thrown in, you're gonna know the third. It's still gonna be down to the 3-on-3. Aircast very low in health.
It's just been such an insanely impressive T side for Tiger so far. Winning out so many of these rounds, even the last against all odds, with the low health that they had. So Urcast's slow HP combined with the AWP, I feel like I've got faith in it. Smoke down towards the arch. This is looking like it'll be a B hit. At least that's exactly what they want Vici to think. As they move quickly into B, Kaze is making that call. He's hearing the steps. The utility's over. He's got to hit the shots. Misses the flick. Kaze really not on form today. Not even today. Just this and the last map. These last two have been very rough for him. And we're going to see most likely another round for Tiger. I mean, they're just anchored down with Urcast scoped in on the AWP, looking for them coming up Banana. That should be a free kill. There's a flash in play. It goes over. Doesn't blind Urcast. That's his shot and his kill. And then Jamyon goes for the save. Vici, what is happening?
I mean, if we were to look at this, and it's obviously like a kind of a cop-out question to ask. Is this Tiger playing exceptionally well, or is it Vici just not performing? And I almost want to say, I'm pretty confident in saying it's the second one. Advent and Ahmed are struggling so hard at the B site.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Vici have this problem regularly. This is the thing that's throwing me off here. I mean, they destroyed Invictus on this map and Bren. Invictus consistently 2 out of 2 the last times. This is one of the few maps where they've beaten Tyloo 3 out of 4 times they've played it. And yet, versus Tiger. Not only are they losing, they're getting stomped. I mean, this is ridiculous. I know I said that there was a possibility Tiger would show up, but I'm thinking even if they win this map, it's 16-12, 16-10, somewhere like it's got to be no, even closer, 16-12, 16-13, or an OT. And yet we're ending up in a position where, with the rounds they've built up, if they win the pistol, they've basically won the map already and the series.
Well, you know what's gonna happen, right, Mitch?
OT.
All the rounds.
Yeah, it'll be 15-5, and then it'll go all the way to 16-14.
Please no.
It's describing your worst nightmare. It's the worst nightmare for players as well. Like, imagine clutching it all the way back, getting 9 rounds in a row or something like that. You're like, all right, this is it, we got it, and then you lose.
Imagine just getting to like 15-14 and you lose the last round after coming back from being 12-3 down. I think that would hurt the most. Oh, push coming towards A. Gonna look to overwhelm this, and well, it doesn't seem like whatever side he goes to, they're always gonna be coming for him.
Oh man.
And that's a clean take. That's a clean 12-3. No way. I'm not even gonna say there's a chance.
Look how quickly they got the site, and yet they planted with 10 seconds left. That's just... They shouldn't be able to win these rounds. They're running... Like, they're going so late. The Vici are just... As soon as they push forward... As soon as they push forward, it's like Vici just lie on the ground and go, make it quick.
Like,
just accept death.
It's like one of those goats, you know, when they get scared, they just freeze up and fall over and play dead.
Exactly. Yeah, literally, it's like they're just saying, please, sir, make it quick. I accept death. I forfeit. There's just no fight left in them. And where's Kaze at coming into this half? Into the end of this. Just waiting to see his kills. He was 8 and 9, I think, a couple rounds back.
Yeah, he was leading the team after 14 rounds.
There's 9 there, I think I saw. That's quite unfortunate. I mean, yeah, Kaze's not playing terribly, considering it's Inferno especially. But this, I mean, I couldn't describe what the idea behind the defense there for Vici was. They're either playing it in a completely bizarre manner, or even that first buy round, I think, set the pace, or one of the first two, where Advent was solo B. They have a 4-man stack on the A site, and yet he's in like a 1v3 retake. All of a sudden. There's an opening duel for the T side, but while the flash is a bit useless there, and CL, everyone's dead. And he's just giving away his position, giving away that he's here. And most likely he's going to be dying on this one.
This is it, Mitch. It's the start of the comeback.
If Tyler win this round now, I think... Or Tyler...
I was going to say, it'd be pretty amazing if Tyler won this one and I even played. Oh my... No, no. Please make it stop.
Cabal's got a 1v2. He's already got 2 kills, 42 health. He can't win this. He can't. Okay. Thank you. So Vici get the first round on the board. 33% more rounds coming into this one than they did before. Fair play. Now all they've got to do is find a hell of a lot more.
What if they do come back, though? I think that would be... Yeah, that would be... I don't know if there's a word for what I want to describe. I know I definitely don't have it in my mental dictionary. An upset, I'd say. It's maybe the best way to put it. They're going to 12-3 up for Tiger. Going with the pistol on him. You know, I'm going to get a little bit ahead of myself. It's going to be the force up, though, out of Tiger this round. Got the Scout, 2 Deagles, a CZ.
I remember speaking to a friend of mine who's Ukrainian. She was saying, obviously she speaks mostly Russian. She was saying how in English she hates the language because she can barely express herself. Because like in Russian they have like 50 different ways to say love, for example. There's like love between partners, love between family, love between this, that, the other. It's just like a load of different words, and we just have love.
Is there a way to say in Russian between like a love between you and food? Is that like a
pr-
different word?
I genuinely think there is. I think there is. I'm surprised I didn't ask that at the time. That should have been my number one question.
Why?
Because of oh no, what's it called? Napoleon cake? Had it in
Napoleon?
Ukraine for the first
Neapolitan?
time. No,
Or is
it's
it
called
Napoleon?
Napoleon cake. It's god tier. It's the best cake of all time. So good. Myself and Dinko were just inhaling it.
That does look pretty nice.
It does, doesn't it?
That doesn't look nice though. As Erica tries to push in, the CZ shot's missing out of NCL. Oh.
Staring at Napoleon cake now, getting hungry. I'm getting hungry now. God damn it. That's gorgeous. The thing is, it's like an ice cream almost in between it.
Okay,
But
ice
it's
cream
not
cake
actually ice
is
cream.
the S tier cake.
Yeah,
I will
yeah,
literally
100%.
fight anyone that disagrees.
You go to Florida, you go to you get Captain
Baskin
Jack's
Robbins?
ice cream cake
What?
in no, it's in what's it called?
First of all, I don't want to go to Florida, especially with coronavirus right now.
Well, in a few years, if Florida still exists,
I'm pretty sure that's where the zombie apocalypse is going to break out, if there ever is one.
yeah, more than likely. It would be fair. You know, there's a phenomenon called the Florida Man phenomenon.
Oh yeah, of course.
You heard of that?
Yeah.
Because of the laws.
Have you ever looked up on your birthday what happened with Florida Man incident?
No.
You should try that out.
You know it's because of the laws, right? Do you hear that before?
No.
That, like, so it's much easier to, in Florida for some reason, more so than any other state, in America, it's easier for journalists to access data of ongoing investigations and arrests than any other state. So they can, but like, it's not like it happens more necessarily there. It's just that they can just look up on their computer what happened here and write a
Right.
story about it straight away, whereas the other ones need to request access and it has to go through sensitivity and all. Florida, like, yeah, if you tried to do it with an alligator, we're gonna tell every journalist about it right away. Screw your privacy. So that's why that exists. It's pretty interesting.
Look it up for me in a minute once we're done with this. Oh god. I just saw it. I don't want to repeat it. NCL. Alright, so kill with the P250. The Deagle coming through out of Aircast. Again, it's a 4-step in another round. Aircast is just going to be well, the nade actually completely misses him. Will eventually be overrun. Scout shots out of 9. Getting actually really close to connecting. The bomb will go down. We're playing with a 3-on-4. I mean, get a couple of kills here. That's the best they can hope for. I mean, they're able to get into the site, but finding kills can be a lot more difficult.
Oh, nicely handled. I mean, Kaze swings for one just after Jamyung as well. There's no trades possible for the CD side with that. Cabal, don't you do this. Don't you... It's a 10-second ninja, so we can't do it anyways. Just notice he hasn't got a kit. It's just time to run. Galila in hand. Yeah, for me, I just looked it up, Jason. Someone got decapitated by a helicopter. So, that's interesting. I don't know how. The blades are pretty high up. It's the thing. Everyone always ducks on the way into a helicopter. I just walk.
Wow. Well, the one I just saw was really sad. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
When I first searched it, Florida Man 62 strips performed strange dance at McDonald's. That was in 2019. A 62-year-old man.
I got one Florida man choose a police car seat after cocaine arrest. It's interesting. I'm okay to drive, officer, still chewing his chair. Oh god. Yes, it's an interesting phenomenon. You can look it up, Florida man, and then your date, you're like, I don't know, March 5th or whatever, and you'll find out what a Florida man did on your birthday. It's a lottery. Well, the lottery at the moment for Vici is whether they can win these rounds or not. They're taking a big gamble in every single round they go for because a lot is on the line. They don't know if it'll work out. Trying to minimize the risk they're taking by going for some really map control. That smoke on top banana is actually really nice. It's going to keep them back. The spam's kind of give away no one's up close. The Tiger aren't getting baited in, just in
Oh,
case
no.
someone's waiting to play them. 9 with the opening, they fall back, they can play pit. No, that's an aggressive stance by 9. He's going all the way around the corner, it wasn't expected, has to get to sight! He's being pursued, and on 5 HP, oh, that nade soaking, no! That possibly would have been the kill, I don't think so.
No, I think it would have gotten around.
Too shallow. But anyways, he whiffed it.
Good flashbang comes through. Dobu gonna retreat back to graveyard. He's gonna have a man inside of They're gonna push in towards B. NCL's gonna back off Incendiary to buy some more time. 20 seconds left to go. And they don't have a smoke. Well, the smoke's already been thrown down. They have to push straight through the smoke, but they get the kill on Aircast. He's gonna fall. 13 seconds. They need to get the bomb planted. And NCL, he might just be able to play the time on this one. Peeks around, takes down Joking. Trying to go for the spray onto Advent. Bomb will be planted now. The 4-on-1. Escobar takes down Kaze. And Advent can't get the kill. That's gonna be 13 now for Tiger. Still some decent money though for Vici. They're gonna be able to buy back up into this. That was a really peculiar push out of 9, and he gets very lucky to escape around that corner in time.
How many times are we going to see Advent in a 1vx? And yeah, I guarantee once he realized he was in a 1v4, he said, oh man. In the words of Jason. 13-6. I'm going to say it's been one hell of a series for Tiger, man. Losing out Nuke was pretty close. They brought it to OT. They could have been 2-0 already. And everybody here was calling either 2-1 or 2-0 to Vici, and yet here we are coming into the final map. Going into the last stages of the final map.
Good nade.
With Vici looking down and out. The damage done to Almond by that nade, he's down to 39 HP.
He basically just caught the nade in his pocket.
Should be able to throw it back. And Vici are looking to move towards the B site. Mollies are down, but they're just about to fade, and here they come rushing through. Took a lot of damage to them. What are you doing? A flash out? Urcast! Oh man, he's trying to hit them with it. Thought they were 1 HP. That's very odd. The bomb thrown across. They can pick that up safely, get the plant down. 9 not getting any opportunities with the AWP to find a quick frag. And the retake with a man disadvantage for Tiger. They're not liking their odds. They haven't got money on Urcast. Excuse me, on Urcast.
I swear, that sound you made with Aircast having that flash out, I legit thought I had a guest commentator, the Scat Man, joining me.
Should have went on after, just soothed into it. But yeah, that was very odd. Like, Urcast is stood there with a flash, waiting for them to come. Here's them being hit up by the Molotov, and he's like, wait.
Yeah.
They just get on the site, and he's like, wait, I'm gonna get them with this. That was so odd.
Another round for Vici. Obviously deserving of their 92% win rate on this map. Across 12 different maps. And again, if they keep this pace up, like, there's a legitimate chance we could have them fall this back. They've already been able to take, was it 3 rounds in a row off the bat, or 3 rounds in total at the start of the half. Ended up losing one to Tiger. And then they bounce back yet again. And Tiger's economy, it's been in a rough position. Kaze trying to pick up the up. He's on 11 kills. So again, being a little bit quiet for Kaze's sake, but he's still towards the top of the leaderboard for his team. And they actually have, for Tiger, 9. He's pushed up towards Carr with the AWP. He's going to continue to hold this angle, so it allows NCL to rotate back towards A. I think Jam Young spots out a player. It's going to be Dobu, who had a nade out in his hand. He's going to retreat back in towards Pit. It looks like they're going to be heading back towards B. I think Joking wants to go for the peak. They get the flash on the 9. He's going to have a smoke to delay, but he needs the rotations. But for him, they're not rushing straight through. He's going to go for the shot and then the smoke. And so will rejoin him. He has his own smoke to maybe throw down. Vici have been trying to bait out a lot of the utility, and there's 50 seconds left to go. They left Jemyam poised up in apartments. And this is looking like it's going to be a hit.
straight in towards that side for Vici. They lose a player on the way around long, giving up control of that part. Oh, they've just seen a player as well in towards the apartments. They know Jamyoung's here anyways with the flash going out. That blinds the side players. Alvin's able to take down Urcast and put them into a position where they can get a plant, and it's going to go down. Even with one still in towards the pit. Dobu looking for an angle, but NCL's the one moving to the site. They still have pit under their control. They know Jamyoung is in towards the apartments. Kaze holding down, but the op gets caught off guard. Dobu sees him through the hay bales, and it's all down to Jamyoung. They're on the bomb, and they're going to pull it off. 14 now for Tiger.
They've almost broken the economy for them, for Vici. Jamyoung gonna drop over an AK. Actually gonna be gifted over a Mac 10. So are they gonna allow him to be super aggressive, super fast? Nine's got an AWP bought up. We get that deep smoke set in. Well, by deep, yeah, anti-molly smoke, but I think that molly hit the smoke of the T's anyways. They're basically right on top of each other. Early nade in. Oh, that was towards apartment. Doesn't catch him. We're looking to, I think, rush out. Let Jamyoung be the first. The Mac 10. Dobu's here waiting. The ball's here as well. Nine's going to be holding towards the arch side. And Dobu's going to get the first. But again, quickly treaded out on. Doken tries to get out. But Nine's going to be there with Cabal. And Cabal gets 2 more kills. That might have just been the game here, Mitch. Kaze left alone against 4. Bomb. It's in towards sight. And NCO's gonna get the spray on through. Money's not there anymore for Vici, and Tiger might have finally been able to close this out and secure themselves a spot into the playoffs. And also do what very few teams are able to do against Vici on Inferno and take the map against them.
Doing something that Tyloo, the team that consistently beat Vici in every single BO3, BO5 they play, 3 out of 4 times they've lost to Vici on Inferno, and yet Tiger come in absolutely swinging. They're not going easy on this T side, that is for sure. Dobu down on mid, gets 2. That's a great start. 9 shutting down 1 and another to leave Kaze to 1v4 clutch yet again, but this time he's only got a UMP. The bomb is in his hands. He's picked up a Galil, and his chances have increased by about 0.1%. They're now at 0.2%. I think this is pretty much it. I mean, the mistakes that have to be made by Tiger are huge, and they definitely don't start with Urcast shooting him in the back.
Yeah, 16-7. Tiger have closed it out. More importantly, that should be them guaranteed through into the playoffs. And they can breathe a sigh of relief because they've had some really questionable results over the course of this entire tournament. It's only been the 2 weeks, but they've had some really awkward matches, really awkward losses. I think it was Bren they lost to that really surprised the hell out of us, always leaving us wondering what kind of Tiger will show up. And Bled and Dinker, we got to bring you back into the mix to talk about this last map because that was one-sided as hell. 16-7, but 12-3 T side for Tiger. Bled, throwing it to you right off the bat. What's your thoughts?
I surprised and flabbergasted. I don't know what's gone wrong with Vici. The past couple, it's not just this game, right? The past couple of games, they just haven't shown up. Having to struggle like that against Divine Vendetta. And bear in mind, this could have been a 2-0 the way the first map went, which is a nuke, right? And then the final loop, Tiger just showed up. Again, Tiger played phenomenally well. Everyone stepping up. NCL, Dobu, 9, Urcast especially, and Cabal as well. All the elements working out. They're looking confident. They were looking like Tyloo against Vici. And that's something I thought I'd probably never say. While Tiger is having this resurgence, so to speak, and trying to like show that, you know, the first beginning few games, maybe they're starting off a little cold, they're really coming to their own. This is a Vici I'm honestly lost. Like, this is just weird. Like, they're not playing good Counter-Strike. It's not just about a firepower not really showing up.
On that note, I do want to chime in really quickly is I almost guarantee the Vici we're seeing right now in the group stage is not the Vici we're going to see in the playoffs.
Yes, probably.
Okay, I was pretty confident saying that, but now I'm starting to question myself here.
Yeah, look, because this is just a fundamental lack of a lot of things from Vici. And look, again, like you might be like, all right, you know, Vici, they're just gonna hide their strats and play just by default so that they don't have to, really show up everything in the group stage. But this is not that. This is just an absence of whatever makes Vici Vici, right? It's like watching some tier 2 Asian team, tier 2 or tier 3 Southeast Asian team playing. The firepower is not there. Kaze is having one of the worst series I've ever seen him have. You look at Jam Young, Almond, Zoking, yeah, they had some moments of brilliance over there, but it's just not enough. And I don't even know where to begin. This Tiger just were the better team throughout the final 2 maps, and that's a little scary. Like, I feel like Tiger would have won anyway, but the fact that Vici just didn't show up at all, what's going on? I don't know. I don't think I have an answer for you.
Vici are looking so rough. I think from the start of the Divine Vendetta series yesterday to now, they just really haven't looked good at all. And Tiger, well, this is looking like the team we got used to seeing in Road to Rio. We thought it was a bit of a fluke, and showing their performance here in this tournament so far, coming up to the last couple of games, they definitely look like a weak version of Tiger. But Urcast is coming into his own. The rest of the team starting to be consistent. I think Nine and Dobu, if they can continue to show up, you've got a real good team here. And we were banging on Tiger a couple of days ago, saying maybe this is the end of this roster because there's a reason the roster changes we're in. But the fact that they can turn it around completely, and they've come up against Vici and dominated in these last 2 maps, well, who knows? Tiger might be back for the RMR event. And luckily, it is a 10-team round robin. So, I mean, they have got weaker teams to play. And obviously now showing up against the better teams, this is a brilliant sign for Tiger.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch upon how that win they had of Lucid Dream. I wanted to keep the caveat that it is Lucid Dream, right? A team who are looking like they're going to get eliminated. So I wanted to see them perform today against Vici, and they've delivered. It looks like Tigers seem to be kind of back right now. For now, I don't know.
Well, let's take a look, though, at our MVP from that map. And I think it has to be Nine. I think it's well-deserved to go towards him, because he definitely earned his stripes in that game. And I think even throughout the entire series, he was performing pretty well. 19 kills. Multi-kill rounds 4, opening kills 4. I mean, the thing is, with that last map alone, I feel like almost anyone could have been an MVP on the Tiger side, just because there, like we said, there are those individual moments. Everyone kind of played their own part, whether it was to be a sacrificial lamb or if it was to be the fragger for the team. I mean, 12 rounds, T-side Inferno. We talked about 11 4s, but 12-3, that's insane. Good job, guys. Thank you. Thank you for picking that one up. So I'll just continue to keep talking. I was expecting someone to mention something about
Mitch
those
to
thoughts.
talk, because he didn't speak
No,
yet.
I
think
really
Mitch
like
has
how
done
all
time.
3 of us. No, I like how all 3 of us, like Jason, give us a name.
Yeah,
All
no,
right, Mitch,
sorry, Dinko. Sorry, I thought we talked enough over the course of the last couple hours.
Yeah, but I know
you guys
you
need
love
a
to
break.
talk, Mitch.
No,
I
okay,
love,
don't worry, Dinko. I know you're stressed out. You worked a lot today. You've been talking all day long. I'll cover. I got
Long
you,
day.
bro. I got you. Yeah, no, it was an insane first half. I think Tiger on the T side. I really didn't expect them to put up those kind of figures. When they were coming up around 8 or 9 rounds, it's like, all right, well, look, they won the pistol. We can always say that if it's 9-6. But then Vici, they just kept on sleeping the whole way through. And yeah, okay, they turned back up for a couple rounds on the T side again, winning the pistol. The eco it means nothing. This is just a Tiger. I mean, it's 16-7 on the board technically, but it might as well have been a 16-0. I mean, they just did nothing. And as Bly is saying, that's not the kind of thing you can put down to, oh, well, maybe they're just hiding their strats. Maybe they're saving it for later and they'll really come out. Okay, yeah, don't use your strats. Maybe shoot people, though. Like, play off each other. You can still try to get Kaze dominating on an op. It's not like he got 5 kills in the previous map on the basis of, oh, don't let them know I'm a good opper, Like, it's just insane to see them drop off so massively from what we've already seen this tournament.
Well, that's going to end our last series, but let's take a look, though, at the results that happened over the course of today. It feels like hours ago we kicked off our 10th show here. It's D13 up against Bren, ended up in a 2-1. Then again, the first 2 maps were pretty one-sided. You can see Bren winning 16-9 over on Inferno, D13 winning 16-6 on Train, and we had 2 overtimes, both of them on Nuke, funny enough, Mitch. And then Tyloo, the 2-0. I think for me, that was the real standout game, and I think we've talked about that almost extensively, how Tyloo decided to say, hey, well, no, we're the #1 team here. And I'm going to throw that straight to you, Dinko, to elaborate on.
I mean, it was such an exhausting series, really. Tyloo coming into things just looked like the Tyloo we know they can be. The world stage players, the players that can go to international scene and upset some of the best teams. This is one of the teams that I was most excited about casting coming into this tournament, for the main part that they've got so much firepower. They should be able to deliver like this consistently. It's just when they go up against the weaker teams, they don't. So in today, I was kind of predicting them to step up against Beyond. It was the battle for the top spot. They came in, straight away. They had a game plan of just playing aggressive, getting in the face of Beyond. It worked out so well for them. They got off to such a great lead, 6 rounds picked up with no problems whatsoever. And from that point onwards, I feel like they automatically just threw a spanner into the works for Beyond. Olivia never really got going in the series. Dan King was showing up. We had moments of brilliance from somebody, and Attacker was on point. And it just everyone really was firing. They even had the support players. So this is the Tyloo that can win this RMR event, no problems, if they play like this consistently.
Well, don't worry. We're going to take a look at the standings now to see if you guys have missed out on any of the games to kind of figure out where everything does currently lay. Tyloo topping the board at 5-1. And of course, the bottom three is kind of where the eyes have to fade to as Tiger do take their fourth win and secure themselves a spot into playoffs. The Lucid Dream, Bren, and Mazla. It's basically a battle for the bottom here of which team is going to avoid being knocked out here, Dinko.
Yeah, I think at the bottom it's a bit of an issue for Mazla. I feel they definitely could have avoided the bottom if they got off to a better start coming into this tournament. But they dropped some matches and looked completely uninspiring, and that kind of cost them. I feel kind of bad for this team because in the recent matches they've looked pretty good. They took a map off Tyloo yesterday. They look good. Well, they obviously beat Bran. This team, I feel, definitely could have done much better than they have done already. And it's sad to see them only with one win under their belt. Bren, I really can't believe that this team have beat Tiger. They look so rough. They just don't have a star player. They don't have anybody I can get behind. I mean, you have Papachulo and Derek. They can step up, but they're not really players of the caliber that will be able to take on any of the star players in the rest of the rosters. Then Lucid Dream, newer team, looking a little bit shaky at times. I mean, they have got potential. Probably take a little bit of time before they can actually compete, though. So for me personally, I feel like we're going to be seeing Bren and Lucid Dream in those bottom spots.
Actually wanted to see what the Tyloo Lucid Dream, if Lucid Dream almost win 2 maps or almost close the series out against Tyloo, I don't really know what to think of the bottom 3 teams at some points. But again, it's a battle for the bottom 2, where I guess to not be in the bottom 2, try to squeak through in 8th place and get through. Then again, we could see Mazlai repeat a performance against Tyloo, where we could see one of those 3 teams in general get a second chance against Tyloo in the initial match, since it is going to be based off the seeding system. I'm really curious to see what's going to happen, because that does round off our second week, and we still have one more week to go of the group stage before we get into the playoffs. But Bleh, give me your thoughts on today's games before we do, I guess, end off the show.
I think it got kind of flipped, right? We look at Vici and we're like, oh, they always succeed against teams who are not Tyloo, and we're like, Tyloo played the level of their opponents, and the script just got flipped. No one gave them the memo. Tyloo just showed up like they're playing against Vici, just completely rolling over Beyond. It's good to see that happen. I want to see Tyloo kind of go back to the 2018 form where they used to just roll over teams, no respect style of play, and the only team who could maybe compete against them was the Vici lineup. That is a good sign. I want to see them playing this way, because they're not playing to be the best in Asia. They're trying to, break into the top 20 in all over the world, the HLV ranking, right? That is their ultimate goal. Or maybe be a top 15 team, have a deep run in a major, for example. So these games should be easy peasy for them. They should be just closing their eyes, just death matching and destroying teams. That is what we saw today from Tyloo. I'm happy about that. And for Vici, they need to go back and probably, I'll tell you what, Advin's gonna be on his, I have Advin on my Steam's friends list, and he's online all the time. And all I see is watching CSGO. Yeah, I know. Watching CSGO. He's like my friend. Like I can't call him his first name because I don't know his first name, and I don't think I can pronounce him though. But the thing with Advin is he's gonna be watching all those demos, figuring out what's going on. So I'm 100% sure we're gonna be seeing Vici definitely waking up in week 3, and they're still gonna be potent force, but still disappointing day for them. But Tiger is showing up, and I think right now they could be getting back to being the best Mongolian team over D13.
We'll obviously see with next week's games to come. Let's take a look at the schedule. They'll be kicking off in 2 days' time. It'll be day 11 on July 8th. Lucid Dream versus Bren Esports. This match is probably the highlight match of the day, to be honest. Obviously, we have Tiger D13, a Battle of the Mongolia, and Tyloo Divine Vendetta. But that first match means the most here, Dinko.
Yeah, of course. This is, again, any of the teams that are towards the bottom taking each other on is a big talking point. Because that's kind of what the group stages are. You can talk about the seeding and who comes top, and that's always fun to watch. But the teams towards the bottom, the bottom 2 are the 2 teams you won't be seeing ever again in this tournament. So, yeah, a lot rides on this one. I think Lucid Dream, if they beat Bren, that's just so impressive. Bren have just looked so uninspiring. I just feel like this team just won't be able to get it done. I honestly think Lucid Dream will be taking this.
Okay. Well, we're obviously going to be looking forward to next week's games. It'll still be at the same time every day, 7 a.m. CEST, up bright and early. Unless you're over in the West Coast of the US, then it's kind of late at night for you. Once again, big shout out to all the talent here working with me, Mitch, Dinko, and Bled. And a big shout out to PGL, putting on a phenomenal show the last 10 days straight. They still have 8 more to go, and it's only going to get better from here. This is the Perfect World Asia League 2020 Summer Asia RMR event. We're going to end off the week. We're going to go enjoy our weekend. You guys out there, enjoy your work week. And we'll see you guys on the 8th.